I diligently begged for 1,000 years and finally collected 1,000 gold coins, but when I obtained the innate extreme young body rewarded by the system, I never expected that the woman who gave me the last gold coin was actually a goddess with the innate extreme mean body. That night, the goddess followed a fragrance and arrived at the small broken house where I was. She held my arm with delicate jade hands, her graceful curves pressing against me. "You smell so good." In order not to ruin the newly acquired body, I had no intention of compromising. However, no matter how hard I tried, I was no match for the goddess and could only allow her to forcefully assault this beggar. I thought that after that incident, I would never have any dealings with her again. But unexpectedly, I ended up falling directly into the goddess's medicine garden. Since then, I have been forced to become her Tao companion and kept by her side, and my daily life has never been the same. Originally, 1,000 years ago, I and other players crossed over to this cultivation game together. In order to survive, I silently accepted that I was an NPC beggar character, and while completing game tasks, I would carefully guard against revealing my player identity every day, all because the NPCs in the game became aware. And it seemed that their subconscious was targeting players for hunting. It was also from that time that a female cultivator appeared in this world, specializing in hunting players. Her strength was unfathomable, and no matter how strong the players were, they would be eliminated by her in front of her, leading to only 10 players remaining today. At this moment, I finally completed the main task of begging for 1,000 years and returned to my small broken house, sitting cross-legged on a cushion. At this time, a series of information panels about myself appeared in my mind. Looking at the values, except for the newly acquired Tao body, all were 99 plus. I rubbed my brow with some concern. I only lacked 1 point of experience, and I could turn all these 9 values into ones and zeros. Perhaps then I would be able to see what realm I am in now. Just as I was thinking about activating the newly acquired Tao body for cultivation, my small broken door was pushed open, with the lightning outside the house like daylight. I saw the appearance of the woman in front of me. It was the woman who had previously given me the last coin, and her previous veil had fallen off, revealing a delicate and exquisite face. Holding a blood-stained long sword, her light blue dress was soaked by the rain, highlighting her graceful figure. Suddenly, my whole body was boiling with blood, not because of the woman's extraordinary appearance and sexy curves, but because I suddenly thought that this person in front of me might be the female cultivator who erased players. After all, when I had just stepped into the house earlier, I received information about nearby players being erased. Thinking of this, a hint of killing intent flashed in my eyes. Rather kill the wrong person than let them go. I grabbed the dog beating stick at my feet and swiftly approached the woman. The dog beating stick in my hand was also swung down, but she caught it barehanded and snatched it from me. Oh no! This woman is stronger than me. What kind of realm is this? In an instant, countless ways of death flashed through my mind, but to my surprise, the next moment the woman actually threw away the sword and grabbed my arm with the hand that had just held the sword. I stood at the door with both hands held by this woman in front of me, unable to move. Her graceful curves pressed against me. Without the illumination of lightning, the surroundings were pitch black, and I could clearly feel the woman's breath slowly approaching me, her nose brushing against a few strands of hair, carrying a faint fragrance. "You smell so good." This was not my voice. It was clearly the woman in front of me speaking, because the next moment, I felt someone lightly sniffing at my neck, and the sudden intimacy made my scalp tingle. What is this woman up to? The calm rainy night suddenly erupted with a loud thunder, and at the same time, my lips were covered with something soft. Now I knew what she wanted to do. I struggled. I resisted. And in the end, with tears in my eyes, I was conquered. As the sky brightened, I opened my eyes to find the woman from last night still lying on my chest. In this world of heat and cold, it was shocking to see a woman forcing herself on a beggar. Someone who was starving to such an extent. But what saddened me the most was that the 1,000 pieces of Tao fragments I had collected through so many begging tasks were ruined before I could use them for cultivation. Congratulations to the player for completing the hidden task, the first experience of love, and successfully cultivating the innate extreme Yin and Tao together, rewarded with some experience points. I was stunned for a moment, but then closed my eyes and saw my panel in my mind, which had indeed changed. I checked the conditions for level breakthrough, which required maxing out both martial arts and profession levels. Besides changes in level and health, the Tao section on the panel had also changed. This meant that my Tao could still be upgraded, but perhaps not in the way I had imagined. As I pondered this, I suddenly felt a chill and opened my eyes to see a pair of cold eyes staring at me. She was awake, and unlike last night, her beautiful eyes now held no warmth. We looked at each other in silence, neither of us speaking first. After staring for a while, Xia Wanqing turned her gaze away, looked at the simple ceiling above, and after a moment of contemplation, she sat up. I couldn't help but look over, and the slender waistline and fair skin were alluring. She seemed unaware of my gaze or simply unconcerned. calmly changing into new clothes and getting out of bed. Seeing her about to leave, I urgently said from the bed, "Untie me." However, Xia Wanqing did not rush to act. She first examined the interior of this small shabby room, clean despite its simplicity, making it hard to believe a beggar lived here. Her gaze then returned to the bed where I lay, and she noticed a hint of red on the sheet, recalling last night's events. A slight unnatural blush crossing her face. Quickly averting her eyes back to me, she waved her hand to release me from my restraints. She was puzzled that even she couldn't undo my bindings, as I was an innate extreme Yang Dao. Feeling the release, I immediately sat up, adjusting my clothes. "What's your name?" The woman's voice came slowly. I looked up to see Xia Wanqing standing by the table, holding the broken bowl I used for begging, curiously weighing it in her hand before shifting her gaze back to me. I didn't answer, openly observing her, knowing that whoever looked away first in this situation would lose. Instead, the woman lowered her eyelashes to put down the broken bowl in her hand, took out a golden bowl and placed it next to the broken bowl, and raised her eyes again. "You helped me last night, and now you're given a choice. Pick it, or choose it." Su Changqing looked at the golden bowl, almost brightening his eyes. What a powerful divine radiance. What the hell is this woman? The other woman last night had called her a goddess, and in his long career of begging, he had yet to hear of any title of goddess on any fairy mountain. "The saints are down a whole lot," Su Changqing asked cautiously. "What does senior mean?" Without being sure whether this woman was a female cultivator specializing in killing players or a player, he didn't dare to let his guard down. Whichever the other guy was, it wasn't good for him. After last night, it was able to be determined that he was below her in strength. If it's a player, there's a risk of white-knuckling your own experience bars. If it was a local acolyte, his life was at risk for nothing. Choose it, then you're with me, and you won't have to do any more begging in this life. Xia Evening Qing's long, jade-like index finger was placed on the mouth of the golden bowl. The belly of the finger pressed against the rim and slowly circled around, saying without hesitation, waiting for his answer, "What if I don't choose? What makes senior think that a golden bowl will buy my way out?" Su Changqing looked at her with good humor, a cold smile floating in his eyes. "There's a ghost. There's definitely a ghost." He knows that he now looks like a ghost, see, all scared away. This woman last night, even if the strange poison, but the consciousness is still very awake, but also fell up, is really a ghost is not right. If she was looking at the essence through the phenomenon, seeing through her disguise and seeing her true handsome face, this would still make sense. Otherwise it doesn't make sense. Humph. You want to dictate his life with a broken gold bowl? Su Changqing had just finished slandering in his heart when he saw an exclamation mark appear on the golden bowl. This situation is usually a hint of what he needs for his feats and career upgrades. The yet-up thing is that the paths his feats and professions are upgraded by are never known. It's all about the exclamation points on the items around him. So much so that he's experienced that when he comes across an exclamation point Q, it's right to take it. So, that golden bowl is a condition for his career full level? But then again, Su Changqing turned his words around ready to redeem himself. Unfortunately, the other man had spoken up to interrupt. Forget it then. She, Xia Evening Qing, never forced herself. She decisively retrieved the golden bowl on the table, took out another bag of gold coins and placed it on the table, and turned to leave. "Hey, wait. Su Changqing chased after him, and the person had already disappeared. "And may I ask, don't you dare show up any earlier with that exclamation point of yours?" Regret. A whole lot of regret. After this incident, Su Changqing suddenly had an epiphany. The body was given for nothing anyway, so I might as well be rich and famous. Rich girl, love me again. Chapter 4 Reasonable suspicion that this person is a player. Su Changqing went back to the house and picked up the bag of gold coins. It was heavy. So far he had not held so many gold coins in his hand. It was never a daily begging, and gold coins would simply be thrown into the bowl, but they would disappear in no more than a few moments. That day's mission was complete. He tries to take out a gold coin and puts it in the broken bowl of begging. Waited a long time. No response. After Su Changqing dressed as an NPC, there was only one main quest, to complete 1,000 years of begging. As for the other side quests, they complement the main quest. Basically, you unlock or upgrade the initial feats and career skill boosts by rounding up the number of gold coins, so he just has to concentrate on begging. The Dao body reward he had just received last night was made up of gold coins. This was and is the most pitiful point. I also don't know where this task system went to learn the spell you play. 999 gold coins to generate a piece of Dao body fragments. And when he gathered 999 pieces of Dao body fragments, he was told that there was still 1,000 gold coins short of the last piece of Dao body fragments to be put together. Yesterday was the limit for the last day of the mission. With the stranger beside him just now, he didn't look at the panel upgrade information very closely. Su Changqing once again closed his eyes to check the panel again. Start by evenly dotting all available attribute points. Attribute information, available attribute points 0. Strength, 1000000000000. Breakable. Agility, 1000000000000. Breakable. Endurance, 1000000000000. Breakable. Another breakthrough? Su Changqing checked the breakthrough conditions. It was fine. One needed to break through the level first. Reconfirm the conditions for breaking rank. It still requires a full career and skill level. Su Changqing checked the conditions for career upgrade in A. Popped up. Familiar question mark. This situation means that an exclamation point. To fix it, like the exclamation point on that gold bowl just now. After knowing the conditions for career upgrades, Su Changqing then looked at the upgrades of the 3 feats. The first one. Technique of the Big Dipper, LV. 99 out of 100. Life is higher than the sky and thicker than the earth. It can make the body as hard as a bronze wall and the body as heavy as a Tarzan. Able to resist one lethal attack with a 1-day cooldown. Side quest, gather enough 99 gold coins, January 99. Manifestation, LV. 99 out of 100. Ah, it's an illusion. Can create illusions to indulge in. Cool off for a day. Side quest? Wonderful hands, LV. 99 out of 100. Residence. I can't believe it's poisoned milk. I can save you. But first she half-life to come. 100 poisons can't make you sick as long as you don't die. Side quest? Su Changqing opened his eyes, and sure enough, he had updated the merit quest. Before rising to level 10. 000. These 3 feats hadn't had a refresh quest in a long time, and were always just short of one. He looked at the broken bowl. The gold coins he had just thrown into it had disappeared. Su Changqing counted the gold coins in the bag. At least a few hundred. He put 99 gold coins into the bowl, and the next moment a beep sounded in his head. Congratulations, player! You have completed the side quests and gathered enough 100 gold coins. Do you want to upgrade your technique? Big Dipper technique? Yes. The panel information has changed. Big Dipper technique LV. 10,000, breakable asterisk. Su Changqing checked the breakthrough conditions and needed his information level to break through before he could do so. That means he's currently 3 things short. One is a golden bowl. The other 2 are still unknown. After figuring it out, Su Changqing decided to find out where the golden bowl was. But where should I look for it? Given the smallness of heaven and earth? I wonder if a random gold bowl would work. Su Changqing came to the city, bustling with pedestrians. The smell of a bustling marketplace comes straight at you. Last night's strange fire doesn't seem to have affected the neighbors on this street. Passing a gold store, I glanced over and saw a gold bowl on a shelf inside, and wondered how long I had been looking at it just not seeing the exclamation point. Obviously, the golden bowl that the goddess took out was no ordinary bowl. In this world, apart from ordinary people's mortal goods, there were also spiritual goods and immortal goods. According to how powerful that woman was, the item in her hand could never be a mortal item. Go go go. Don't come hanging around my door. The owner of the gold store saw Su Changqing standing at the entrance of his store for half a day, and came out with a broom, shooing him away with a look of obscurity on his face. Seeing that sweep wouldn't go away, he pushed him through his nausea, only to find that the person couldn't be pushed in any way. Boss do good. Su Changqing leaned on his crutches and shook with the broken bowl, and his body couldn't help but play the old game. The old gold store owner gave him an odd look and pulled out 1 or 2 pieces of silver. Take it and go. Broken silver is also silver. Su Changqing said, thank you boss. Then he left the place. When I came to Tianxian Lu Street, it was a lot cooler. The famous Heavenly Fragrance House was burned in a fire, and this will be more than a few government officials picking up the bodies. Looking at the body that was burnt to a crisp, Su Changqing shook his head. How tragic. The Tao of Immortality game covers a wide range of areas, including the mortal domain, the immortal domain, and the celestial domain. The mortal domain is the newbie village where everyone creates a character to go in, although it is a mortal domain. But there is also a small amount of cultivation aura. Clans are not a few. There are a lot of hidden cultivation NPCs here to guide newbies to embark on the path of immortality. The immortal domain, on the other hand, is the world after entering monasticism after passing through the novice village. The heavenly realm, on the other hand, is the world after ascension. Su Changqing at that time, after signing in and completing it, he didn't go online again, and then it was already too late to wear into the game. And all of these guide NPCs had already awakened their consciousness, and it was impossible for them to be a guide again. So many people like him who uninstalled after receiving their money were stuck in the newbie village slowly upgrading. Walking out of the mortal domain novice village requires you to do a full quest. Rise to level 50. and go to the Heaven's Destiny platform in the mortal domain after your foundation is complete to open the passageway to the immortal domain. The beginning of Jindan is the true cultivation of immortality. It's just that after the NPCs awakened, the Heavenly Destiny platform was sealed, which means that the novice players who came in behind them, even if they rose to level 50 and came to the Foundation Establishment Great Circle, had no way to break through the Heavenly Destiny restriction to go to the immortal domain. It also led to Su Changqing never stepping out of the mortal domain, which was probably why he never let the female cultivator who specialized in hunting players have their way, and the quests released by the game have always been around the mortal realms. Su Changqing sat on the ground thinking about life. So which domain was that goddess from last night? Thinking about last night's hint again, after nearly hundreds of years, he realized that there were still players like him in the mortal domain. He gazed at this market as far as his eyes could see, and then at the Tianxiang mansion, which had been burned to the ground. Although this building sits in the mortal domain, but after years of begging he got the gossip. The person behind the operation of this restaurant is the person who came from the immortal domain. Although the Heavenly Destiny platform in the mortal domain was sealed, cultivators in the immortal and heavenly domains could travel back and forth anytime, anywhere without restriction. That's the authority of those in high places. There is a fifth lady in Tianxiang Lu, a sound cultivator. It is said that she has a lute of immortal rank. Playing a song can make a person break through the heart demon. Sudden realm. A song is hard to find. It's amazing that such a person would honestly nestle in the commonplace mortal domain. Su Changqing reasonably suspected that this person was a player. He had been wandering around for half a day, looking here and there, and by the end of the meal it was already dark. Chapter 5, Have you seen enough? Still having no clue about the golden bowl and the two unknown items, Su Changqing had no choice but to go back to his broken grass hut first. The house was what it was before I left in the morning and what it was when I came back. Su Changqing walked to the edge of the bed, looked down at a splash of crimson on the bed, and expressionlessly collected and changed the new sheets. In the middle of the night, he was awakened by a white light. When I got up and went out to look, I realized that it was the light that had erupted from the Destiny Terrace there. Is this the opening of the formation? Vaguely, you can still see countless little people scurrying away. Su Changqing was busy picking up his wooden stick and his iron rice bowl, and also rushed towards the Heavenly Destiny platform. And when he got there, he really saw that there were countless trapped mortal domain acolytes scrambling up to the Heavenly Destiny platform. Seeing those people disappear into the Heavenly Fate platform with his own eyes probably confirmed that the seal of the Heavenly Fate platform had been lifted. Just as he was hesitating to set foot on the immortal domain to gain insight, the white beam of light appeared with a distinct red exclamation mark. Seeing this, Su Changqing grabbed a wooden stick in one hand and an iron rice bowl in the other and rushed up without saying a word. In a blink of an eye, powerful and dense aura erupted from the ground and rushed straight into the body. The Heavenly Fate platform was also equivalent to the place of crossing the Thunder Tribulation. The setting in the game is that after cultivating to the Foundation Establishment Grand Completion in the mortal domain, one comes to the Heavenly Fate platform to remodel their roots and bones, break through the Jindan realm, and ascend to the immortal domain. Su Changqing knew long ago that his NPC panel was different from other players. His panel didn't show his realm, but he had solved a suspected player in the mortal domain, and that guy was a Yuaning realm. Thus Su Changqing guessed that his cultivation acquisition was tied to his level. For the first time, such a rich spiritual chi surged into his body, and for the first time, Su Changqing experienced what a drunken spirit was. Skin, flesh, sinew, bone and blood are undoubtedly not changing from the inside out. White light fills the eyes and the body levitates right after. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly a heavy falling sensation lingered. Boom! The wind whistled in his ears. After a while, Su Changqing only felt a softness underneath him. Puff! Turns out it was overboard. Su Changqing had just surfaced when a warm hand strangled his neck, and when he opened his eyes he saw a pair of snow-white spring colors. The line of sight shifted upwards, and that familiar, stunning face came into view. Su Changqing was strangled and choked on the water just now. Coughing hard a few times, he tried to take away the other's wrist. Why are you here? Seeing this, Xia Eveningcheng's hand that was strangling his neck slowly loosened its force. I should be the one to ask you. What are you doing here? Where does Su Changqing know? You ask me. I still want to ask you. The sky is the limit and it fell on this place. This would be the time for him to properly look squarely at everything around him. The night was serene, but it wasn't hard to see exotic flowers and plants covering the garden. The aura was thick and detectable. Seen enough? The woman's cool voice sounded again. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing only retracted his line of sight that was surveying the surroundings, and only then did he realize afterward that his body bones were a bit cold. Eyes down, only to realize that it was the water in this pool that was emitting a slight chill to the bone. He, a steel man, is cold to want to shiver, while the opposite only wearing a light clothing soaked in this cold pool, but the face as usual. No, Su Changqing raised his eyes to look, and that white as jade skin tone was tinted with a layer of light peach color. Quickly, something occurred to him. It's not going to be the same state as last night, is it? It's not, is it? No? While Su Changqing was ruminating, Xia Eveningqing took in the changes on his face. She suddenly laughed softly. You saw it coming. Since you're the one who sent it to me, it just so happens. As he said that, the water rippled and Xia Eveningqing forced his way up. A night of springtime. Dao body, innate extreme yang Dao body LV1, 2 out of 10. Su Changqing woke up and looked at the change in the value of the Dao body column on the panel, and thought to himself that the way to upgrade was really through this route. He glanced at the requirements for upgrading, and it directly stated that he needed to dual cultivate with the innate extreme body in order to upgrade. Su Changqing rubbed his brow bone. It was really what he thought. He opened his eyes and the woman from last night was gone from his pillow. Su Changqing sat up from the bed, and the opulent decorations in the room filled his eyes with a splendor that he had never seen in his last life, and the first half of his life. Last night he tried to resist, but the other party was just too strong and resisted to no avail. Just have to enjoy it. There's no one in the house. The woman went somewhere last night. Su Changqing put on his clothes and got out of bed, passing by the dresser glancing at the bronze mirror above, only to realize that the sores on his face had long since disappeared, revealing his handsome face. Abruptly, Su Changqing's brain had a jolt. So the woman recognized me as soon as we met last night? She had indeed recognized her NPC character's disguise early on. Su Changqing withdrew his mind and walked out of the house. Straight ahead, the immortal mountain loomed large and cloudy, and the building that stood atop it towered straight up into the clouds. There were a few cultivators on the top who were going back and forth with their swords and riding their beasts. Su Changqing had been meticulously tasked in the city. Where had he been exposed to this kind of immortal cultivation wonders? It was also such wonders that made him deeply realize that he was in a strange world of immortal cultivation. As for where he was now, it was also on top of an immortal mountain, and as far as the eye could see, his position seemed to be the main mountain. Looking again at the immortal mountains spread out in front of us, there is a sense of vestigial feeling that all the mountains are making a pilgrimage. Su Changqing turned back to look at this inconspicuous small courtyard, not expecting the appearance of a mundane house. The house has another world. He looked around the yard. No one was there. Just as he was about to open the door and leave the yard, a boundary stopped him. Su Changqing's expression moved as he raised his hand to cover the boundary, running his breath and power in an attempt to break through the boundary. Instantly, a crack appeared in the boundary, and just as he increased his strength, a stronger force knocked him back. Su Changqing was shaken back 2 steps by the cyclone. He looked down at his palms thoughtfully. So this was keeping him captive in this? Su Changqing had no choice but to shake his sleeve and withdraw his hand, walking towards the house. After half an hour, before the people came back, Su Changqing walked out of the house again, wandering from the front yard to the backyard. The eyes opened up, only to realize that there were numerous spiritual plants here in different forms, some with leaves as crystal clear as emerald, and some with flowers that burned like flames. They were all spirit herbs that he didn't know and had never seen before. At the end of the backyard, there was a green stone staircase leading to the back mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the hot springs were misty with water, and there were even spiritual grasses swaying around the pool. Su Changqing tilted his head and looked upwards. Last night he should have fallen here. Su Changqing turned around and took in all the scenery here. What a great place to live in seclusion. The paradise in Tao Yuanming's poem is just like that. Su Changqing strolled through the garden with his hands behind his back with interest, looking here and there. Suddenly a golden exclamation mark appeared in the land of flowers and spiritual plants ahead. Su Changqing was stunned. And then joy surfaced in his heart as he hurriedly went forward and bent down to look at the location of the exclamation mark. It's a freshly weaned grass that's just popping up. Without the exclamation point indication, he would have thought it was some kind of weed. Su Changqing reached out to pluck the unidentified grass, and a rebound force bounced him away. You don't have picking privileges. Shinong grass is not mature enough to be picked. 2 screen prompts popped up in front of Su Changqing's eyes. It's been so long that the panel prompts have popped up twice in addition to the game panel. Su Changqing didn't believe in it, and tried twice more, and the 2 hints from earlier still popped up in front of his eyes. He turned his head and picked a red flower next door, the same force restraining him. No? Is there such an anti-theft technique in this world? Shinong grass, right? Okay, he remembers. Su Changqing intended to turn that woman's territory all around. Thinking about it, the 2 quest items he needed were here. So would the upgrade items needed for the manifestation method be here as well? Su Changqing turned around this 100 herb garden and 100 fruit garden with curiosity. There's no other hints except for the Shinong grass. Pour him until now a mouthful of water has not been drunk. That a garden of colorful spiritual fruits can only see cannot eat. No wonder that woman's so assured that he will be trapped here. Who are you people? How dare you trespass on the goddess' medicinal garden? A white rabbit descended from the sky and appeared behind Su Changqing, stretching out a rabbit leg to kick the back of his head. However, he saw Su Changqing turn around unhurriedly and raised his hand, easily holding that rabbit leg. A massive rabbit struggled upside down. Let go of me. Letting go of you? It just so happens that I haven't had spicy rabbit head in a long time. And it's just as well that you brought it to my door yourself. Aha! You dare! Damn male cultivator. I will definitely not spare you when the goddess returns. Su Changqing revealed an evil smile and let out a demonic whisper. Did your goddess tell you that she was the one who let me in? No way. Hu Bunny didn't believe this fact. The goddess had never let those smelly men near the main mountain, let alone put them in the yard. It must have been this person who sneaked in while the goddess was away. Su Changqing didn't care if it believed it or not. Anyway, he was really hungry now, and now that a dish appeared in front of him, he just couldn't help it. However, the goddess's pet did have two tricks up its sleeve, and with Su Changqing's nonsense words hitting the Hu Bunny, the Hu Bunny took advantage of his inattention, and with a shrinking of its figure, it slipped out of his hands. Hu Bunny easily leaped onto the ground and with a roll, his body once again became as tall as Su Changqing. It flashed its powerful biceps and opened its mouth towards Su Changqing with a fierce face. Take your life. The voice was imposing. It clenched its fist and struck towards Su Changqing. However, he saw Su Changqing catch the punch without the slightest effort. You actually managed to catch my punch? Rabbit was shocked. Its punch was too much for even those few Mahayana stages in the immortal sect to avoid. He just caught it. What did I expect? Just this? Su Changqing's heart center breathed a sigh of relief. Scared him, he said. How can even a rabbit cannot beat? It's a shame to talk about it. After figuring out the strength of the other party, Su Changqing came close to Jie 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 with a smile. Where to start first? Master, spare my life. Hu Bunny quickly slid to his knees. Chapter 7, Now? There is only one divine known grass in this place. Xia Evening Qing first said the rarity of the divine known grass without any hesitation, seeing Su Changqing's expression a little nervous, then gently smiled. No harm. Just give it to you. With that, she raised her hand and the golden bowl from yesterday appeared on the table. With it came the highlighted exclamation point. It's authentic, yes. Luckily this woman kept her word. The moment Su Changqing picked up the bowl, a tone automatically played in his head. Congratulations to the player for completing the career leveling quest. Su Changqing waited for a few seconds and there was no quest reward. Meanwhile, the panel has changed. Profession, beggar LV. 10,000, transferable asterisk. Su Changqing's face was as normal as ever, weighing the bowl in his hand and asking, what kind of bowl is this? So far the system hasn't hinted at the bowl's name. I wonder what kind of bowl you still want. No? Su Changqing reasoned. 5-spirit bowl. Xia Evening Qing said, reaching out to cover Su Changqing's hand, bringing the bowl in his hand to shake gently, and the next moment a stream of 5-colored rice floated out of the golden bowl. Su Changqing tactically leaned back, his eyes blossomed with thick surprise. He had to say, this bowl was also too damn fitting for the end of his begging career, right? Xia Evening Qing retracted his hand. This is the 5-spirit rice. Serving can make the body's aura soar. Help cultivation. This 5-spirit bowl can endlessly give birth to the 5-spirit rice. Enough for your descendants' children and grandchildren's grandchildren will not worry about eating or drinking. The one and only Shinong herb. And this perpetual motion raw rice bowl. Su Changqing finally had a preliminary knowledge of this goddess this time. Can you tell me your name now? Su Changqing. At those words, Xia Evening Qing nodded thoughtfully, still being honest. Xia Evening Qing, my name. The sun was setting and it was getting dark. Xia Evening Qing got up and extended her hand towards him. Let's go. Where to? What do you say? Only then did Su Changqing recall the under-the-table heartfelt deal between them just now. Who would have thought that yesterday he was begging to do a quest, and today he would be able to eat a soft meal and hug his thighs? The shift in between took him a moment to adjust. Right now? Or what? 1 month later, Su Changqing's Dao body level rose to level 20. Dao body, innate extreme yang Dao body LV. 20, 5/10. Su Changqing looked at this column of data on the panel. He really wanted to know when the Dao body was full level, what his strength should grow to by then. With such a reverie, Su Changqing lay down in the courtyard in a kudzu position, and his gaze turned and rested on the rabbit in one corner. Early morning, front yard, under the laurel tree, Hu Bunny was stirring the functioning Dan furnace with a grass fan, and after a while, he picked up the medicine bowl and mallet on the side and duck whacked the medicine in the bowl. After a moment, he poured the end of the medicine in the bowl into the Dan furnace and continued to refine the elixir. Throughout the process, Hu Bunny's operation flowed smoothly without a single mistake, and at the final opening of the furnace, a furnace of 12 immortal pills came out perfectly. Hu Bunny put the numbered elixir into the bottle and labeled it. Su Changqing used his high-definition vision to see the words on it, Xianyang Dan. And then it was seen whistling. And a crane flew from the sky. And after a rabbit and a bird completed the handover, the crane left. Every morning, the first thing Hu Bunny did was to refine the elixir. And then give the practiced elixir to Xian Crane. And Xia Evening Ching went out every sunrise and returned only at sunset. As to where he went, he didn't know. And all he could do was lie in this yard every day, enjoying the flowers and birds and rabbits, not going anywhere. LOL, kinda miss the old days of being a beggar. Hu Rabbit put away the Dan furnace and its medicine bowl, and turned around to walk into a room again. After a long time, the rabbit held a white jade tray in both hands and walked over to Su Changqing's side, placing the tray of brewed spirit wine as well as fresh cakes and spirit fruits forcefully on the table beside him. Eat, Hu Bunny didn't have the heart to say. It turned out that this man was really brought by the goddess. Its tiny brain just couldn't figure out why it was leaving this man here for nothing. Abominable. You can't beat him and you have to serve him. Did he save the goddess's life? No, it couldn't be. How could a goddess so powerful have fallen into his hands? This guy couldn't even step out of the courtyard, indicating that his strength was below that of the goddess. So how could such a person possibly save the goddess? Even if there is a saving grace should not be put in the yard to keep cold people to see it, will certainly let the goddess' reputation damaged. Su Changqing was thrown off his face by the rabbit, but he wasn't annoyed. Lying down on the reclining chair, stretching out his hand to take a grape and throw it into his mouth, saying quietly, "Tough on you, Bunny, I want to eat, tonight." Su Changqing started to name the dishes, but was interrupted by Hu Bunny's aggressive interruption. "No naming the dishes. Whatever I cook, you eat." Su Changqing shook his fan and let out a sigh of relief. "I thought the Divine Maiden Academy had much strength, but it can't even satisfy my small request for a full stomach. When the goddess returns, I'm still. Eat, give me food. What do you want to eat?" Hu Bunny did not allow outsiders to denigrate the goddess. It quickly pulled out a paper and pen in a gesture of memorizing dishes. Su Changqing stroked his chin, pretending to think, and looked at its two erect ears. So he laughed and said, "The roasted rabbit meat from last time hasn't been eaten yet. Why don't we have a spicy rabbit head tonight?" As the words fell, Hu Bunny's white fur exploded all over his body. "No eating rabbits. Alright, then you see to it." Su Changqing stopped teasing it and waved his hand, letting it do as it pleased. With a grunt, hubby put the pen and paper back in his apron front pocket and turned to the tool shed, glancing at the secondary compartment next to the main female compartment. This room was not there in the past, and only after Su Changqing came did he get an extra one, which was enough to prove that this guy was really going to stay here for a long time. Hu Bunny rubbed his face, sighed, and carried his hoe to the backyard, muttering, "When the goddess comes back, I must tell the goddess about this man's despicable nature." In the evening, the goddess returned as expected. Hu Bunny had just returned from the backyard when he saw Xia Evening Ching appear in the courtyard. His eyes lit up. "Goddess, you're finally back." Xia Evening Ching walked to the bottom of the pavilion and sat down. "Didn't I just go out for a few hours?" Hu Bunny bumbled along, clenching his little rabbit fists and pounding Xia Evening Ching's shoulders. Xia Evening Ching poured a cup of tea, took a sip, and said in a slow voice, "What's wrong? Someone came to my door to revile me?" "No unsuspecting people have come to the door yet," Hare said. Xia Evening Ching's face was bland as he put down his teacup and added, "What about him? That guy is soaking in the warm pool there in the back of the mountain." Hu Bunny's words carried a hint of dissatisfaction, and then questioned, "Why did the goddess put him in the courtyard for food and shelter?" Chapter 8, You just do your part. He's useful, Xia Wenqing said in a faint voice. Hare doesn't understand what use he is. All he does is eat and drink every day and do nothing. No harm. Let him eat. It's not like I can't afford to feed him here. Xia Evening Ching was not amused. She glanced sideways at Hu Bunny and said in amusement, "What's wrong with him today? I don't see you coming to talk to me about him on weekdays. That guy wants to eat a rabbit today. He tried to poison me on the first day. This person can't be capped." It was afraid that one day when the goddess was not at home, Su Changqing had a serious appetite and really stripped its skin as a roasted rabbit and ate it into its belly. Then just find him a rabbit that hasn't yet been enlightened. Hu Bunny was shocked. The rabbit paw hanging over his shoulder gave a lurch, 2 tears in his eyes. His voice choked for a moment. "Goddess Sama." It never expected the goddess to let it harm its own kind for a man. "Xia Evening Ching. He is an innate extreme yang dao body," she said flatly. As the words fell, Hu Bunny gave a start and his choked voice broke. "Ha!" While it was fuming, Xia Evening Ching got up, waved his sleeve, and headed for the backyard. Hu Bunny looked at the sky, and suddenly, his previous dissatisfaction with Su Changqing suddenly dissipated. Hiss. In that case, it's not impossible for that guy to eat spicy rabbit head. Hu Bunny turned around and shifted His human-like tall body instantly transformed into the size of a normal rabbit, and left the yard with a hop and a skip. Su Changqing was currently soaking in the warm pool. The water of the spiritual pool passed through the meridians, soaking the whole person comfortably drowsy. Xia Eveningqing came here, then saw Su Changqing unfolded arms resting on the wall of the pool. The pair of clear-faced slightly closed eyes, foggy, poolside on both sides of the two white jade plate placed on a variety of exotic fruits, as well as spirit wine. The other plate there is not eaten the spirit meat. It's rather cozy, so it's no wonder hair is disgruntled. When she approached the edge of the pool, Su Changqing, who was resting his eyes, seemed to smell a fragrance that was if anything familiar. He opened his eyes with a feeling in his heart, and saw that familiar face. That graceful figure was standing in front of his eyes not far from the edge of the pool. Su Changqing retracted his arm that was resting on the edge of the pool, washed his face, cleared his head, and then leaned back against the pool wall in a loose manner. It's going to start now? Not today. As such, Su Changqing was in no hurry to get up and continue to sit in the pool with his eyes closed. In a moment, the sound of pattering water coming down came to his ears. He lifted his eyelids and looked up. Xia Wanqing had already removed her clothes and entered in the pool. Mist. The woman in the pool hidden delicate body is very eye-catching. See, his heart inexplicably ripples. Although the two of them have been frank for a month, but it is also in the double cultivation of contact. Usually did not chat a few words, talking about familiar. In fact, the most familiar or understand each other's body a little more. The night is dark. Su Changqing estimated that it was almost time, got up and dressed to go back to the house. At that time Xia Wanqing was still meditating in the warm pool with her eyes closed. Midnight. Su Changqing, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly felt a rustling movement on his side, and his instinctive sense of crisis made him quickly wake up, followed by a wet licking sensation on his ear, and his hair hanging down on his face, which was a little itchy. The body's instinctive reaction as well as the familiar fragrance, even if it is dark and lightless inside the house. Without looking at the lighted lamp to illuminate, also know who is coming. Su Changqing reached out his hand from the quilt, skillfully and with intimacy wrapped around the other person's waist, and brought her into the quilt. The rolling heat coming from his palm was enough to prove the state of the other party at the moment. In the past, every time it was dark, the poisonous desire in the other party's body would flare up, and it thundered every night. Tonight at Winky's, he thought the other man was completely fine. Thinking of this, Su Changqing said with some mischief, I thought I said I didn't need it today? It's already past the Z hour. Xia Eveningqing's calm, emotionless voice resounded beneath him. That doesn't sound the least bit cheeky. It couldn't be helped. And Xia Eveningqing didn't expect to miscalculate this time. Su Evergreen. He was speechless for a moment, but there was nothing wrong with that. It was indeed a new day after the hour of midnight. Fine. You're the goddess Sama. You say what you want. What's going on with this poison of yours? Su Changqing was really curious. If he didn't know the other party's situation, he would have thought that the other party was also a player who needed to complete the task of cultivating with the innate extreme yang Dao body. It couldn't be that when his Dao body was full leveled, this goddess's poison hadn't been successfully detoxified yet, could it? As he spoke, his hands didn't stop. Once raw, he was now an expert in the field, easily undoing the sash beneath him. You don't need to ask much about this. You just need to do your part. In the dimly lit chamber, Su Changqing lowered his eyes when he heard these words. The cultivator's eyesight was not trapped by the darkness of the night. At least in his eyes he was able to see the appearance of the person on his side who was moving. He curved the corners of his mouth and laughed silently. His eyes carried a playful look. His palm gently stroked up. His fingers clamped together. A mention. Is that so? Bold. The soft voice is not like the day that calm and cold, although it is angrily snorting at him. But this other flavorful feeling to listen to also let a person's mood soothing. Su Changqing immediately raised his hands and rolled back to lie down flat. Okay, I won't get it. You do it. The next moment, a pressure was felt on his body. Another passive night. The next day, there are already signs of the sun rising. They got it so late last night that they didn't stop until close to dawn. When Su Changqing woke up, Xia Eveningqing was still sleeping peacefully by his pillow. Rarely did they co-sleep together until dawn, after coming here, except for the first night. The rest of the days he has been sleeping in the east room, although sleeping in separate rooms. But in the middle of the night Xia Eveningqing will still come to look for him, and in the early morning before dawn, she left. If it wasn't for the fact that he also needed to double cultivate to do his tasks, or else according to Xia Eveningqing's usually cool attitude, he really felt that she was taking the script of plucking and being ruthless. When Su Changqing sat up, Xia Eveningqing was also woken up by its movement. He looked sideways and lowered his eyes. Xia Eveningqing's entire body was curled up on its side in the bedding. The green silk that was draped down to reveal the snow-white fragrant shoulders, Her brows knitted slightly and her slightly opened eyes narrowed. The first thing she did was to look towards him, her eyes seeming to be blaming for waking her up. This scene caused Su Changqing to have an immediate feeling of being married to her for many years for a moment, and then he laughed to himself as he dispersed this inexplicable thought. Noisy? Su Changqing pulled up the bedding to cover her head, his voice following, then you continue to sleep. Xia Evening Qing. Chapter 9, Still an Omnipotent Rabbit. Lord Hu Hair. May the goddess be in the courtyard. A green and timid female voice came from outside the door. What is it? Goddess Lord, whether there is something today. Today has passed the 6th hour. The female cultivator standing in front of the courtyard door was clear and graceful, and somewhat constrainedly inquired about Hu Bunny, who had the door open. Divine Maiden is still in cultivation and will go over there when it's over. You don't need to come over personally to urge her on. Hu Bunny's emotionless voice rang out. Yes, yes, disturbing goddess Sama. Disturbing hair Sama. The female cultivator hurriedly bent down and apologized, then left the place. There was no more movement outside. Su Changqing raised his eyebrows. After being here for almost a month, he finally heard the first person to come out. Listening to the other party's words, it seems that the goddess goes out every day to go to that female cultivator's place? When he put away his gossiping mind and turned his head to look at Xia Evening Chang, he found that the other party didn't know when he had already put on his clothes, got out of bed with his bare jade feet, opened the door, and left the room. Xia Evening Chang never had the habit of staying in bed. If it wasn't for the matter of the accidental dual cultivation with Su Changqing, on weekdays, she would have been meditating to nourish her mind. When Su Changqing put on his clothes, when he turned around, the woman on the bed disappeared again. He was not surprised by this anymore. Su Changqing lifted his sleeves and opened the door of the room. A burst of aroma hit his nose. As soon as his eyes searched, Xia Evening Ching, who had gone out, had long since disappeared. On the contrary, Hu Bunny changed his usual practice, and instead of refining pills, he squatted on the ground and patiently worked on making soup. In addition to the aroma emanating from the soup, there were other dishes on the stone table in the courtyard. When you get closer, it's actually spicy rabbit. Just in time, the soup made by Hu Rabbit also came out, and it was carefully served on the table. A plate of spicy rabbit and rabbit, a plate of bok choy, a plate of braised fish, the standard 3 dishes and a soup, as well as the after-dinner fruits were also on the plate. Eat? Hu Bunny spoke today without his usual reluctance. You did? Su Changqing was slightly surprised in his heart. This guy had changed his nature? It wasn't the food the hare cooked that surprised him, but the fact that the hare would actually serve its own kind on the table. Usually he just loved to tease it about it and didn't really plan on eating the thing. Hare looked around and finally said, is there anyone else here besides me? This in turn made Su Changqing not dare to eat it. You wouldn't have poisoned it, would you? If I wanted to poison, I would have done it from the start, and waited until now. The cute rabbit face uttered cold words. Su Changqing thought about it, and then again he wasn't afraid of any poison. His myriad hands rejuvenation technique had long since made him immune to all poisons. He picked up his chopsticks and paused, caring, where's Xia Evening Ching? She's not eating? During this month, he had never seen Xia Evening Ching eat a single grain of rice, a single bite of food, much less eat at the same table with him. The most you see of her on a regular basis is the way she drinks her tea. Goddess from the beginning of the Tao has been to avoid the grain so far. Never eat these refuted things. Hu Bunny raised his chin. After a pause, it seemed to react to something. Do not call goddess by her great name. Su Changqing listened while he picked up a piece of fish meat. Unlike ordinary fish meat, the meat of the spirit fish was tender and slippery in the mouth. And then it was instantly melted, followed by a trickle of spiritual qi flowing to the dantian. Hearing the last sentence, Su Changqing was instantly happy and deliberately said, thank you late Cheng. Thank you late Cheng. Thank you late Cheng. You. The Hu Rabbit puffed out its cheeks and its drooping ears perked up. Then it heard Su Changqing say another sentence. Then she is not blessed with a mouth. Without waiting for it to flare up, Xia Evening Ching's calm voice came coldly from behind. Called me for what? Hu Rabbit's erected ears suddenly drooped, and peacefully retreated to the side with a look of a good show. Su Changqing was stunned and looked at the sound. The other party had just come out of the main house. He thought that Xia Evening Ching had just left. Without the slightest hint of weakness at being caught in the act, he said matter-of-factly, eat together. Xia Evening Ching just lightly swept a glance at the dishes on that table. No need. She dropped a danmaku as she passed hubris. It must be ready by the hour of midnight this afternoon. Hu Bunny took the piece of paper, glanced at it. The Dan formula instantly turned into ashes, and respectfully said, okay Divine Maiden, I'm going out for a bit. As he said that, the person had already disappeared into the courtyard, and the Hu Rabbit also moved out its old partner, the alchemy furnace, and opened up the matter of alchemy. The only one who was the most idle in the courtyard right now was Su Changqing. After eating and drinking he had nothing to do but to lie in the courtyard and watch Hu Bunny alchemize pills. Su Changqing lay down in the courtyard and took a nap when a noisy iron smashing sound knocked him awake. He opened his sleepy eyes and followed the sound. The rabbit that had been refining pills before had changed to refining weapons. The fluffy rabbit fur was flattened a bit by sweat. I've seen rabbits in alchemy every day, but this is the first time I've seen rabbits in weaponry. Su Changqing sat up, slightly surprised. Still an all-round rabbit. Seeing the other party refining his weapon, he pulled out his own mediocre wooden stick. The weapons column is noted as such. The game's initial weapon. The broken bowl for begging is also the initial equipment of the game. Ever since that day when he received that 5-spirit bowl, the original broken bowl disappeared into thin air. Su Changqing wondered if this wooden stick would break through when his level broke through. Although the wooden stick is plain, but he also used 1,000 years, has long been worn smooth. In the mortal domain has also fought against large and small cultivators, and the so-called spiritual sharp weapon against the so-called spiritual sharp weapon. This wooden stick has not lost. It wasn't that he didn't want to change to a handsome and majestic looking sword, but the game system didn't allow it, and there was no button to change equipment in his panel. Su Changqing put away his plain wooden stick, and when he looked at the direction of Hu Bunny again, a dazzling sharp sword had already been made over there. The blade lingered with a faint golden color as well as a wisp of the color of Hong Meng. Immortal works are close to divine works. Oh, Su Changqing came to be interested. A rabbit could actually have such great attainments in refining weapons. He got up, stretched, and walked up before he could survey it. Hare put away the finished product with a guarded look on his face. Su Changqing rubbed his hands together and approached Hu Bunny and smiled. Lord Hu Bunny, you have great craftsmanship. Give me a practice as well. The rabbit packed up the refining furnace and took out a broom to sweep the iron and dandruff on the ground. When he was shouted at by Su Changqing, both of his ears twitched. Anyone likes sweet words, and rabbits are no exception. At least it hubris does, but it still maintained its sanity. This is something that needs to be consulted with the goddess. The materials for refining can't be touched more than once. They're all prepared for those who commissioned them. Su Changqing keenly captured the key words. Principle. It's been a month, and Hare has finally given up a little information. He had guessed before that Hu Bunny's alchemy for this month was for trading, but had never gotten confirmation. I didn't realize it was true. Client? Hu Bunny shook off the sweat on his fur and said in disbelief. Yes, without a client where would we get the spirit stones? Either that or barter. Su Changqing realized. So the goddess goes out every day to pull orders? Hu Bunny despised him and hummed. Not at all. There are more people who come to the door begging for orders. So what does she do when she goes out every day? Hu Bunny was about to say something else when he saw a Taoist bone male cultivator in the sky with a flying sword on his feet, smoothly stopping in front of the door. A man and a rabbit looked up, their eyes following the slow descent and finally landing at the doorway. The next moment a knock was indeed heard at the door. Hare put down the broom and opened the door. The male cultivator bowed and made a bow with a respectful face. Hello Lord Hu Rabbit. I've come here on the order of my father to pick up an object. As he said this, he raised his eyes slightly and saw Su Changqing behind Hu Bunny, and was inwardly shocked. Is there even a man in the house of goddesses? Happening to meet Su Changqing's line of sight as he looked over, the male cultivator immediately lowered his eyes, his shocked face quickly returning to normal. Hare bowed his head and pulled a wooden box out of its apron pocket. The stuff's in there. The male cultivator took it with both hands, and with a sweep of his divine sense, the pills and spirit weapons were inside. So he smiled and said, Tough luck Lord Hu Hare, he said and made another deep bow. Hare mission accomplished. Nothing more to say. The gate closed to isolate the people. The male cultivator put the wooden box away and rose up with his imperial sword, subconsciously looking back at the divine feminine courtyard below. The deployment of the boundary isolated divine sense and probing with his own eyes, making it impossible for people to see what was going on inside. He didn't dare to look at it more and was busy withdrawing his eyes from here. Chapter 10 People turn out to be speechless to the extreme as really laugh out loud. This is the first person to show up here in a month to come over and get something. The female cultivator in the morning, as well as the male cultivator just now. These two people were not polite and respectful. It wasn't hard to surmise Xie Evening Qing's position in this immortal cultivation world. Su Changqing racked his brain to recall the official introduction of the game that he had read when he first played the game. He wondered if there was a big boss in the game called Goddess. Unfortunately, after 1,000 years, his initial introduction to the game had been a blur. Plus at that time, he was again in the mindset of picking up money up and down the game to sign in and clock in, not paying any attention to the main quests and game dynamics of this game. What's more, his NPC character's main quest is different from other normal roleplay quests. This was still the case when I accidentally found a player in the past and set up a conversation to find out what set him apart from other players. Knowing this, Su Changqing was a bit surprised. Did the original NPC character also have a main line? Collecting his thoughts, Su Changqing no longer thought much about it. He looked up at the birds in the sky, and it was amazing that not a single bird was free in his current situation. The afternoon sun was bright, half past the hour. Hu Bunny cleaned up the yard, turned around and went to the backyard, and began to cast spiritual rain to water the flowers. Su Changqing's heart moved, also walked to the backyard, came to the medicinal garden, went straight to the location of the divine farmer's grass. The last time he saw what kind, this time to see is what kind. That's growing too slow. He tried picking and a line of prompts still popped up. Shinong grass is not mature enough to be picked. Ever since that day when Xia Evening Ching had responded to the matter of giving the divine farmer's grass, he had been given the permission to pick the divine farmer's grass. As for other spiritual plants, there are none. At this time, when Hu Bunny maneuvered spirit rain to this place of divine known grass, Su Changqing asked, "When will this divine known grass mature?" Hu Bunny thought for a moment. Shinong grass is not an ordinary spiritual grass. The growth rate is a little slower. Less than 100 years. More than 1,000 years. Su Changqing, doesn't this mean that he has to stay by Xia's side for 1,000 years? No. It's being trapped in this little courtyard for 1,000 years. Millennium. It would take at least 200 years for the Dao body to rise to the 10,000 level, if calculated on the basis of double cultivation once a day. Over 200 years, a lot could be done. And maybe he could even find the indications of the manifestation method. I also didn't know to what duration Xia Evening Ching needed his extreme yang Dao body. Deadline. I don't think she said a deadline last time. The more Su Changqing thought about it, the more he felt that the brightness of the future was a little bleak. He stared at hair's watering motions and pointed at the Shinong grass. Give it more water. Who knows that Hu Bunny does not care? This is enough. The amount of watering per day should not be too much. It's still a child. It's growing its body. How can giving it such a small amount of spirit water be enough? Su Changqing moved out the self-perceived reasoning. Since this was a game world with an added layer of immortal cultivation buffs, it was definitely not possible to treat these spirit herbs with normal cognition. Anyone who has played the game knows that all these farming games have a speed up button, and the more Su Changqing thought about it, the more it made sense. So he spoke. Let me do it. With a wave of his large hand, a pillar of rushing water poured straight onto the divine farmer's grass. Hu Bunny was also stunned, not expecting Su Changqing to be able to pinch out such a thick column of spiritual water. This is going to drown, isn't it? Hair was shocked. However, Su Changqing did not stop, and this spiritual water column continued for an incense stick of time. Miraculously, this ground did not overflow with excess water. When Su Changqing withdrew his hand after the end of the water column, Hu Bunny came close to take a look. The spirit grass was really visible to the naked eye, grew 2 centimeters taller. The spiritual grasses next to the one subjected to and rained on were the most obvious, not days away from maturity. This, Hu Bunny's erected ears twitched, and was actually hit by Su Changqing by mistake. It also tried it out, slightly aggravating the spirit rain's application, and a few moments later, these spirit grasses had indeed grown a lot. Unfortunately, casting spells like this consumed a lot of spiritual energy. The harvest period of these herbs, it was all calculated. At this time, Su Changqing continued to cast a rushing water column. Hu Bunny finished getting the medicinal garden, ran to water the orchard, and when he came back, he saw Su Changqing still manipulating the water column, and he was suddenly more than a little surprised in his heart. With such a long period of time consuming its spiritual energy, even the current one was a bit snacky, and it would be hard to show such ease without a spirit replenishing pill or spirit replenishing fruit. In the evening, Su Changqing's meal had an additional bowl of soup. Almost from this day onwards, Su Changqing realized that Hu Rabbit didn't sing against it much anymore. Even if he deliberately made the other angry, that rabbit just flicked its ears and hummed. This rabbit is not going to bother with you. Also from this day on, Su Changqing had a bowl of soup in his daily routine. This is something that wasn't there the month before. Delicious is quite good. Is that when he asked Hu Rabbit what are the ingredients in this soup? Hu Rabbit only came to a ghostly sentence, good stuff. You just drink it. Someday, Su Changqing got up early in the morning and saw that soup was being made under the laurel tree. There was also an open book on the floor and some herbs that hadn't been put in by the fireplace. He approached and picked it up to take a look. Aphrodisiac recipes. Cistanches and shredded chicken soup. Effects, tonifying the kidney and consolidating essence. Ingredients, cistanche 20g, half a crow's nest, yam 20g, wolfberry. Serve with meals, 3 times a day. Su Changqing. Scroll back up and it's all about these kinds of recipes. People turn out to be literally laughing out loud when they are speechless to the extreme. Why are you messing with my books? When Hu Bunny Dan came out of the room, he saw Su Changqing holding its secret recipe in his hand. and rushed to shoot in an arrow to snatch the food therapy book in his hand. However, Su Changqing nimbly picked up the rabbit ears. So you usually make these soups for me? I don't need to. Kidding. He was a vigorous 8-foot man, and an innate extreme yang Dao body. He still needed aphrodisiacs? It's all about mending him. No wonder he always felt a bit hot and dry in his body lately. Feeling a bit on fire, for which he drank a lot of fire-reducing tea. The hoary rabbit suspended in mid-air wagged its tail sheepishly as it looked away with averted eyes. I am doing this for your own good. At the end of the sentence, Hubris turned his head to look at him and straightened up. Knowing that Su Changqing was an innate extreme yang Dao body, it realized the reason why the goddess had left him here. It was well known that Xia Evening Qing was an innate extreme body, and this life unless he dual cultivated with the innate extreme yang Dao body. Otherwise, if you double cultivate with another person, this Taoist body will inevitably break down and disappear without being there, and other than that, the only one who will benefit is the other party. At that time, not only would the goddess Dao body fade away, but the gongfu she had cultivated would also be revolted. You can only retrain your magic skills, while the innate extreme yang Dao body and the innate extreme body as a dual cultivation object. In addition to the innate Dao body party, the other party has an ordinary physique but can get a great degree of benefits. Therefore many people coveted the Divine Maiden's innate extreme body. And better yet, there were also quite a few denizens who hit on the Divine Maiden's idea. Luckily, the goddess was powerful, so she was spared a lot of mischief. Su Changqing smiled. Is it for my good, or for your master's good? Chapter 12. Su Changqing raised his hand and waved. His body was dressed and got out of bed, moving at a fast pace, with not a single lingering look on his face. Xia Evening Qing was the only one left in the house today. It was still cloudy. The first thing Su Changqing did when he left the room was to run to the backyard to put the Shinnon grass to try to see if he could pick it successfully. After all, he had been watering the sky with spirit water for an hour or two every day for a while, and now the grass path was as high as his knees. He bent down and tried to dig it out, this time without a system prompt, uprooting it with ease. Congratulations, player, for completing the collecting Shinnon grass quest. The values of the feats in the panel bar have also changed. Miraculous hands LV, 10,000 breakable. Having obtained the divine farmer's grass, Su Changqing hurriedly left the courtyard with a stick flight, just from the rabbit nest out of the Hu rabbit rubbing sleepy eyes. After sleep it felt the boundary fell, suddenly was awakened, rushed out to sea, then see that familiar floating with the figure of the Taoist robe. This is not. Hu Bunny was shocked. Su Changqing actually broke through the goddess's boundary? Just in time, the main house behind him opened its door. Xia Evening Qing floated out with her toes off the ground, and Hu Bunny turned his head to look and point at Su Changqing's diminishing back. Goddess, he broke through your boundary and left. Should we catch up and bring him back? The moment Xia Evening Qing raised her eyes, the courtyard's boundary was once again erected, and after a moment of contemplation, she said, by all means, it's good to let him gain insight outside. What about your cultivation? Regarding the unceremonious departure of the man he had only been with for a few months, Hu Bunny's main concern was his own master's cultivation. Disposable. Xia Evening Qing was unimpressed. With that, she went to the gazebo and drank her tea in a seemingly calm manner. Hu Rabbit saw Xia Evening Qing's calm face, and naturally did not interfere with her decision. It glanced at the sky, which was gradually showing the color of fish white, so it retracted its sight and began to busy itself. Su Changqing ran away. Then it doesn't have to make soup daily. Su Changqing hadn't gone far when he saw several cultivators in uniform stopping in front of him, with a few chasing after him. Stop! Who are you? How dare you trespass the boundaries of the marginal life sect without an invitation order? Several immortal sect disciples looked at the masked male cultivator with a serious face. Stand still when you say so? Su Changqing glanced at them and turned on his feet, bypassing them, crossing several hills, hill after hill, quickly rushing out of the boundaries of the Edge of Life sect. The few sect disciples who were chasing after the poor looked at the direction they had lost, and wondered, who the hell is that person, actually going back and forth at the immortal gate with ease? Someone recalled. It seems like he came out from the direction of the Divine Maiden's main mountain. When these words came out, everyone's faces changed unpredictably. You looked at me and I looked at you, looking at each other in dismay. And one of the female cultivators also whispered, I saw it too. At first, she thought that the other party had sneaked into the Divine Maiden's courtyard before striking out after the other party. After all, just now they had both sensed the Divine Maiden's main mountain briefly closing its boundaries for a few moments. Now it seems that if the other party really sneaked into the Divine Maiden's courtyard, according to the Divine Maiden's character, she would not show any mercy. For a moment everyone thought of one terrible thing in unison. That high and mighty goddess actually harbored a man. I guess it's not as noble as they thought. Su Changqing had been flying above this land with his imperial stick for a long time, This was a field that he had never set foot in before. After passing through the lively towns, jungles, and seas, and suddenly leaving there unprepared, Su Changqing really didn't know where to go next, and the side quest about the Wanxiang method was still unknown, so he flew aimlessly in the sky for a long time. During the period when he passed by the town below, he scanned the cultivation level of the cultivators below. The realms varied. There were Qi refining, foundation establishment, Jindan and quite a few Yuanying stage. There just wasn't a single mortal. Based on what Hu Bunny had revealed earlier, he understood that this was the upper level of the mortal domain, the immortal domain. So it seems that everyone living here has cultivation, in which case I'm afraid the competition for resources will be even greater. After hovering above for a day, the sky darkened. Su Changqing suddenly thought of Xie Eveningqing. She should have had a seizure by this time. He frowned at the thought. What was he doing? Actually caring about her? Then he withdrew his mind. Suddenly thinking of Xie Eveningqing, he could only attribute it to the fact that this was the first person he had ever had a few months of bonding with. After 1,000 years of lonely life alone, suddenly someone breaks into their world to live together in close proximity for a few months. There is more or less a strange feeling in their hearts. Never mind. He'd better find a place to land first. Su Changqing conservatively chose a hill near a small village. Just as he landed smoothly, an exploding voice came to mind. Ding! A player has been detected wiped out in the vicinity. Current number of players present in the world, 9. Players are asked to hide their identities well and not to expose their identities voluntarily. Su Changqing cursed and instantly became alert. It's not, is it? You're doing this to me? To be honest, the first thing that came to Su Changqing's mind in the blink of an eye when the system beep sounded just now was Xie Eveningqing. It couldn't be helped that the timing of Xie Eveningqing's appearance was so wrong, appearing right after the last time a player was wiped out. It was precisely because he wasn't sure if she was a player or an acolyte specializing in getting rid of players that Su Changqing was so uneasy accompanying Xie Eveningqing. Otherwise, what's not to love about being able to do quests and have the company of a beautiful woman? However, his original intention was originally to get the golden bowl. Who had thought that accidentally discovering the divine farmer's grass would be considered a collateral benefit? Su Changqing stood at the foot of the mountain, looking up at the sky, and a flock of startled birds suddenly flew through the gray sky to the east, eyes moving. Those bird and animal alarms were emanating from the southwestern edge of the mountains. Nearby, at least now it's confirmed that there are players in the immortal domain. Since this is the case, then it must be an old player of the opening service who is above Jindan. After 1,000 years of precipitation, coupled with the assistance of having a game mission panel, not in the stage of transition, more or less to the Mahayana stage. Right, maybe up in the immortal realm as well. Su Changqing composed himself and calmly thought about speculating on the realm possibilities of the nearby players. Thinking back to his own time in the mortal domain, he had at most engaged cultivators of the Yuanying realm. Both Xie Eveningqing's and that rabbit's cultivations were hidden, and he was unable to probe them. Therefore, Su Changqing didn't dare to arrogate his strength of 10,000 ranks, especially his game character is a beggar NPC. If he really has the qualifications to become an immortal, then he took the script of the estimated yellow robe, which is not even dare to think about. The Big Dipper's feats only allowed him to have the passive gold medal of immunity from death once, and after using it, he would need to cool down for a day. If you really fought with your opponent, you had to use the manifestation method immediately after triggering the immune to death passive to confuse your opponent with an illusion, and then vanish afterwards. Either he would release the illusion technique in advance first, but he didn't dare to be sure that those senior realm people would not realize it in advance, and he was afraid that he would alert the snakes. Su Changqing went through the process in his mind if he really crossed paths with a player or someone else later. After ensuring that everything was safe, Su Changqing's taut nerves only relaxed a little. He glanced around, and with a leap of his body, he jumped to a thick, tall tree, keeping his breath hidden and waiting to see what would happen. Chapter 13, Come Out. The moon slowly creeps up from the west. The night was another level deeper. In my ears were the cries of various fireflies, the sound of the wind, the rustling of leaves rubbing against each other. Su Changqing sat cross-legged on the trunk of the tree, keeping his breath astringent, his eyes half closed, feeling the movement of the minutiae around him, until the curved moon slowly becomes full and rises overhead. The moon was like day. The moonlight spilled under everything, and the shadows of the trees reflected on Su Changqing's hidden body in the dark. Click, click, the sound of feet on dead leaves on the ground. Su Changqing did not move and raised his eyes, following the sound. A pair of wearing embroidered shoes came into his eyes. The next moment, a woman dressed in red stepped out of the gloom, the moonlight shining on her, setting off that white skin somewhat abnormally in this dark moonlit night. Only her eyes lifted, her vision swept, and she let out a laugh. Come on out. Your Excellency is hiding in the shadows. So I guess you have been waiting for me for a long time. Su Changqing heard this and remained inactive, waiting to see what would happen. That red-clothed woman waited for a moment. No movement, sneered. Snow White arm more than a winding red whip, only to see her aura full open, the surrounding aura rolling, a red whip thrown towards the front. It is Su Changqing in front. Here we go. Su Changqing's gaze tightened and he was about to move to dodge, but he saw a dark shadow jump out in front of him, catching the opponent's red whip with his bare hands. Humph, I can't believe you found out. A crisp male voice sneered. Grass. Su Changqing cursed in his heart. When did he ambush someone in front of him? I'm all over it. Almost voluntarily exposed. Su Changqing's mind flashed through the scene when he landed just now, and he confirmed that not a single sound had occurred at that time. The breath is also always hidden. But, after all, he was flying down from the sky bright and early, and he wasn't sure if this man in front of him was aware of his presence. Most importantly, these two people in front of him would both be able to conceal their aura. Otherwise they wouldn't have realized that there was another ambush up in front of him only now. One might still be a sure thing. Two people who are both suspected players. That's a bit tricky. Gee, this immortal domain is that small? 9 players all in the neighborhood? In short, neither of these two can be kept. Su Changqing's mind was spinning fast at this moment, thinking about how to control 2 enemies with one move. But someone else got the jump on the action. The male cultivator below had already taken a quick step to do it. And in his hand he didn't know how much more of a dagger he had. And the other party quickly inserted it into the other party's dantian. Oh, with this skill you still learn to shout as, practice again in your next life. You. The woman in red looked down at the wound in her belly with wide eyes, her face full of shock. No, you don't have a next life. The male cultivator laughed viciously and added a palm strike at the other party's yuanshan. The shot fell hard, and the woman fell to the ground with her eyes open in a state of death. Su Changqing calmly watched the scene and waited for a long time without hearing the system prompt for the remaining players. Was it a coincidence that the player was just erased? But it's enough to prove that the person who died wasn't a player. There's also the possibility that the woman isn't dead through and through. This guy actually didn't mend his sword. Looking at him he wanted to go down and help him mend his sword twice. Fellow Dioist, come out. I know you've been watching from the shadows for a long time. The male cultivator searched out a key on the woman, then stood up and turned around, looking in the direction of Su Changqing and smiled. Su Changqing's grip on the wooden stick tightened. It seemed that his presence had long been detected. His internal breath was running and he was ready to make a move when the next moment a female cultivator dressed in purple flew out a few trees to the left of him. Su Evergreen, mind him fats, almost went out for nothing. And when did this guy ambush this place? He looked around without moving. There couldn't be anyone else in these trees. Oh, Taoist friendly eyes. Your breath betrays you. The purple-clothed female cultivator looked at the dead female cultivator on the ground. Her gaze shifted upwards, and she coldly said, hand over the key. Hand it over? The male cultivator questioned with a snort. Since I dared to meet you head-on, I'll be able to dispose of you as cleanly as I disposed of her. Or do you think your current cultivation is stronger than hers? Words fall tone. The male cultivator somehow pulls out the talisman. Dumped on the other side. A few sound blasting. The next moment we'll see the purple female cultivator feet appeared binding array. Nothing like will be the female cultivator mutilated around. Only to see the female cultivator eyes flooded with a chilling light. Heh, useless things. Just based on this point want to trap me. As the other party spoke, the spirit of hegemony erupted from his body, completely exploding those binding immortal ropes. Since I dare to come out and answer the battle with you, then I am certain to take your dog's life. When it was too late, the purple-clothed female cultivator instantly moved behind the male cultivator. A sneak attack yanked the other party's long hair as if Zhong Wuyan swung a sledgehammer, and threw the male cultivator in midair in circles. Asterisk 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 Q. The man gritted his teeth and quickly cut off his hair. In the next breath, the woman circled behind the man before he hit the ground and snapped another palm to the back of the other man's head, framing him on the ground. The two of them exuded a Mahayana stage cultivation aura, and at the same cultivation level, the male cultivator who was so spirited just now had no power to fight back. Su Changqing was a bit surprised. With his opponent fighting so fiercely, he took the risk of pinching a defense shield so that his opponent's moves wouldn't affect him. After all, there was a greater chance of being discovered if you sneaked away at this time. Now it looks like he's won the bet for the time being. The defense shield he had pinched using his psychic power didn't seem to be detected by either side at the moment. Su Changqing sat fixedly and watched the process of those two men exchanging blows. If the men had the upper hand just now, it was the women who had the upper hand now. The two went back and forth for a few moves before both sides became even again. Under the might of their Mahayana stage, mountains crumbled and trees were destroyed. If they had been paying attention, they could have seen an intact tree still standing strong at the base of the mountain where it had been flattened. Unfortunately, both of them fought anxiously. Both sides are dying at the moment. The male cultivator saw the situation is not good, turned around and fled. How could the female cultivator let go of this opportunity? She had intended to squat for the key so far, this key that could unlock the heavenly domain. She couldn't miss it. The purple-clothed female cultivator took advantage of the situation and gathered her last blow of spiritual energy, striking at the male cultivator's Dantian location. The male cultivator felt something and similarly struck out at the other party's genjutsu. Su Changqing looked at the situation of the two losers and sighed for a while. The flawless white moon shines high in the sky. The winds on the ground are still and the trees do not move, and everything returns to a moment of peace. After a long time, Su Changqing was still sitting on the tree, waiting to see what would happen. So far, no second person has jumped out. Waiting until dawn, Su Changqing jumped out and rummaged through the body of the male cultivator just now, pulling out the key from just now as well as a storage pouch with quite a few spirit stones and talismans inside. Su Changqing took back the bag and searched the storage bag on the female cultivator. Also some weapons and spirit stones, and similarly put it in the bag. He looked at the male and female cultivators on the ground, took out a small pill bottle, and poured a little unknown liquid on their corpses, and the two corpses immediately turned into a puddle of blood. Immediately after that, he rummaged through the location of the red-clothed female cultivator's body just now, repeating what he had just done, and watched with his own eyes as the body turned into some blood and water before he settled down. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the game system player survival prompts. So far no sound was made. The survival prompts did not come with a delay, so it was enough to prove that these three people were not players. Su Changqing looked at the small village in front of him. It seemed that remote places were not always safe. He was ready to land somewhere else. As he was about to fly with his imperial stick, a male cultivator fell from the sky in front of him. Hand over the key. Chapter 14, Letting You Stay Alive. Grass. Is this ever going to end? Su Changqing was silent for a while as he said in his heart. He looked at the male cultivator in front of him, with a head of white hair and a child's face, the golden pupils of his eyes gazing at Su Changqing like a god. This dignified basilisk-colored Chinese dress, the aura emanating from his body couldn't distinguish his cultivation realm, and his temperament wasn't a comparable one to the three cannon fodder just now. Damn! I'm sick of pretenders. Cultivators of high realms in this game world could travel back and forth to various realms, and as of now, the man in front of him was either at the transitional succession stage or a cultivator above the heavenly realm. Su Changqing sighed. He knew that the immortal cultivation realm was perilous. He didn't expect it to be so perilous. The mortal realm wasn't even on the same level as this. He jumped down to the ground, took hold of the wooden stick still suspended in midair, and hammered it into the ground, his eyes curving under his mask as he talked and laughed. Hand over the key and you'll go straight away? The other man looked like he had heard some kind of joke, and all he said was, let's keep you alive. It's a shame then, that it won't be as you wish. Su Changqing opened his arms and disappeared. Yi Shihua watched as Su Changqing's person and aura disappeared into the heavens and earth. His eyes darkened and an endless pressure erupted from his body. Boom! The heavens and the earth began to distort. It's an illusion. Yi Shihua's mind quickly flashed through Su Changqing's actions just now. When did he use the illusion just now? The most important thing about not being able to see his realm was that the other party didn't have a Yuanshan. To be precise, the lack of Yuanshan meant that the other party's cultivation was most likely less than the Yuaning stage. A person who has not reached the Yuaning stage has such ability in front of him. Yi Shihua's mind turned. Now is not the time to think about it much. Yi Shihua closed his eyes and frowned, and in the next moment the illusionary realm around him crumbled and shattered like a mountain forest. When he looked at heaven and earth again, there was no trace of the kid from earlier. After Su Changqing detached himself from the illusionary realm, he was flying non-stop with his stick. Grass. No one had told him that the immortal domain was so dangerous. He touched the mask on his face. Fortunately he had worn a mask when he came out, or else he would surely be wanted by the immortal cultivation world. This game world had a wanted list, and it would be hard to move an inch if his face was on the list. Su Changqing suddenly felt something in his heart to look back. It was only a minute before the other party broke his illusion. It gave him chills. Sure enough, a beggar NPC's character comes with feats that are as strong as they can be. This 9999 level Gunfu was nothing more than that. No more than a true immortal cultivation powerhouse. Su Changqing had to increase his speed, crossing one mountain after another. Suddenly a cyclone flew in. Su Changqing dodged sideways. The cyclone cut across his face mask. A gathering of divine consciousness. That guy just caught up with us. Yi Shihua raised his hand and aimed at Su Changqing's back with a gathering of spiritual energy, and an endless force struck him silently. The passive cooldown of the Big Dipper technique starts to take effect in one day. The heart of Su Changqing, who had no feeling in his body, trembled as if he was facing a great enemy, and he came to the dense jungle with a flash of his body. Yi Shihua sneered, confirming what was in his heart. He slowly returned to the ground and stopped in Su Changqing's front path. "You're a player?" Such direct words caused Su Changqing's pupils to tremble. How did he see it? Guessing his identity so accurately, he was a player too, or an acolyte who specializes in hunting players? For a moment, his mind went back and forth in 1,000 directions, seeing Su Changqing's body shape lurch. Yi Shihua smiled. "Surprised how I knew? A cultivator without a yuanshin can dodge a deadly strike from a true immortal. Except for players who have these evil feats. I can't believe it's this? What a tricky angle. But I didn't expect this person to be in the true immortal realm. Even if he was discovered, Su Changqing didn't intend to admit his player identity in person. Who knew what kind of trouble would be attracted after saying it? Maybe he was directly locked by the heavenly Tao mark of this world. He was always remembering the message of the system prompt, never reveal your identity as a player. If he had voluntarily admitted it, even if he was fortunate enough to solve the person in front of him, would such a person appear again behind him? The immortal domain is not on the same level as the mortal domain. This is a truly brutal immortal cultivation hunting ground, with countless great powers hiding their cultivation and hiding in the shadows. Su Changqing does not dare to bet. Since a player was killed yesterday, it proved that there were strong people all around that mountain forest at that time. Yi Shihua saw Su Changqing not picking up the fight. The sudden interest was instantly wiped out. It seems that this person still has a backhand. It is better to cut off the roots first. Without further ado, he snapped his fingers and struck again. Su Changqing agility power has been point full to an unknown number of levels, one followed by countless zero with ellipses. So much so that when he witnessed the other party striking, he was fortunately able to quickly dodge and succeed. "Ha! You players really deserve to die." Yi Shihua frowned. "It's people like that mess up their world." His heart was indignant, and when he raised his hand, countless golden handprints fell, densely packed, like a gentle rain falling on the person's body and on the earth. There are countless deep pits. Su Changqing's body had long been running the internal breath of the Heavenly Dipper and Earthly Fury skill, while launching the confusing illusions of the 10,000 elephants method. Cultivators always possessed a demon in their hearts, especially this kind of person who was angry at the mention of players. He didn't believe that none of the many illusions could poke at the heart. In addition to this, he also unleashed the mythical hand full blood technique, only that this condition of returning blood needed to be exchanged for a life. As for the exchange of lives, someone else besides himself can be selected. Su Changqing did not hesitate to pick the man in front of him. With all three spells, the blood on the panel when the opponent's lethal surprise hits them, continues to fall off. It went from a full-blooded 1 trillion. It went to the beginning of 9, held on for a few moments, and then dropped back to the beginning of 8. The good thing is that he is full of blood. Back to the spring poisonous milk method is powerful. The blood volume at the beginning of the fall to 8 later, kept for a period of time, and then rose back to the beginning of 9. Su Changqing could not take a beating for nothing during the attack. He likewise copied his wooden stick to painfully beat on Yi Shihua. Yi Shihua inexplicably felt a slight weakness in his body, and from the unarmed combat just now he also began to call out his immortal weapon for a battle. Seeing that the other party's wooden stick actually carried the attack of his immortal weapon so well, his eyes even crossed a trace of viciousness. The outpourings have been much more intense. True immortals and beggar NPCs fought to the death. The sun, which had been shining brightly in the morning, was now obscured from its glory by dark clouds. The two fought back and forth for more than 30 rounds. Grass. This true immortal realm's blood is so thick? Su Changqing was a bit anxious. His blood level is in emergency. The poisonous milk can't move the rate of blood loss. The blood level has dropped to the beginning of 2. Although his full blood level is so thick that he can't count how many zeros there are behind him. But if he continues to consume so much, he will definitely have to be finished. Just as he was anxious, between the two of them, a sword-wielding female cultivator rushed down to the sky and shouted, "Suffer death," followed by Su Changqing who kept attacking Yi Shihua. 2 against 1. With an additional unknown taunter, the fire was drawn away, and Su Changqing was under less pressure. The blood gradually milked back up. Chapter 15, Let's Go Home. A mere Mahayana stage. Get lost. Yi Shihua caught the female cultivator who fell from the sky with a sword, lifted the sword and flung it. The female cultivator was flung to the sky. Her body was injured by the opponent's might, and she rolled heavily to the ground. Su Changqing gave her a cool look, happy for nothing, thought it was a powerful character. It is better to rely on others than to rely on yourself. Suddenly the tip of his nose smelled a trace of a strange fragrance if any. Too late to be distracted. He hurriedly received Yi Shihua's slash. Perhaps an incense stick of time did not take Su Changqing's life. Yi Shihua was a bit furious. The last player was not as tricky as this. His pupils darkened, and in the blink of a fire, the blood bar on Su Changqing's panel crazily dropped blood. Done. He gritted his teeth and struck with the same force using his life's strength. In an instant, the sky and the world, the sea of clouds rolled over, and the sands of the earth rolled up. The two forces confronted each other. A mouthful of old blood spilled out of Yi Shihua's throat, and Su Changqing was no better. The force from both sides caused both men to receive varying degrees of damage. Ha! The moment the power completely exploded, both of them were simultaneously bounced off by each other's power. Su Changqing hand borrowed the wooden stick in his hand to support the ground to stabilize his body. He hunched his back, raised his hand and wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth, lifted his eyes to look. The other party is not dead. However, in the next second, he saw the familiar figure appearing above Yi Shihua's back. His eyes were stunned, only to see her stretch out her slender hand in the void above and twist it, without even touching a bit of the other party's body. Yi Shihua instantly exploded and died. Hu Bunny came out of nowhere and jumped to his side, pulling out an elixir and shoving it into his mouth with one hand. At the same time, while muttering and complaining in a low voice, "It's really unconscionable, and you have to ask the goddess to leave things behind and come here on purpose." Su Changqing froze, hung his head and looked at Hu Bunny, then raised his eyes to look at Xie Eveningqing. The elixir in his mouth melted away, sour and sweet. The panel's blood value recovers a little bit. After resolving Yi Shihua, Xie Eveningqing flew in front of him and extended a hand towards him. "Let's go. Go home." Su Changqing lowered his eyes and looked at the slender 5 fingers, pulled the corner of his mouth and raised his eyes. "Today's matter was planned by you?" Hu Bunny became anxious when he heard this. "What are you talking about? The goddess doesn't care to use this method. If she wants to, she has the means to make you willing." "Su Changqing, you might as well not say anything." Xie Eveningqing glanced faintly at Hu Bunny, who also knew that he had said the wrong thing and instantly silenced himself. "No," Xie Eveningqing said. "This man is an enemy of my immortal sect, and I'm curious as to how you came across him," said Xie Eveningqing looking at the empty palm of her hand. So she leaned forward and took the initiative to reach out and take his other dangling hand in hers. Just before she was about to pull Su Changqing out of this place, the female cultivator from earlier jumped out and cupped her fists towards Xie Eveningqing. "Many thanks to Senior for saving my life." Su Changqing looked at the other party. It was the person who suddenly made up for it from earlier but failed to do so. "It's not, is it? You're a Mahayana stage. And that strike of true immortal power just now didn't kill you?" Su Changqing asked offhandedly, looking at her with a somewhat odd look. Ever since he got a reminder from Yi Huashi just now, he now felt like a player when he looked at anyone. "My father had given me some of the life-preserving artifacts of the great Luo Golden Immortals," the other party said unhurriedly. Xie Eveningqing's eyes landed on the top of her head and looked at her for a few breaths. Ji Lingling clasped her fists and lowered her head, suddenly feeling a chill from head to toe. Her lowered head didn't dare to raise it. Xie Eveningqing looked at it for a moment to withdraw her eyes and turned around to lead Su Changqing away. Seeing this, Hu Bunny hurriedly followed. The wind blew the hem of her skirt, and the chill from just now instantly disappeared. Before Ji Lingling raised her head slightly, her face pale, and made sure that the two of them, a rabbit, disappeared between heaven and earth before she slowly let out a sigh of relief. Su Changqing's eyes closed and opened, realizing that he was indeed back in the original courtyard. Perhaps after the experience just now, this inexplicable and full of security enveloped the heart. "Tell me, how did you meet Yeshiva?" In the courtyard, Xie Eveningqing took him to sit under the pavilion and asked curiously. Su Changqing gave her a complicated look. "Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know?" Xie Eveningqing suddenly laughed a little. "So I'm so untrustworthy in your eyes?" Su Changqing gave her a what else look. Yi Shihua was once a disciple of the Rimsang sect, and then colluded with the demon race to collude with the clan to cause great losses, were expelled from the division. Rumor has it that he is the combination of the demon king and human cultivator's son. Half demon, half human. The transition period, with the help of his birth mother's genesis, rushed to the true immortal realm, and his birth mother perished due to the loss of her genesis. It's just that he used this method to break through the transition stage and cross over to the true immortal realm, which is against human morality and the heavenly Tao, making it difficult to enter the heavenly domain. And he's been searching for the key to enter the heavenly domain all these years. Xie Eveningqing unhurriedly told some of this person's deeds. After finishing, she took a sip of tea to moisturize her throat, gently put down the teacup to look at Su Changqing, and said again, "You're new to the immortal domain and haven't appeared in front of the public. Yi Shihua has no grudges against you, but ended up fighting you tooth and nail. So I'm guessing that key is on you?" Su Changqing inwardly digested Xie Eveningqing's words and looked at her. "You're an accurate guesser." He vaguely remembered that players needed level and realm restrictions to enter both the immortal domain and the celestial domain. The heavenly realm is only accessible to cultivators of the immortal realm and the emperor realm. the realm that game characters can only enter when they truly attain immortality and enter the true immortal realm, which is what they usually call the upper realm. But after all, it is a game. Before the game has not yet happened when the game into reality. That will not be a lack of true immortal realm as well as the golden immortal realm ranging from the game character stuck in the immortal domain. Thus, the immortal domain could be said to have quite a few true immortal, heavenly immortal, earthly immortal, and golden immortal realm cultivators. Now it seems that it turns out that these people ascending to the upper realms also wanted the key to unlock the heavenly domain. Receiving the other party's affirmation, Xia Evening Ching seemed to smile. To get such a chance after a trip out of the house. No wonder you're not willing to be trapped here. Looks like you have something you didn't get. Su Changqing was not in a good mood, knowing that still traps me inside this mountain nook. Xia Evening Ching just smiled faintly and did not reply. When the words got cold, Su Changqing then continued to ask the question he wanted to know. Questioning, are you in the golden immortal realm? Although Yi Shihua was also seriously injured at that time and looked dying, but the way Xia Evening Ching had just struck out looked silky smooth, with no trace of strain at all. Xia Evening Ching smiled faintly. Great Emperor Realm. It was actually a great emperor. Su Changqing relaxed back instantly squared up. Has been honest. He's definitely not a wimp. But from the heart. Cough. What are you? A great emperor realm. Doing in the immortal domain? The night you landed in my cold pool. It was in my heavenly palace. Not here. This was the first time Xia Evening Ching had explained such a long paragraph to him. And once again, Su Changqing digested it for a long time before finally hesitantly saying, you stayed in the immortal domain for me? It was no wonder that he would think so, mainly because Xia Evening Ching's last sentence was unclear. However, as soon as his words were uttered, Xia Evening Ching suddenly covered her lips and laughed out softly. I can't believe you have such a sense of humor. Chapter 17, Can Mr. Su start now? After that, for 4 consecutive nights, Su Changqing slept until dawn every night, and nothing happened. Xia Evening Ching still had the same routine as before, returning at sunset and working at sunrise. Su Changqing thought that the poison in the other party's body might have been resolved. For a few days he went back to doing nothing and not having to pay his rations at night. Only Hu Bunny still varied every day to give him some kidney tonic and aphrodisiac soup, which after Su Changqing's strong suggestion, was eventually changed to a soup for strengthening the body. It's night. Su Changqing huffed and puffed to sleep again, and half asleep suddenly felt someone beside him and immediately woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw Xia Evening Ching sitting beside his bed. He wasn't dreaming, was he? Su Changqing sat up and subconsciously held her wrist. It was solid and the body temperature was normal. Then he let go of his hand and said suspiciously, why are you here? You don't want me to come? That's not true. Su Changqing naturally wished for it. Otherwise how could he do his dual cultivation quest? But even if he wanted to, he couldn't go against the women's wishes. Not to mention the fact that the other party is so powerful that it's not certain who will eat who when the time comes. Are you done with your poison? Su Changqing asked. Xia Evening Cheng nodded her head and let out a soft I found a way to detoxify the poison while you were away, and I experimented with it over the past 2 days, and it's starting to pay off. Oh, and what do you want with me tonight? A double fix. Su Changqing suddenly remembered what Hu Bunny said 2 days ago. Didn't you say that the effect of dual cultivation with me is dispensable to you? Xia Evening Ching's complexion moved slightly. It seemed like she had said something like this, and it was indeed true. After all, the other party did not have a yuan shun. Nonetheless, her face remained unchanged, though her mouth still subconsciously defended herself with a sentence. The effect is minimal, but it's better than nothing. So honest? Su Changqing, there is one condition. If you want to double cultivate with me, there is one condition. Xia Evening Ching's eyes flickered and blinked, as if she had heard something incredible. Did she hear right? You say, after tonight, I'll go wherever you go, and I don't want to stay in this little hole anymore anyway. People engaged in the imprisonment of that set of locations is also a big heavenly palace, big mountain villa. This you a small hill counting how? Su Changqing stiffened his claim, and now he's swinging for the fences. Leaving him to stay in the small courtyard with no progress was no risk, but it was no different than being dead. The panel could not be upgraded, and he had worked hard for 1,000 years, all of which amounted to nothing. Xia Evening Ching looked at him good-naturedly for a while before uttering, good. You promise? Yes. Can Mr. Su start now? The next day, Hu Bunny watched with his own eyes as Su Changqing followed Xia Evening Ching out of the courtyard door, and his jaw dropped in shock. Ha! It raised its head to look at the sky. This hasn't changed the sky either. The goddess would even let Su Changqing follow her around? The moment Su Changqing walked out of the yard for the first time in a dignified and grand manner, he was in a soothing mood, and was also in the mood to appreciate this immortal atmosphere of the mountains and rivers. Come up. Xia Evening Ching inclined her head to look at him. Only after Su Changqing heard this did he retract his line of sight as he looked around. And when he looked at Xie Eveningqing he saw that there was a cloud underneath her feet. Although he had seen quite a few methods of flying with imperial beasts and swords, it was still rare for him to fly in the clouds. Su Changqing looked down at his feet and rushed up to the cloud, stepped on it, and it was soft. Where are we going with this? Hey, that mountain I passed by the other day. What do you do in the marginal life sect every day? Are you an elder here? Can you flip 100,000 miles on one heel with this prancing cloud? Su Changqing raved in Xie Eveningqing's ear all the way. So much so that Xie Eveningqing rarely showed a speechless expression. She seemed to sigh before she said, "You'll find out later. There's no need to say much." Upon hearing this, Su Changqing was silenced. However, since he followed behind Xie Eveningqing and flew with a cloud above the mountain range, the disciples of the sect below as well as those who flew by were all shocked. Nonetheless, the disciples who were flying with their imperial swords above Su stopped and nodded their heads in salute as they passed by Xie Eveningqing. Su Changqing, who hadn't spoken since just now, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when he saw this scene. In his heart, he was secretly surprised. He knew of Xie Eveningqing's respected honor, but he did not expect it to be to this extent. "You're the ancestor who started this place. Someone else." Hearing this, Su Changqing did not continue to ask. Xie Eveningqing's speed in the clouds was neither fast nor slow, and after he had seen the scenery of a few mountain tops he reached the golden top of a mountain range. Su Changqing looked at it, and it turned out to be a schoolhouse. The two of them landed smoothly. The clouds dissipated, and the disciples of the Source Life sect were gathering outside the academy waiting for Xie Eveningqing for a long time. And when they saw Xie Eveningqing descending, they all stepped forward to make a bowing pilgrimage. "Divine Maiden Sama, you're here." Su Changqing stood at the side of Xie Eveningqing, looking at this crowd of images. His heart moved slightly, inexplicably remembering the pyramid scheme missionary scene. Someone looked up at Su Changqing and cautiously inquired, "Goddess, this is Xie Eveningqing, pay no attention." After speaking, he walked straight ahead. The disciples consciously made a path, and after Xie Eveningqing entered the academy, the rest of the disciples followed behind. There were also quite a few disciples who curiously sized up Su Changqing, but didn't dare to look at him too much, and when Su Changqing met their eyes, those disciples retracted their eyes in a panicked manner and walked into the academy. This was the first time Xie Eveningqing had brought someone over, or a man. Everyone was inwardly shocked but didn't dare to say anything. Although they were curious about the person beside the goddess, they didn't dare to make unauthorized conversation due to the presence of the goddess. Su Changqing was self-aware and didn't follow him in, circling around outside twice, looking at the flowers, the grass, and the clouds, and finally finding a chair under a peach blossom tree and sitting down. He looked to the inside of the school hall. Xie Eveningqing was lecturing in the lecture hall, and the disciples below were listening as if they were mesmerized, but he couldn't hear the content of the speech inside. And he thought that the sect had set up a boundary in order to prevent the content of the teaching from being leaked. Xie Eveningqing worked every day at sunrise, but it was actually for the purpose of giving these disciples to come to class, which was something he had never expected. After all, Xie Eveningqing didn't usually have much to say to him, and naturally, he thought that this was a silent and non-verbal person. The literature class went on all morning. The disciples rested for a quarter of an hour, making noise in front of the academy, all tacitly invisible to Su Changqing. After all, they had also quietly looked at each other's cultivation and were hidden. There were only two possibilities for the cultivation to be imperceptible. One was that the cultivator was actively hiding, and the other was that the other party's cultivation was higher than their own cultivation. There are also two ways to actively hide the cultivation of the former. There is a kind of hidden internal breathing technique, cultivated to the great achievements of the party can let people do not notice out. The other, that is, there are magic treasures that conceal one's cultivation. At least it must be of the very best grade or above. As for the latter, how could a person in the Qi refining realm inspect a person in the Jindan realm cultivation with his divine sense, unless the Jindan realm actively dispersed to the pressure? Therefore, no matter what Su Changqing's situation was, everyone acted cautiously and didn't dare to be wild. By noon, the men began their martial arts lessons. The large bright hall in front of the academy was the practicing ground, and when these 30-odd disciples swung their swords and sparred here, Xie Eveningqing would be beside them to point out their weaknesses and shortcomings. Chapter 18. Are you the one who eats soft food by the side of the goddess? Su Changqing swept a glance. None of these disciples were ranging from the Jindan Yuanin realm. Thinking of Xie Eveningqing's previous self-destructive realm, it was hard to imagine how she had so much patience to be a teacher in a sect in the immortal people's domain that nurtured people's children. Until sunset, when it was time for classes to end, these trainee disciples thanked and bid farewell to Xie Eveningqing before leaving the academy one after another. Xie Eveningqing turned her head to look at Su Changqing. Still not leaving, By now, that cloud of hers was waiting ahead. Only when Su Changqing saw this did he get up and stretched his back and walked up slowly, flirting. It turns out that the goddess goes out early and comes back late every day to teach and educate people here. Xia Eveningqing twisted her head and withdrew her eyes after seeing him come over. Su Changqing saw that she didn't say anything and didn't care. She got on that cloud with her and rode the wind back to the divine feminine courtyard. There were quite a few people along the way who saw Su Changqing follow Xia Eveningqing into the main mountain with their own eyes. As he inwardly gathered his shock, he then thought of a male cultivator coming out from the main mountain there a few days ago, which I'm afraid is a person. Waiting for the second day, he again saw Xia Eveningqing bring Su Changqing alone to the academy for class. People couldn't figure out what the intention was. It stayed that way for the next 10 days, probably familiar to the eye. Someone had been secretly observing for a few days, and after resting after class, they boldly went up to talk to Su Changqing. Senior's immortal appearance is outstanding and extraordinary. I wonder if you are still accustomed to staying in the marginal life sect these past few days. Su Changqing would be standing at the edge of the cliff with his waist crossed looking at the sea of clouds below. Hearing someone like himself strike up a conversation, he turned his head and replied back, "It's not bad." Seeing Su Changqing talk back, so the other disciples also got close to him. Xia Eveningqing usually did not like to talk, only in the class to talk about the art of cultivation. But for the disciples' questions but also have questions and answers, is a qualified teacher. It was just that Xia Eveningqing's status was special, and thus most of the disciples didn't dare to get close enough to strike up a conversation, so as not to cause an unintentional act and overstep their bounds. I don't know where Senior is from. I think he's from a prestigious clan in the Central State. Central State? I don't know. Xia Eveningqing confined him to his side also closed off the information he communicated with the outside world. Ask back. Su Changqing glanced at Xia Eveningqing who was resting with a fan inside the academy. I am from the same place as Xia. He paused, not knowing if these people knew Xia Eveningqing's name, and in order not to cause trouble for her, he smiled and changed his words. Goddess. The hell knows which place Xia Eveningqing came from. He could never just say plainly and explicitly that he had just come up from the mortal domain. Isn't that the same as revealing that you're actually a know-it-all? Later on there will be to come and have a provocative mocking declaration of war punch in the face scene with him. And Xia Eveningqing seemed to hear what he said, raised her eyes and inclined her head towards the window, just bumped into his line of sight, only to see Su Changqing's eyes curved imperceptibly for a moment. Seeing this, she slowly retracted her line of sight. When the big guys heard this, they instantly rose in adoration. Being in the same place as the goddess, wouldn't it mean that this person was just as unfathomable as the goddess? Senior is so powerful? Another cultivator standing on the side was shocked. Su Changqing returned a pretentious smile. The rest of the people were silently listening to the conversation between the Tongdao and Su Changqing while relaxing at the Ming Hall. When they heard Su Changqing say that he and the goddess came from the same place, they were shocked a few more points inside and couldn't help but look at him a few more times. And finally they looked towards Xia Eveningqing without moving. Everyone was a cultivator with the Dao, without any anti-peeping boundaries. This bit of hearing could naturally listen to Su Changqing's words. Then Xia Eveningqing naturally listened to them as well. However, seeing that Xia Eveningqing didn't seem to have much of a reaction, everyone had a little more awe in their hearts for Su Changqing. In that case, this lord is also a man not to be messed with. When break time came, the disciples who were outside the academy went back to their classrooms. Su Changqing had nothing to do. His eyes turned, looking for something interesting, and finally landed on the acacia tree behind the schoolhouse that was caged into the clouds. The acacia trees are large and leafy, with branches that look like stretching dragon ridges, cascading like a huge umbrella cover. With a thought, Su Changqing came to the top of the acacia tree, only to realize that there was a white-haired and old grandfather above who was meditating with his eyes closed. Seemingly sensing the arrival of an outsider, he opened his old eyes and saw a young male cultivator standing in front of him. This son has a steady breath and a solid chassis, much more sophisticated than those vegetable dogs below who have practiced for decades. The two of them stared wide-eyed for a while. He also did not expect that there was a person here. Usually he also occasionally came here to see the scenery. Are not such a coincidence. Elder disturbed, Su Changqing politely said, then lifted up the hem of his clothes and walked to the side to sit down smoothly with his legs crossed. Gao Qianxian looked at his pleasant appearance and was silent for a moment. He turned his head and swept his gaze downwards. Ordinary regular clothes, not a disciple of the sect. And then he remembered the man that Xia Eveningqing had brought by his side in the recent days when he was a buzz. These days only heard the sound of the wind, do not see the real person. Today he had nothing to do to come here to turn around. I did not expect to really run into me here. You're the one who follows the goddess around and eats soft food? The old man's voice flowed into his ears, and Su Changqing turned his head to look at him with a hint of shock in his eyes. You saw that coming? This old man. What a good eye. He. Senior can't say that nonsense. Gao Tianxiong hummed and laughed, raising his hand and stroking his white beard with an expression that I have long since seen through. Are you an elder here? That said, after all this time, he had yet to meet this clan's talking elder. Deacon. This was the first person Su Changqing had seen these days who looked like he had some Taoist skills. It should also be an elder-level position at that age. Strangely enough, there were 12 mountains in this Yuan Shang sect, and together with Xie Eveningqing's main mountain there were a total of 13 mountains. So many hills, such a building so majestic, and only 100 or so disciples here. It's an inner disciple and a miscellaneous disciple. One man for several duties: weeding the herb garden, watering, alchemy, sword fighting, and drawing charms. This has led to different faces of students coming to class every day. However, at the time of the lesson, someone would take a shadow stone to record the lesson taught by Xie Eveningqing, so that those disciples who had important matters on their mind and couldn't come to the lesson could learn from it. Gao Tianxiong lightly coughed twice, slightly straightened his grooming and collar, and stroked his beard as he slowly said, I am the sect leader of the Marginal Life sect, as well as an elder and deacon who also holds major positions. Su Changqing was silent. He probably knew the reason he hadn't seen an elder in so long. It's a three-less clan. The sect master is good at it, proficient in all arts. Su Changqing complimented without going out of his way. He took a look at the other party's cultivation and realized that the other party was sizing himself up with a gaze that seemed to be looking at his own cultivation as well. The two men's eyes collided and they were caught in each other's face, both of them coughing lightly in embarrassment. When Gao Tianxiong looked at Su Changqing's cultivation, if he was on the same path as Xie Eveningqing, he hit on the idea of letting people teach disciples. When Su Changqing looked at Gao Tianxiong's cultivation, he was thinking, what kind of cultivation does this old man have to invite a great emperor's position to teach under the eaves of this old raggedy little house? Even if Xie Eveningqing had been a disciple of this immortal sect, if she didn't want to, no one could force her. Chapter 19, Do you need a reason to like it? How long have you known the goddess? Not being able to see the other party's cultivation, Gao Tianxiong changed his question. Su Changqing did not reply to his words and asked instead, Are you her master? I can't teach a disciple like that. That's right. If Xie Eveningqing was his disciple, the following disciples of the Marginal Life sect should have called her a senior sister. Instead of opening and closing their mouths with the phrase Lord Goddess, he also didn't think that Xie Eveningqing would accept disciples. Thus, Su Changqing's conversation with the old Taoist came to a point, and Gao Tianxiong, seeing that he couldn't ask anything, also put away his mind. He thought it would be better to ask Xie Eveningqing directly. Su Changqing thought the same thing and asked about the situation when she went back after class. The two just sat there until the sun set. When Xie Eveningqing got out of class, Su Changqing waited early in front of the Ming Hall and returned to the Divine Feminine courtyard as usual. You're in the immortal domain just to teach these disciples? There are a few reasons. Is this your former clan in the lower realms? Yes and no. Stayed for a while. So the clan you used to stay in was so down and out? There wasn't even a teaching elder, and the other deacons were nowhere to be seen. When he went back, Su Changqing asked questions at length, and this time, Xie Eveningqing had the rare ability to answer all the questions. Falling down, Hu Bunny lying in the swing under the laurel tree swayed, and spoke out to pick up. In the past, the Rimsong sect was not called the Rimsong sect, but the Hong sect, and 1,000 years ago, it was the world's one immortal sect that no one knew about. How did you fall? Su Changqing was curious. Thousands of years ago out of a clan called Wat Shushan. After a clan war, the Hongmen clan was greatly injured, and then came out Yi Shihua this traitor. The Hongmen clan was greatly injured once again, and then later, the world was in turmoil. There is only a master order and the tablet, and a Hongmen's last disciple. Su Changqing's heart boiling like a river. He used to be online when he signed in to clock in. Nothing to click on the leaderboard. The list of 1 to the list of 5 all the way down, belonging to the Shushan clan. At that time, list 1 had already played to the late Mahayana realm. It's just that the leaderboard disappeared when the game shone into reality. Otherwise it's full of hunted lists. He composed himself. So the last disciple of the original Hung sect changed the clan's Zongji and changed the name to today's Marginal Life sect? That's right. Once a proud son of heaven in the scenery of Chiyu, he actually grayed his hair and aged his face overnight. This was a sign of regression in cultivation. Gao Tianxiong, who was already in the late stage of the ferrying realm, retreated to the late stage of the Mahayana realm overnight, and reopened the sect to extend the incense. Only later he felt that the name Hongmen was unlucky, so he changed it to the Marginal Life sect. The rabbit was lying on the swing, swaying slightly, and looked at the rising crescent moon above with open eyes, and as a rabbit, he also felt a slight hint of sadness. Xie Eveningqing sat under the pavilion, gazing at the distant sea of clouds, feeling the fresh breeze blowing, hearing Hu Bunny's reminiscences. and did not interject. Only Su Changqing's voice slowly came out. No wonder. Today I met an old man there at the academy who claimed to be the head of the marginal life sect. Right. So the number one immortal sect now is Mount Shu. Yes. He's the sect leader of the marginal life sect. Gao Tianxiang. After that sect master handed over the teaching to the goddess, he didn't care about things and didn't see anyone the whole day. As for the Shushan sect you mentioned, the sect was exterminated a long time ago. The sect leader of the marginal life sect has taken revenge? Just him? Hu Bunny was disdainful. If he really had this ability, he wouldn't need to invite the goddess to teach these disciples the art of learning and recognizing gongfu and cultivation. Seeing this, Su Changqing turned his head to look at Xia Evening Chang. The sect leader is your senior brother? Xia Evening Ching shook her head, and before she could open her mouth, Hu Bunny grabbed the opportunity to speak again. Are you kidding? Goddess doesn't have such a wasteful senior brother. Gao Tianxiang gave me what I wanted, and in exchange, I preached for him. What is it? Su Changqing casually asked, but he didn't expect Xia Evening Ching to actually take it out. A round mirror appeared in the palm of his hand. Su Changqing did not think to look at it. It is very plain and strange. Just after the belly laugh, suddenly a huge exclamation appeared above the round mirror. Su Changqing's pupils shook violently. What is it? Wanxiang mirror. Can penetrate the past to view the future. Is once the Hongman sect's town treasure. Only after I got my hands on it did I realize that there was a crack on it. So I couldn't view the future. I could only check the past and present. Su Changqing's inner turmoil was not the reason for the universal mirror. Since obtaining the Tao body, several of his upgrade quests had been obtained from Xia Evening Chang, and now that another Wanxiang mirror had appeared, it was also from her. Just by hearing that name, he knew that it was the upgrade condition required for his manifestation method. How many treasures does Xia Evening Ching have on her? Why are they all on her? Gao Tianxiang is so willing? Just for the sake of those disciples, taking out the clan's treasures to exchange terms with you? Of course he is not so stupid. When the Hong sect destroyed the sect, this is the key to his transition period. At that time all the divisions were slaughtered of, leading to the emergence of his heart demon, almost going into the devil. For this reason he reopened the mountain and established the sect. On top of that, he asked me to protect this sect for 300 years. Now also the days are coming to an end. How many more years? 30 years. Su Changqing took the round mirror from his hand and carefully examined it, and there was indeed an inconspicuous tiny crack on it. He held it in his hand, and the game system in his head didn't indicate that the quest had been successful. The exclamation point at the top was still there. It seems to require the other person to ask and agree to give it to them. Send me. Xia Evening Ching's eyes blinked. Those eyes seemed to say, are you serious? Even Hu Bunny had to look at Su Changqing in a different light when he heard this, secretly slandering how this person was so brazen. Su Changqing was not the slightest bit weak. Instead, he was still a bit justified. He said, at the very beginning, we have agreed that letting me stay here on those two things won't be enough, and now I have my eye on it. Xia Evening Ching didn't get angry, but instead laughed out loud. You do specialize in picking things that are worth money. Saying that, she slightly hooked her finger and the piece of mirror in Su Changqing's hand flew back to her. Other than this, the others are yours to choose from. Xia Evening Ching refused his request. No way. Su Changqing strongly rejected her refusal. Why? Xia Evening Ching raised an eyebrow, hearing the unusual. Do you need a reason to like it? Chapter 20 Exchange. Xia Evening Ching was non-committal. It's true that liking doesn't need a reason, but it's also not a reason for me to willingly give it to you. Doesn't that mean she's worked for nothing for the past 300 years? Su Changqing instantly feel meaningless. The other party has said so he cannot snatch it. The most important point, the other party force value is placed there. But he did come close to reaching a level break with this one piece. He took a step back. There is only one universal mirror in the world? Xia Evening Ching this will finally feel out a little doorway, combined with Su Changqing a while ago to leave this place without any attachment to the performance of. She said, there is only one piece of this in heaven and earth, or I would not have made this deal with others. Getting an affirmative reply, Su Changqing's heart went cold. With just this one piece, wouldn't that be a total loss? Probably Su Changqing's disillusionment is too obvious. Xia Evening Ching looked in her eyes but she couldn't bear to see this expression. She lowered her eyes and played with the mirror. The clear surface of the mirror reflected her immortal jade face. After a moment's silence, she said, what do you have that you can trade with me? The downtrodden Su Changqing was still thinking about how to coax his hand when he heard this pleasant voice. He asked, what do you want? She replied, what do you have? These words made Su Changqing fall into contemplation. Asking what is there in one who has been a beggar? Isn't this asking in vain? He took out his own storage bag and emptied the inside onto the table, and the scattered items were reflected in front of his eyes. There was the bag of gold coins given by Xia Evening Ching earlier, the spirit stones and some talismans from the 3 cannon fodder that he had scavenged on his last thrilling day trip out, as well as a few small weapons, and the key that opened the heavenly domain. Xia Eveningqing looked at the items on the table, and she, who was rarely silent, fell completely silent. Su Changqing would be lowering his head this time and shaking off his storage bag, reaching inside again and pulling out a ring. He stared at the ring for half a day. The pink jade carved into the shape of a flower, crystal clear, and he was recalling the origin of the item when a pair of flourishing hands took it. Su Changqing raised his eyes and looked over. Xia Eveningqing was sizing up the ring. The other parties seemed to be very interested in it. He also stared at the memories for half a day, and finally remembered, as if it was a quest item rewarded by the system after completing some side quest. At first, he thought it was some kind of storage ring, or a ring containing an old grandfather, but it turned out that no matter whether he dripped blood, pushed his spiritual energy against it, or probed it with his divine sense, the ring was unmoved. In the end, Su Changqing got an argument that this should be an ordinary good-looking decorative ring. Nothing to spawn the ring. Seeing Xia Eveningqing's interest in it, he said, "If you like it, how about exchanging it for this?" Xia Eveningqing, however, was in no hurry to answer and asked, "Where did you get this thing?" "Not much impression. It should be from which dead cultivators searched. Either picked up somewhere, felt good looking and put it away." "What's wrong with this ring?" Xia Eveningqing shook her head. "Something from the divine race." Su Changqing was shocked throughout. Divine race? Wouldn't that be a divine treasure? There's a species of gods in this game? When he created his character he also had an option A. Xia Eveningqing placed the ring on the table. Looking at his expression and the words he had just said did not look like there was any falsehood. It did look like he didn't recognize it. Or else how could such an important thing be taken out in front of him? "It's kind of fun. What the hell is this? What's the use?" Su Changqing picked up the ring and took a closer look. Other than some luster, there was nothing. The Supreme Qing Xian ring, which can link the Xian veins of heaven and earth, is even more marvelous when combined with the Supreme Qing technique. Xia Eveningqing faintly said. Unfortunately, this was the technique she cultivated. Su Changqing, change? Xia Eveningqing looked at the Wanxiang mirror in her hand and pondered for a moment. Good. Su Changqing was delighted. His face composed. Confirmed? You can't go back on your words. Aha. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing picked up her free right hand, paused for a moment, and seeing that the other party's index finger carried an S-shaped thin filigree gold ring, he put the ring on her middle finger. Not too big, not too small, perfect fit. Su Changqing happily took back the round mirror from her left hand. Successful bonding. Su Changqing froze. What kind of bond? Hearing this kind of prompt for the first time was a bit confusing. He subconsciously looked at the round mirror in his hand, followed by another familiar voice. Congratulations to the player for completing the Wanxiang Law Branch quest, detecting whether the player's level reaches the breakthrough condition. Whether to break through. Su Changqing silently returned a yes in his heart. The panel has changed. NPC basic information. Role, Su Changqing. Race, human, awakened. Realm, late fairy realm, breakable. Level, 10,000. Life, 1000000/1000000. Experience, 1000000/1000000. Occupation, beggar LV. 1000, transferable asterisk. Technique, Big Dipper technique LV. 10,000, can be broken. Manifestation method LV. 10,000, breakable asterisk. Myriad hands LV. 1000, breakable asterisk. Weapon, a plain wooden stick. Dao body, innate extreme yang Dao body LV 25, 6 out of 10. Primordial spirit, innate extreme yang Dao body LV. 30 unlocked asterisk. Attribute information, available attribute points 0. Strength, 1000000000000. Breakable. Agility, 1000000000000. Breakable. Endurance, 1000000000000. Breakable. Su Changqing's two eyes lit up. So many new red dots. In the way of someone around him. He retracted the panel and waited for a person to be idle before slowly looking at it. And Xia Eveningqing would be curious about the newly acquired divine artifact. Her left hand rested on her right hand, her finger rubbing the ring. She closed her eyes, and she really felt the unusual heaven and earth metaphysical pulse chi. She coveted feeling this power, and it took a few moments before her eyes opened. Let's temporarily suspend the matter of dual cultivation for tonight. Xia Eveningqing got up and said. Su Changqing nodded, expressing no opinion on this. So the two men went to their houses and studied their new discovery. Hu Bunny stroked his chin, looking at the backs of the two parting ways, and then looking at the sky that was still dusk. He muttered, so I don't have to cook tonight? Hu Bunny couldn't wait to not have to cook for Su Changqing, so he also slipped out to find his own fun. After Su Changqing entered the house, he immediately opened the panel and immediately checked the realm situation. He had actually jumped into the transitional stage, not in vain for all the hard work he had done on the quests over the years. At first, he was worried that he would start from practicing chi after the realm was displayed, but fortunately, his worry was superfluous. Otherwise he would really be angry and laugh, and then honestly start to ascend the cultivation level. Su Changqing checked the conditions for a transitional stage breakthrough, which required a transitional stage pill. Luckily it's just one kind, so you should be able to get it. Looking at the occupation column again, it is transferable, and there are no conditions for transferring. Luckily, if he'd had to get another transfer voucher in order to transfer, he really wouldn't have known where to get this. As it happened, a familiar system tone popped into his head. Player's profession is detected to be transferable, whether to transfer or not. Without hesitation, Su Changqing replied in his mind, yes. In the next second a golden light appeared before his eyes, and there was a new change in the information on the career bar. Chapter 22. Tired of it? Xia Evening Qing turned to look at him. Tired of it? Su Changqing shook his head. It's not that I'm tired of it, it's just that I'm a bit bored. I want to learn how to make pills. Do you have a pills furnace? As you wish. Xia Evening Qing retracted her eyes and said indifferently, preparing to leave when Su Changqing caught up and asked, what about the Dan furnace? Xia Evening Qing, should I say not to say that this guy asking her to take something is really getting smoother and smoother? Just ask Hair for it. Seeing that the other party maintained a cold and frosty demeanor throughout the day, Su Changqing followed beside her and joked, Goddess-sama won't be uncomfortable without my company today, right? Xia Evening Qing paused and looked at him. Indeed it will be uncomfortable. The opponent's sudden straight ball caused Su Changqing to be slightly stunned. He never thought that Xia Evening Qing would directly admit it. He looked at Xia Evening Qing. The other party's expression did not look like a fake and his tone was serious. The serious look made him not know how to react for a while. How can I put it? After spending time with Xia Evening Qing these days, I found that she never shrank from expressing her psychological feelings. There's never one way to say it. That. However, without waiting for Su Changqing to finish, Xia Evening Qing had already voiced out. But it doesn't matter. If you want to refine pills then you don't have to go to the academy with me. As the words fell out of his mouth, the person had already left on his own. Su Changqing looked at the other party's faraway figure. Why did he feel that this back was a bit forlorn today? As the sun rose, Hu Bunny hopped out of some rabbit hutch and yawned as he appeared in the yard. After it saw that Su Changqing was still in the courtyard and froze, it rushed forward and curiously said, you're not going out with the goddess today? Rest for 2 days. By the way, Xia Evening Qing asked you to give me a cauldron. I want to refine pills. You want to refine pills? Hu Bunny gave him a sidelong glance, somewhat questioning his skill. This guy's always hanging around on weekdays. Does he still have it in him? No? Yes. What do you want to refine? Why don't I just help you and forget about it, lest you blow up the furnace? Su Changqing smiled faintly and rejected the goodwill. The dead rabbit and Xia Evening Qing are of the same mind, and the name transition pill will surely create suspicion. Seeing that the other party didn't accept his good intentions, Hu Bunny was also too lazy to care about him, so he rummaged through the tool room for half a day and rummaged through a spirit-level Dan furnace. This was the lowest-ranked pot of Dan furnace in the Divine Feminine Academy. This magic weapon is further divided into 5 major divisions, namely, the Mortal Order, Spiritual Order, Earth Order, Heavenly Order, Immortal Order, and Divine Order. A Spirit Order pill furnace for Su Changqing should be more than enough, mainly because he was afraid that he, who seemed to be clueless, would blow up its Immortal Order pill furnace. When Su Changqing took the Dan furnace, Hu Bunny asked again with concern, what kind of Dan do you want to refine? I have to prepare the materials for you. He pulled out a Dan formula from his pocket and pointed to a random Dan formula, 9-turn rejuvenating grass, 1000-year Ganoderma lucidum, purple gold blood ginseng, dragon scale fruit. Hu Bunny glanced at the 9 revolutions returning Yuan pill, which could reunite the injured and dispersed Yuanshin with a new one. To make it this big right off the bat? That's not something a normal Dan master can practice. Is it really something? Hu Bunny honestly prepared the materials with a skeptical attitude and stood aside to watch Su Changqing's steps of alchemy. The first time he was stared at by a rabbit to do something, Su Changqing was still a bit unaccustomed to it. He looked at Hu Rabbit, no stealing from the master. Sure enough, after Hu Bunny heard this, he walked away with a blank look. Who cares? That being said, it still found a place to hide and secretly check on Su Changqing's situation. Beginning alchemy. It's still a little exciting to be making pills for the first time. Su Changqing rubbed his palms together and followed the steps above one by one. He controlled the fire of the spirit fire in a raw manner and rotated the Dan furnace with one hand. carefully listening through the first stage. Look at the hiding in the dark Who Rabbit anxious straight off the rabbit hair. This guy looks like it is not like alchemy veterans. It's simply too new to be in your hands. Heartbreaking, really heartbreaking for those materials. Su Changqing really got Xia Evening Qing's favor, and Hu Bunny didn't dare not to take the Dan formula specified by Su Changqing. Nonetheless, it couldn't jump out at the moment to immediately stop Su Changqing's movements and take over to salvage the elixir. Otherwise, with Su Changqing's black-hearted nature, in case the alchemy fails, the bastard will definitely put the blame on it. In the second stage, there was no need to rotate the Dan furnace, and Su Changqing breathed a sigh of relief, as long as he kept the fire at the same level. This sizzling spirit fire puffed out the heat, and Su Changqing was so hot that he wiped the sweat that rose on his face. 2 hours have passed and we are in the third stage, so we can free our hands and prepare to collect the fire. It was nearing noon. Su Changqing sat on a small bench, holding a fan in one hand while staring at this Dan furnace situation. The fire gradually went out, and when it was completely extinguished, Su Changqing hurriedly stood up and opened the lid. A Hongmeng Qi shot straight up into the sky, and a colorful divine radiance Qi hovered in the sky above. The disciples of the marginal life sect felt something in their hearts and looked up. The light was emitted from the divine feminine courtyard. Who did Lord Hu Hair make the divine elixir for? Even Xia Evening Qing, who was teaching far away on another mountain peak, was subconsciously attracted by this novel phenomenon, and she inclined her head to look away, unable to discern the color of her eyes. After a few breaths, she withdrew her sight and looked at the group of disciples in front of her who were attracted by the phenomenon, and opened her mouth. Is it pretty? At this sound everyone immediately withdrew their eyes, not daring to sweat. Su Changqing looked at this divine-grade spiritual pill in front of him and was shocked. To refine a divine-grade pill in one go. What strength! He pinched the elixir and rubbed his chin, secretly saying, is it possible that it's the effect of the Myriad Hands rejuvenation technique? In the quests at the beginning of Myriad Hands, there are a handful of spirit herb quests in addition to gold quests. Thus, even though there was no connection about alchemy in the description of the Gongfu, it wasn't difficult to deduce that his alchemy was connected to this. And at this moment, Hu Bunny, who was hiding in the shadows, sucked in a breath of cool air. This person actually does have this kind of ability. This is a spirit-ranked Dan furnace. It looked towards Su Changqing's hand weighted the black-colored elixir that was lingering with divine radiance. Hu Bunny blinked his eyes and jumped in front of Su Changqing, stretching out his rabbit paw and gently tugging on his coat corner. Brother, how did you do it? Brother, teach me. Divine elixir. It has never succeeded in its life. If it could be upgraded to a divine product, it would be able to pull another full wave in terms of price when it took orders in the future. He looked down at Hare and leered. How's that? I only saw Hu Bunny move his ears and shake both hands up and down in obeisance. Little brother worships you. Not questioning me anymore? No. Hare shook his head with great eye roll and his rabbit ears flopped around. Good talk. Su Changqing struck the iron while it was hot and immediately asked it to prepare a few Dan formulas, which included the Dan formula for the transition Dan mixed in. Hu Rabbit is in the end Xia Evening Qing Imperial Alchemist. This guy really doesn't do things sloppily. It first looked carefully at the few Dan recipes on it and frowned. Su Changqing noticed the other party's expression and calmly asked, what's wrong? Chapter 23, could it be that I really have a talent for alchemy? There are no dragon scales or phoenix feathers in the treasury. Su Changqing glanced at it. What Hu Bunny was talking about in his mouth were the ingredients for the 9-turn soul restoration pill. So you have the ingredients for the transition pill? Seeing this, he casually said, then change it. Su Changqing flipped through a few pages and casually pointed to a spirit-gathering pill, which was the simplest. This one has, said Hu Bunny went to the storehouse and carried out all those materials backed up. As he was about to start the pot and open the furnace, Hu Bunny gave him a replacement immortal rank Dan furnace. Brother, use this one. Su Changqing took it, looked at the quality of this cauldron and gave it a sidelong glance. I don't even want to talk about you. Hare twitched his ears and walked over to him and sat down, looking like a good student ready to learn. Watch this, I will only teach it once. Su Changqing pretended to follow the alchemy methods on it one by one. To be honest, this time he is also a little uncertain whether it can become, in case of failure, can be finished. Thus, he first refined a handful of the most common spirit-gathering pills. An hour later, the polyjuice pill is complete. The moment the lid of the Dan furnace was picked up, not only Hu Bunny stretched his head nervously, Su Changqing was also a little nervous. Swoosh! Another divine radiance shot straight up into the sky. A man and a rabbit looked up at the sky, their black eyes reflecting the brilliant glow in the sky. Steady! Su Changqing's hanging heart finally relaxed. Could it be that I really have a talent for alchemy? At this time, Hu Bunny's heart cannot be calmed for a long time. We must know that not many people in this world can refine the divine grade level of pills and artifacts, and can reach the immortal grade is the peak. It slowly turned its head to place its gaze on Su Changqing. Its divine sense moved slightly, not seeing the other party's cultivation situation. To be able to refine a divine elixir, one was definitely not a cultivator below the true immortal realm. Su Changqing picked up these 10 spirit-gathering pills. Spirit-gathering pills could help cultivators quickly recover their spiritual energy while speeding up the absorption of spiritual qi. The better the grade, the thicker and purer the returned spiritual qi would be. See? Hare's ears drooped downward. Seeing is understanding. But Su Changqing's operation was so raw that it was visible to the naked eye, almost like a layman. Could it really make it according to Su Changqing's practice? See it then try it. Su Changqing stood aside and pointed. Hu Bunny also had the exact same intention, and similarly experimented with the spirit-gathering pill. An hour later, the third divine radiance hovered above the divine feminine courtyard. Hare tilted his head back and froze, his half-dropped earlobes jerking up. It became? You're really going to let Su Changqing give you some pointers for once? Is it really not a blind cat that finds a dead mouse? Hu Bunny blinked his eyes at those pills and jumped up. I've become one? You became. Su Changqing gratifyingly patted its back, and at the same time, he was also a little surprised, not expecting that he just casually taught it, and Hu Rabbit did just that, and the divine elixir became a success. Is this going to be a little too easy? But while speaking he naturally put away those Dan formulas and walked back to his room with the Dan furnace. Practice well. I'm going to specialize in the Dan Dao to go during this time, so I don't have to cook my rice. Hu Bunny would be immersed in joy, and when it came back to its senses, it realized that Su Changqing had already returned to his room. There was also a small sign on the door. Do not disturb in the middle of alchemy. It's not even midnight, and the sun is still shining. Hare withdrew his eyes and went on to try the next furnace. Su Changqing slipped back to the room. Light door. Closed the window. Thought about it. Did not set up anti-peeping boundary? With Xia Evening Qing's strength, see through his boundaries simply do not too easy. Still, he pinched a boundary that blocked out outside sounds. He found an empty seat and sat down, and began practicing the transitional Dan. As the sun set, Xia Evening Qing came back to see Hu Bunny still tinkering with alchemy in the courtyard, which would be just the right time to wrap up, only to see it open the lid of the furnace. Another powerful divine radiance shot straight up into the sky. This was the fourth time this divine radiant chi had appeared. Hu Bunny was so excited that he saw Xia Evening Qing come back and excitedly came in front of her. Divine Maiden Lord, I've refined a divine elixir. Xia Evening Qing was curious. You finally broke through. How did you do it? It was Big Brother Su who taught me. Hu Bunny said excitedly. Xia Evening Qing raised her eyebrows. Oh, it seems like he's helped you a lot. You've even changed your name to call him Big Brother Su. Saying that, her gaze sought to fall, her sight on the sign hanging in front of the door of Su Changqing's room. And again, he's making pills? Well, he said he's going to delve into the Dan Dao during this time. How did he teach you? In the past, when I taught you, you said that you couldn't realize it. Xia Evening Qing came to be interested. This rabbit is a divine pet that she personally cultivated. Hu Rabbit learns things quickly and smartly, whether it's drawing talismans in alchemy or refining weapons. The starting hand is at the immortal class, and the enlightenment is much higher than that of an ordinary cultivator. Even so, its technology can only reach the level of immortal. Hu Bunny told Xia Evening Qing all about what Su Changqing had taught it about alchemy today, and Xia Evening Qing sat on one side of the courtyard and listened, occasionally looking over at Su Changqing's room. There was no anti-peeping boundary, and one could clearly see that Su Changqing was concentrating on alchemy at the moment. After taking a look at her, she withdrew her eyes and Hu Bunny added, Does Goddess know what realm Big Brother Su is in? The true immortal realm of the uncharted Qi. What do you mean by not yet Qi? Hu Bunny wanted to ask again, but Xia Evening Qing was no longer in the courtyard. Day by day, turning to 49 days later, Su Changqing stayed awake day and night for 49 days and finally became a Dan. The moment the Dan furnace was opened, a golden cloud of 7-colored Qi was also coiled above the roof, the symbol of a divine elixir being refined. Su Changqing looked at the 2 completed transition Dan in front of him, and sighed in his heart. This rate of completion is also too little. In the next second, a picture appeared before his eyes now, a huge exclamation mark floating above the Dodo Dan. He did pick up a capsule and swallowed it, and before the changes could be produced in his body, a familiar system tone appeared in his head. Congratulations to the player. The completion of the Ferryman's Dan branch quest is complete. Whether or not to break through the late stage of the Ferryman's realm. Yes. Words fall. Su Changqing will see a golden light from the sky, straight to the Skyling Eye. The next moment their own breath is connected to heaven and earth. Lingering around a powerful and ineffable force is a little bit of gnawing his flesh, sinews and bones, hard to endure. Su Changqing for the first time felt what is called the pain on the cultivation. Usually when upgrading the body did not feel anything. At most, the power to add some points can feel that they become strong tendons. He was still worried that Xia Evening Cheng would think so when she saw the tribulation heavenly thunder landing. However, when this thought just came out, the rumbling thunder could be heard in his mind, and the immortal spirit power lingering around his body began to carry the thunder and lightning drilling into his body, and the pain of the tendons, bones, and blood that had just been knotted was amplified by countless times, and the skin of his body seeped with subtle beads of sweat. I don't know how long it took, but the tormenting sensation finally faded, and the thunder inside his head gradually subsided. When he opened his eyes again, Su Changqing exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his whole body relaxed, and for the first time, he clearly felt what it meant to truly shed his skin. But what he didn't expect was that the original game to ferry the thunderbolt was this ferry method, and it was still strange and marvelous. He looked down at the dirt that ran all over his body. The smell of it was stronger than if he had been a beggar. Seeing this, Su Changqing pinched a cleansing trick and opened the game panel. NPC basic information. Role, Su Changqing. Race, human, awakened. Realm, pre-true immortal realm, can advance 0/2. Level, 20, 000. Su Changqing was slightly surprised when he saw the attention-grabbing level change at the first glance. His level could still rise again? It was only after seeing the successful realm breakthrough that he was certain that the rank was related to the realm. It was just that he had risen 10,000 levels at once, and upgrading monsters so easily made him feel uncomfortable. Su Changqing viewed the realm advancement to the condition. Realm, pre-true immortal realm, advanceable 0/2. Side quest, true immortal advancement pill 0/2. Advancement pills? May I ask? With the players almost gone, is there any more of this stuff to circulate? Chapter 24. You're a little different than before, but on second thought, since the advancement pill quest was released, maybe this pill still existed in this world. Su Changqing rubbed his temples, no longer thinking about it, got up and walked to the door. As soon as you open the door and look out at the blazing sunshine and the quiet yard, you have a sense of what year it is. This will be in the middle of the afternoon. It was a little strange to look around and realize that Hare was not there. As for Xia Evening Cheng, not surprisingly, he should be attending classes at the academy. Without much thought, Su Changqing went straight to the hot springs in the back of the mountain to soak for half an hour, and then got out of the bath to come to the study to check the relevant situation about the advancement pills. Xia Evening Cheng's courtyard appearance looks although ordinary, but within another Qiankuan, flat and strange appearance. The interior is actually a collection of attic arrangement, which about the types of pills on the 3 floors, there are quite a lot of folk domains of all kinds of strange and bizarre Dan formula. Su Changqing last time here is also a fluke to turn to the Dan formula. I don't know if I'll be so lucky this time. Flipping a little tired, Su Changqing smoothly sat down and leaned against the bookcase behind him. He sidestepped and pulled out a book in his hand. Glancing at the book cover, no name. The written parchment is new and looks to be of a recent vintage, or perhaps perfectly preserved. Su Changqing turned over the first page. The clean handwriting was neatly written on the paper, and it could be seen where the author of this book had put his heart. Recently when I was practicing in the mortal domain and immortal domain, I discovered many novel elixirs circulating in the folklore that can allow people to rapidly advance in their realm and cultivation with no side effects and are bound to be successful. So I had someone purchase these unseen elixirs and looked up the herbs and refining methods for each of these elixirs. A month later, they reproduced the pills according to the Dan formula they had collected and gave them to those disciples of the immortal sect to experiment with. And sure enough, their cultivation had risen dramatically and they had successfully advanced to the realm. The person who invented these elixirs is really a good person who benefits the cultivators. If I had the chance, I would really like to meet this person. What kind of god is he? The following are the popular Danmaku recipes of the moment. After reading these preliminaries, Su Changqing was a little surprised in his heart. Was this self-explanatory handwriting written by Xia Evening Cheng? Su Changqing's heart was complicated, and when he flipped through the preface, he saw a page of the table of contents, starting from Qi refining all the way to the golden immortal realm. All the way up to the advancement pills and the pills for breaking through the realm at each level were on it. Not only that, but there were also all the pills needed for the cultivation and promotion of the demon and devil races on it. Just unexpectedly, the promotion Dan of the demon and devil races were also only included up to the golden immortal realm. Su Changqing frowned, realizing that it wasn't simple. There's no follow-up to those realms in the collection. Is it impossible to find out? Or is it that those players were into the game before the top is also ascended to this realm? After all, it's easy to get stuck leveling when you wear into the game and have to do everything yourself. He followed the catalog to find the situation of the advancement pills required for the true immortal realm of the human race, and as expected, The true immortal breakthrough pill was required after reaching the late stage of the true immortal realm. Su Changqing made a copy of all of these future required Dan formulas with a jade sketch, just in case this book couldn't be found the next time he came. After this was done, there was a commotion from outside the house. Su Changqing raised his eyes and looked. It was already time for the sun to set at this time. Xia Evening Qing is back. Su Changqing turned around and just put this nameless book in his hand back to its original position. Then he felt a layer of shadow looming behind him. At the same time a nice fresh scent wafted from the tip of his nose if nothing else. He looked up. A long shadow reflected on the bookcase, and it was self-evident who had come. Since the double cultivation with Xia Evening Qing. No, to be precise since the rainy night when he first met with Xia Evening Qing, in the days to come. As long as the other party was in the vicinity, he himself would be able to smell that one fragrance that was exclusive to her. Su Changqing stood up, and once he turned around the Shinzi jade-colored face crashed into his dark pupils unawares. Before waiting for him to say anything Xia Evening Qing directly reached out and clasped the back of his head, lightly cozying up, soft lips, breaths intertwined with each other. Wet, ambiguous. The waist was held by an arm. The body was brought to the left side by the person in front of him. Both of them fell to the side. Su Changqing only felt a heavenly rotation. The next moment the soft and familiar bed appeared underneath him. When it was over, Xia Evening Qing's first words were, "You're a little different from before." Su Changqing. How does this make him answer? The only thing he'd changed was his cultivation. And this woman was too sharp for that. Where? Xia Evening Qing smiled and did not answer, continuing to ask, "What kind of Dan are you practicing these days?" Sure enough, he would ask this sentence. Su Changqing had long been mentally prepared, and honestly said, "Transition Dan. The transition pill? You still need this thing?" Su Changqing shook his head. "Practice. This elixir looks valuable. It should fetch a good price in the future." "So, you used my pill furnace and used those precious herbs of mine to refine a pill and took it to sell it for money? I can't help it if you want to think that way." At dawn, the two of them got up. When Su Changqing walked out of the house, Hu Bunny was unexpectedly not here. He turned his head and asked, "Where is Hu Bunny?" "Delivered." Su Changqing felt fresh. His lazy trailing voice lengthened. What goods still need to be delivered by this Lord Hu Rabbit himself? An artifact. Su Changqing's eyes lit up. That rabbit can't even refine a divine product for pills, but it can actually refine a divine weapon? Xia Evening Qing stepped out and brushed his side. Her voice indifferent, "I refined it." This time Su Changqing was really feeling 10,000% interested. "You? It's me." Su Changqing followed behind and curiously said, "When did you refine it?" "On weekdays you are in class, where do you have time?" "On those days when you are closed for alchemy." "As for the time, a refinery is just a refinery. There is no need for 77 or 49 days. Su Changqing tasted a hint of meaning in her words. "You're shading me?" He moved closer to stare at her face, finding it hard to imagine that Xia Evening Chang would still grimace without changing her color. "No," she denied. "Who is it that could make such a big shot like you personally refining a weapon?" After asking, Su Changqing touched his nose. Something was wrong. Why did he feel that his tone was a bit sour? Xia Evening Qing didn't notice the other party's demeanor and returned. "The other party offered what I wanted. This deal is not a loss." "What?" Something that could make Xia Evening Qing feel no loss must be a heavenly exotic treasure. As Su Changqing waited for the other party's reply, he saw that Xia Evening Qing stopped mid-sentence, and when he looked over, Xia Evening Qing was now looking at himself with a defensive face. He reacted instantly. "What do you mean by that? I can't believe I'm so defensive of him. He doesn't want everything okay." "It doesn't mean anything." Xia Evening Qing's indifferent expression finally had a slight change. She stopped walking, looked back at him, and said quietly, "You're overstepping your bounds. This isn't a question you should be asking." She frowned slightly, looking back over the conversation the two had just had. Something wasn't right. Why was she telling him so much? While thinking, Su Changqing's nonchalant voice came from his ears. "Oh, it's me who overstepped the mark." By the time she raised her eyes to look, Su Changqing had already turned away. Xia Evening Qing froze, angry. Chapter 25, The Taoist Couple. Xia Evening Qing grabbed his wrist and asked, "Are you angry?" Su Changqing turned his head. His eyes seemed puzzled. No, he wasn't angry enough about that. "Where are you going?" "Alchemy." "Alchemy? And what else? I'm so guarded by you that I can't find something to do?" When the words fell, Su Changqing only thought that Hu Bunny was not at home, and the medicinal materials basically had to pass through its hands. So he turned around, looked at the wrist that was pulled by her, and raised in the wrist that was being held and shook it. "Divine Maiden, the materials for alchemy won't be reluctant to part with them as well, right? What kind of Dan do you want to make?" The straightforward question hit Su Changqing's brain spinning fast, and finally directly said, "I saw a Dan formula in your study." And on it was written about a 100% successful realm breakthrough pill. I want to try it. Xia Evening Qing gazed into his eyes, her vision pausing for a long time before she slowly said, "Okay, it's in the pharmacy, go get it yourself. However, it's best to wait for Hu Rabbit to return. Some of them are medicinal herbs it will use in the future. If you disturb those herbs, I'm afraid it will make trouble with you when it returns. When is it coming back?" "Soon." Su Changqing pondered for a long time. How fast is fast? To be honest, Xia Evening Qing's appearance of almost always responding to his requests was strangely heartwarming, and he would really think that the other party was interested in him if he Puxin loved brain up. Although he didn't know exactly what the other party's intentions were, he'd better live and slowly upgrade before the other party's goal was revealed. Su Changqing hung his hand down. "Can you come back today?" "Maybe. In that case, I'll go with you to the academy first. He's bored being here alone." After he made a sound, Xia Eveningqing silently turned around and pulled him onto the cloud mass. The sun was rising, and there were already many disciples waiting in front of the academy. When everyone looked up, they saw Xia Eveningqing taking the initiative to hold Su Changqing's wrist, and in a flash, a trace of surprise flashed across everyone's face without exception. This, knowing that the goddess they knew had never had such intimate skin-to-skin contact with anyone before. Wouldn't this action indicate the man's identity to them? This man disappeared for more than a month. Each thought that he had left the place, but unexpectedly, after many days, he appeared in such a way. Su Changqing very keenly captured the various micro-expressions of the disciples below and naturally guessed what was going through these people's heads. He looked at the woman in front of him. As usual, her delicate and beautiful features were expressionless. Since the other party didn't react, he didn't intend to say anything now. With his usual face, he let Xia Eveningqing pull himself along, and when he landed smoothly on the ground, she let go of her own hand and walked straight back inside the academy. As usual, he sat quietly outside and waited, and when it was time for class to end, the disciples were even more cautious than the last time. "Senior is the goddess Taoist?" Su Changqing looked at the faces of these people, obviously scared to death, yet they still dared to ask such a question. He smiled, glanced at Xia Eveningqing who was resting in the house, and retracted his eyes before he said, "What do you say? Why don't you guys go ask her?" Several disciples were embarrassed. Asking? If they dared to ask they wouldn't have come to ask you. There were also some people who were smart enough to realize that if the goddess didn't come out to clarify at this time, it was 80% a tacit acceptance. Perhaps it was because Su Changqing had ascended to the true immortal realm. His aura was much sharper all of a sudden, and everyone could only point to the point, and it just so happened that it was time for class to begin. So the disciples surrounding Su Changqing dispersed. Su Changqing was bored and flew to that big acacia tree to sit cross-legged. The head of the marginal life sect, Gao Tianxiong, was not there. He quietly sat on the top of the tree above, pinched a mass of clouds to cover the sun, looking at the great mountains and rivers, beautiful scenery, calmly waiting for Xia Eveningqing to leave the class. Finally, the sun set in the west. As the two went back, Su Changqing couldn't help but ask, "What did you mean this morning? What do you mean? Do you really not know or are you pretending not to know? You purposely let outsiders misunderstand our relationship, and the high goddess still needs to lower herself to do such things?" Su Changqing snorted coldly. Immediately afterward, he added, "Tell me, what do you want to do? Could it be that you're not using me as a target to attract anyone's attention?" The two happened to go back to the courtyard. Xia Eveningqing inclined her head with starry eyes curved up, smiling sweetly. It's not good for people to live too smart. When Su Changqing heard this, he exploded. "What? You're really hitting on this?" He was just saying it and didn't think he'd hit it blindly. "I told you what the reason for imprisoning me with you was, so you had it planned. You don't really want me to play your Taoist partner, do you?" "No, I refuse." Xia Eveningqing, refuse? You don't have a chance to refuse. Su Changqing, do you still want to force people to lock up men? Xia Eveningqing walked lightly to the chair under the tree and raised her hand to the stone table. A set of teapot and teacups filled with water appeared on the table. She moved in a gentle manner, pouring tea without any hesitation. Her tone was light. "Anyway, you can only be by my side for the rest of your life. So what if you have one more Dao couple status? I didn't even say anything, and you still resent it?" Su Changqing was truly exasperated by her words. "Calling you a goddess? You really consider yourself a goddess?" Xia Eveningqing lightly sipped a mouthful of spirit tea, then gently put down the tea light, and was not annoyed by Su Changqing's sarcasm just now, but only gently nodded his head and admitted, "The truth is also true. Su Changqing hadn't socialized with people for 1,000 years. And for a while he couldn't tell whether it was the diversity of creatures in this world or the humanities gap that was too wide. How could there be such brazen people? Seeing the other party's comfortable tea-drinking appearance, the moment she picked up the teapot, Su Changqing took the lead in snatching the pot's ear, casually picking up an empty cup and pouring the tea to himself. Anger was still anger, but the tea that Xia Eveningqing had brought with him was indeed much better than the tea that Hu Bunny burned on weekdays. Xia Eveningqing was robbed of the teapot, so he silently withdrew his hand and watched as he drank cup after cup, his nice voice resounding once again. Since you and I are fine with it, we'll get married tomorrow. Cough cough cough. Su Changqing almost didn't choke to death, and for the first time, he explicitly showed an unbelievable look. The world is truly epileptic. What had happened to him in these 49 days of closed-door alchemy? Why did Xia Eveningqing suddenly develop such unrealistic ideas? On top of that, her status as a goddess could still lead to a Dao couple? I'm afraid it's not a false goddess. This is what I exchanged with someone the other day. Xia Eveningqing's gentle and nice voice sounded again, followed by a delicate snow-white slender hand appearing in the field of vision. That hand held a thin willow branch in its hand. Su Changqing blinked and the large exclamation mark on it jumped in front of his eyes in surprise. Willow branches. She's got it? Su Changqing was calm and frowned. It's just a branch. What's the use? May bring forth all things, and wither all things. Xia Eveningqing lightly pinched a willow branch and swept it at the laurel tree above. In the blink of an eye the leaves withered and yellowed. The trunk was like dry wood, and a lifeless tree clearly appeared before her eyes. With another wave, the laurel tree that withered just now instantly became vibrant, as if the dead tree just now was like a dream. Chapter 27, You Like Me. 1. Bow to heaven and earth. 2. Worship. Heavenly domain. Goddess palace. Red silks fluttered, the auspicious air lingered, and fairy music drifted. Hu Rabbit calm face shouted the ceremony of marriage, swept the eyes of a sea of guests below. It had never imagined that the heavenly palace would have such a lively day. What I didn't realize was that it had only been out delivering for a day, and when it came back things had turned upside down. Hu Rabbit looked at the Jasper double in front of him and called out the last rites. Husband and wife worship each other. Su Changqing turned around, and after a moment's hesitation, he felt his body bend uncontrollably, and bowed to each other with the bride covered with a red veil in front of him. After this step, the rite is complete. The bride stretched out a hand. Under the red sleeve reveals the snow-white delicate slender 5 fingers. Su Changqing saw the situation can only reach out and gently shake, holding her turn around and follow Hu Bunny to ascend the front of the sky ladder. Falling flowers flying, 1,000 streaks of auspicious colors. The heavenly ladder on both sides of the 100 birds auspicious lead them to fly to the higher heavenly palace in front of them. Su Changqing felt like a dream as he stepped on this heavenly ladder. Who would have thought that yesterday afternoon they were still in the immortal domain, and in the blink of an eye, they had arrived in the heavenly domain. What's more, I didn't expect Xia Eveningqing to be a man of action, doing what he said. Last night he hadn't said a word yet, he didn't even have the chance to open his mouth to speak. He woke up to find himself dressed in a wedding dress in this unfamiliar heavenly palace, and, to be precise, it is the real territory of Xia Leiqing. It was the first time he had seen such a magnificent heavenly palace, with an immortal aura that was not on the same level as the immortal domain below. The cultivators who came to participate in the Dao couple ceremony were like clouds. Everyone's cultivation was extraordinary. Most of them were at the Emperor realm level, and the immortal realmcomers were also too numerous to be counted. It was really like what Xia Eveningqing had told him today. There were as many immortal emperor cultivators as there were gravel. It was also because of today's row that Su Changqing once again clearly felt Xia Eveningqing's position in the heavenly domain. It was amazing that so many guests had been found to attend this Dao couple ceremony in one night. I guess she really didn't blow her reputation as a goddess. Hand in hand, the two of them took one step at a time and ascended to that highest heavenly palace in the presence of all. It was only when the pair of Jasper twins disappeared from the crowd's view that the cultivators below began to whisper. What the hell is going on here? I don't know. I was scared to death last night when I received her invitation. I thought it came to take my life, and when I opened it, it was worse than taking my life. It was worse than taking my life. Ooh, goddess. My goddess. Who exactly is this man who kills thousands of people? I can't even tell his realm. I'm afraid it's not a true immortal realm. The goddess doesn't dare to let him reveal his realm for fear of people laughing, right? How could she have a Taoist couple? Is the other party not an innate extreme young Dao body? It should be. Otherwise how could it be possible to carry out the Dao couple ceremony? I can't imagine that she really found a match made in heaven for her physique. Father, well, why didn't you give birth to me an innate extreme young Dao body out? Sinful son. You are reckless. Don't talk nonsense. At this time, a female immortal fell from the sky, hanging in mid-air, lifting her hand and flicking it lightly, her red lips under the veil slightly opening. All of you immortals appreciate the honor of witnessing the Divine Maiden's Dao couple extravaganza. The Divine Maiden has already prepared a feast for all of you, and I hope that all of you will enjoy your food and drink to the fullest. Lifting their hands, Countless female immortals walked out from the inner field with light steps, holding exquisite jade trays, in which were divine spiritual wine, spiritual tea, 1,000-year and 10,000-year fruits, and countless mountain treasures and seafood served on the trays. The entire fairy palace was overflowing with fragrance. Inside the hall, the 6 VIPs sitting on the 2 sides looked at the various types of spiritual food on the table, raised their eyes to the female immortal in front of them, and laughed. After the ceremony of the Tao couple ceremony, shouldn't the divine maiden come out to entertain at this time? Or not to introduce us old friends to that Taoist couple beside her? The female immortal turned her head and smiled. The goddess will come out to entertain herself when she's done with her work. After entering that top heavenly palace, the countless lines of sight pinging and divine sense pinging on Fong finally disappeared, and Su Changqing lightly breathed a sigh of relief. After being brought into the divine feminine's palace by Hu Bunny, he carefully surveyed the interiors of the interhouse, which were actually exactly the same as in the divine feminine courtyard below. Interoperability? The first thought that came to Su Changqing's mind was this situation. Only today there are many more festive red hangings. At this time, the bride was sitting upright on the edge of the bed, the red cover covering her face, the pair of delicate jade hands hanging on her knees, quietly waiting for the groom to lift the cover. Su Changqing hesitated for a long time, picked up the scale on the table and picked it upwards, slowly revealing the bride's lightly powdered face. Lowering his eyes to see, the woman in front of him turned moth eyebrow, the pair of full of autumn water of the ebony eyes slowly raised, turn oval fluorescence, tender white cheeks floating with a faint peach red lips slightly pursed. Su Changqing unconsciously held his breath. Even though with Xie Eveningqing has had days and nights together, but he is still the first time to look at her carefully. Or rather, for the first time to see Xie Eveningqing in a red dress demonic and charming like. The beauty of the girl is bright, the charm of her face, the color of her face is beautiful. Su Changqing had to admit that the other party's beauty, it was not too much to say that it was the best in the sky in the world. Husband, it's time to drink the cup. Xie Eveningqing's red lips curved up. Her gaze fell on the 2 cups of wine on the table and looked at them for a couple of moments. Her eyes shifted back to Su Changqing, her bright eyes slightly curved as she watched him. This husband caught him off guard. His body stiffened slightly for a moment, and he quickly came back to his senses, turning around and picking up 2 cups of wine, handing 1 cup in front of her, and Xie Eveningqing reached out to take it. The 2 men exchanged glasses and drank. 1 cup down. Xie Eveningqing put down the cup. Su Changqing also put down his cup and reached out toward her. Something. Xie Eveningqing quickly realized what the thing the other party was talking about, and she laughed. Husband is really impatient. This woman, how a mouthful of husband changed so naturally, did not be taken over. Thinking so, Su Changqing reached out and probed her forehead, leaning in close to inquire, are you really Xie Eveningqing? Xie Eveningqing usually can't do this kind of delicate expression. Did she wake up from a sleep and change? When these words came out, a hint of speechlessness could be seen in Xie Eveningqing's eyes, perhaps because she saw that Su Changqing's reaction was meaningless. She returned to her usual self, took out a spirit ring and cut open his index finger, and the red beads of blood slowly seeped out from the belly of the finger. After the spirit ring dripped blood and recognized its owner successfully, Xie Eveningqing placed it in his palm, only to hear her say, this spirit ring passes through my storage ring, so take whatever you need from it. Su Changqing lowered his eyes to look at the spirit ring in his hand, and with a sweep of his divine sense, there were indeed many items in it, and immediately he put it on. He retracts his earlier idea of not getting married and having children. I'm sorry, she's just giving too much. Ultimately, it is bowing to the forces of evil. Su Changqing sat on his butt on the edge of the bed, ready to check what kind of treasure Xie Eveningqing had, but he saw a hand holding his wrist. He looked up in disbelief. At this time Xie Eveningqing had already changed her clothes. The red clothes just now had faded away, and now she wore a lotus-white dress, and she had become the original clear and cold fairy again. Go. Where to? Hospitality. Naturally. I'm going to? You're considered half-master of the goddess palace nowadays, don't you think? He's socially terrified. Su Changqing, can you not go? He had just seen that there were so many Emperor Realm cultivators, and he, a small true immortal realm, wasn't going there as cannon fodder? What do you think I'm marrying you for? You like me. Chapter 28. There is a matter of request. Su Changqing sat at the main seat on the main hall, sitting shoulder to shoulder with Xie Eveningqing, sweeping the several emperors in the hall without anger. There are old and young, men and women. The first old man on the left, Dongfang Lin, whom the world loved to call Dongfang Old Lin, was in the late stage of the heavenly emperor realm. The dignified and beautiful woman sitting beside her, Nailin Shi, late stage of the heavenly emperor realm. Further down, the youth with sword-starred brows, Xian Yuan Gao, was in the late stage of the heavenly emperor realm. The first flowery woman on the right. Murong Lan, late stage of the heavenly emperor realm. Its body sitting next to a tiger back and waist. Thick eyebrows and big eyes of the middle-aged. Rather like Zhang Fei's concept. The name in Zhang Fei, but there is a word difference. Surnamed Wang named Fei. The late stage of the heavenly emperor realm. Sitting on Wang Fei's left side was a somber youth. Yu Jian, late stage of the heavenly emperor realm. These were the faces and names of the people and realms that Xia Eveningqing had previously taken out portraits for him to memorize one by one. Although there were as many immortal and emperor cultivators in the heavenly domain as Gravel, not everyone was on an equal footing. Although the cultivation level is the same, but the cultivation method is not the same. Each person's degree of attainment is different. Not to mention that the magic weapons and weapons they hold are all different. Very much in line with Su Changqing's understanding of a game character's combat power, it's all about the equipment. However, characters that could reach the late stage of the heavenly emperor realm were not ordinary people, and according to Xia Eveningqing there were only a few of them at the moment. But there were about 100,000 or so cultivators within the great emperor realm, and downwards the quasi-emperor realm began to start to multiply. It could be said that reaching the great emperor realm was a watershed, and the heavenly domain has a god ceiling list, also called the ascension list. Only 7 positions can go on this list, will be the pending god race candidates. These 6 is the name on the list. At first, Su Changqing thought that Xia Eveningqing was also on it, but who knows that it is not. On this list of god sealers, there is another one that is empty to think about the virtual position. Just as he was wondering how Xia Eveningqing could be treated so favorably if she wasn't on the list, and how she could invite so many people in high positions at the Dao couple ceremony, Xia Eveningqing surprised him by revealing her identity. It turned out that she was the so-called daughter of heaven's destiny, possessing the power of sealing the gods, from which the title of goddess was derived. This is simply explosion. If not afraid of revealing the tip, he really wanted to ask from the heart, "You Jiang Zia reincarnation ah?" Only Xia Eveningqing's ability to seal the gods was not permanent, and when she had a Daoist, this power disappeared without a trace. Or perhaps this power disappeared when she double cultivated with someone. The world had yet to know this, but after today, I'm afraid that the entire immortal cultivation world would have to know. As for this piece of news, even though the person concerned said that it was true, Su Changqing did not dare to determine whether it was true or not. The moment Su Changqing was sitting on the main seat squarely scanning these people below, making these emperors uncomfortable. Each of them were in high positions. Where had they ever let anyone gauge them so blatantly? "I wonder what is your name?" Wang Fei clasped his fist towards Su Changqing, his voice thick as he inquired. A female child opposite it, Nailin Shi, pursed her lips and inclined her head towards Xia Eveningqing, uttering a laugh. "This should be for our divine maiden to introduce. Su Changqing." Su Changqing similarly clasped his hands and simply reported his big name with a calm demeanor. "It's an honor for Eveningqing to have a few seniors come to my Dao couple's ceremony in their busy schedules." Xia Eveningqing smiled. Su Changqing looked calm listening to these words of Xia Eveningqing. He almost didn't tense up. It was the first time he had seen the other party's appearance in dealing with people. "This is the first time I've seen such humility." He really didn't know this bride who was married to him. "We always have to come on the goddess big day. And for that reason, the few of us have prepared a small gift, so I hope that the goddess and the Evergreen brothers won't be amused." As soon as Dongfang Lin's words fell, 6 maids came to the front one by one from behind the screen holding white jade trays, showing them each person's congratulatory gifts. Su Changqing's pupils shook slightly as he saw something with a sweep of his gaze. A familiar exclamation point fell on the first maid holding a jade tray in both hands. Was the item on it? It was actually a fist-sized golden bell. Su Changqing's sight only stayed for a breath. Then he placed his gaze on the remaining 5 jade discs. There were scrolls, pens, jade medals and so on. The items on them without exception lingered with a powerful divine radiance. This aura also proved the rarity of the treasures. "You all have a heart." When Xia Eveningqing's words fell, the 6 maids of honor retreated behind the screen one by one with great eyesight. "I can't imagine that the goddess has gone to the lower realms to find true love." Wang Fei laughed haughtily. Xia Eveningqing smiled. "Brother Wang Fei is joking. Someone who can be looked upon by the goddess must not be bad." The other person, Murong Lan, laughed lightly. Xia Eveningqing just smiled faintly, only to see her raise her hand and flick it. Singers and dancers from outside the hall drifted and danced in. Musicians played, and the feast was filled with drinkers, bustling with excitement. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, all the irrelevant people in the hall dispersed. Xia Eveningqing put down his wineglass and began to talk about business. "I invited you all to come today, and besides coming to my Dao couple ceremony, I have one more thing to ask for." The 6 people's gazes flowed and collided for a split second, and then immediately looked at Xia Eveningqing on the main seat, with Dongfang Lin taking the lead in saying, What is the divine maiden's important matter? And if we are able to do so, we will certainly go all out. It's not a big deal. My sealing power disappeared after I found my Taoist, Xia Evening Ching said indifferently, looking unconcerned. This. What? Ha? One sentence caused everyone present to look shocked, showing the seriousness of the matter. That's not a big deal? Then what's a big deal? Xia Evening Chang added. But you all need not worry. The disappearance of the power of sealing the gods has no effect on you, as long as you don't have any accidents of life or death. When the divine enlightenment day arrives, all of you will smoothly ascend to the divine realm, and enjoy the reputation of the gods for all eternity. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing did not move and glanced at the expressions of those few people. Seeing that a trace of delight flashed imperceptibly across the faces of those six, Wang Fei let out an alas. It's a pity that there's an empty seat. Xian Yuan Gao, who hadn't said anything, looked at him askance and laughed scornfully. What are you pretending? With one less opponent, you'll have to die of unhappiness. Wang Fei was also not willing to show weakness and let out a laugh. Pity is pity, happy is happy, two different things. Yu Jian frowned and didn't join in their verbal sparring. Instead, looking at Xia Evening Ching, does the goddess want us to circulate this matter or keep it a secret? Once these words came out, the two sniping ones also silenced their voices. This is the right thing to ask. Reasonably speaking, the power of sealing the gods disappeared without any relationship with them. Now taking the initiative to say it with them, I think there must be some intention. Everyone looked at Xia Evening Ching, waiting for her meaning. In fact, there is another way to ascend to the divine realm besides me coming to be chosen. Xia Evening Ching paused at the right time and looked ahead, only to see a spinning yin and yang instrument suddenly appearing in the center of the hall, a faint halo of light shrouding its body, and all eyes were drawn to this. Su Changqing was no exception. In his heart, he said, why does this Xia Evening Ching have so many strange and weird things? It was a banquet, and he was so confused by what he heard. And the divine realm? He thought the heavenly realm was the highest existence. If the divine realm really existed, wouldn't there still be the divine race? The fact that there was a divine race meant that the great emperor realm was not invincible, and there might be some realm upwards. The heavens and the worlds can truly fulfill the saying that there are heavens beyond the heavens. Just see the double-sided yin and yang globe rapid rotation. Finally a white dazzling light filled the eyes. And then look, the previous yin and yang globe has disappeared, replaced by a mutilated map. But even if it was a mutilated map, the faint halo of light lingering on it and the divine radiance emanating from it were enough to prove its rarity. Chapter 29, What have you done to me? This is half a map to the divine realm. As long as you gather together to the complete map and search for the heavenly destiny platform that leads to the divine realm, you will be able to land in the upper realm without any problems when your cultivation reaches the late stage of the great empress realm and opens up the calendar of heavenly tribulation. This is one of the ways. The other one of them is the safest one. Waiting for the day of the divine revelation, there will be a divine messenger to lead those on the God sealing list to land in the upper realm, exempting them from the experience of the heavenly calamity. Xia Evening Ching said without skipping a beat. The 6 men listened, silent and contemplative. This is certainly a strong message. In other words, as long as one spells out the complete map and obtains the location of the heavenly fate platform, everyone will be able to ascend to the divine realm through the tribulation. Goddess means to spread this news widely to the public? Nalan she frowned. In this way, there would be no advantage to sealing the gods. No, the biggest advantage might be not having to suffer from heavenly tribulation. Whether or not this tattered map can be put together is still one thing, though, but this news is bound to set off a frenzy. Nice. Yu Jin's gloomy expression became even more gloomy as he said grimly, what about the matter of the divine maiden not having the power to seal the gods? It can be said, it was very unfavorable to Xia's position in the late Qing dynasty for this matter to get out. Suit yourselves. The 6 of them were speechless. The words as you wish were going to take them a while to bite their tongue. Is this testing them? A few people looked at each other in disbelief, and Dongfang Lin laughed twice. The goddess really likes to play dumb riddles. Is this a test for the old man? Don't dare. Xia Evening Ching smiled. Su Changqing had been a mute in the hall for almost an hour before finally ending this melon-eating feast. Looking at the 6 people who had left the temple, his entire body relaxed and lethargically leaned back in his chair, and the next moment another masked female immortal appeared to walk in from outside the temple. Seeing this, he immediately sat up straight again. The female immortal had been hanging her head low since she came in, stepping into the hall in a graceful manner. Seemingly unable to see Su Changqing's actions, she walked straight in the direction of Xia Evening Ching, stopping in front of her, and deeply bowing. Divine Maiden, has the goddess palace been doing anything else recently? Back to the goddess. All is well. Pay more attention to the winds of the outside world regarding the heavenly fate platform lately, and report back to Hu Bunny if there's anything. Stand down. Xia Evening Ching waved his hand with an indifferent expression. Yes. The female fairy retreated and left. The two of them were left in the hall again. Su Changqing straight back relaxed again and resumed his lazy posture just now. And at the doorway in the next breath, there came a dark shadow. And when he was just about to sit up straight, he saw Hu Bunny's darting figure stop in front of their eyes. Su Changqing. He leaned back in his chair in silence, casually picking up the spirit fruit on the table and taking a bite out of it, his mouth bursting with juice while he waited for Hu Bunny to get ready to speak. Lord Goddess, the Lin family seeks an audience. Which Lin family? That is. Hu Bunny rare cover up. Want to say, listen to the side of the melon to listen to gossip. Su Changqing are anxious. Does Divine Maiden still remember Lin Frost? That Lin family. Lin Frost? Su Changqing sounded so familiar with this name. As his mind turned to recall, it seemed to be another woman who had followed Xia Evening Ching around that night in the mortal domain. Xia Evening Ching's voice did not distinguish between joy and color. They still have the nerve to ask for an audience? Then the lord of the Lin family has come here to apologize. Let Fong Cicada handle it. Yes. Hair turned and bounced and retreated. Su Changqing waited for a few breaths. This time it was finally only the two of them. Only after waiting for half a day Xia Evening Ching didn't move to get up. He couldn't help but ask, who else are you going to wait for to report? Nope. Let's go. Xia Evening Ching got up, and Su Changqing followed suit, lifting his feet to walk behind her. With your sealing power gone, your status as a goddess can still be preserved? Su Changqing had listened for half a day and held his tongue for half a day before finally asking what he wanted to ask. It's not up to them to say if they can keep it or not. Su Changqing was slightly surprised. So draggy? But it does seem to be Shay's late style. After passing through a long corridor, and a back garden, and a bridge, and entering another part of the heavenly palace, and circling around in it a few times finally returned to the room. Su Changqing followed behind, taking me around so many corners. Is it to show me how big you are in this palace? Obviously. He can instantly move. But let him walk such a long way. All cultivated immortals still use their feet to walk so far? But along the way he had sort of seen the grandeur and orderliness of this palace. Wherever he went, the men here would immediately stop what they were doing and pay a bow to Xia Evening Ching whenever they reached her. None dared to look at her directly, and certainly none of them took him seriously. It seemed that the only one they recognized was Xia Evening Ching. Xia Evening Ching walked into the room and inclined her head. Let them recognize the people. Then I have to commend you for having a heart. Following her, just after stepping inside the door, Su Changqing suddenly felt some tightness in his chest. His head was a bit heavy, and his spirit energy and true qi were running around in his body. A sudden rush of warmth ran through his nose and he stopped and touched his nose, dropping her eyes to look at the splash of blood red, and then at the shapely back in front of her. It wasn't so bad, was it? A nosebleed from just a back view? Xia Evening Ching, who was walking in front, seemed to feel something and turned over. She stepped forward and held his arms just in time as he was about to fall. What happened to you? With support, Su Changqing's staggering body stabilized. He stood up straight and looked at the woman in front of him. The alarm bells went off. He shook off her hand with force, wiped the blood from his nose and took 2 steps back. You poisoned the dish? That wasn't right either. He was already in a state of invulnerability to all poisons. There was no way he would be poisoned to death. The drowsy head thought there was another possibility. What did you do to me? Xia Evening Ching ignored Su Changqing's gibberish, and in his defensive state, his expression coldly and forcefully grabbed his wrist, and in his heart, he looked askance at him and brought him deeper into the chamber. Su Changqing was dragged in, and in a trance, he saw the scenery outside the window change, fixed in the familiar spring colors. It's those grasses and trees in the goddess's front yard. After tossing and turning all day, it was already dusk and slanting sun. Back in the immortal domain? In the next moment, the dizziness and chest tightness, the line of symptoms just now instantly disappeared. Su Changqing blinked, his clear mind spinning rapidly, quickly understanding what was going on. Xia Evening Ching has spoken before about the problem of Yuanshan. He hadn't unlocked his Yuanshan yet, so much so that he was still a false half-immortal and couldn't gain a foothold in the heavenly domain for a long time. Xia Evening Ching also saw Su Changqing return to normal, letting go of his wrist and turning around. Poisoning in the dish? What do you think I would do to you? Your Yuanshan is unstable, and you're relying on me. Su Changqing rare vein, but also a trace of uneasiness. Xia Evening Ching in the end experienced rich insight. Just simply hold his wrist to understand what happened to him. And you have the nerve to blame me? If you hadn't dragged me around that palace of yours, could I have had this happen? He toughened his temper and snorted coldly. Xia Evening Ching looked at his revitalized and justified appearance. She didn't think she'd have a day when she'd be pissed off and laughing. Chapter 30 I forgive you. Fine. My bad. Xia Evening Ching didn't bother with him. Su Changqing nodded his head and let out a I forgive you. Xia Eveningqing looked at him silently and calmly. Seeing that the atmosphere was not favorable, Su Changqing immediately found an excuse to vanish. I'm still a bit uncomfortable and need to be alone, said he, immediately headed for the doorway. Walking out of the house and looking outside at the familiar front yard, it really was back. Xia Eveningqing was really powerful. Just now he returned here without a moment's notice. If he hadn't seen with his own eyes the change of scenery outside the window, he would have thought that in this heavenly realm. Su Changqing glanced at the sky, which was about to enter the night, and then lifted his foot to return to the house in the east room. After entering the house, he immediately opened the storage ring Xia Eveningqing had given him, and after half a day of rummaging through the many items, he finally found a willow branch and a golden bell, as well as a piece of iron cloth shirt. By using the exclamation marks hint, one had to admit that being Xia Eveningqing's Taoist had indeed earned him. These two items were actually both divine-grade treasures. Such valuable things, if not for Xia Eveningqing as a pathway, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find these even if he turned over the immortal domain. There's just a lot of oil in the position of goddess. Congratulations to the player for completing the Finding a Golden Bell side quest. Congratulations to the player for completing the Finding an Iron Cloth Shirt side quest. Congratulations to the player for completing the Finding a Willow Branch side quest. Detected the Big Dipper skill can be awakened. Is it awakened? Yes. After Su Changqing got these two items, the system's voice instantly sounded. Detected that the Myriad Hands rejuvenation technique can be awakened. Is it awakened? Yes. After he answered, the game panel changed. NPC basic information. Role, Su Changqing. Race, human, awakened. Realm, pre-true immortal realm, can advance 0/2. Level, 20, 000. Life, 1000000/1000000. Experience, 1000000/1000000. Occupation, farmer, transferred. Techniques, Big Dipper technique, awakened. Wanxiang technique, unawakened. Myriad Hands returning spring, awakened. Weapon, a plain wooden stick. Dao Body, innate extreme Yang Dao Body LV 25, 7 out of 10. Primordial Spirit, innate extreme Yang Dao Body LV 30 unlocked asterisk. Attribute information. Power, awakened. Agility, awakened. Endurance, awakened. After looking at it for a few moments, Su Changqing put away the panel. All that needed to be done at the moment was to raise the realm and search for the unknown object of the Mirror Flower Water Moon. He thought that Xia Eveningqing's ring would have this item in it, and after searching through it just now, there was no quest item hint. Right now, it was better to focus on alchemy to raise the realm. It's about time for Hare to be back, isn't it? Su Changqing got up and opened the door to look around the yard and didn't see it, so he went back to the rabbit hutch under the laurel tree. Still missing. He glanced at Xia Eveningqing's room. The light was on but there was no one in the house, and then he withdrew his eyes towards the backyard. Just as he passed through an archway, he saw a slender woman standing on the edge of a misty, warm pool. At this time the sun is completely set, greeted by the dark color of the sky shrouded the earth. Dim and unclear night. Xia Eveningqing undressing and falling scene with the surrounding mist, all show hazy beauty. When Su Changqing walked over, Xia Eveningqing was lightly wiping her body with her palm in the water. Who bunny didn't come back today? Su Changqing asked as he stood at the edge of the warm pool and looked down. However, he saw Xia Eveningqing nimbly flip a body in the water with a beautiful posture, and after diving into the water, after 2 breaths, a beautiful lotus flower out of the water appeared in the warm pool opposite him. Today is our wedding night. What is husband always thinking of Hare for? Her voice was nice, with a hint of unobtrusive lethargy and jest, and as she spoke she sat leaning against the wall of the pool, the water shimmering, the water waves floating up and down giving away the pink spring color in front of her body in a hidden way. The sound of husband caused Su Changqing to suddenly break out in chicken skin. To be honest, he was a bit uncomfortable with Xia Eveningqing calling him this way for a while. His face was impassive as he walked over to her and squatted down. Didn't you say that the coffers for alchemy needed the hand of a hare? At this hour you're still thinking about that broken alchemy of yours. Hare will be back in the morning. Su Changqing received an answer and before he could make his next move, a suction force pulled him down. He choked hard on a few mouthfuls of water and came out of the water. Xia Eveningqing was close at hand, and was now encircling his waist. Su Changqing's teasing mood suddenly rose, cupped her chin and laughed. Your mother is really impatient. Xia Eveningqing's body stiffened in a slightly unnoticeable manner, and the flash of discomfort on her face could still be seen in the thick darkness of the night. Nevertheless, or Su Changqing captured, he was amused in his heart. What is it? This mother has such a big reaction. It seems that it is not as easy as he thought. The night is getting thicker and it's another night of spring. The sun was high on the following day. Last night made it too late. Su Changqing woke up and looked at the unfading joyful colors in the room. Remembering yesterday's scene of worshipping heaven and earth, he woke up feeling a bit unreal. It's amazing that he's actually a husband already. He sat up and Xie Evening Ching was no longer by the bedside. Su Changqing put on his clothes and walked out of the room. Hu Bunny was really back as Xie Evening Ching said. As usual, quiet alchemy in the courtyard. A small table in the courtyard was also prepared for breakfast. Su Changqing shuffled a handful of times, and when he walked over, Hu Bunny didn't even raise his head and voiced out, "The Dan formula you wanted is in the basket. Breakfast is ready for you too." Upon hearing this, he swept his eyes, and sure enough, the basket contained quite a few medicinal herbs. Thanks. Su Changqing walked to the table and ate his breakfast. After eating and drinking enough, he slowly lifted the basket to find a place where the feng shui was shady, and pulled out the Dan furnace to start refining the Dan. One man and one rabbit each practiced their Dan, during which no one spoke, concentrating. Su Changqing followed the steps on the Dan formula step by step. Fortunately, this Dan formula does not require 77 days, only 2 hours to get it done. No surprises, 2 hours later, the fire was out and the lid was open, and the Dan was done. Su Changqing looked at the 4 pills of advancement pills in one furnace. The harvest was not bad. He picked up an elixir and took it into his mouth before looking at the panel. As expected, there was a small change in the panel realm column. Realm, pre-true immortal realm, advanceable 1/2. Su Changqing ate another advancement pill. Realm, pre-true immortal realm, can advance 2/2. Whether or not to advance to the middle stage of the true immortal realm. Yes. Realm, middle true immortal realm, advanceable 0/2. Seeing this, Su Changqing threw the remaining 2 into his mouth, chewed them, and after swallowing them, the panel changed again, and the original 0/2 became 2/2. Whether or not to advance to the late stage of the true immortal realm. Yes. Realm, late true immortal realm, breakable. Chapter 32. There used to be a lot of cultivators like you. Su Changqing dozed for half an hour on the tree, and when he opened his eyes, the spiritual rain in front of him was still poofing down on those medicinal fields. Just a lot more little white letters in front of me. Su Changqing instantly widened his eyes and jumped down, walking over to the elixir field and squatting down to look at the small words that jumped and fleetingly passed. Wood element +1, water element +1, wood element +1, water element +1, water element +1. Su Changqing's eyes lit up and immediately opened the panel. The Yuan Shen column had already been updated. Genjutsu, Jin Yuan LV. 1, unawakened. Water Yuan LV. 11, unawakened. Wood Yuan LV. 15, unawakened. Fire Yuan LV. 1, unawakened. Earth Yuan LV. 4, unawakened. So that's how it was upgraded? No wonder there are no upgrade paths or side quests. It brought a touch of fun to his dull, undisturbed life. And since watering only added water and wood elements, what about his hoeing? Wouldn't it increase earth and gold dollars? Su Changqing immediately took out a hoe and started hoeing up on the ground. There was no small white characters that he imagined jumping in front of his eyes. Could it be that he did not hoe enough? So he was almost 2 miles into hoeing and still no response. That does not appear to be the case. He put away his hoe, looked at the several medicinal fields that were being moisturized by the spiritual rain, and increased his efforts again. These spirit fields frantically absorbed Su Changqing's various exertions of spirit rain, minusculely thriving a little. After Hu Bunny was busy with the alchemy matters, when he came to the medicine garden to prepare for watering and hoeing, he was dumbfounded when he saw that there was a cloud of spiritual rain above several medicinal fields watering these elixirs. This. Big brother Su. You. Hu Bunny came to Su Changqing's side with a bounce, staring at the spirit rain in front of him for a while, unable to calm down inside for a long time. To cast spiritual rain at the same time, this operation consumed a lot of spiritual energy. It quietly looked at Su Changqing. How much spiritual energy was in his body? So durable. Even if this was a place rich in spiritual chi, cultivators who wanted to maintain a state of spiritual power all the time would have to operate their dantian at all times, absorbing spiritual chi and refining it into spiritual power in order to have such an effect. But not everyone was able to absorb and refine aura at all times. Something that at least it couldn't do as a 1,000-year-old divine beast. Not to mention this male cultivator who had not long come up from the mortal domain. How did you do that? It asked curiously. It's hard? Hu Rabbit told him the principle. Su Changqing seemed to understand it, and finally it added. So this is harder for regular cultivators. Otherwise there wouldn't be such a thing as chi replenishing pills to replenish spirit pills. Su Changqing casually picked a spirit fruit and took a bite. So that's how it is. It seems that my natural talent is really smart. So much so thanks to his aura addition as a game character. What's wrong with that? There used to be many cultivators like you. They could be seen everywhere, only that they all died in the back. Hu Bunny twitched his ears and spoke quietly. This sentence directly hit Su Changqing's radar alarm. and the fruit in his mouth almost didn't choke. He adjusted his expression, his surprised tone just right. So many gifted cultivators died? It's hard to believe that some kind of demonic war has occurred in the immortal domain. Hare shook his head with his hands behind his back and his ears wiggling. Nonetheless, simply because some people are not used to seeing those pride of heaven, too dazzling, so much so that some people resent killers. But at that time it was also the key moment when the three clans of devil and demon were having a civil war. For a while the world was in chaos, and the Tao perished in that war, eliminating quite a number of cultivators from all walks of life. When did the civil war start? About 1,000 years ago. Su Changqing's heart sank. So coincidentally it just happened to be that time period? You were involved in the civil war then? No, we are spectators. Hu Bunny's words carried a hint of disdain for those people, and a hint of condescending smugness. Su Changqing heard this but smiled. So, those proud sons of heaven were killed so easily. If it's really like what you said, then anyone can really be a proud son of heaven in this world. He restrained his heart from temptation. Hu Bunny didn't seem to know about the matter of player, but the male cultivator who fought with him that day explicitly uttered the word player to him. Is it because Hu Bunny got less information surface? Or Xia Evening Ching didn't tell it? Or actually most of the NPCs don't know about the existence of players? Is it possible that only a small number of NPCs have awakened? Su Changqing recalled the past of these years. This game is less than 100,000 players. When the game's heat has not yet receded, the benefits of the hair money continues. The game, it can be said that to that stop all the players. After being worn into the game, people can still tell who's a player and who's an NPC by the fashion sample. At that time, the first voice in his head of a player being killed, including to the later, to the present, every time a player was exterminated he had never seen the murderer with his own eyes. And that's just bizarre. Hu Bunny listened to his words, thought seriously for a moment, and agreed somewhat. It's not bad for you to say that. It can only be said that they are still too young to understand the reasoning of the front, and attracted the trouble of killing themselves. Su Changqing did agree with this point, so when he thought about it, in the end, it was his beggar role that had dodged a bullet. Hu Bunny found that the medicine garden was not only watered and fertilized, but the grass was also gone. So he suddenly fell even more in love with Su Changqing. Have you changed your mind today? Why are you so kind to help me water and hoe? It looked at him with some disbelief. There is nothing to do. For our Lord Hu Bunny to share the burden. In the future your medicinal garden work I have contracted. Su Changqing opened his mouth. The Hu rabbit rubbed its little rabbit face, somewhat flattered. Its white rabbit ears twisted slightly as it whispered uncertainly. Really? Really? Su Changqing rubbed its head with his big palm. That's still false. That's a deal. Naturally. Hu Bunny happily left the medicine garden, leaving Su Changqing alone in the medicine garden. Toward evening, gorgeous evening sunsets intertwined, accompanied by a huge red sun reflected in the sky. When Su Changqing came out from the medicinal garden, Hu Bunny had already gotten 3 dishes and 1 soup according to the usual practice. As for the figure of Hu Bunny, as soon as the sun set in the darkness, he didn't know where to run away and sneak away. He washed his hands and came to the table after squeezing a cleansing spell. It should be said or not that the spiritual energy consumed just now was a bit large, almost continuously consumed for most of the day. He was already starving and weak all over. He had to replenish his spiritual energy immediately. He picked up the bowl and grabbed his chopsticks and buried his head in it and wolfed it down, probably dizzy from hunger. And he actually saw small white letters jumping around in the bowl. Gold dollar +1. Gold dollar +1. Turkey +1. Water element +1. Fire element +1. Turkey +1. Wood element +1. Su Changqing stayed for a moment, staring at the rice in the bowl. He pondered for a long time. These 5 elements are all together. Gold and water can be understood. And wood and fire. And earth. Is there anything special about this rice? Finally, the eyes fell on the golden bowl in his hand. 5-spirit bowl. Su Changqing pondered for a moment, tasting a hint of meaning. Chapter 33, you seem to be a little stronger than before. Xia Evening Ching had said that this 5-spirit bowl, urging the spiritual power, could pour out endless 5-spirit rice, and later he gave this bowl to Hu Bunny to use this 5-spirit rice to cook every day. 5 spirits. 5 lines. Is it the bowl or the rice? After all, this phenomenon hasn't happened before. It was only after unlocking the metagame column at noon today that the scene appeared different from the usual. After Su Changqing finished drying this table of 3 dishes and 1 soup, and after the tabletop was cleaned up, he washed this 5-spirit bowl, and then used it to hold a cup of tea and took a shallow sip. Water element +1. Fire element +1. Gold dollar +1. Wood element +1. It turned out that when the branch quest had asked him to obtain this bowl, it was actually to pave the way for his Yuan Shen. At that time, after this bowl got his hands on it, he put it in his storage bag and dusted it without caring about it. It was also when I saw this bowl when I packed my storage bag nearly 2 months ago that I remembered to use it. Hoping that the system has long arranged how to upgrade the Yuan Shun. The feelings are solid iron rice bowl After finding a clear doorway, Su Changqing clunked a few bowls of water while checking the panel. Genjutsu, Jin Yuan LV. 52, unawakened. Water Yuan LV. 75, unawakened. Wood Yuan LV. 86, unawakened. Fire Yuan LV. 46, unawakened. Earth Yuan LV. 45, unawakened. Although he didn't know how these values were calculated. But he didn't really want to know. Otherwise it would be too hard if he looked at the specific values of the Dao body upgrades every day. And now he had to count the days of the Yuan Shin value upgrades. When Su Changqing finished the last bowl of tea, Xia Evening Qing happened to come back, holding a volume of books in his hand, a phenomenon that was not normally found. Back. Xia Evening Qing lightly answered him and said, I'm going to check some information in my study tonight, so make yourself at home. Good. Su Changqing nodded his head and watched her enter the study without asking anything more. The two had been together for a few months, but at some point they had also reached a tacit understanding. Xia Evening Chang would not ask him what he did in the courtyard on weekdays, what books he read in the study, just as he would not ask Xia Evening Chang what feats he taught in the academy, or what he had been checking out this night. After they became Dao couples to each other, the atmosphere between them became slightly more subtle. Su Changqing was unable to verbalize this emotion. The sky darkened. The yard was silent. Su Changqing went back to the house, and the light in the east room was lit and then extinguished. In the middle of the night, a white as day light lit up. Su Changqing was awakened by the movement and power. The moment he opened his eyes and got up and out of bed to walk out of the house. If he hadn't witnessed the strong light emanating from the study, he would have thought it was daybreak. He wasn't the only one who noticed the commotion, including the disciples of the entire marginal life sect who also came out to see what was going on. Su Changqing looked up to the sky. He could even see a few disciples of the sect flying around, thinking that they also wanted to check what was going on. Over there is the direction of the main mountain? The goddess made another breakthrough? How strong does it have to be for this phenomenon to occur? The disciples below tilted their heads in envy. The most important thing was that she gave them lessons on time during the day, and only had those few hours of cultivation time at night. And this was able to break through the great Tao, worthy of being the rumored goddess. Hey, so we can take tomorrow off from classes? Su Changqing also felt a great deal of emotion within himself at this sight, and for the first time, he experienced Xia Evening Qing's power. Who Rabbit, sleeping soundly in the rabbit hutch, was also awakened by this phenomenon, and hopped out of the hutch, looked at it, took it for granted, and turned back to the rabbit hutch to continue sleeping. Su Changqing also turned around to go back to the house to take a nap, but he saw that the sky that was like daytime just now suddenly darkened, and then he heard the rattling sound of the door opening behind him. He stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look. Xia Evening Qing had indeed come out of the study and was walking towards her. Su Changqing turned around and waited for her to come over. Seeing that she was about to approach, only then did he turn around and advanced into the house. In the originally darkened house, the oil lamp on the table top lit up with a small flame. Xia Wanqing followed him. Why don't you sleep in the main house? What's the difference? Xia Evening Qing also really thought about it and finally came to a conclusion that he had to admit, no. She'd come to him wherever he was anyway. I just turned up a new dual cultivation technique within my study. Su Changqing twisted his head. So that's what you were looking up when you said earlier that you were looking up information in your study? Xia Evening Qing didn't seem to know what shyness was, only to see that she looked serious and acknowledged her nodding head with a big He was really convinced. Then I heard her say, the book says that this Gong method can accelerate the cultivation speed of both of them. So that light in the study just now was. I saw a fun gongfu and tried practicing it, but I didn't admit that I accidentally practiced it to the supreme realm. Look at that. It's still talking like a human being. Su Changqing steered the topic back to the dual cultivation just now and asked, what kind of dual cultivation technique did you check? He's definitely not horny. He's just inquisitive, good at learning and just wants to get ahead. Only to see Xia Evening Qing take out a tattered book from his sleeve that looked very old. It's good for both your cultivation and mine, and can strengthen the spiritual sea of consciousness. She hand-picked this. Su Changqing took it and flipped through a few pages. Got it. And the divine communication. He set the book aside. Finished reading. When do we start? Xia Evening Qing looked at the sky, entering the ugly stage. There were still 2 or 3 hours before she had to go to class. There should be enough time. Thinking for a long time, she said, now. It was light at the last quarter of the hour. Xia Evening Qing's face was flushed and limp as she lay on the side of the bed, and at this time, she was resting on Su Changqing's arm and lightly closed her eyes as she snored and slept. In contrast, Su Changqing was awake, and the sensation of divine sense interactions just now was still swirling in his body and the sea of consciousness. He had to marvel at the fact that the immortal cultivation ancients were too good at it. Su Changqing mobilized the panel and found that the Dao Body column had taken a remarkable leap. Dao Body, Innate Extreme Yang Dao Body LV. 40, 1/10. Yesterday it was level 30. Today it became level 40. Hanging out? It's amazing that divine intercourse is so violent that it increases 10 levels at a time. Great. A way to add this to his daily must-do list. About a quarter of an hour later, Xia Evening Qing gently half-lifted her eyelids. Su Changqing seemed to feel something and lowered his eyes. Woke up so soon? Well, to class. She climbed to sit up and looked down at him as if recalling how she felt during the night. And after their eyes met for a few breaths, he heard Xia Evening Qing say another sentence. You seem to be a little stronger than before. Su Changqing was silent for a while before he said, Where? Then he saw Xia Evening Qing's pink lips move, and a pleasant voice came into his ears. Your Yuan Shen. It seems to have appeared. How can she feel everything? Chapter 34, The Boundary Broken? Xia Evening Qing tilted her head slightly, her eyes blinking. Husband, am I right? Su Changqing sat up and dressed her, patting her back. You should go to class. But she saw the corners of her mouth curved up and leaned forward, climbing on his shoulders, ear to ear, tenderly saying, Husband should have revealed the state of the Yuan Shen long ago. I like you better like this. She was telling the truth. After so many days and nights of dual practice, she was finally able to get positive feedback from it, not to mention the disparity in strength between the two. The effect of dual cultivation on Xia Evening Qing cultivation situation is not a great enhancement. Previously said dispensable words are not false. The main thing is that Su Changqing does not have a Yuanshan. The two cannot Yuan-Ji unity. There is a form without the god ultimately cannot reach the superior effect. Xia Evening Qing's words with a smile. I do not know whether it is intentional or intentional. Anyway, Su Changqing has become accustomed to her occasional words in the appearance. Usually at such times he will go along with her words echoed. He smoothly clasped the back of her head, gently rubbed the smooth hair, slowly and gently pressed against her forehead, and said intimately, If you like it then let's do it again. Ma'am? Just calmed down the desire and by this charming atmosphere, began to have a stupid desire to climb the image. Xia Evening Qing didn't speak anymore. Her open round eyes blinked for a moment, her dark pupils reflecting each other's appearance, only to see her eyes slightly downward, landing on those slightly upturned lips, gently biting on them. A few breaths later, Su Changqing suddenly felt an empty space fall in his arms. He turned his head to look. Xia Evening Qing had already gotten out of bed fully dressed. God doesn't know what's going on. I'm going to class. Xia Evening Qing left the room after dropping these words. Well, Su Changqing stretched his waist, also got up and out of bed, cleaned up the messy bed sheets, and gradually went out. They lived on the top of a high mountain, and the day dawned earlier than at the bottom of the mountain. And at this time of the day the early light of the rising sun was scattered over every hill. And Hu Bunny got up early to do his work at this time of the day. Su Changqing washed up and walked to the backyard to start fertilizing and watering. And after fixing the spirit clouds of those few medicinal fields in the medicinal garden began to urge the true technique incantation to rain down spirit rain. Under it for a whole day. For several consecutive days and months. He didn't believe that these elixirs hadn't ripened successfully yet. When Su Changqing walked to the front yard after doing this, there were still the usual 3 dishes and 1 soup on that small table in the yard. It was time for his favorite meal again. And he took out his 5 spirit bowl and began to dry his meal as countless +1+1+1 white characters rose up and disappeared. After eating and drinking, Su Changqing has nothing to do. And today Hu Bunny also has a rare opportunity not to practice Dan, trimming flowers and plants in the front and backyards. It would be in the backyard, looking at the spiritual rain under the massive clouds above the medicinal garden, and was shocked for a split second, unable to imagine that Su Changqing really did what he said he would do. It snapped into a medicinal field. Looking at some of the elixirs in here that had been ripened by Su Changqing, the rabbit's hand towed and plucked it into its hand. The busy figure of Hu Bunny picking herbs in the rain appeared in several fields of the medicinal garden. A few moments later, he walked out of the medicinal garden holding a bunch of herbs, shook off the water droplets on his body, collected the herbs in his arms into a storage bag specialized in all kinds of herbs, and returned to the front yard. Su Changqing would be surveying the boundary this time, and when he saw Hu Bunny appear in front of him, he said, You don't need to refine pills today? This rabbit has days off too, okay? It hummed a little song. Will be collected out of the spirit medicine to dry. Holding a paper and pen inventory of today's harvest of spirit medicine. Do all this. It is from the rabbit nest back to turn out a backpack slung on the body. Looks like it is going to go out on a trip. Where to? Su Changqing asked. Down the hill to buy something. It wouldn't say down the hill to buy candy canes. After a pause, it passed in front of Su Changqing and stopped. probably thinking about the matter of the medicinal field. Hu Rabbit squirmed a bit and looked at him. Do you have anything you want to eat or want? I'll see if the bazaar under the mountain has any, so I'll bring you one by the way. Su Changqing thought about it. The Immortal Domains Bazaar? After thinking for a moment, he said, bring back whatever rare and strange things you see in that bazaar. If there is a 1,000-year-old heavenly thundergrass, that would be even better. Okay. Hu Bunny got the reply and asked out of the yard. As he watched Hu Bunny smoothly walk out of the courtyard, Su Changqing also tried to walk to the doorway. And just as he was about to open the doorway, he was bounced back by the power of the boundary. Still didn't release him after all. It was just as well that the genjutsu was unlocked, so he would try the effect with and without the genjutsu. Su Changqing raised his hand 3 inches away from the boundary and violently erupted a strong force to attack the boundary. Xia Evening Qing, who was giving a lesson to the disciples of the marginal life sect, seemed to have a sense of sensation as he glanced out the window, his deep black pupils unable to defend his emotions. With a twinkle in her eye, she swept her eyes over the eager students below and continued her lecture. The crisp sound of the boundary breaking resounded in his ears, and with his eyes reflecting the image of the boundary breaking, Su Changqing was slightly stunned. Broken? Is there a genjutsu that's this powerful? Or did Xia Evening Qing take the initiative to remove the boundary? After all, every time he attacked the boundary, the other party could sense it, and it was hard not to guess that she did it. Su Changqing swaggered out of the courtyard. It was rare. This was the first time he had cleared this courtyard alone. He flew with his imperial stick, slowly making a good circle above the marginal life sect, and arrived at the school hall. Seeing that Xia Evening Qing was still in class, probably because his breath had not been hidden when he came over, and his sudden arrival attracted quite a number of disciples to turn their heads frequently to look at him. Xia Evening Qing looked at this one too distracted appearance. Face clear and cold twisted his head to look. That body familiar figure into the eyes slightly moving. Taking a look at her, she withdrew her eyes and looked at the disciples underneath. Her voice slightly cool. Cultivate the body and mind. Just so easy to be distracted. Talk about how to cultivate? This word, the disciples immediately retracted the line of sight. This is the strength of the powerful superior. Just a sentence. Oh look, have not yet emanated pressure let a person sweating. Heart fear. Everyone lowered their heads and did not dare to speak. The goddess of majesty did not dare to put a fart. Even if the wrong is the goddess, they cannot say a word, or the little life is not guaranteed. She flicked her hand. Class is dismissed for now. A phrase covering disappointment ended the lesson. Su Changqing was a little puzzled when he saw Xia Evening Qing turn his head over that glance of inexplicable reproach. He turned around and ended up lying on the top of the big banyan tree, a small cloud shading the sun, and the breeze was pleasant. When he heard Xia Evening Qing reprimanding these disciples inside the academy, he realized that he was blamed for distracting these students just now. It was also his fault. Su Changqing shook his head helplessly. By the time the sun set, the day of instruction was completely over. After all the disciples left, Xia Evening Qing slowly went out of the academy, came to the bright hall and stood for a while, waited for a long time without seeing any movement. She half turned to look at the top of that tree, and found that the other party would be sleeping on all fours on the top of that tree. She sighed softly in helplessness and disappeared into place to the top of the giant tree. Someone suddenly appeared. Su Changqing snapped his eyes open and saw Xia Evening Qing standing beside him quietly looking at him. The red sun in the sky was so big and round that it shone red on people. He stood up, clapped his hands, glanced down at the quiet schoolroom, and asked knowingly, "Is it over?" Xia Evening Qing turned and inclined her head, coldly sarcastically saying, "You're such a good sleeper." "Yes, if I don't get much sleep during the day, how will I have the energy to cultivate with my wife at night? Hey, wait for me, I'm not on the cloud yet." Chapter 35. There are still people who have survived to the quasi-emperor realm. In the end, Su Changqing himself caught up with the mediocre wooden stick, and just as Xia Evening Qing's front foot arrived, his back foot had just landed. A glance up revealed that the boundary that had been broken in the morning had long since been rebuilt. People can erect a boundary even if they are not at home. It seems that the thing that broke the boundary today is not his strength. You've been tinkering with the knot today? Xia Evening Qing's tone was tinged with laughter. Husband is so distrustful of his own strength? As soon as this guy opened his mouth and called husband, he knew that Xia Evening Qing had started to flirt with people again. Su Changqing hummed, "What caliber am I certainly know." Xia Evening Qing nodded slightly in thought and agreed. Husband's caliber is indeed extraordinary. Finally, she asked, "Today's great opportunity, why don't you use it to leave this place and go to that wider world?" Su Changqing laughed a little. "You will let me go?" "No, wherever you run, I'll find you. You're kinda scary." "I'm flattered." Xia Evening Qing looked at the spirit rain in the backyard and went into the room, while Su Changqing hurriedly ran to the backyard to see the situation of the medicinal field. He collected the spirit rain and walked to the Tian Lei Grass's piece of medicinal field. He looked at the vintage and saw that it was 900 years old. It seems that such accelerated progress is really useful. In this way, he will be able to pick it on the day after tomorrow. It was not in vain that he had knocked a bottle of chi replenishing pill this morning, or else he shall not die of emptiness with such a big spirit-consuming project. At this time the sun has completely gone down. Who Rabbit has not come back. He is not worried about Who Rabbit will encounter any danger. Thinks Xia Evening Ching and it put what means of life preservation. He is just curious to what kind of bazaar so attracted it. However, on the second day, Who Bunny appeared in the courtyard intact, with the 1,000-year-old Heavenly Thunder Grass in his hand. Big Brother Su, the Heavenly Thunder Grass you asked for. Who Hare opened his rabbit paw and handed it to him. You really got me? For the first time, Su Changqing felt that this rabbit was smooth and cute, and that Sherbei was a good example. Sure, Who Bunny wagged his little tail and did nothing to hide his little expression that begged for compliments. Su Changqing clinked fists with it and gave a thumbs up. Lord Who Rabbit is really efficient. I was biased before. There's nothing I do that isn't perfect. The Who Rabbit tilted its head high and mighty, but it still quietly kept an eye on the medicinal garden in the backyard, wanting to see if Su Changqing would still take care of the medicinal garden dutifully after obtaining the Heavenly Thunder Grass. Although it wasn't human, it was also open to spiritual wisdom. Following Xia Evening Qing for all these years at his side to learn how to do things, naturally it wasn't stupid. It could see that Su Changqing was taking care of the medicinal garden for the sake of the Heavenly Thunder Grass. Since Su Changqing had married the goddess, it slowly tried to start accepting this alien cultivator. Since the goddess had become a Taoist couple with him, she was also releasing another proof to them that she had accepted Su Changqing. Only, it has a bystander rabbit. Plus the beginning of Su Changqing has no good impression. With this period of time to get along, found that he is not bad, only is lazy and greedy a little. Sometimes speak love to dislike the rabbit, always with it against. Forget it, or do not want to think. The more you think about it, the worse. There is no good impression of a 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 good impression. Su Changqing didn't know Who Bunny's inner heart activities. He walked to the backyard, knocked 3 bottles of divine chi replenishing elixirs, and cast spiritual rain for 77 and 49 days on these medicinal fields, and then instructed Who Bunny. I'm going to be shutting down to refine pills. If Xia Evening Qing comes back and asks about it, you can just tell her that I'm going to be shutting down for 77 and 49 days, and tell her that she doesn't have to think about me too much. The last sentence made the rabbit want to roll its eyes, but it still answered yes. Then he watched Su Changqing enter the east room, and a familiar sign hung on the closed doorway. Alchemy in progress, don't disturb. Who Bunny retracted his line of sight. His heart felt a glance at the Lingyu in the backyard, and was really surprised that Su Changqing would do this, and actually really did what he said he would do. It thought that the other party had gotten the Heavenly Thunder pill and then patted itself on the back. In the evening, when Xia Evening Qing returned, the first thing she noticed about Su Changqing's state was that she looked towards the sign hanging on the east room and turned her head towards Who Bunny and asked, how many days will he be refining again this time? 49 days. Probably the last words Su Changqing said before going in affected it. Who Bunny saw in a trance a hint of loneliness on Xia Evening Qing's face. Su Changqing followed the goddess around every day. I'm afraid that the goddess has long been accustomed to it. Even it is also used to Su Changqing hanging around in front of it. Suddenly if you do not see people, there will indeed be a trace of discomfort. It thought for a moment and added, Big Brother Su said to tell you not to think about him. Xia Evening Qing's expression softened for a moment. This is indeed what he would say. With that, she went into the main compartment alone. 49 days later, Su Changqing looked at the 2 black pills suspended above the furnace. The exclamation mark on them prompted that this golden immortal transition pill had been successfully refined. Before opening the furnace, Su Changqing was worried about whether it would fail or else he would have wasted these 49 days for nothing. This time, the transition dan was very different. The pill was surrounded by silver threads of lightning, and in this case, he could even meet the scene after eating it. Su Changqing was a little excited. If you eat this transition pill, you'll be at the Quasi-Emperor realm if you succeed. He took a deep breath and adjusted the state of the true chi and spiritual energy in his body, then picked up the transitional pill and put it in his mouth. Congratulations, player, for completing the Golden Immortal Fairy Dan Branch quest. Is it a breakthrough to the Quasi-Emperor realm? Yes. The pills melt in your mouth. The next moment, it was exactly the same as the body's reaction after the last time he ate the transition dan. First, the whole body, inside and out, was filled with bone-etching pain, and immediately afterward, it was as if every inch of the skin was on fire. Cold sweat oozed from his body, the sweat mixing with the various wounds, making it even harder to speak. Su Changqing closed his eyes and clenched his teeth in death. Suddenly, a violent thunderclap arose in his mind, and each thunderbolt exploded in his sea of consciousness, deafening, as if he was in a sea of thunder at the moment. So real. His entire body was filled with what looked like tiny and weak but incomparably strong lightning, constantly penetrating and drilling into his body, cleansing his entire meridians, every root and bone. I don't know how long it took, but the thunder in his head gradually became smaller, and the pain of marrow cleansing in his body slowly turned into a pain in his flesh. In the end, all the signs of the transition disappeared. It's finally over. Su Changqing breathed a sigh of relief. The moment he opened his eyes, Xia Eveningqing was squatting in front of him, looking at him with a curious expression. The moment his eyes met, Su Changqing felt his heart stop, and he wasn't even sure if there was any obvious panic flashing across his face. In a short 0.01 seconds, Su Changqing's mind was spinning in 1,000 directions. Is this how the indigenous cultivators in this game also cross the thunder tribulation? Apparently not, because he had seen with his own eyes what it looked like for someone to cross a lightning tribulation, and not to mention the fact that the person who crossed the tribulation was a player or an indigenous person. This way of crossing the tribulation that he was doing now was very unusual. Su Changqing's face was calm as he spoke. Why are you here? At the same time, an unfamiliar human voice erupted in his head. Yo, who's so go? There's still someone who has survived to the quasi-emperor realm now. Chapter 37, Descending the Mountain. You, don't be unreasonable. When Su Changqing heard this, he laughed in anger. I'm being unreasonable? He never thought in a million years that it would actually be used on him one day. Xia Eveningqing looked at him, her face revealing an expression of, what is this if you're not being irrational? Su Changqing read the expression on her face. Okay, I'm being unreasonable. Gotta. He doesn't argue with emotionally retarded people. He had long since seen that Xia Eveningqing's 7 emotions and 6 desires were somewhat different from normal people. Xia Eveningqing pursed her lips and finally explained. If you weren't, I wouldn't be uncontrollably coming to seek you out. At most, if I returned to the heavenly palace, Wang Chan and the others would have their own way of finding a solution for me. However, I don't know why you disguised yourself in that beggar's appearance. At least your disguise doesn't look any different to me than the one you have now. Su Changqing's eyes looked at her with some unexpected uncertainty. Under the surface of the ancient well were waves of shock. His beggar costume in the mortal domain was the look of the game's initial character. He couldn't even change it. And he was actually seen through to the essence by Xia Eveningqing? This is the strength of the great emperor realm? No wonder when he flew up from the heavenly fate platform and encountered Xia Eveningqing, the other party was able to recognize him accurately. He clenched his fist and coughed lightly, changing the subject. When did you say you were going down? What are you going to do down the mountain? And don't you have to give those disciples lessons? Last time, the alchemy of 77 days and 49 days, as soon as he came out, he was pulled into marriage. And this time, the alchemy of 77 days and 49 days, Xia Eveningqing wants to do something wrong again? Let those disciples rest for 2 days. Go down the mountain to get one thing this time. What? Hubunny got the information that someone in the central state has discovered a fragmented map leading to the divine realm's heavenly fate platform. Really? The rumors of that map are actually true? Su Changqing thought that Xia Eveningqing had casually fabricated a lie to lure people in. Or else there's still a fake? Finding the location to the divine realm's heavenly fate platform will give everyone a chance to ascend to the divine realm. Xia Eveningqing said in a good-natured manner. You are a great lover. As a goddess, and you can't declare yourself a divine race. Wouldn't that be a great loss? She smiled as if she didn't care. I have my own other ways to ascend to the divine realm. This is the privilege of a divine maiden. There is no need to worry. When Su Changqing heard it, no wonder. When do we go down? Evening. The night is low. Xia Eveningqing brought Su Changqing and Hubunny down the mountain, heading in the direction of the central state. After the Hu Rabbit popularization, only to learn that the immortal domain has 5 states, with the central state as the pivot to the 4 corners of the party, the northwestern state of the 11th state, the southwestern state of the United States, the southeastern state of Sundown State, and the northeastern state of the Burgundy State. Each of the 5 major states had their own immortal forces stationed there, with the central state having the most bigwigs, especially cultivators of the true immortal realm and above. When the 3 major domains had suffered great changes, the heavenly fate platform had changed, and cultivators were able to ascend normally in the minority. So much so that those immortals and emperors who had been scurrying around in the first place had been stranded where they were because of that accident 1,000 years ago, and as a result, immortal and emperor cultivators stranded in the immortal realm who wanted to reach the heavenly domain needed to get the key to unlock the heavenly domain. Thus, here, the transition realm was not considered the strongest existence. However, the immortal domain is not full of true immortal realm. In addition to the players, The local natives' upgrade cultivation is still very slow, not to mention the people who reach the transitional realm breakthrough to the true immortal realm is simply a phoenix. As far as Hu Bunny said, there were only a dozen or so immortal realm cultivators currently trapped in the immortal domain as well as some emperor realm cultivators from the heavenly domain, and all of them were currently concentrated in the central state zone. In addition to the reason that the heavenly destiny platform was in the central state, there was also another reason to conveniently keep an eye on the movements of the other Daos and the heavenly destiny platform, so that as long as someone opens up the heavenly destiny platform, the proximity of the water table would be the first to catch the moon, so that one could arrive at the scene quickly. Of course, the fact that the aura of the central state was the most dense was also the main reason. The two men and the rabbit rode on the Tingyun, and within a few moments arrived at a bustling and lively night market. Su Changqing glanced downwards. It was much the same as the bazaars he had visited in the mortal domain. The only difference was the issue of cultivation. This place was Heavenly Thunder City, the central city of the central state, and there were Yuaning, Transformation God, and quite a few Jindan realms everywhere. One person and one rabbit followed Xia Evening Qing into the city. Hu Rabbit is not afraid of getting lost. It has Xia Evening Qing's life protection seal on it, not worried about being coveted and abducted. It is Su Changqing. Hu Bunny looked up and glanced at him. This guy was tightly pulling on the goddess's coat. It almost didn't tense up. It is now a normal rabbit-sized form, following Xia Evening Qing's left side, not even up to her knee height. It is not afraid of being lost. This guy is also too exaggerated. It came around behind Su Changqing and jumped on his shoulder. Its furry paw poked his face, then looked down at his hand and whispered, "Big brother Su, you're not so bad, are you? How come it's not so much?" The voice of the suspected player in his head yesterday suddenly appeared and really startled him. There was no such sound when the ferrying realm broke through to the true immortal realm, and there was only at the quasi-emperor realm. And Su Changqing guessed that players could communicate with each other after reaching the quasi-emperor realm. In this way, now that there was the quasi-emperor realm, the heavenly emperor realm, and also the great emperor realm, there must be a player's presence among these three realms. So far only one voice has appeared, or a male and female undistinguished voice. Presumably the other party has done a voice change processing. If Hu Bunny hadn't said himself just now that there were still a few quasi-emperor realm and great emperor realm people here in this central state, he wouldn't have been so cautious. After all, Hu Bunny had said before that 1,000 years ago, the entire upper and lower worlds of immortal cultivation were disordered. The heavenly fate platform was locked, and the number of people who could ascend normally was very few and far between. Basically none. Now that a key was needed to open it, I was afraid that another player from the Imperial realm wasn't in the immortal domain as well. One could only say that it was fortunate that he didn't have a thunderbolt heavenly sign, or else the moment he was promoted, someone would pass through the heavenly sign, and if the other party was in the immortal domain they could basically lock his position. He had managed to reach the quasi-emperor realm with great difficulty, and it would be too much of an injustice if he GG, although the Big Dipper skill awakened. If the other party and their own realm is okay, if higher than their own realm, 1 for 1 can be 2 hurt. And what is the difference between death? The only one he can count on now is his wife. Hu Bunny didn't understand. If you're so afraid, what are you still following out? It's two different things. Su Changqing searched Xia Evening Chang's storage ring and determined that there was no mirror flower watermoon item. Since she didn't have it here, it could only be outside, or in the hands of others. In that case, it's always a good idea to get out and take your chances. It just so happened that Xia Evening Qing was there this time. It would be too much of a mistake not to take advantage of such a good opportunity. Xia Evening Qing was just like this, being pulled by the corner of his coat like this, in this bustling night market, like traveling clouds, like flowing water, leading them through these crowds to a small dark alley. After 7 turns, the two stopped in front of a dilapidated inn. Su Changqing raised his head, his gaze falling on the wooden plaque above that had fallen ash. There was no writing on the plaque. The doorway was half hidden, and through the slit of a gap, one could see that only a single candlelight was shining inside on the counter. Its weak, dull yellow flame straining and swaying, barely illuminating the shadowy corners around it. The person inside seemed to sense someone standing in front of the door, and the sound of footsteps came rushing in, a black garment blocking the light from the crevice, getting closer and closer. Squeak! The door opened. It was a youth with a four-sided scarf cap on his head, a towel thrown over his shoulder, and a civilian's clothing, which, in Su Changqing's opinion, was the typical image of Xiao Er that he remembered. The man froze at first, his eyes darting quickly between the two, the woman's face wearing a veil that covered most of her face. The man also wore a bronze mask, with a necked rabbit sitting on his shoulder. He found the corresponding information in his mind at a rapid pace. After all, those who came here were all familiar guests, and their place was not a proper place to eat or stay. 3 of you, please come in. Xiao Air made a please and gestured for them to come in first. He began by asking for the code word, as was the unusual maneuver. Eat or poke around? Chapter 38. The Chamber of Commerce Building. The inn is not small or large, a medium-sized space. Entering through the main door, he was greeted by a black cloth hanging on the wall, inscribed with the word stack in red. The long cloth came down to a counter with a chair, and on both sides of the counter there were two plain, rough cloth door curtains hanging down, leading to nowhere. Xia Eveningqing took out a long jade tablet from his sleeve, with delicate gold edges inlaid on all four sides, and a complicated golden pattern engraved within the jade body, with pure spiritual energy flowing vaguely within the pattern. Xiao Air raised his eyes to see the situation, slightly stunned. Then his expression became more and more respectful, immediately bowed his head and bent down to make a please gesture. Noble person, please follow me. The second led them into the curtain on the right side of the door. He put down the curtain and waited for the two of them to pass through before dropping his hand. The moment Su Changqing looked behind the door curtain, pulling the corner of Xia Eveningqing's coat turned into holding her hand. Nothing else, mainly because the dark and lightless passage in front of him looked like a formation leading to nowhere. It's not good to get lost. The moment she gripped that slender jade hand, Xia Eveningqing's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she also slightly gripped his hand back. When he entered this door, as he thought, he could not see anything inside, but he could feel this spiritual energy fluctuating. Countless subtle waves of spiritual energy flow in the air, lightly rubbing over the skin. Suddenly a beam of bright light filled with eyes, lasted only 2 breaths, followed by countless noisy sounds such as a tidal wave into the ears, laughter, cups and lanterns collision sound, musical instruments playing sound mixed together. Blinding white light with the sound of the occasion gradually faded before clearly see the scene in front of them. It was actually in an elegant restaurant. The interior of the restaurant is octagonal, the center of the hollow through the roof. The lobby on the first floor is bustling with activity, with lanterns hanging high all around, dancers singing and playing on the stage, and shadows gathering among the tables and chairs under the stage. They'd be somewhere in the lobby on the first floor, so crowded that no one would notice them. Xiao Air whispered, "Your Honor, please follow me again." Saying that, he led them to a place where a cloud ladder was suspended up and down. Su Changqing sighed in awe. Isn't this the cultivation version of an elevator? Followed by the youngest two to take this ladder to the top floor, and entered the elegant pavilion of a room. The auction venue will begin at 3 minutes past midnight. Please wait a little while. The junior bowed slightly, and after respectfully finishing his sentence, he quietly retreated out. Not long after, a few masked maids came in a row, hands and feet nimbly in the clean table top to add wine and tea refreshments. A moment, the table has been filled with delicacies. A few people deeply salute, and then silently exited the elegant room, closed the door. After all that beating around the bush, here's the map you were talking about. Aha. Well, he thought that he was inside some secret realm where he could see Xia Eveningqing's active killing for treasure. Su Changqing walked to the viewing platform of the elegant room. There were 2 chairs and a table. There was a thin veil hanging at the railing. Even if you didn't lift it, you could still see the situation outside. Outside, there were musicians playing in the air, songstresses dancing, and fun to watch while they waited. He swept his eyes over the viewing platforms on this floor, all arranged like this, all with a light veil separating the inside of each elegant pavilion. Su Changqing's mind moved, but he actually realized that he couldn't even see inside with his quasi-emperor realm cultivation. This veil is capable of shielding any realm from probing. Even if you're at the quasi-emperor realm, you won't be able to detect the realm inside. But when you've just used your divine sense, if the person inside is 1 realm higher than you, they might be able to sense your presence. Xia Eveningqing didn't know when she came to his side and sat down in a chair aside from him. What is this yarn so powerful? Hu Bunny jumped down from Su Changqing's shoulder, landed on the table, picked up the grapes on the jade plate and threw them into his mouth one by one, stuffed his cheeks full of bulging. Some gulped down and said, "Big brother Su hasn't been here and doesn't know that it's normal. This veil is a divine cover. There are countless kinds of divine-level formations made on it to make it to this extent. According to you, the person behind this restaurant is even more powerful than those cultivators in the Heavenly Emperor realm? The Heavenly Emperor realm isn't fearless. There are times when it misses." Xia Eveningqing leisurely propped up her cheeks, looking through the muslin veil in front of her at the graceful dancers outside, and suddenly picked up a sentence quietly. Hu Bunny nodded in agreement with Xia Eveningqing's words. It added, "There aren't many people who can master divine-level formations. These are top-secret techniques that not everyone can practice." Then it continued to give Su Changqing a generalization. This is the Shangtonghui building. It is an auction house that is interoperable between the 3 domains. Not everyone can come in. You need to take out a divine grade item and trade it here once before you can gain permanent admission. And the auctions at the Shangtong Clubhouse are not always available. Only once a year. And the number of auctions is not fixed. Sometimes there is only the same one at a time. So this is all an auction site for divine treasures? Nonetheless, there are more than just objects that can be auctioned here. There are also humans, demons, devils, eggs, of all types and qualities, as long as there is a buyer willing to make a bid. Hearing that people was also included in the options, Su Changqing was surprised but not surprised. He was rather curious. What kind of people can be treated as items to be auctioned here? A lot of them. Some people's physique helps someone to improve their cultivation, or the other person's root bone fits them, so they can change their inferior root bone by replacing it. Hu Bunny had followed Xie Evening Ching and had seen a lot of strange stories in the world, so he was already not surprised. Su Changqing frowned lightly. He knew that there was a dark side to the immortal cultivation world. It was just that now that he had heard it with his own ears, there was more or less some small emotion. Suddenly, he thought of something and glanced at Xie Evening Ching. You wouldn't covet my physique and root bones, would you? Xie Evening Ching's gaze had been falling on the dancers outside the light veil, watching with great interest. When she heard Su Changqing ask this question, she turned her head slightly to look at him. Her voice was thin, considered in admission. The root bones aren't there yet. The Tao body is barely there. Waiting was a bit boring. Su Changqing closed his eyes and checked the panel after breaking through the realm today. Daylight was so interrupted by Xie Evening Ching. There was absolutely no chance to look at the panel situation. NPC basic information. Role, Su Changqing. Race, human, awakened. Realm, Quasi-Emperor Realm, advanceable 0/4. Level, 60, 000. Life, 1000000/100000000. Experience, 1000000/1000000. Occupation, farmer, transferred. Techniques, Big Dipper technique, awakened. Wanxiang technique, unawakened. Myriad hands returning spring, awakened. Weapon, a mediocre wooden stick, can be exercised asterisk. Tao body, innate extreme yang Tao body LV 50, 1 out of 10. Genjutsu, Jin Yuan LV. 1567, unawakened. Water Yuan LV. 3677, unawakened. Wood Yuan LV. 3967, unawakened. Fire Yuan LV. 2204, unawakened. Earth Yuan LV. 1684, unawakened. Attribute information. Power, awakened. Agility, awakened. Endurance, awakened. With a sweep of his eyes, Su Changqing realized that the biggest change was the grade of the Yuanshin. Chapter 39, Auction. I can't believe you're improving so fast. Su Changqing immediately thought of the spiritual rain that he had cast in the medicine garden, as well as the countless +1s of small white characters that he also had when he was refining pills during these 49 days. There's even +0, 1, +0, 5. It seems like the odds are that doing something consistently for a long period of time will decrease the experience value. After knowing that Yuanshin could be passively upgraded, Su Changqing could basically put the matter of Yuanshin upgrading aside. Right now, the main thing was the upgrade of the Quasi-Emperor Realm. He clicked on it. Realm, Pre-Quasi-Emperor Realm, Advanceable 0/4. Side quest, Quasi-Emperor Realm Advancement Pill 0/4. Sure enough, a Quasi-Emperor Realm level advancement pill was needed. It was just that he had gone through quite a few books some time ago, and there was no record of a Quasi-Emperor Realm advancement pill. In that case, could the player whose voice appeared in his head also be in the Quasi-Emperor Realm? Su Changqing withdrew his mind and checked the weapon bar. What he didn't expect was that it took so long for the stick to change as well. Weapon, a plain wooden stick, can be exercised asterisk. Side quest, find a suitable water source for it and complete the new life of the deadwood, 0/1. Side quest, a mediocre Gung Jin Chi, 0/1. Su Changqing opened his eyes and was silent for a long time. He then said that the stick must be unusual for unlocking the conditions at this time. It's hellishly difficult. What the hell is a proper water source? It's hard to make this stick, which can be used as firewood. Grow tender leaves. No, what is this Gung Jin Chi? None of the missions have to be physical now, do they? Entering a quarter of an hour, a formation appeared in the middle of the restaurant, with countless white lines connecting together. The songstress musician retires. From the sky a cage covered in black cloth fell down and landed on top of the formation, followed one by 6 black square boxes with a faint halo of light lingering around them. The 6 square boxes slowly circled the black cage in the center. Turning slowly, it's about to start. Su Changqing, what's the box inside? Hu Bunny sat cross-legged on the table, picked up the teacup and blew out the hot air, took a sip. The auction stuff. Can I not know what's up for auction? I'm asking if we can know what's in here ahead of time. Can't. Hare replied mercilessly. 2 long-bodied masked cultivators descended from the sky on the left and right. All immortals have been waiting for a long time. Today's first auction item is the long-lost treasure of the immortal cultivation spiritual realm, which all cultivators who have not yet reached the transition realm as well as those who have already reached the transition realm can only dream of. The transitional breakthrough pill. This Dan is able to assist in breaking through to immortality while in the transition realm. 1 grain only. The starting bidding price is 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. As the flower dropped its sound, a thick and powerful male voice came from outside the arena. 300,000 top-grade spirit stones. 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Another female voice followed. 10 million upper-grade spirit stones. The man added. 30 million top-grade spirit stones. A top-grade spirit vein. A third old man's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting the two men as they continued to shout the price. The moment the voice of the spirit vein bidding came out, the entire room fell silent. Su Changqing was also shocked for a long time. So many cultivators of the ferrying realm here? At the same time, he didn't expect a transition Dan to be speculated to such a price. He remembered that he had refined 2 grains in the first place. So if he couldn't mix it up someday, wouldn't this be the back door? Su Changqing twisted his head to look at Hu Bunny. Bunny, why don't you just change your profession to practicing this transition Dan? Don't we also have this Dan formula? The Hu rabbit's mouth had been chewing on its spirit food since the beginning, and it returned with a slurred voice. How can it be that easy? Refining this elixir, not to mention those rare materials, are hard to find. The success rate alone is very low. Not only wasting materials, but also wasting time. It is also Su Changqing. The person who refined it as soon as he did. It is also evil. Is this God's reward? Innate alchemy, holy body? After a few breaths of silence, the cultivator holding the square box raised his hand. A top-grade spirit vein is about to obtain the transitional breakthrough pill. Which other immortal dignitary would like to raise the price? 1 top-grade spirit vein at a time. A top-grade spirit vein twice. On the countdown, a thick male voice suddenly spoke out. 2 top-grade spirit veins. The room was silent once again. The masked cultivator spoke for the second time. The immortal dignitary who offered 2 top-grade spirit veins is about to receive the transitional breakthrough sheet. Which other immortal dignitary would like to raise the price? Seeing that no one spoke, the masked cultivator counted down and then spoke once more. Congratulations to this immortal dignitary of our flying fish pavilion for obtaining the transitional breakthrough pill. As the words fell into his voice, he saw the cultivator turn around and push the box in his hand forward, and the thing entered the viewing platform of an attic. The first item was successfully auctioned. The following will open the auction for the second treasure, the ancient demon king's inner Dan. Starting at 1 million top-grade spirit stones, the cultivator picked up one of the boxes that was rotating around the cage, only slightly revealing a slit, and a strong demonic aura hit his face. Su Changqing was curious. This restaurant can even get the inner elixir of an ancient demon king? Being able to get the inner elixir means that the demon king is dead, from the ancient times, which means it's been dead for a long time. These auction items are not Shanton will be building to find. Most of them are some cultivators outside the chance to get, can take on the scene of the things, basically are useless to their own things. If you want to change things into spirit stone, in addition to the ordinary trading business houses, there is the most insured Shanton will be building. Who does not know who the seller is? But well, the buyer is not necessarily. Seeing that Su Changqing didn't know, Hu Bunny was again kind enough to popularize him. The Demon King's inner pill was called out for 10 times before the auction ended with a top-grade spirit vein. The third item up for auction was the Divine 9 Revolutions Devil's Pill, which could assist devil cultivators in breaking through their cultivation bottlenecks and cleansing the cultivators' meridians. It was finally sold at 30 million top-grade spirit stones. Su Changqing had listened to 3 auctions and could sort of see the way. It seems that this Shangtong will building black and white, and to participate in this cultivator, not only people, there are also demon cultivators. There are devil cultivators. The following opens the 4th auction item, a mutilated map. It is rumored that gathering the entire map will open the Heavenly Destiny platform leading to the Divine Realm and the Heavenly Domain. The moment these words came out, all the people living in the attic had their faces shaken. The Divine Realm's Heavenly Fate Terrace? I haven't heard of it. Think they have lived for thousands of years, and they have only heard of the God Sealing List, and they have never heard that there is also a Heavenly Domain and a Heavenly Destiny platform, which makes some of the Immortal and Emperor cultivators who are partially trapped in the Immortal Domain have surging moods, and the Heavenly Domain has actually undergone such a big change. This made their desire to go back to the Heavenly Domain even more urgent, and this news also made those who only broke through and ascended to the true Immortal Realm in the past 1,000 years also look dumbfounded. All along they had never heard of the Divine Realm, and today they even got this kind of news in an auction, and were somewhat half-hearted. Starting price, 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. That's the lowest starting bid in the house. It's a salvage after all. But even if the mutilated items are also 10,000 starting auction, but also have to ponder this behind the real or fake. Chapter 40, The Remnants of 1,000 Years Ago. The most important thing was that this thing was ranked 4th, and there were 2 heavy hitters behind it. Who knew if it was a deliberate gimmick, which made several big heads in the immortal domain press their luck. 11,000 top-grade spirit stones, 12,000 upper-grade spirit stones. The price of a broken map increased to 39,000 top-grade spirit stones, and Xia Evening Ching hadn't moved, during which time she kept her eyes closed. As for Su Changqing, he was just a spectator, and from the start of the shooting, he pulled out his 5 spirit bowl to fill it with water to drink. Seeing that the price was ready to be sold, Hu Bunny suddenly shouted, "A top-grade spirit vein!" Su Changqing almost didn't choke on the water, and he glanced intriguingly at Xia Evening Ching. It was impossible for Hu Bunny to privately call for such a high price unless it was authorized by Xia Evening Ching, and he didn't think that the other party was a master who was stupid and had a lot of money. I'm afraid this is playing out. After the price of the spirit vein came out, it was silenced for a long time before the auction boy apparatu. Congratulations to this immortal from the Flying Immortal Pavilion for obtaining half of the map of the location of the Heavenly Fate platform. In the next moment, the box in the other party's hand appeared in front of their eyes, and the box opened automatically, revealing endless divine radiance, and even the divine cover could not resist its aura. Also appearing was an open Qiankuan bag. Hu Rabbit saw the situation, went up to stretch and grabbed the body furry belly, pulled out a jade plate thrown into that Qiankuan bag inside. Xia Evening Ching didn't know when her eyes opened, and the moment the box opened to reveal the divine radiance aura, she lifted her hand and gently waved the box closed. With the item in hand and no more lingering, Xia Evening Ching stood up and prepared to leave. It was only then that Su Changqing retrieved his mind from the box just now and looked at Xia Evening Ching. Gone? Aha! There's 2 more to go. What's the rush? Finish it. Upon hearing this, Xia Evening Ching turned her head to look at the 2 remaining items on the stage, pondered for a moment, and finally compromised. Fine. The 5th item up for auction, the Eye of the Divine Spring, rumored to be a divine object left behind by the ancient god race, is currently in a sealed state, and no one has been able to unseal it as of yet, the auction boy said as he opened the box in his fingers and turned it around, showing you all the object inside. The appearance was a round and smooth piece of suet jade, only to see that after the auction boy exerted all his magical powers on that piece of jade, countless chains flooded that white smooth and unsullied exterior, and an aura that didn't belong to the immortal cultivation spirit realm poured out. 1 top-grade spirit vein to start the auction. If it was said that the previous few times when the bidding was shouted was silent, then this time when the starting price came out, Su Changqing could even hear many voices sucking in a few breaths of cool air. But, not to mention them, he himself was startled for a moment, because he saw the exclamation point, clearly erected above that round jade. 2 top-grade spirit veins. Someone else made a bid. 3 top-grade spirit veins. 4, 5. It kept adding up to 23. These people are really wealthy. So Su Changqing twisted his head to look at Xia Evening Ching. Mother, I want it too. Xia Evening Ching, as you wish. Hu Bunny was instructed to cough his voice lightly and skillfully called out the price. 100 top-grade spirit veins. Su Changqing almost didn't sit still as he looked at Hu Bunny in shock. Playing such a big game as soon as you come up? The next second I heard someone else follow. 200 bars. Rabbit, 500. 1,000. Hu Bunny calmly bid. 10,000 bars. The person who had been following Hu Bunny's shouted price fell silent for a breath, and the clear voice came again. 100,000 bars. Hubris, 1,000,000 bars. Su Changqing's blood surged as he listened, and at the same time, his knowledge of Xia Evening Ching's financial strength was once again refreshed. Not only him, the auction boy's hand almost shook as he held the box when he heard it, and he snapped back to his senses. 1,000,000 top-grade spirit veins at a time. 1,000,000 top-grade spirit veins twice. 100 top-grade spirit veins 3 times. Congratulations to Immortal Flying Fairy Pavilion for obtaining the Eye of the Divine Spring. Words fall tone. Auction Little Brother's box was teleported in with it also has a Qiankuan bag containing money. Hu Bunny pulled out half of his rabbit fur, his ears wiggling as he looked to Xia Evening Ching. Lord Goddess, I don't have enough jade tags. Su Changqing also turned his head to look at Xia Evening Ching. Xia Evening Ching glanced at the expectant Su Changqing. She reminded, didn't I tell you that my storage ring is interoperable? It means you can get paid too. Why are you looking at me? Su Changqing, you familiarize yourself with your spirit ring. You take it. There's so much stuff in there, he could dig through it for half a day. She was silent for a split second, and finally took out 2 even more chic jade tags from her spirit ring and threw them into her Qiankuan bag. The Qiankuan bag then disappeared and the open box was left behind. Su Changqing picked up the round jade in the box. The exclamation mark disappeared. The Eye of the Divine Spring. Could it be that this is the suitable water source for the wooden stick? Just as he was still trying to study the seal on it, Xia Evening Ching stood up again. Let's go. Su Changqing pulled her down and sat down. There's still the last one left. What's your hurry? Isn't it that your mother is afraid that I'll look at the last treasure again? Next, to our first and last auction of the year. The final finale. Auction guy lifts the cage. Xia Eveningqing glanced at the caged object and sneered. You'd better not look at it. Su Changqing inclined his head to look. Surprisingly, there was a beautiful woman sitting inside. The elder dragon horns. The daughter of the demon race. Middle stage of the golden immortal realm. Her body was bound by the demon binding lock and she couldn't struggle. But the hatred in her eyes was monstrous. He retracted his gaze and hastily made his attitude clear to Xia Eveningqing. This is certainly not something I can see. But what he was curious about was how someone in such a realm was caged to be the object of an auction. This demon cultivator has dragon marrow. And his body has been refined into dragon dan. And most importantly, this demon is a remnant that survived 1,000 years ago. Remnants? Su Changqing's heart sank and immediately thought of the player. There are multiple races to choose from in this game when you create your character in the first place. His gaze sank to the person on the stage. That immortal binding lock was not a mortal object, much less an ordinary immortal item, but a divine item with powerful mana. If the opponent was really a player, then this was all caught. Unless the opponent was in the Quasi-Emperor realm or the late Golden Immortal realm. And since it was a demon cultivator, it meant that the probability of the opponent who had caught her was either a human or a demon. If they were of the same demon race, since they coveted this person's dragon dan, why didn't they just kill them, but just bring them up for auction? Is it impossible to kill, or is there another conspiracy? Su Changqing waited for the others to call out the price. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones to start the auction. 1 million top-grade spirit stones. The clear female voice that had just fought with Hu Bunny for the Eye of the Divine Spring had pulled up the demoness in one bite. Once this price was made, there was no sound in the field to follow the auction. And after a few breaths, the auction boy shouted, 1 million top-grade spirit stones at a time. 1 million top-grade spirit stones twice. 1 million top-grade spirit stones 3 times. Congratulations to the Immortal of the Purple Palace Pavilion for winning the grand finale of this game. In the next moment, the banshee disappeared into thin air. Xia Eveningqing had already stood up and looked at Su Changqing with downcast eyes. You're willing to leave this time, only to see Xia Eveningqing in front of the appearance of a light-flooded Shinmen. Hu Bunny has taken the lead to jump into the inside disappeared in the room. She stretched out her hand to signal Su Changqing to hold on. Su Changqing saw this and took the initiative to hold on and follow her into this door of emptiness. The moment he put his right foot in, ding! Detected a player erased in the vicinity. Number of players present in the current world, 8. Players are asked to hide their identities well and not to expose their identities voluntarily. Chapter 42. Actually, I'm a medical practitioner. Su Changqing looked puzzled. Why are they all looking at me? Hare questioned. How did you do that? Xia Eveningqing's eyes were also filled with inquiry. Looking at Su Changqing, he hesitated. This simple flesh wound, isn't it just an open hand? Xia Eveningqing glanced at the rabbit paw of the Hu rabbit. She explained, the Hu rabbit is not an ordinary rabbit, nor is it an unusual divine pet. Its essence blood has the effect of purifying all miasma. If an ordinary cultivator drinks its blood, it can enhance his cultivation, increase the purity of the spiritual chi in his body and the speed of cultivation. And if a cultivator who has entered into the devil's thrice can drink its blood, it can remove the devil's chi from his body. In addition, the Hu rabbit is a body that has a hard time stopping bleeding, and if it didn't have unusual medicines to stop the bleeding, it would keep losing blood until it died. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. This is an auxiliary rabbit yet. No wonder it showed such a big reaction just now. So, we're all curious how you did it? You can't do it even if you're a goddess? Yes, it's a bit of a hassle. Well, I'm actually a medical practitioner. Su Changqing had a face of I'm not pretending anymore. I'm showing my cards. The one who was most shocked was still Hu Bunny. You're a medical cultivator? What's wrong? Dan medicine is the same thing. You say. Hu Bunny believed 7 points. After all, Su Changqing's alchemy skills had never really missed a beat. Xia Eveningqing looked at him with interest and laughed. I didn't know that my husband was in possession of such a great skill. At the end, she glanced at the round jade on the table. And the book, the complete book of unsealing. She reached out her index finger and gently waved it. The pages of the book slowly flipped, stopping at the page that Su Changqing said. Looking at the line of modeled words, he laughed softly and said, Ancient divine vein seals require the use of the blood of a positive god possessing a god's character to cast a secret spell in order to unseal it. Su Changqing came closer and widened his eyes with a puzzled look. How did you see it? I have read it before. This is an ordinary mortal book that I received in the mortal domain, and the contents may not be true. She picked up the round jade and shone it into the sunlight for a while, inputting her spiritual energy, and a few black chains with one of its charms appeared on the surface. Xia Evening Ching waved her palm. A strong spiritual energy emanated around her, only to see her palm covering the top of the jade stone, slowly moving, the black talisman glowing with a strong white light. The two forces were facing each other. Xia Evening Ching's eyes were awe-inspiring, his eyes haunted with the aura of pure gold. And when Hu Bunny saw this, his white fur was terrified and he jumped onto Su Changqing's shoulder, wrapping an arm around his neck. Su Changqing also felt the aura on Xia Evening Ching's body getting more and more dangerous. He got up and took a few steps back without moving. This was the first time he had seen an unusual side of Xia Evening Ching, and his powerful aura detonated the boundary he had established with his own hands. A wave of air erupted from the divine feminine courtyard. All the disciples of the marginal life sect were violently shocked. What's going on? What's happening at the divine feminine? The disciples looked towards the divine maiden's main mountain. As much as they could with their eyes, they were stung to tears by the powerful aura, and hastily retracted their sight and imperially raised their boundaries. Even Gao Tianxiong, who was napping in the Pill Peak garden, woke up violently. He squinted his eyes and glanced at the main mountain. White light appeared on the other side of the main mountain, as if it was the mighty light of that sun, so that people didn't dare to look directly at it. What the? Someone attacked up here? Adhering to watching the fun, he hastened to wind up towards the goddess courtyard to see the gossip. Only just flew up, saw the breath just now suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if it had never happened in general, and the not over there was re-imperialized. The moment the white light appeared, a person and a rabbit closed their eyes. Over a few breaths, Su Changqing slightly squinted his eyes, see the white light disappeared, and Hu Rabbit at the same time before slowly opened the round big eyes. When he looked at the jade again, it was no longer shackled by the original seal. Taking another look at Xia Evening Ching's intact 10 fingers, there were no traces of broken blood. Su Changqing inwardly slurred. Hiss, is my wife that powerful? The seal was broken directly with power alone. It wasn't as if he hadn't tried this method at first, and if it had worked, he wouldn't have gone through the books looking for the complete book of unsealing. Xia Evening Ching threw the piece of jade to Su Changqing. So that's what you've been up to all these days. Get it done, and you guys can save me some trouble in the future. After saying that, he turned around and disappeared into thin air, leaving one man and one rabbit frozen in place. Su Changqing looked at the round jade in his hand, and with a thought, he urged his spiritual power, and a cold spring slowly surfaced in his hand. He placed the eye of the divine spring in the 5-spirit bowl, and after running his spiritual energy, water emerged from the bowl. Su Changqing poured a cup of water and handed it to Hu Bunny, who was still sitting on his shoulder. Taste it? Hare bobbed his head. You drink first. The thing looks marvelous, but it doesn't dare drink water of unknown origin. Su Changqing was unimpressed. If you don't know what you're talking about, I'll drink it if I drink it. It was also thanks to his 100 poison physique that he dared to drink it with confidence. It is silky smooth in the mouth, with a second of sweetness that lingers in the aftertaste. Su Changqing put down the cup and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Really? What's the point of lying to you? Drink what you like, or forget it. Hey, wait. Hu Rabbit jumped down holding a cup signaling him to pour water. Looking at Su Changqing poured it a full cup of water. It carefully small sip. There seems to be that hint of sweetness back, so it boldly took a small sip, which eventually turned into a gulp, looked at the empty cup, and felt itself change again, as if nothing had changed. Hare asked dully, what does this water do? I don't know. I wonder if you put it still on camera. It was impossible for Su Changqing to have a weak heart. He frankly said, ancient divine artifact. As soon as I heard that this thing is not ordinary, of course I want to get my hands on it. The words are true. Hu Bunny thought about no way to refute. After all, Shantung Clubhouse is not going to engage in gimmicks. This Shantung Clubhouse is only once a year? Yeah. Are there any other trading houses besides these auctions? Naturally, there is, but although the goods inside the trading house are numerous, their quality varies, making it difficult to find good ones. This way, Su Changqing pondered. Wearing into the early stage of the game, his trading merchant bank in the mortal domain was still usable. At least there were still quite a few elixirs about realm promotion breakthroughs, all of which were traded by players on their own. But the further back you go, the less it works. Players are running out, and many of the elixirs are unknowingly broken. Chapter 43, letting them go out to collect disciples. After the seal of the Eye of the Divine Spring was lifted, Su Changqing dug a pool in the backyard and placed the round jade into the pool. The clear spring water overflowed the entire pool. Su Changqing inserted his wooden stick into the pool and soaked it for a day and a night. And when he looked at it again the next day, the brown skin of the stick revealed golden lines that he couldn't understand. Mediocre? He glanced at the panel. The quest bar didn't show a completed quest, so it looked like he would have to wait for this wood to sprout. And so, the next day, Su Changqing came to see it again. The golden lines had disappeared. but it was the wooden stick that was a little green in color. On the third day, the sticks took root. On the fourth day, the sticks sprouted wooden lumps. On the fifth day, those bumps on the sticks sprouted a little green shoot that had a tendency to break through. On the sixth day, the green tips on the sticks showed signs of climbing. On the seventh day, the sticks had the appearance of being alive. Su Changqing watched the wooden stick in front of him turn into a small sapling, and a system tone appeared in his mind. Congratulations to the player, completing the side quest, New Life in Deadwood, January 1st. And really get a new life? He circled around this wooden stick growing in the spring a few times and glanced at the panel again. The description there on the weapon bar was still a plain and unusual stick. Thinking that there was still a Gung Jin Chi task left to be completed. Could it be that it was needed to cut down the wood into timber? So, Su Changqing went to the study for a few more days. Gung, with a fury, is the austere spirit of autumn? If that's true, the intangibles can be difficult. No, it's not that hard to do. Su Changqing thought about it. There are only two kinds. One is to wait until the trees wither in the fall and then turn into deadwood. Either that or it takes a swordsman to cast a gung-ho sword intent. Now it is summer. Is in the month of not yet. Into the autumn there is still a period of time. There is no hurry. If after this fall the tree did not change, then use the second method. Without the mainline quests that must be done every day, coupled with the fact that he was now stuck in these few side quests without any progress, Su Changqing was idle. On this day, Hare rested and took up his small traveling bag to go down the mountain again. Su Changqing looked at its faraway back with bated breath, and instructed it 1,000 times to bring it back to see if it saw something interesting. Early in the morning, Xia Eveningqing also went to the academy to clock in as usual before he woke up, and now he was left alone in this courtyard. Nothing to do. Su Changqing hit the idea of the boundary again. Nothing else, simply idle. He came to the edge of the knot and reached out to touch it in preparation for power, but accidentally managed to stretch his hand across the knot. He shook his hand up and down. Ha! Su Changqing tried to take another step forward and smoothly opened the door and walked out of the divine feminine courtyard. Xia Eveningqing has changed sex? No. When did she release me from my confinement? So I didn't know about it for so long? Su Changqing stood on the top of the mountain. The mountain wind blowing and his robes fluttering as he looked towards the heavy sea of clouds and mountains. Testing him? Su Changqing shook his head to deny the idea. In keeping with her domineering nature, I'm afraid she simply felt that even if he went anywhere, she could find him. After all, the last time Xia Eveningqing had admitted it in the first place. Even if she was testing herself, then she was on the wrong path for this, and now he would never have ventured down the mountain alone at all. If there were still a few thoughts before, after the last time he and Xia Eveningqing went to a Shangtong meeting house, he completely eliminated the idea of going out alone. Now he was all but certain that there were other cultivators hunting players in the immortal domain. Either that or other players. To be able to kill someone in the late golden immortal realm, I'm afraid that they are in the quasi-emperor realm above the golden immortal realm. In addition to the same realm, the most important and outrageous thing was that since coming to the immortal domain, every time he went out, he would come across messages about players being killed. It's not properly comparable to Conan. Everywhere you go, there's a crime scene. It's only twice, but that's too much of a coincidence. Su Changqing looked back at the empty and unoccupied courtyard. Imperial Air Flight to the academy. Far away from the mountain where he heard the sound of iron smithing, one after another noisy, there are countless sparks floating in the air. Looking at the situation, it was probably smithing and ironing. Now that Su Changqing's figure appeared in the academy, these disciples were no longer surprised and had even managed to witness and ignore it. However, there are a few cheerful people who see Su Changqing will be called seniors. Sometimes after class will also take the classroom assignments for him to comment on the comments. This time, that godforsaken sect leader of the marginal life sect, Gao Tianxiong, actually appeared here as well to stand on the sidelines observing the state of the students. Since the last time to see him now has been separated a few months, he remembered when he did not see the cultivation of Gao Tianxiong, only heard Hu Bunny mentioned that this person had cultivation regression to the late stage of the Mahayana realm. Now that they were seeing each other again, Gao Tianxiong had returned to the pre-transition realm. He himself had now advanced to the quasi-emperor realm. And for cultivators who were still at the level of spirit cultivation, no matter how disguised they were worthless in front of him. Su Changqing landed smoothly, came to Gao Tianxiong's side and stood aside with Xia Eveningqing to watch these disciples smithing. The three of them astonishingly shared the same frame in the academy for once, with the three big brothers watching together. It made all the disciples present sweating profusely under the pressure of pumping iron. For a moment, I don't know whether it was sweat from nervousness or from over-exercise heat, but fortunately it wasn't too hot now. The sun was rising and the wind was strong at the top of the mountain. Even so it couldn't blow away the false sweat. These disciples of yours can. Su Changqing looked at these Jindan Yuaning varying disciples burying their heads in the iron and quipped. This simple sentence led many disciples lowered their heads even lower. The corners of their mouths almost cannot be suppressed. There is a senior in front of Xie Evening Qing and the sect master to praise themselves. The heart of the heart is very happy. The strength of the iron is even more forceful. Gao Tianxiong stroked his beard with a smug expression. That's right. Don't even look at whose disciple it is. Nor do you look at who taught you. Seeing that he couldn't take the credit on himself, Su Changqing returned. Gao Tianxiong didn't refute this point, but instead agreed with it, looking at Xie Evening Qing and smilingly saying, "Oh, that's right, with a goddess here to point out the way. Even those with stupid natural talent become geniuses." Exchanging the former Clanstown treasure for Xie Evening Qing's 300 years of teaching was not a loss. He even felt that he had earned it. Xie Evening Qing was speechless and didn't want to speak, thinking that he had worked for almost 300 years, and as a result, the things were exchanged away by Su Changqing before they could be warmed up for long. Su Changqing clasped his arms and looked at these students, and discovered a problem. But why are these disciples of yours getting fewer and fewer? There were more than 30 of them a while ago. There were only about a dozen subs present today. Gao Tianxiong's words were long and heartfelt, and his words carried expectations. Let them go out and collect disciples. It's time to collect disciples and expand the clan. Chapter 44, Another Death. This Su Changqing was a bit surprised. This sect that didn't even have any elders or deacons was actually accepting disciples? Although players need to unlock the conditions of the Jindan realm to enter the immortal domain, it doesn't mean that the immortal domain doesn't have cultivators who practice qi and build foundations. After all, there are plenty of cultivators who get married and have children in this world, and not everyone has the ambition to rush to the sky, otherwise there wouldn't be all those smoky country towns. As for the clan's conditions for recruiting disciples, this game was not based on the 5 elemental spiritual roots to enter the grid, but rather on the root bone qualification. The qualifications of the roots and bones were divided into 5 major grades: mortal, spiritual, earthly, heavenly, and divine. Mortal product root bone is the most inferior, most out in the mortal domain majority. This and mortal no difference, but to want to change fate against the heavens, can be through the marrow cleansing dan to change the qualification of the root bone. Spirit and earth products, for the odd good, were also the ordinary choices for most sects to recruit disciples. As for the heavenly root bone being superior, it came out in a few people, and the divine root bone was the superior one, which could be encountered but not sought. As players start to create a role, the root bone that column are random. There is no way to choose on their own, can only enter the game, do their own tasks or buy marrow elixir. The higher the qualification of the elixir, the higher the qualification of the root bone washed out. Only his game panel didn't have a root bone column, and when he created his character he was given the option to randomize his root bone. Who knew that when he entered the game he turned into an inoperable NPC character? Su Changqing guessed that if he hadn't been pulled into the game, I'm afraid that this character wouldn't even be able to cultivate. He looked at Gao Tianxiong and issued a soul questioning. You have no elders or deacons in this sect, and you accept so many disciples. Can you manage it? A few days ago, he also saw that there were disciples of the transformation god and Mahayana realms in the sect, and actually there was not a single position either. Was it that the disciples didn't want to be? Or was it that this headmaster wanted to monopolize the ministry of power? This question is not to be solved. Gao Tianxiong stroked his beard hand a beat, changed to clench his fist to cough. This well, all things do not stick to the shape. He's quite casual. Did he change his mindset after his clan was destroyed? There are still people who would choose this clan of yours? This immortal domain isn't so great. Hey, you kid. Gao Tianxiong raised his duster and ran after Su Changqing in the sky. Su Changqing ran halfway, suddenly braked sharply. No, I'm in the quasi-emperor realm. What am I running for? So he turned around and angrily released a trace of his breath. Gao Tianxiong's face changed. His heart felt bad. He immediately stopped chasing and turned around in a hurry. Su Changqing chased after him. Give face. Give face. Senior Su, give face. So many disciples are watching. Gao Tianxiong turned his head to communicate with divine sense and paused. Su Changqing also stopped when he heard this. He didn't intend to do anything to the other party either. He was just scaring them. Gao Tianxiong came to his side and quietly whispered, I can't imagine that Senior is so low-key, and only today did he show off his powers. With that trace of aura just now, the transitional realms him clearly sensed that it was extraordinary. There were large numbers of true immortal realms in the immortal domain that had broken through the transition realm but failed to ascend. He had once been in contact with Yi Shihua when he was at the peak of the transition, so he naturally knew what state the true immortal realm was in, and Su Changqing's aura just now reminded him of Xie Evening Qing. That's a big deal. I had heard the disciple say before that Su Changqing had exposed himself as coming from the same place as Xie Evening Qing, so it was true? The matter of Xie Eveningqing and Su Changqing becoming a Taoist couple was only known to the cultivators on the heavenly domain, and the immortal domain, which was separated from above, naturally couldn't get any wind of it. However, ever since that small piece of map location of the Heavenly Fate Terrace from the Heavenly Domain appeared in the Chamber of Commerce, it had caused quite a bit of heat in the Immortal Domain. Now that group of Immortal and Emperor Realm cultivators who were stranded in the Immortal Domain were anxious to find a way to find the key to unlock the Heaven's Destiny stage. The Immortal Domain's cultivation resources regarding the Immortal and Emperor realms were limited, and the aura wasn't as pure as it should be. So much so that many people's realm cultivation had remained stagnant. Su Changqing looked at him askance. What are you trying to fight? I'm not omnipotent like the goddess. Such direct words directly blocked the words Gao Tianxiong was about to say. How did he know what he wanted to say? Gao Tianxiong could only shake his fist and cough dryly to hide his embarrassment. Senior thought too much. Mr. Gao was just curious to ask. Just as Su Changqing turned around to go back. Ding! Player erasure detected. Current world presence, 7. Players are requested to hide their identities well and not to expose their identities voluntarily. Su Changqing's heart jumped, and a trace of heaviness swept across his unchanged expression. After all these years, this voice still makes people subconsciously appear panicked when it appears. The word nearby did not appear, and it was uncertain if it happened in the immortal domain, but it was certain that it was not within 100 miles of him. Besides him, there were 6 unknowns, and the crowd was getting smaller. It feels like it's going to the final round. Ugh, another one dead. The familiar voice rang in his head again. Su Changqing did not move. This was the second time the other party had revealed his voice. He was basically certain that this might be the result of players being able to communicate with each other after reaching the Emperor Realm cultivation level. It was just that what he couldn't figure out was why the other party had now taken the initiative to reveal his identity and also gave himself a sideways hint of this important information. Could it be that it was really a sudden exclamation that someone had risen to the quasi-emperor realm at that time? Or was it a deliberate attempt to entice him to venture out? Su Changqing returned to the top of that tree with his front foot and sighed alas as he looked at the great mountains and rivers in front of him. It's a long way to go. Gao Tianxiong followed on his heels with an audible sigh, shook his head, and sat down. What are you sighing for? Su Changqing gave him a look. The duster in Gao Tianxiong's hand was flung, and a boundary slightly imperialized. The thought of my marginal life sect not having someone to preside over the big picture in the future. I'm worried. Old man. You're not human? The old man is now in the transition realm, and will always ascend, so he won't be able to accompany them for long. There are still transition realms that can ascend normally, going to the heavenly realm, but you need a special key to open it. Speaking of this, Gao Tianxiong shook his head and looked smug. This is not a matter of concern. To be clear, he has the key. Su Changqing laughed. You're also a person with a big heart, telling me this kind of thing. Aren't you afraid of people coveting it? Oh, you're with the goddess. Why do you need a key? Su Changqing smiled without saying anything, and Gao Tianxiong added, I wonder how long Senior intends to stay in the immortal domain. This old Taoist is not yet dissuaded from gripping him. He smiled faintly and said, I will leave when the goddess leaves. He remembers that Xie Leiqing still has over 30 years of teaching left. I believe this was too short for a cultivator, and without Xie Eveningqing, this task of teaching the disciples would fall on who knows who. However, Su Changqing was also looking forward to going up to the heavenly domain earlier. He thought that since the heavenly domain was the domain where the quasi-emperor realm should stay, in accordance with the game's pissing contest, I'm afraid that his advancement pills would only be available in the heavenly domain. Su Changqing suddenly realized, these players trapped in the immortal domain looking for a chance to go back to the heavenly domain, were afraid that the quests released by their game needed to be completed in the upper domain. It would be nice to obtain a list of all those immortal and imperial realms in the immortal domain. Chapter 45, he's the one with the highest level of cultivation here. Su Changqing felt that Hu Bunny should have these lists. It had been refining pills and weapons for years, and was probably trading with these people. It's just that it would be risky for him to ask Hare for a list of these people out of the blue, without reason. With reason, it's hard to support the motivation for this. The result in the end was to alarm Xie Eveningqing. He could still muddle through against a rabbit, but against Xie Eveningqing, he wasn't sure. Thinking of this, Su Changqing put away the idea. It was better not to take any chances at the moment. Gao Tianxiong did not know Su Changqing's mental activities, and he had a mind to find someone to take over. But it turned out that this one was also a human savant. However, this 300 years of Xie Leiqing teaching lessons of the Shadowstone, also enough to be their town treasure. Senior thinks that among these disciples below, which one is the most suitable to be the sect leader? Su Changqing looked at him with an odd expression. Not really, you're only in the pre-transition realm, can't you be ascending right away? Ugh, it's not about preparing early. Su Changqing swept a glance at the disciples down there. and he casually pointed to the male cultivator with the highest cultivation level inside. Late Yuaning realm. I see that he is good. From just now to now the iron failed 30 times, but the temperament is still as one. Not anxious, compared to other people, although the enlightenment is poorer, but the heart is really excellent inside. Gao Qianxiong followed his finger and stroked his beard, staring for a moment with a considering gaze. His words just now were just a passing question. After all, in this clan, there were not many people to communicate with, and today, when he met and sat with Su Changqing, he casually asked, and the other party did not understand the situation within their clan, and did not think that the other party would be able to answer. Unexpectedly, Su Changqing seemed to be careless during this period, but he was able to accurately say that the disciple had just failed to strike iron 30 times. In the little disciple, he thought about it. Lin Yi, spirit great roots and bones, has been in the sect for almost 300 years. That means this guy most likely didn't miss a single lesson of Xia Evening Qing's and only ended up in the late Yuaning stage? It's not so much a matter of poor enlightenment. That's super bad, alright. 300 years, the top educational resources, and then a clan is not many people. The resources are self-sufficient enough to share. Their clan has already had 7 or 8 to reach the transformation of God stage, 5 or 6 in the harmonization stage, and 2 or 3 to reach the Mahayana stage. On the same track, this guy was actually only in the late Yuaning stage. Right now, among these disciples, those who came 100 years late, some of them had gone up to the Yuaning realm, directly chasing Lin Yi. Gao Tianxiong said uncertainly, "Senior is serious? This disciple has not hidden his cultivation. He has been in the sect for almost 300 years, and he comes to the academy on time every day. The rest of these guys are coming later than him." At the word, Su Changqing almost didn't tense up. What kind of hand he has? A finger to the worst qualification. His face was natural, and he saluted. There are different materials, and there is early and late success. Gao Tianxiong was half convinced, stroking his beard, and asked again, "Senior, besides this disciple, do the rest of the disciples have any views? The sect leader has spent hundreds of years with these disciples, so why bother asking an outsider? The answer is in your heart itself." Su Changqing smiled. His gaze lowered and he saw Xia Eveningqing sitting calmly and idly under a tree drinking tea. He raised his chin. "Why don't you go and ask the goddess? She's been teaching for 300 years, so she must have some understanding of the hearts of these disciples." Gao Tianxiong's gaze followed the movement. The words were right. He also thought the same thing, just that the timing had been wrong. Every time he remembered this matter to look for Xia Eveningqing, the other party was either in class or not in the academy. It just so happened that today the weather was right and the disciples were there. Though not many, but enough for half a day's questioning. Elder said yes. So Gao Tianxiong immediately disappeared in place and appeared in front of Xia Eveningqing in the next moment. "What is it?" Xia Eveningqing raised her eyelids and gently looked askance at him, putting down the teacup in her hand in a calm tone. Disciples in front of the refining iron, as the head of the door in the back to seek advice, naturally cannot let the disciples know. So as early as he came down on the occasion of another anti-peeping boundary. After all, it is an old partner who has cooperated. Gao Tianxiong also doesn't engage in these false heads and snakes, and directly opens the door and asks, "Do you think that these disciples of mine? Who has the power to bear the great responsibility of the head of the door?" Xia Eveningqing, however, laughed. "You've only entered the transition realm and you're thinking about the succession of the sect leader. It's not about making preparations earlier. My cultivation speed was known throughout the immortal domain at first. Alas, I don't even dare to nap now, for fear of accidentally breaking through." The boundary spread by Gao Tianxiong was equivalent to a decoration for Su Changqing's realm. The conversation between the two was heard word for word in his ears, and the other party's words really made him look at him in a different light. I didn't realize there were such pretenders in the world. It refreshed his impression of Gao Tianxiong. Isn't there a few Mahayana realms in the sect? Just find them to inherit your mantle. Xia Eveningqing casually said. "They?" Gao Tianxiong shook his head. "A high cultivation level isn't a great responsibility." Having seen the demise of his former clan, he didn't want to go back to his old ways. Seeing that Xia Eveningqing stopped saying anything, Gao Tianxiong tried. "What do you think of Lin Yi as a person?" Xia Eveningqing's fingers casually looked at the table, seemed to be thinking, and then faintly said, "The heart is calm and steady, and great wisdom is like foolishness, barely a buildable talent." As the words left her mouth, she poured another cup of tea, her fingers gently shaking the cup as the blue sky reflected in the water was swirled into ripples. Gao Tianxiong once again contemplated and frowned. "Even Xia Eveningqing said so? Do the rest of you goddesses have any other views?" Xia Eveningqing paused, the corner of his mouth hooked up. "If anything, Zhang Qianxue, this person's heart is smart, doing things in the big picture, but we still have to see if they are willing to do it." Upon hearing this, Gao Tianxiong's hand stroking his beard lurched again, his brows tightening slightly as his gaze fell on these disciples. Jiang Qin Xue, currently not among these people, followed out to collect new disciples this time. This person is the last time the new disciple into the clan is only 30 years. Spiritual root qualification. Cultivation is currently only in the late stage of foundation building. Even Jin Dan have not yet arrived. It's really weird how the 1 or 2 recommendations are all. Gao Tianxiong closed his eyes and contemplated for half a day, and finally flicked his duster, to be examined and inspected by the old immortal. As the words fell into his voice, the person disappeared into thin air. Su Changqing took a look. Gao Tianxiong was suddenly out of sight. His figure flickered and appeared on Xia Eveningqing's side, his tall figure blocking the slanting sunlight on her. He naturally took the cup half filled with tea from her hand and tilted his head to take a sip before putting down the cup and saying, "Who was that disciple you were talking about just now?" It was unusual to be favored by Xia Eveningqing. Xia Eveningqing just smiled. "It's not here, but I'm curious as to why you would recommend this person Lin Yi to Gao Tianxiong?" Su Changqing was unimpressed and said, "He's the one with the highest cultivation here, so who to choose if not him? I can't believe this is the reason." The sun sets and the day rushes to a close. Chapter 47, Refining Weapons. In the end, Su Changqing clearly felt the 2 strands of spells withdrawing from his body just now. He opened his mouth and tried to move his fingers again, realizing he could talk and move. Just before he could make his next reaction, Xia Eveningqing had already pressed down on his shoulders and flipped him over to meet the man. "The double feature I missed last night was made up this morning. The sun is rising and alive. The sun shines on the earth." Outside the house, Hu Bunny has already gotten up to work, began to take a broom and began to clean the leaves on the ground. The stove on a small fire slowly stewed medicinal meals. The aroma overflowed all over the yard, but also drifted into the various houses. The only person in the quiet house was Su Changqing. At this time he was already fully dressed standing by the bed, changing the sheets on the new bed as usual and drying the water stains on the floor. After doing all this, Su Changqing opened the door to his room to welcome a new day. "Bunny, is there a refining furnace?" Upon hearing this, Hu Bunny stopped the sweeping action in his hands. "You want to refine weapons?" Su Changqing nodded. "You also know how to refine weapons?" Hu Bunny was slightly surprised and expectant. "I've seen him alchemize Dan, but I haven't seen his skills in refining weapons." This Su Changqing did not dare to guarantee, and could only say conservatively, "Try it first." Thus, Hu Bunny put down the broom in his hand and ran to the storehouse to rummage out the smithing equipment. Seeing this, Su Changqing cast a wind skill, controlling the power of the wind to blow the fallen leaves in the yard to gather together and fall under the flower soil. Hu Bunny took out a refining furnace and a piece of fine iron. As usual, before it was sure of Su Changqing's strength, it could only conservatively take out a spiritual refining furnace and a piece of spiritual fine iron. Fine iron is the main material for refining weapons, and it is also an indispensable material for Wei air. It is just that unlike alchemy, the quality of the fine iron is whatever the quality of the magic weapon is. If one failed in the forging, then the fine iron would become scrap iron and could not be used again, even if it was a divine product. As a result, refiners were more popular than alchemy in a way. To be able to refine an immortal magic weapon was already at the level of a grandmaster, not to mention the unheard of divine magic weapon. Currently, as far as it knew, only Xia Eveningqing could refine divine magical artifacts. The stuff is all here. Let's try it out with the spirit essence iron first. There are only 2 pieces of divine essence iron left in the storehouse. It's just not much. Hu Bunny placed a series of refining equipment on the ground and explained. "Okay, got it." Su Changqing ate his breakfast before slowly starting to refine his weapons. He followed the combination of the steps the disciples had operated yesterday and what he had learned in his study last night, throwing the fine iron into the furnace to refine it for an hour, and then taking it out of the forge when it was red and warm. Each hammer had to be injected with his purest spiritual energy. The more mellow the spiritual energy, the higher the success rate, which was what he had heard from Xia Eveningqing yesterday when he reminded those disciples so much. Hu Rabbit listening to the clanking iron sound, ears slightly move. It is refining pills also slightly distracted a trace of heart to look at Su Changqing's operation. The outsider looked quite like that, but the insider looked like a novice who was touching the refiner for the first time. With that rusty technique, he watched Hu Bunny's brows furrow as he almost didn't control the fire. It decided to put away its mind and stop looking at him. After half an hour, it glanced at Su Changqing's direction again and saw that the magic weapon already had the beginnings of molding. It seemed to be an axe. Hu Bunny withdrew his eyes and continued to calmly control the fire. After another hour, the forged magic weapon in Su Changqing's hand was completely formed into an axe. It was really rare for the rabbit. It thought that Su Changqing would forge a sword, the same as those sword cultivators who love to play smart. They all liked to use swords, or maybe refine an iron rod to replace the wooden rod he had before. Speaking of which, that stick seems to have been placed in the spring pool there and taken root, which is rare. Hubunny continued to look down again with the fan in his hand to continue fanning the flames, ready to wrap things up. An hour later its Danmaku opened. A perfect spirit axe out of the box. Hubunny immediately looked at Su Changqing and found that Su Changqing had also returned the piece of axe to the furnace and successfully opened the furnace. A faint purple light was bubbling and the axe was perfectly formed. Surprisingly, it didn't fail. Hubunny put away the pills and walked over to Su Changqing. You really know how to refine weapons? Su Changqing was also surprised that he became a success in one go. Although he had a system, yes, but it was just a wooden system that sent out tasks and could view panels, and it didn't have any alchemy and refining additions in the slightest. Could it be that I really am a genius? He said darkly. Nonetheless, the first time he succeeded in refining an artifact, Su Changqing was somewhat unable to pinpoint whether it was a coincidence or not, so he humbly said, barely. It's just that this refining is not only time-consuming but also labor-intensive. Su Changqing looked at the color of the sky and asked, how many more pieces of fine iron of this quality are there? As much as you want. Let's get 2 pieces out first then. Hubunny turned around and proved to the storehouse, taking a piece of spirit essence iron as well as a piece of immortal essence iron. One piece was haunted by a faint purple aura, and the other by a faint golden aura. It stood in front of Su Changqing with its back in its hand and a sly look on its face. Pick one. Su Changqing somewhat didn't react to what it meant by choosing which one, and then he saw the other party with 2 hands behind his back. Could he say that the shimmering light and scent emanating from those 2 pieces of fine iron had revealed the quality? Sometimes it's so worrying for the intelligence of this rabbit all. Su Changqing pointed to the right with a casual face. Just this one on the right there. Hubunny took out the spirit essence iron on his right hand and the immortal essence iron on his left hand with a look of pity. It seems that Big Brother Su will have to practice this piece of essence iron first. Su Changqing took it in one hand. What's the difference? In the afternoon, in half a day's time he managed to refine another piece of spirit grade axe. This would give Su Changqing a fledgling idea of the technology. It really doesn't seem to be a coincidence. Even Hubunny, who was sitting quietly next to him, looked at the 2 spirit axes on the ground in a bit of a daze. It's actually a Dan weapon dual cultivation? So the goddess has such a good eye? Hu Hair's ears twitched slightly, a sign that it was thinking. However, a spirit magic weapon was something a cultivator could get their hands on. Not enough to talk about. Big Brother Su still has a piece of immortal iron. Is it still being refined now? Su Changqing rubbed his sore right hand. No more practicing. Tired. Rest. I've been swinging my right hand all day, and I feel like I'm going to be unable to lift it if I keep this up. Hubris stepped forward and made a small rabbit fist, giving him a hammering and pinching up and down his right arm with moderate force. I'll give yours a squeeze. It was somewhat impatient to know Su Changqing's strength in refining weapons. Su Changqing twisted his head to cast a sidelong glance at it, his eyes narrowing. You rabbit don't have a good heart. Hubunny withdrew his hand. Humph. Don't know a good rabbit's heart. Su Changqing stood up, patted the iron crumbs that were all over him today, and pinched himself with a cleansing technique, looking toward the evening sun on the sky. I won't talk to you. I'm going to pick up my mother. After saying that, he rode away on the wind. Hubunny looked at Su Changqing's back as he smoothly passed through the boundary, and was a bit surprised that the goddess actually gave him a pass. Chapter 48, Roots and Bones. Arriving at the academy, it was just a coincidence that those disciples had just finished the day's lesson. There were fewer disciples in class today again, only 8 or 9 today. Yesterday when Su Changqing released a hint of his aura on Gao Tianxiong, the disciples below felt the difference most obviously. Even the attitude of the sect leader changed so quickly, it was enough to prove the identity of the other party. Therefore they hurriedly bowed their heads in greeting when they saw Su Changqing's figure as they departed from the academy. After all those disciples had left, Xia Eveningqing also slowly walked out from the classroom. Su Changqing quickly stepped forward to hold her together and looked at the disciples whose backs were getting smaller. The disciples who come to class today are getting fewer and fewer every day. This is if no one comes to your class one day. Won't you be able to take a break? Even then I'll come to class as usual. There's a thing in this world called a retention stone. You're really dedicated. If the Faith Sangha doesn't go to the point of extinction in the future, I'm afraid that those shadow retaining stones of yours will be their treasure of the clan. It would have been a good deal. Xia Eveningqing didn't deny Su Changqing's words just now. He inclined his head to look at the woman beside him with some amusement. You have no idea what modesty is. Returning to the Divine Maiden courtyard, Hubunny had already run off to play somewhere. Xia Eveningqing noticed the change in the courtyard as soon as she came in, and looking at the 2 axes on the ground, she unexpectedly said, You're refining weapons today? So what else could I have done? Xia Eveningqing thought about it. Also, Su Changqing didn't seem to have anything serious to do in the mortal domain, and he hadn't seen him mentioning his fellow masters and brothers since he came here. Inexplicably she suddenly became curious about his past. Do you have any fellow disciples? Nope. Parents and siblings? No. In that case it's rare for you to cultivate to the true immortal realm in the mortal domain. What's so strange about that? The heavenly fate stage in the mortal domain doesn't open for 1,000 years, and there are many cultivators like me who are hidden in the city. And besides, why don't you say that I'm well qualified, have good luck, and have good chances for a reason? Otherwise, how could I have risen from the true immortal realm to the quasi-emperor realm in just a few months? I'm afraid that no one has ever done so before. Su Changqing calmly blew himself a wave of greatness. As for whether the other party believes it or not, he is not sure. After all, the reason was just too far-fetched. The mortal domain's aura was thin, and the weapons, herbs, and whatnot exploded from the secret realm seemed too ordinary in the immortal domain, or even visible everywhere. Yuaning realm cultivator in the mortal domain is already the best. In addition to the upper domain down to those hidden big brother, hold up is also the realm of the god of transformation. This kind of talent he at that time has not heard of that immortal mountain has such a natives, and even more so, has not encountered. Xia Evening Qing laughed softly. You and I have been in dual cultivation for such a long time. If your cultivation still stays at the true immortal realm, that's a bit unreasonable. As for the root and bone qualifications, can't really be said to be good. The qi and chance may be good. Su Changqing was doubtful. Could it really be the reason why his cultivation had overflowed due to the huge increase in dual cultivation experience? Speaking of root bones, can you still not tell my root and bone qualifications? Then tell me what kind of root and bone I have. He pulled Xia Eveningqing to follow her to the bottom of the pavilion and asked curiously. Even the panel didn't show. She actually knew? Spirit goods. Su Changqing was a bit surprised. He thought that this NPC physique of his would be a mortal product. Cultivators need spirit stones to measure their roots and bones. And you saw it with a single glance? Xia Eveningqing pinched one of his middle fingers and slowly said, there is a method in the world that does not require a spirit stone to see the qualifications of his roots and bones, and that is bone touching. Su Changqing looked at his fingers that were pinched by her, and suddenly felt a tingling sensation all over his body, including his scalp, somewhat subtle, as if he had felt so at some point. He carefully recalled it, and it turned out that Xia Eveningqing had probed it long ago when he wasn't looking. He thought at the time that he was having a good time in bed with his scalp. No wonder the last time in the Shantong clubhouse, she said that the root bone is not yet. So what she said was true. That would be too much to be true. Spirit-grade root bones were indeed not surprising or even mediocre in the immortal domain. Xia Eveningqing retracted her hand. The subtle numbness disappeared instantly, and then her pleasant voice was heard again. That's why I'm curious about how you, without a master and without a legacy, ascended to the transitional succession realm in the mortal domain alone? Break through the true immortal realm? Su Changqing heartbeat like a drum. This is not a good question. Indeed, although the spiritual root bone is a few times easier than the mortal root bone to absorb the spiritual qi, but the mortal domain spiritual qi and thin, spiritual qi impurities are also numerous. The other party had long had this doubt. Could it be that for months the other party had been testing himself? You also said that you and I have been double cultivating for so long. Mortal domain, that time you and I have double cultivated once. My cultivation was mentioned by you so much, and at that time, I went into the heavenly fate platform to be washed by the thunderbolt, and it is normal to reach the true immortal realm. Su Changqing picked up the cup of water and took a sip without any hesitation. Upon hearing this, Xia Eveningqing seemed to really think hard for a moment before she smiled and said, that makes sense. Husband is right. I almost forgot about that. Just ask me, does the maiden have any fellow siblings? Yes. Where are they now? And why haven't I seen you mention it? All dead. Where are the siblings? No. Where are the parents? Still. Su Changqing was extraordinarily surprised that it wasn't actually the script of sacrificing his parents to heaven with his hands. Where is it? Why haven't I seen it at the Dao couple ceremony? Heaven is my father and earth is my mother. Heaven and earth are then my parents. Anything else you want to ask? Su Changqing casually said. Your root bone? Divine. What is the beginning of your goddess position? 1,000 years ago. Su Changqing's eyes flickered. Oh. There's nothing more to ask. Xia Eveningqing stood up and had an immediate feeling of leaving the place. Su Changqing then pulled her hand. Where are you going? Go back to the heavenly palace. Last night too? Aha. Why don't you talk to me? You were in your study last night and I wasn't going to bother you. After a pause, she asked, so you want to come with me today? Xia Eveningqing looked at him, waiting for his answer. Su Changqing stood up. Go on. He also wanted to know more about Xia Leiqing, only to see his words finished. Xia Eveningqing pulled him out of the pavilion, into the backyard of the moment, the surrounding aura fluctuations, the sight of the scenery on both sides of the body, although no change, but she led through a long corridor. Out of the corridor the moment the fluctuations of the aura became smooth, but also more than the previous there is a purity, not on the same level. Xia Evening Qing was still holding him at this time, walking slowly in this backyard, through the medicine garden, orchard, garden. Su Changqing eyes slightly past a trace of novelty, will be surrounded by the scenery, compared to the memory of the backyard scenery, as if where it has changed, where it has not changed. Chapter 49, Meditation and Clearing the Mind. This back garden seems a little bigger, only that there was not a single person here, only all kinds of exotic flowers and grasses that moved against the wind, and countless flower and grass scents mixed together, lingering on the side of the body. Su Changqing was led to a cold pool by Xia Eveningcheng. His sight circled around for a week. The scenery around him was a bit familiar. Wasn't this the place where he fell after breaking through the heavenly fate stage? As he tilted his head back to look at the sky, Xia Eveningcheng had already let go of his hand. In the next breath the sound of water was heard stirring. He looked down. Xia Eveningcheng had already gotten into the water, and the bubbling pool of ice came right up to his feet. Su Changqing was puzzled. You came back just to take a bath here? Of course not. This cold pool leads to the heavenly vein, which can meditate and clear the mind to wash the marrow and remove impurities. Jing Xin? Su Changqing's eyes twinkled as he bent down to look at the woman in the pool and came to be interested. What? Angered by those disciples in class? Only a few breaths into the water. Xia Eveningcheng's head's green silken eyelashes were already tinted with a layer of white frost, and her wet and watery eyes looked at the man in front of her for a while before she slowly said, No, they're not enough to make me move emotionally. It's just removing impurities from the body. Su Changqing's attention had already moved away from her while she was talking, his eyes moving back and forth in search of this courtyard to see if there were any game system wonders. Oh, when he heard her last sentence, Su Changqing turned his head and looked up and down. What impurities are still in your body? It doesn't look like there's a problem. The aura of the lower realms is impure, with many impurities, stained all year round, and needs to be washed of impurities at intervals. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing's eyes lit up as he turned around and walked up. So I can take a dip too? Xia Eveningcheng nodded. Naturally, if you can withstand the piercing cold. Su Changqing reached out and touched the icy water in the pool, fiercely retracted his hand. The cold ice pierced his bones. He looked at Xia Eveningcheng. The other party's expression was as usual, and did not show the scene of freezing teeth fighting. The last time he fell into this water, he sensed that it was unusual. Afterwards, he thought that it was because his realm was too low that he couldn't resist such a cold aura. Now that he was at the quasi-emperor realm, this feeling was still the same as the last time. Could it be that there was something special about this pool of the heavenly vein that could ignore the realm's indiscriminate attacks? Su Changqing looked up. This also didn't see where there was a sign of a heavenly vein. Seeing that Su Changqing has a retreat, Xia Eveningcheng added quietly, in addition to washing away the impurities in the body, but also can wash the marrow to reshape the root and bone. Can help your root and bone qualifications can be raised on a ladder, which is better than the effect of washing the marrow with the potion is much better. Before the words were finished, there was an ordinary sound of falling water. Su Changqing forced himself to endure the coldness spreading throughout his body. His body's spiritual energy and true qi were forced by this coldness to automatically run, flowing through all his limbs and bones. Close your eyes, quiet your mind and desire to clear your thoughts, and recite the clear heart mantra in your heart. Xia Eveningcheng's voice slowly entered his ears. Before taking action, Su Changqing suddenly came up with a strange doubt. Marrow cleansing also needs to forbid lustful thoughts? The moment is not the time to ask more questions. The longer you soak in this pool, the more tortured you will become. He sat according to Xia Eveningcheng's words and quickly got into the mood. That bone-piercing cold ice drilled into the bones. The pain that devoured the bones was millions of times more painful than that thunder tribulation. Su Changqing was distracted and secretly said, if this goes on, he won't get old cold legs, right? He gathered his mind, withdrew his thoughts, and mentally recited the mantra. The heart, slowly quieting down, and the noisy thoughts slowly calming down, breathing gradually smooth and deep, intention focused at the sea of qi. By the dantian breath surging, qi sensed gradually convergence, a warm current flowing in the abdomen, unconsciously covered the cold ice bone-devouring pain. The warmth swims from the sea of qi to the chu bone, climbs along the directing vessel through the ling tai, xian gui, yu tang, shen ting, and arriving at bai hui. In a flash, it was like 100 rivers returning to the sea, merging with heaven and earth. The breath flows and travels smoothly for several small weeks. The two were in the cold pool, meditating with their eyes closed. After an unknown amount of time, when Su Changqing opened his eyes again, Xia Eveningcheng was no longer in the pool. As for the color of the sky, there is also the time when the sunrise shows its head. He returned to his energy and returned to his qi. In addition to the moment when he unlocked his Tao body like the feeling of a new life, at this time he once again felt a second new life. The internal breath was much deeper. Is this the effect of marrow cleansing? Most importantly, he is now in a state of mind. There is a sense of sage mode. Is it not the quiet desire to clear the mind, as Xia Eveningqing said? Thinking of the first time Xia Eveningqing soaked in this cold pool to solve the poison of lust. So, this quiet desire to clear the mind, there is such an effect. He got up and the water clattered. Su Changqing got onto the shore and snapped his fingers. The dripping robes on his body instantly became dry and pleasant. He took a big step around and didn't see Xia Eveningqing. If the time of the upper and lower domains were the same, then she should have gone to class at this time. I can't imagine that I've gotten used to the cold so quickly. Without Xia Eveningqing to bring home, Su Changqing can only wander around in this backyard, casually planted a peach, while biting off the flesh. From time to time bending down to look at some flowers and grasses. All of them are more than 1,000 years of spiritual plants. 100 years of them are in the minority. It could be, if these were the property of the goddess palace in the heavenly domain, wouldn't it mean that Xia Eveningqing had inherited these rare elixirs? That would be so cool. Su Changqing followed last night's memories and walked to the familiar long corridor, slowly walking through it, and what came into his eyes was a new environment. It was one of the gardens that Xia Eveningqing had taken him through last time after the Tao couple ceremony. The female immortal who was pruning the flower branches looked over at the sensation and subconsciously put on alert while quickly searching for this person's face within her mind. Instantly and immediately, he bowed his head and backed away. This person is the Tao couple of the goddess. Do not be rude or disrespectful. Being disrespectful to it was equal to being disrespectful to the goddess, equal to slapping her face. And this was something they could still distinguish between light and heavy. I just didn't expect why the other party suddenly appeared here. According to the gossip, this character has been following the Divine Feminine around. Could it be that the Divine Feminine has returned to the palace? With the matter of Xia Eveningqing leading people around the Divine Feminine palace last time, Su Changqing was able to walk around here unhindered. The goddess is back? Somewhere. A woman with a clear face looked at Su Changqing's back and questioned Wang Chan in a low voice. I don't know. The goddess comes and goes without a trace. This person suddenly appeared here. I'm afraid it's a sign from the goddess. Just don't rush this one. Really can't figure out why the goddess looked at him. Even paid the price of the power of sealing the gods. All gone. Meng Jiao. It seems you still have some rules you haven't learned. It was my fault for bringing you up. Go back and learn the rules again. With a cold look on her face, Wang Chan interrupted the words of great disrespect that were about to exit her mouth just now and angrily rebuked her. After saying that, he threw up his sleeves and left. Meng Jiao's face changed dramatically. Her expression was horrified, and she immediately bowed her head and followed up to admit her mistake. Wang Guan, please forgive me. Words have not yet finished. The ground suddenly appeared two shadows three-dimensional up. The black shadow of a person on one side while Meng Jiao two arms grabbed. Meng Jiao just now the fear of panic deepened a few points. These black shadows are the surveillance left by the goddess palace? Woeful mouths led to a creeping sense of regret. No. The moment the words were shouted out, the black shadow covered his mouth and pulled him into the ground, leaving the entire corridor untouched. Chapter 50, Is this how the bell is used? Su Changqing footsteps, heard the shouts suddenly interrupted, followed the sound and looked. Divine Sense also zoomed in, did not find anything. He withdrew his eyes suspiciously. Everyone in this large palace was silent and orderly doing their own thing. It's a very different picture from the shrine. Two styles. The atmosphere here is a little depressing. Su Changqing followed the 7 turns in his memory, and simply flew directly on the wind, slipping through the air for half a day, taking in a full view of the Divine Feminine Palace below, only to find that there are 9 into the clouds below the Immortal Palace, such as the lotus flower overlap bloom, 8 top Immortal Palace sitting in each of the 8 sides, each connected to the middle of the sky bridge to the main palace. The main hall in the center was where Xia Eveningqing lived. According to what Xia Eveningqing told him last time, these 8 immortal palaces were in charge of the heavenly book, Dan, Formation, Talisman, Immortal Clothes Workshop, Immortal Cuisine, Royal Beast, and the Academy, leaving one immortal palace that Xia Eveningqing didn't mention. He was more than a little surprised to hear that there was a school here at the time, except that he had been forced into marriage at the time, and would have been in no mood for superfluous inquiries. Now looking again is so new. Such a configuration in turn looks like a clan. Su Changqing hovered in the air and took a low look. His sight landed on a pavilion with an iconic collection of books. Then you're supposed to be in charge of the Immortal Palace where all the heavenly books are kept. I wonder what the difference is between that and the Divine Feminine Academy study, and whether you'll be able to get through to the two as well. Su Changqing decisively went down and remained unhindered into the book pavilion, which had a larger pattern than the study, and he stood alone in the wide inner hall looking up at the pavilion without seeing the top. Looking so small, It would take a long time to read them all. Fortunately, the division in here was strict. Su Changqing followed the tips above and walked for half a day to find the paperwork on Dan at the 100th floor. He proceeded to pull out a copy and flipped through it quickly. A few hours of swimming in the sea of books. Have to sigh this variety. See over. But it did contain hundreds of times more than the number of study rooms in the immortal domain. Time flew by. I don't know how long. And by the time he closed the book, it was dark outside. Su Changqing rubbed his eyebrow bone. There are a lot of Dan types in here. Not to mention how effective they are. Just some of the medicinal herbs are over 1,000 years, 10,000 years old. He had been hanging out with Hu Bunny in the medicine garden for so long that he recognized all of those spirit medicines. Plus with the consolidation of his knowledge from the various instruments in the study, he had a preliminary understanding of the spirit plants in this immortal cultivation world. Spiritual plants do not distinguish between grades, but mainly depend on the effect in vintage. It's not the longer the vintage the better either. Some pills have particularly high requirements for the year. Not more than 1 year, not less than 1 year, which leads to many pills are not as effective as they should be, not to mention the rate of pills to be taken into account. Su Changqing put down the book. After such a long time Xie Yinqing actually hasn't looked for himself, so relieved to leave him alone in the heavenly domain? He looked down at the dragon Jin bell tied around his waist and reached out to touch it, thinking about withdrawing the idea of urging his spirit power. Better to wait for her to come to herself. He continued to flip through the book. Finally, the effort was not enough to find him a suspected quasi-emperor realm advancement pill. Emperor turning pill, taken by emperor realm cultivators, aids in cultivation to advance 1 minor level. Note, the practice of each person is different. The effect also has a gap. Make good use of the good. Su Changqing's eyes lit up. Well, you're it. With a conservative idea in mind, he flipped backward, and there was no more. It was the last Danmaku, so he topped off this Dan formula with a jade sketch. But looking at such a long prescription, Su Changqing doubted that this elixir could really be refined. Getting the Dan formula for the suspected advancement pill, Su Changqing flipped through a few more books, and no more similar pills with similar instructions appeared. If it was true that it could only be found in the celestial realm. In that case, I'm afraid that the formulated elixir in here is also a product of the heavenly domain. Su Changqing put away the jade slip, unlocked the bell tied on his waist, and exerted his power to urge the longing bell. And a clear and piercing tinkling bell sound echoed in the empty book collection pavilion. Is that how the bell works? You're quite clever. A nice and familiar scent grazed the tip of his nose, accompanied by a nice voice that sounded slowly behind him. Su Changqing turned around, and Xia Yinqing had indeed appeared here. It was really a second reply, and I'm surprised I didn't lie to him. He shook the bell in his hand, without the urging of spiritual power. It was a dumbbell that couldn't make a sound. Su Changqing tied it back on his belt and said in surprise, "You really came over? I'm surprised. How did you come here? The people of the goddess palace actually let you in. Don't pretend. I can be so unobstructed is not all because of your signal. Not for your face. They dare to stop?" Su Changqing did not wander around much in the goddess palace today, but judging from the expressions of those female fairies, they did not dare to act on their own, and no one even jumped out to look down on him and say something like, "Why would the goddess look at you?" This was very different from what he had imagined. This immortal cultivation world so normal? Xia Yinqing didn't seem to be generally in a position of power or fear in the eyes of these people, and he also paid attention to the cultivation realms of these people. Basically all of them were in the middle and late stages before the golden immortal realm. With so many of them in the quasi-emperor realm, he could still understand if someone from the golden immortal realm was here. The quasi-emperor realm was only one large realm away from Xia Yinqing, so why should he bow down to him? For example, those 6 late-stage heavenly emperor realm people last time could at least establish themselves as kings in the entire immortal cultivation realm, knowing that Xie Yinqing had no power to seal the gods, but on his face, he still smiled in a harmonious manner. Is it the addition of goddess status? Or does Xie Yinqing additionally have some unknown horror? Why didn't you call me before you left? You were already in meditation at that time, and categorically telling you to wake up could easily lead you to the devil. Then it's okay to leave me a note when you leave. Xia Yinqing thought for a moment. Alright, next time for sure. By the way, look at my root bones to see if I've succeeded in my marrow cleansing and advancement. Su Changqing took the initiative to extend a middle finger. Xia Yinqing saw this and pinched both of his fingers, and in an instant, he felt a numbness throughout his body. She lowered her eyes and stared at the pressed middle finger for a while before releasing her hand, and said quietly, "It's still a spirit product. The chances of the root and bone marrow cleansing succeeding in one go are not high. Even the world's elixir for cleansing the root and bone marrow needs to be taken many times. In addition to this, it also needs to expel the Dan poison on its own. and there is no need to be so troublesome in case of a cold pool. Su Changqing also thought so. He did not intend to refine any marrow cleansing pills this method. It was certainly best if he could save the trouble. It just made him curious that he didn't have a panel for the root and bone column. Could he really succeed in marrow cleansing? Then go again. Chapter 52, Helping You is also helping myself. Su Changqing looked at the Dan bottle with the exclamation mark and opened it. It was full of bottles. Quite a lot. Thanks, Bunny. I'll try. He said thanks and walked back to his room, setting up the boundary to make the illusion of cultivation. The moment Su Changqing poured out 2 emperor turning pills and threw them into his mouth, his eyes flowed and a panel that only he could see appeared before his eyes. Realm, Pre-Quasi-Emperor Realm, Advancement Pills 2/4, Side Quest, Quasi-Emperor Realm Advancement Pills 2/4. Sure enough, it's an advancement pill. Turns out it changed names. Su Changqing threw in 2 more grains. Congratulations to the player for completing the side quest and obtaining the Quasi-Emperor Realm Advancement Pill. Whether to advance in the realm or not. Yes. Realm, Mid-Quasi-Emperor Realm, Advancement Pills 0/4. Side quest, Quasi-Emperor Realm Advancement Pill 0/4. The panel has been updated again. Su Changqing dropped 2 more grains, and the numbers on the panel began to change, 2/4. Su Changqing settled down, did not continue to eat, only some time ago in front of Xie Eveningqing promoted to the Quasi-Emperor Realm. This turn of a month or 2 of effort and came to the middle of the Quasi-Emperor Realm, and then eat. It can be the late stage of the Quasi-Emperor Realm. This upgrading speed is indeed a little too fast. Thanks to Xie Eveningqing's own powerful realm as a cover, as well as these few nights of cultivation in the cold pool, or else they were in the same Emperor Realm, with not much of a difference, and this rate of improvement was still so fast, it was a bit hard to justify. It wouldn't be too late to wait for his root bones to be promoted by 1 rank. The pills were in hand anyway. After what he had just gotten from Hu Bunny's mouth, he was now basically certain that one of those 4 Emperor Realm cultivators in the immortal domain was definitely the player he was speaking to in his head. Su Changqing was inclined towards that great Imperial Realm, but it was a pity that Hu Bunny didn't give a list of names, and if he continued to pursue the names of these people, he was afraid of alerting the snakes. Su Changqing put away the pills and began to meditate on the group futon, unconsciously entering a state of meditation. It was dark when I opened my eyes again. It was Xie Eveningqing sitting quietly in front of him dressed in white with a faint white light radiating around him that startled him. Perhaps sensing that Su Changqing had woken up, Xie Eveningqing also opened her eyes to look at him. It's the middle stage of the Quasi-Emperor Realm, Su Changqing calmly answered. Aha. After a pause, he added, You waited here specifically for me? Xie Eveningqing nodded slightly. So are we going to the cold pool tonight or is it the usual? Xie Eveningqing stood up and extended her hand toward him. Han Qi, you're not going to wash your marrow? Su Changqing's complexion moved, pulling her hand, following her out of the house, crossing the long corridor in the backyard, and returning to the boundaries of the heavenly realm in such an unmoving manner. Coming to the cold pool, the 2 of them replicated last night's cultivation. 1 month later, after a month of soaking in the cold pool, Su Changqing's roots and bones had finally changed, successfully promoted from a spiritual qualification root bone to an earth-grade root bone. Su Changqing hadn't experienced the marrow cleansing of the elixir and didn't know if this was considered slow, but Xie Eveningqing said that if the marrow cleansing elixir was used to cleanse the roots and bones, even if it was a divine elixir, it wasn't 100% successful. It all depended on luck. This Su Changqing does believe. If this world still retains the game mechanics of urine, it does need quite a lot of elixir to wash the marrow and bones. Probability matters, and that involves kryptonite. One night after ascending to the earth-grade root bone, while continuing to relax in the cold pool with Xie Eveningqing, Su Changqing ate 2 advancement pills in advance. Congratulations, player, for completing the Quasi-Emperor Realm Advancement Pill side quest. Whether to advance to the late Quasi-Emperor Realm? No. Early morning, Su Changqing recited silently in his heart. Promote to the late stage of the Quasi-Emperor Realm. Successful promotion to the late Quasi-Emperor Realm by fulfilling the requirements. The next moment the aura around his body swelled. The 2 of them both woke up from the cold pool. Xie Eveningqing keenly noticed the change in his cultivation. Unexpected and not so unexpected. It's at the late stage of the Quasi-Emperor Realm. It seems that the enhancement of the root bones had a great impact on your cultivation. And thanks to the goddess Sama for working night and day. Helping you is also helping myself. Xie Eveningqing was very satisfied. The other party's roots coming up did have a good boost to their dual cultivation effect. Su Changqing suddenly questioned, After all this time, is your cultivation still at the Great Emperor Realm? Xie Eveningqing smiled. What do you think? It was close to writing "You're in such a low realm" on his face. The 2 of them exited the cold pool and returned to the Divine Feminine Academy just as it was time for Xie Eveningqing's class. Su Changqing sent her to the academy as usual. witnessing the progress of these new disciples' cultivation in the meantime. I don't know if it was because Xie Yimingqing taught them well, or if these disciples had good root bone enlightenment. In only a month's time, a large portion had already advanced to the late stage of qi refining, and a small portion of them had already entered the early stage of foundation establishment. Only a very few are still drawing qi into the body. Compared to those old disciples earlier, this cultivation speed is quite fast. According to the old disciples here, this batch of new disciples, the qualification is very good, basically in the earth product root bone. A few are heaven product root bone, individual spirit product root bone. Looking at those disciples who had been in the sect for dozens of years and were still stuck at the foundation establishment stage, they were envious for a while. Senior Sister Jian, where did you go to take in disciples? This batch of disciples are so enlightened. A few disciples stood under the shade of a tree, and one of them looked at the disciples in the academy who were standing under the scorching sun, their eyes and words dripping with envy. I also think, when did our clan's luck become so good? Zhang Qianxue followed the line of sight, borrowing the reputation of the goddess. Probably all know that the heavenly domain down a goddess fell in our clan. Coupled with those several Mahayana realm senior brothers and sisters in recent years in the immortal domain out of the reputation. Our Edge of Life clan is also good. The clan is getting better. A few of us are still not getting better. This night I will close the door to rush the middle Jindan stage. Zhang Qianxue nodded her head in agreement. It's time to make a dash for it. I'm afraid that those few heavenly roots and bones are going to catch up with us in terms of cultivation in another 2 months. Lin Yi patted their shoulders and comforted them. There is no hurry. The cultivation level before Jindan are promoted very quickly. When I was initiated 1 month to enter the foundation realm, 3 months to break through Jindan, and then later, it's been almost 300 years before the late Yuaning stage. Lin Yi finished is also a face sigh. Good thing he is smooth-minded. Otherwise such a gap iron certain Taoist heartbroken. Zhang Qianxue, this example of yours is better left unsaid. Anxious ball. There are still a few disciples who haven't induced qi into their bodies. These days I don't dare to follow those new disciples to practice drills. I don't know if it's an illusion or not. I have a feeling that the goddess is not in a good mood. The goddess has had that expression for years. That's true. But I still feel that there's something wrong with the atmosphere. And I can see that those disciples are on the verge of crying in fear. That's just the illusion of your weak hearts. Zhang Qianxue said in disbelief. Lin Yi nodded knowingly in agreement with what Zhang Qianxue said. Senior Sister Qianxue is right. This is a case of your hearts being weak before you mistakenly think that the goddess will be angry. After a pause he added. However, the sect master said that the more such a disciple is, the greater the future creation will be. So let's not underestimate it. Another disciple let out a cut. But forget it. Master sect leader probably heard the folklore from some talk shop again. Su Changqing quietly lay on the top of the acacia tree that towered into the sky, his hands resting on the back of his head, crossing his legs, against a shade-blocking ground cloud, silently listening to the gossip that these disciples below were chatting about. Chapter 53, An Immortal Heavenly Emperor Realm Guardian Beast. He inclined his head to look at Xie Yimingqing below, indeed maintaining a cool and serious demeanor, standing guard in front of the 3 disciples who had not induced qi into the body, those children under the age of 10, holding back a bitter face, indeed wanting to cry out look. Su Changqing retracted his sight boredly looking at the dark clouds in front of him, his eyes closed and blinked. A familiar panel was reflected in front of him, after sweeping the realm. Late Quasi-Emperor Realm, Breakthrough Dan 0/8. He took out the bottle of elixir that Hu Bunny had given him, and the familiar exclamation mark appeared above. Su Changqing tried pouring 2 grains into his mouth, his ears continuing to listen to the disciples' gossip. It was nothing more than cultivation trivia. He listened to half of it, looked at the place, 2/8, and then put the elixir away. His body shape lurched and disappeared in the same place. The huge treetops were untouched, and Su Changqing returned to the courtyard. He was now in the late stage of the Quasi-Emperor Realm. Just now, when he saw that he needed a breakthrough Dan to advance to the Great Emperor Realm, he was a bit embarrassed at first, but still, when he saw the exclamation point prompt on the Dan bottle, Su Changqing was surprised and delighted. It was unthinkable that the Emperor's turning Dan contracted all of it, but it also saved him a lot of trouble. It was just twice as many, and 8 Emperor turning Dan were needed to break through the Great Emperor Realm. This one didn't have much effect on Su Changqing. It was the same old story, and to be conservative he planned to wait until his root bone rose to the heavenly grade before advancing to the Great Imperial Realm. Now that we are entering the autumn, the dry summer heat has a hint of coolness. Su Changqing began to work on the matter of iron smelting and refining. He looked at the spiritual grass and forest trees in the courtyard. The grass and trees here are nourished by the rich spiritual qi. Immortal mountain spiritual trees rarely see the existence of deadwood. Mostly the cycle of the 4 seasons yellow leaves withered. The stick, placed at the spring pool, was still in a vibrant state. What had been a small stick before was now so thick that it was about to become a standard-sized tree. The nourishing effect of the spring water was too significant, but he and Who Bunny both drank that spring water a few times and found that it didn't have much use on the human body. But it was Who Bunny who was smart for once, seeing that his stick sprouted and scooped it up to water those spiritual plants of the medicinal garden, and accidentally found that these spiritual plants that were nourished by the spring water grew faster than the speed of the spiritual rain that Su Changqing was applying every day. Thus, Su Changqing's spiritual rain began to be laid off, and the divine spring water began to be put on duty. In this way, Who Bunny's alchemy schedule was growing. When Su Changqing returned to the courtyard, Who Bunny had just come back from harvesting a wave of spirit medicinal herbs from the backyard and set them on the ground to start sorting these spirit medicines. Rabbit, where did you put that immortal fine iron last time? Who Bunny twisted his head. You want to smith? Aha! Who Bunny put down the work in his hand and turned towards the storehouse, taking out a piece of immortal grade essence iron, and a piece of divine grade essence iron. If you really succeed in refining it, then I'll give you a chance to try a divine product. If you fail, then you'll only be able to use immortal divine iron in the future. Su Changqing had a new understanding of the rarity of divine iron based on this statement. Who Bunny was not a petty rabbit. Since he said so, it meant that there was really not much divine iron in the storehouse. So he said, I see. Is there a way to obtain this divine iron? As far as Who Bunny knows at the moment, there is a secret realm in the heavenly domain where there is an immortal heavenly emperor realm guardian beast, and by knocking it unconscious you can drop all sorts of rare treasures. But of course if you are unlucky, not only will you lose your life, you won't even get anything. Isn't this a copy of the explosive equipment? Su Changqing was silent for a moment and then asked, where did the divine iron come from? Yes too. Did Sa Evening Qing go and single-handedly kill that guardian beast to get it? Who Bunny shook his head. I don't know. Who Bunny had these divine irons when he was there, and naturally, he has never been to that legendary place. But apart from the secret realm, if you are lucky, you can buy or barter for them at the trading flower spirit stone. Divine iron is very rare, and the divine weapons and artifacts that are refined out of it are even more precious by millions of times. If you really refine divine artifacts, your future status back in the heavenly realm will basically be on par with that of the divine maiden. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. It was evident that this divine weapon was not something that the higher realms casually possessed. Thinking back to the last time Xie Eveningqing personally refined a weapon in exchange for something, it turned out that he could still exchange it for something of equal price with this craft. Su Changqing's interest in refining weapons gradually intensified. Looking at these two pieces of immortal iron and divine iron, after pondering for a moment, he felt that it would be better to start forging the immortal iron first to try his hand at forging, so as not to waste this piece of divine iron. Having had the experience of the first 2 times, the third time Su Changqing started to go smoothly. There was the crisp sound of smithing in the front yard, and Who Bunny counted the number of herbs and put them back in the storeroom. Today's day off. Rare no alchemy list. Who Bunny directly came to the laurel tree, pinched a clear wind trick, took out the exclusive rabbit's small recliner, to lie there, crossed the rabbit's legs and rocked, the clear wind blowing the rabbit's fur across the face, comfortably squinting, occasionally looking at Su Changqing's refining process from time to time. When he reached the stage of beating iron to forge the shape of a weapon, Who Bunny sat up. This was a critical moment. Whether or not the immortal iron could be cast as it was in his mind depended on the ironworker's refined spiritual power and strength. It can't be too heavy or too light. Too heavy to break the iron. Too light for nothing. Hot air like rolling waves came to his face. Su Changqing's forehead was drenched in sweat. In the end, it was immortal grade fine iron. The feel of this was really a world away from spirit iron. His hammer went down with a mix of various internal forces and true chi, and the red iron that was burnt red did not react, only causing countless sparks. 1 down, 2 down, 3 down. In a dozen or so experiments, Su Changqing's force changed from light to heavy, finally finding a suitable strength. After numerous whacks, keeping the same intensity, the searing red iron took shape. Who Bunny looked at it, and it was an axe. But it was also unexpected that Su Changqing had not made a mistake until now. If this was his first contact with refining, this talent was too high. When it followed the goddess to learn refining, it took a month of ironing to get out of the class. But despite this, it can only refine immortal grade immortal weapons now. Is this the difference between man and beast? Hare stroked his chin and contemplated the rabbit's life. By the time it looked at Su Changqing's side again, the other party's axe had already been completely formed. An hour later, Su Changqing's refining was completely finished, and an axe lingering with immortal chi successfully appeared in front of him. Hare jumped up and came to the axe in a flash, both eyes glowing, black rabbit eyes glittering. Big brother Su, you are really something. Low key low key. Su Changqing picked up the axe and raised his hand just as he was about to try a swing. when he suddenly thought of something and stopped casting the spell in time. Almost. Immortal weapons were unpredictable in their power, and with his current cultivation level, he shall not destroy the marginal life sect. But on second thought, it shouldn't be too bad with Xie Evening Qing boundary stopping it, right? So he picked up his axe and knocked on the knot, seeing a slight crack in the pale blue knot, and the next second those broken traces were then restored intact as before. Chapter 54, Isn't it normal for me to wait for you once? Hu Bunny stood right next to Su Changqing's feet, looking up at him knocking the boundary, took a look at him and said breathlessly, You refined this axe just to break the goddess boundary? Not so much. The divine maiden's boundaries are already defenseless against you. Su Changqing weighed the axe in his hand. That's not true. I just want to try how powerful this immortal magic weapon is. Hu Bunny took a look at the other piece of divine iron placed on the refining furnace plate, and his eyes rolled. Is Big Brother Su still refining? Strike the iron while it's hot, or else it won't feel like this tomorrow. Su Changqing pondered for a moment and took a look at the white figure. That fellow had already taken out the divine refining furnace from the storehouse with gusto, with the indispensable divine fine iron resting beside it. How could he not see Hu Bunny's mind? After Hu Bunny fiddled with the refining materials, he saw his figure turn in place. White smoke rose, and Hu Bunny's size instantly became as tall as Su Changqing's, and his limbs' sturdy muscles looked strong and powerful. Big Brother Su, if you're tired, I'll press it for you. Even Hu Bunny's voice became much rougher. Saying that, Hu Bunnyjin went up and pinched Su Changqing's arm. Brother, how is it? To this extent, Su Changqing could not brush off its attentiveness. Alright, then strike while the iron is hot. After resting for a while, Su Changqing put down his sleeves and prepared to start. Repeating the previous steps, he controlled the spirit fire to burn the divine iron in the furnace until it was vermilion, and took it out to begin the iron forging. For the first hammer, he replicated the strength of his last iron strike, adding a few points to the original. A hammer down, listen to a ring, watch the sporadic explosion of sparks, the piece of iron like a red sun unchanged. The second hammer was a little heavier and still heard a ring. So repeatedly, see Hu Bunny frowned tightly dead staring at the changes in the divine iron. For Su Changqing fanning action have stalled for a few points, not afraid of the divine iron did not change, for fear of the divine iron cracks. In an instant, after a dozen or so attempts and fusions, Su Changqing finally saw a hint of deformation in the divine iron, and finally found a point of balance. Suddenly, a question mark popped into his head. Xia, what would the late Qing be like if it was iron? Su Changqing shook his head and shook off the distracting thoughts, blending and mixing the three elements of true qi, spiritual energy, and force together, hammering the divine iron. And the divine maiden's courtyard was filled with the sound of clanking and clanging of the iron, which was spread to all the mountains in the Rimsang sect, until the sky darkened. Xia Evening Qing came back. Su Changqing was still continuing, focusing on ironing. He didn't even realize she was back. At this time she sat under the pavilion, leaning against the railing on the side of the pavilion, listening to the sound of iron, carelessly threw a few pieces of fish food into the pool. The carp in the pool instantly exposed to the surface of the water with their small mouths open scrambling for fish food. After feeding these fish food, she lightly rubbed her fingers and turned back around, picked up a cup of tea on the table that was bubbling with heavy air, gently took a sip, put down the teacup and looked towards the sky, quietly listening to the sound of iron collision coming from her ears. The night is dark. A beam of divine radiance broke through the clouds. The divine maiden's main mountain was haunted by an extraordinary aura, which was already strange to the old disciples, but to the new disciples, it was a very rare and uncommon thing. Dozens of disciples climbed out of bed and opened the doorway, their gazes unconsciously drawn to the dazzling light. Wow! What's that? Elder brother has said that direction is the location of the main mountain and the location of the Divine Feminine Academy, telling us not to get close to it normally, and that it's best to take a detour. The owner of the Divine Feminine Academy is the head fairy who gives us lessons every day? You're silly. She's the goddess lord in the mouths of the other senior brothers and sisters. These days didn't you see that the other senior brothers and sisters are all respectful to that one? That's the name they're calling out of their mouths. We've been here for so many days and you're still out of condition. Oh, and the other one? I'd also like to know the other male immortal. Who is it? Originally up to watch the fun, but the result is to talk about gossip. Talking about Su Changqing, everyone's sleepiness is washed away by this curiosity. The situation of the marginal life sect was complicated. Currently there was no position of elder deacon, and the only person who was responsible for teaching them the Tao of immortal cultivation was Xie Evening Qing. As for Su Changqing, this person they had seen a few times, but they had all watched from the sidelines, sometimes coming and going without a trace. And at first they had thought that this immortal was also the one who had taught them the skills of immortal cultivation. Who knew that it was not? But despite this, the rest of the senior brothers and sisters treated this one with respect. The first-timers were more curious about many things, and after getting a rough idea of the situation, they felt even more curious about Su Changqing as a person. I don't know, but I heard a senior sister say that one also lives with the goddess on the main mountain. But it's true that the two of them are usually often seen going out and in the academy together. The disciple listening to the gossip on the side blinked with round eyes. Living together? Could it be a dog? And hashtag 34, what is a dog? And hashtag 34, you don't even understand this? A Taoist couple is like your father and your mother. Oh. A few disciples came together to whisper gossip. Suddenly a footsteps came from outside the window, and a black shadow appeared on the tightly closed white paper window. The disciples in the room were silenced, and some of them shivered and looked nervously at the figure outside the window. Don't go to bed yet. You have to get up at c.m. to practice drills. A stern male voice entered the room. Those few disciples who gathered together to talk about gossip were so scared that they shut their breath tightly. And only after the black shadow outside the window left did a few people dare to slowly exhale, and return to their beds in silence, and began to close their eyes to recuperate. The colorful golden light lingering above the main mountain of the rim sect also gradually faded, leaving a faint halo of colorful light in the dark blue deep sky. Front yard. Bunny's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the artifact suspended in midair in front of him, his eyes flickering and starry-eyed. It's really done? Su Changqing shook his right arm, feeling that his hand was no longer his own. He picked up the axe, weighed it, and looked left and right at the intact axe. It should be a done deal. That light just now wasn't a fake. He turned his head towards Xie Eveningqing in the courtyard and raised the axe in his hand, signaling her to look over. How is it, Mama? Xie Eveningqing stepped forward, reached out and gently touched the sharp blade, and smiled slightly. Not bad. I never imagined that you also have such high attainments in refining weapons. Bunny had already recovered to its usual rabbit-sized size, and it tugged at the corner of Su Changqing's coat. Big brother Su, turn around and teach me. Su Changqing lowered his head and laughed. Okay, I'll share the insights with you some other day. It's too late now. That's a deal. No problem. But didn't you say that the coffers are short of divine iron? Xia Eveningqing voiced out. Use it. Bunny, it's time for you to grow up. Bunny, 2 ears up. Shook. Bunny also has a measure of O. If once cannot, I categorically no longer touch the divine iron. Su Changqing smiled instead. Just don't give birth to a shadow. Of course not. I'm mentally strong. How can I have my Tao heart broken so easily? Su Changqing put away his axe and stretched, yawning and twisting his head to look at Bunny. Alright, you're strong in your heart, then there's no problem. Saying this, he turned his head and grabbed Xie Eveningqing's shoulder with a hefty smile while leading her into the backyard. It's rare that you would wait for me today. Xie Eveningqing's red lips hooked slightly. You waited for me so many times earlier. Isn't it normal for me to wait for you once? Chapter 55 is already way ahead of the game. Day by day, turning the corner, to the end of fall. After 2 months of cold pool marrow cleansing, Su Changqing's root bones had not changed in any way. Still stuck at the earth grade roots and bones qualification. On the contrary, his genjutsu levels were all full in the last month. So far it's just short of awakening. This awakening was also interesting. Su Changqing glanced at the quest panel. Side quest, finding the earth spirit, 0 to 1. Side quest, finding fire essence, 0 out of 1. Side quest, find the wood spirit, 0 to 1. Side quest, find the water spirit, 0 to 1. Side quest, finding gold essence, 0 to 1. This 5 elemental essence doesn't sound like a flower or plant, and it doesn't look like it can be eaten, so without a clue at the moment, we can only put these side quests on hold for the time being. Aside from that, he was currently left with his mediocre wooden stick unawakened. After refining the divine axe last time, Su Changqing didn't make any rash moves. He planned to wait until after this fall was almost over, and then wait and see what happens. Fortunately, he made the right decision. Late fall, Su Changqing stood at the divine spring in the backyard with his arms folded, looking up at the tree in front of him. The leaves that were still full of verdant greenery during that time in early fall slowly became withered and faded during this period of time. With the autumn wind blowing, the clear surface of the spring was floating with a lot of fallen dead leaves, including the surrounding muddy ground was also full of its fallen leaves. Su Changqing reached out and touched this thick trunk, and patted the sturdy trunk. The dead leaves trembled and fell a leaf, only the topmost touch of greenish-green tenaciously to the sun. I do not know how long it can still hold on. Now the system has not prompted the success of the task. Su Changqing retracted his hand, and so on is. Not bad these 2 days, waiting for that verdant all withered. The eyes moved from top to bottom, falling on the yellow leaves on the ground. Looking at the shape of the leaves, his heart rose in wonder. Stooping down to pick up a green leaf, turning it slightly, half a palm-sized, oval-shaped leaf with white meridians etched into it is clearly defined, so you can't tell what variety of leaf it is. At least nothing he had ever seen in the first half of his life. Su Changqing tucked it into his storage ring and left the backyard. Hu Bunny was refining weapons in the front yard, just at the closing fire stage. And in a few moments, a finished immortal scimitar came out. Last time promised Hu Rabbit to share the exchange of refining experience with it. The next day he told Hu Rabbit about his experience. And by the way, a little guidance on the side. I did not expect that after 2 days of contact, on the third day it fist opened the exercise of the divine armament, and it really gave it into the ground. Su Changqing somewhat sighed that Hu Bunny as a rabbit was indeed overly gifted at times. No wonder Xia Evening Chang would bring it around. It was indeed a capable and good assistant. After the machete came out of the oven, Hu Bunny took out a white cloth to dry the stains, whistled towards the sky, and the familiar-looking crane flew slowly from the sky, and landed smoothly in the yard. Hu Bunny put the scimitar in his hand into the storage bag, and the crane picked up the storage bag and took off with it. The entire flowing transaction process Su Changqing didn't know how many times he had watched it since he came here. His mind moved and he went up and asked curiously, "Just let it take that Chinkuan bag in its mouth like that? Not afraid of being intercepted on the way and working for nothing?" Hu Bunny did not care. "This you can rest assured. There is a goddess's protective seal on it, as long as the attack will receive a rebound when encountered. So many years have not been out of order." Su Changqing, oh, just in time. Xia Evening Ching just came back from the academy. The end of a day of teaching. After these 2 months of nightly exchanges in the cold pool, the two had formed a certain tacit understanding that they would go to the heavenly domain together to soak in the cold pool for a night after her return. As a result, his Dao body level had upgraded extremely slowly, and he had only risen 6 levels by now, with a current Dao body level of 146. When he came to the cold pool, before going into the water, Su Changqing always had to make some mental preparations, and Xia Evening Ching was always the first to enter the water with no expression. The sound of water rippled. Su Changqing took a deep breath of cool air and went down to the water, and the two of them crossed their hands as usual and began to close their eyes to exercise. The next morning, the two woke up at the same time. Su Changqing pulled her out of the cold pool at the first opportunity and snapped his fingers. The dripping wet clothes on both of them instantly became dry. Before he could say anything or make the next step, Xia Evening Ching had already skillfully pinched his middle finger for a moment. No. Well, could it be that there is an upper limit to human qualifications? After all, he felt as if his qualifications were really bad. In the immortal cultivation realm, I haven't heard anything about the upper limit of qualifications. It's only been 2 months, and there are plenty of those in the heavenly domain who have spent hundreds or thousands of years to raise their root bone qualifications. And for you to spend only a month to raise your earth grade root bone, you're already way ahead of the game. Not to mention the fact that your next rank is heavenly grade. Reaching heavenly grade root bone is already considered a heavenly pride in the immortal cultivation realm. And down the road there's the divine bone. Speaking of this, Xia Evening Ching seemed to have thought of something, glanced at the man in front of her with an intriguing smile, and thoughtfully added, "If you improve your qualifications to a divine root bone, perhaps the divine ranking will automatically find you." Su Changqing's brain turned around and unexpectedly raised an eyebrow. "You mean the divine ranking is only looking for people who possess divine bones?" "No. What I mean is that the divine ranking will take the initiative to register cultivators who have reached the late celestial emperor realm and possess a divine bone. The amount of information is somewhat large." Su Changqing slowly stated what he had guessed in his heart. "In that case, the person who possesses the divine bone under the sky has not reached the late stage of the heavenly emperor realm at the moment?" Saying that, he suddenly came to a realization. If that's the case, I'm afraid that the God List's initiative to recognize its owner to grant you the power to seal the gods is to try to save trouble. Or else you wouldn't have to specifically look for people in the late celestial emperor realm to seal the list up for those 6 celestial emperor realm people. Although the divine bone qualification is rare, it can't be said that there aren't any. There are always a handful of such gifted and proud people under the sky. Just why has someone with such a qualification not yet reached the late stage of the heavenly emperor realm? You're still smart. Xia Evening Ching let out a light laugh, a disguised acknowledgement of his words. She then turned her head and walked back to the divine feminine courtyard, only to hear her say carelessly, "But why those people didn't reach the late celestial emperor realm? Who knows about that? I'm also curious as to why those cultivators with divine bone qualifications aren't in the heavenly emperor realm. Do you know that there has been an example under the heavens of a person who rose from a spirit grade to a divine grade root bone?" Su Changqing asked. "As far as I have heard so far, for the time being there is no. Only heard those senior said, God bone this thing, born with have. Do not have if you want to change the fate of the latter day, difficult also. So, my dream of a divine bone is in vain? If the divine bone doesn't work, there's the heavenly bone, which is also enough." Su Changqing, thank you for your comforting Back to the house of goddesses. the moment the two of them walked out of the backyard. Hu Bunny suddenly slipped and knelt at their feet, both eyes containing tears, both ears hanging down, his voice choked. Lord Goddess, Cloud Crane has been hijacked, and that immortal weapon is gone. Chapter 56, What do you want me to do? Su Changqing turned his head. It seems that the protective seal you placed on Yunha's body doesn't work either. You didn't even feel it when it all went wrong. The other party may not have been a big hit on Yunha before they hijacked it. Xia Evening Qing opened her mouth to speak, and as she did so, her eyes fell on a flash of bird feathers behind the laurel tree. Su Changqing also noticed the more than carefully hidden body of the bird, as well as the thin claws. Hu Bunny also silently turned his head to look, and mourned in his heart. Man, I can't save you either. 3 lines of sight converged on a single bird, and the crane knew it couldn't hide, so the bird's feet were outstretched teetering on the edge of temptation. After half a day of dilly-dallying, it slowly moved out and slid out, lowering its head with a face of fearful reprimanding dread, drooping its wings and placing them on its chest as it carefully walked to Xia Evening Qing's body. Lord Goddess, tell me what's going on. Yunha began to ramble on about yesterday's delivery. The purpose of this delivery in the central city of Shuzhou, Edge of Life Clan, is located in the boundaries of the Qinzhou. From here to fly to the Shuzhou to its speed needs to spend half a day time. From the hands of Hu Rabbit to get the immortal weapon has been near dusk, passing through the central city of Shuzhou on the way through a barrier sea. The sea year-round, regardless of the darkness of the day and night, has always been permeated with a poisonous fog. The name of the barrier sea is therefore named. However, the intense poison of this thick fog only has a big effect on the cultivators of the devil and human races, so it is necessary to take the antidote pills in advance, and to close the air to prevent inhalation when passing by. However, these poisonous mists have less of an impact on the demon race and various types of beasts, so the barrier sea has always had demon races making a living by ambushing and robbing at the surface of the sea. The Cloud Crane was unlucky to meet an experienced demon race. The other party should be a fox demon, and cast the art of fox charming to it. When it flew through the clouds and fog, suddenly smelled a strong fragrance, only to feel that the mouth was loose, and when it came back to its senses, the Qianquan bag was gone. After that it made a great show at sea, and there was not a boat on the sea, and not a fish could be caught. That's how it happened, Crane said weakly. The two men and the rabbit were both silent. After a long time, Xia Evening Qing said, "Whose list? What quid pro quo did the other party offer?" "Zhao Qiyi. That guy put out a piece of immortal rank water yuan. The stuff arrived?" "Yes, that guy already sent someone to deliver it to his door the day before yesterday," said Hu Bunny as he took out a light blue water bead like an oval shape. The thing was spread out in the palm of the rabbit's paw, truly like a puddle of water that could flow. When Su Changqing heard the term water element, his heart moved slightly, and after Hu Bunny took a look at it, there was no familiar exclamation mark, and it wasn't the water essence that his mission required. Xia Evening Qing closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, a hint of coldness skimmed the bottom of her eyes as she sneered. "No one has ever been able to snatch something from my hands yet." Oh, it was the first time Su Changqing had seen Xia Evening Qing angry, and he watched the show with interest, wanting to know what kind of price the other party would make the other party make. However, he saw Xia Evening Qing slowly turn her head and gently look at him. "Husband." Su Changqing took 2 steps back slightly. "Do what? Today's lesson is so important that I can't miss it. I suppose my husband will relieve me of my worries?" Xia Evening Qing said gently, whispering words. "If it is an outsider, will call others to listen to the heart of a drunk." Unfortunately, Su Changqing is not another person. After familiarizing himself with Xia Evening Qing as a person, he has long been immune to the other party's gentle side. But despite this, looking at this face with which he spends time, he inexplicably gave birth to a trace of moving heart. He loosened up. "Say, what do you want me to do?" Whether Hu Rabbit is refining weapons or alchemy, it will mark the breath belonging to it, so that even if something is stolen, no matter where the other party is, Hu Rabbit will be able to accurately find the location of the other party by virtue of the breath it has survived. Hu Bunny nodded at Xia Evening Qing's words. "Aha, yes." Su Changqing's first reaction is not Hu Bunny did a thorough backhand preparation, but this guy's business is so wide, which if there is something in the future to turn against each other, is not it possible to seek revenge with the positioning? Absolutely. He suddenly realized one thing. Xia Evening Qing had Hu Bunny trade so many orders in the immortal domain. Could it be that he was locking in on the location of some people? Okay, got it. I'll go get the immortal weapon back with Hu Bunny and Little Crane and help you make that person pay. Go to class in peace. Be careful with everything. Su Changqing touched the dragon bell on his waist. "If I can't beat you will come, right?" "Will." So Su Changqing put on his mask and hugged the rabbit, and rode on the immortal crane to leave with peace of mind. Rode. What realm was that demonic cultivator in? Did you notice it at the time? Yunhe recalled upon hearing Su Changqing's question. That old demon hid his realm and aura. To be able to make me unable to detect the other party's aura must be above the golden immortal. Su Changqing was surprised. You're still a golden immortal crane? This was indeed enough. And it was no wonder that Xia Eveningqing was relieved to let it deliver the goods. But when he swept his eyes at the realm on its body, it was a layer of fog that obscured the other party's realm cultivation. He withdrew his probing. This was probably Xia Eveningqing's handiwork. And he glanced at Hu Bunny's realm, which was similarly foggy. But does the demon race also have people of the quasi-emperor realm? Su Changqing happened to use this to slightly test Hu Bunny's rabbit mouth. Neither does hair. Then those 4 emperor realm cultivators you said were actually human? Yes yo. Hu hair only deals with the human race. You're a great companion to the human race. It was just hard to imagine that a cultivator above the golden immortal realm actually had to rob for a living. Along the way, Hair sniffed his nose while pointing the way. This way, fly straight. A moment. To the left. Another half hour passed. To the right. Fly in a straight line. Wait. It seems to be to the left. No. Why are there 2 flavors? Damn rabbit, are you good or not? Yunhai gas cold shivering. Body slant. Rabbit almost slipped out. Su Changqing quick eyes and hands a hand to grab and stabilize Hu Rabbit. Hu Bunny, whose heart trembled with fear, hugged Su Changqing's arm tightly. Alright. Perhaps there are other recently traded customers nearby who are still holding new items. Hu Bunny closed his eyes and searched carefully before finally opening them. Go forward. It's not far ahead. Wait. Fly over and back. Okay. This is it. Right down here. The cloud crane slowly descended and landed on a mountain. Su Changqing hugged the rabbit and jumped down from the cloud crane. Looking at the mountains and forests that were covered with thickets of forests, the Hu rabbit jumped down and continued to sniff his nose. Feeling the scent that belonged to him, a man in a crane followed the rabbit to a cave. There was a boundary visible to the naked eye at the exit of that cave. Inside, it emitted a strong demonic aura, devilish aura. It's a small secret place. Inside, Hair affirmed. Su Changqing looked at Hu Bunny and then at the hole in front of him. This secret realm is separated from the sky. That demon has gone into the hole and you can still feel it? That's a bit of a trick. Isn't there no place to hide? Hearing Su Changqing's surprise, Hu Bunny's small vanity couldn't help but swell up, and his 2 erect ears wiggled. That's right. No one can escape my Hu Bunny's eyes. Quickly, don't brag about it. Your breath survival can only stay for more than 100 years if you don't continue to cover it. Hurry up and go in. Don't waste time. Cloud Crane lifted his bird foot and kicked it. With an ouch, Hair disappeared inside the cave unawares. Chapter 57 Reason for the Illusion? The Cloud Crane also followed closely. Before going in, it twisted its head to look at Su Changqing. It had been soaring outside for years. It was not too familiar with this one, but it had vaguely heard Hu Bunny call him Big Brother Su. After thinking about it, it also called after him. Big Brother Su quickly follow. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing answered and followed. Pass through this boundary in front of you and enter the secret realm without any problems. It's a deserted ancient city. He looked up at the red moon in the sky, and the ancient city looked unusually eerie in the quiet darkness. In particular, the charred black humanoids that were hunched over various bodies roaming the ancient city moved as slowly as if they were walking corpses. Their shadows on the ground elongated to a slight length by the light of the red moon. The 3 chi of demon, devil, and spirit coexisted on its body, and it was no surprise that these were the little monsters. He swept a glance. These were but Yuaning realm. The immortal domain had not changed the difficulty of the mini-monsters in its secret copies, except for the fact that a high-ranking cultivator from the celestial domain had been forced to trap this accident. However, the good thing was that there was no realm restriction for entering this secret realm, thus they came in without needing to suppress their realms, and it went quite smoothly. At this moment, they were standing on a center stage in the center of the secret realm, which was also the center stage of this ancient city, and those little monsters rushed up to them after seeing someone enter the secret realm. Su Changqing snapped his fingers, and in an instant, the small monsters in the entire secret realm instantly went up in smoke. Only a few breaths apart, countless more small monsters burrowed out of the ground. Hu Rabbit would have just climbed up, patted the dust on his body, and shifted. A muscular and high fierce rabbit appeared on Su Changqing's side. Su Changqing turned his head and inquired, "Where is it?" Hu Bunny's nose twitched slightly as he took the lead and went down. "Follow me." Su Changqing and Yun He followed closely behind, and the 3 figures quickly wandered through this desolate ancient city like ghosts. The speed of the body is so fast that even the residual shadow cannot be seen. There is only a clear wind. The passing ground of those black shadows like walking corpses body shape. This wind is not right. Left and right looking. There is a clearly guessed that there is an outside invasion of the breath, but there is no way to lock the target to attack. The powerlessness of the feeling can only be frozen in place to turn in circles. Where are the people? Where are the people? In a few breaths, following Hu Bunny's figure to a dilapidated attic. The Hu rabbit stopped its form. It looked at Su Changqing and communicated with its divine sense. It's inside. Su Changqing nodded his head in silence to indicate his knowledge. From the time they came in until now, everyone had concealed their breath in advance to avoid spooking the snakes. The cloud crane was huge and shifted around before going in, shrinking to the size of a normal duck. Hair is also restored to its original form for ease of movement. The two beasts followed Su Changqing left and right, stepping into the attic together. This attic is not an attic, but another place inside. It was actually a land of birds and flowers. Even Hu Bunny and Cloud Crane were slightly stunned. Su Changqing swept his gaze and instantly realized it. Mirage. Thanks to the blessing of the 10,000 images method, he was able to successfully detach himself from the illusion every time he encountered it, and was even able to turn the tables and seize control of manipulating the illusion. This was a special usage that he had accidentally obtained after encountering several illusions in the mortal domain, and was limited to those whose strength was lower than his. Su Changqing's heart stirred. It was the illusion of the attic, not a blindfold performed by the person they were looking for. Behind the manipulation of the illusion within the attic was nothing more than a strand of sea residual soul from the transition realm. That would be nice. Although he hadn't tried to seize control of the illusions cast by the quasi-emperor realm, the transition realm was still more than enough. Hu Bunny turned around in place in the illusion, looking a little confused. Su Changqing was the first to notice its movements and asked, "Could it be that you couldn't find the scent you survived in the illusion?" "Impossible. Otherwise I wouldn't have chased you here. It's just strange. How come there are 3 places that belong to my breath?" Hu Bunny doubted. "The reason for the illusion?" Su Changqing asked. Hu Bunny shook his head. "These kinds of illusions are not enough for me to be mesmerized, but there are indeed 3 of them in real life." "Then go and take a look one by one," Su Changqing voiced out. Hu Bunny also had this intention, so he led the way, and Su Changqing and Yunhe followed behind him to a sea of flowers. In the center of the sea of flowers was a grave mound with a silver sword sticking out of it. Hu Bunny frowned. "This is an immortal rank weapon I built 2 months ago. I remembered that I had already sent it to Hakan. Why is it here?" Yunhe was also skeptical. A man and 2 beasts stepped forward, and while Hubris intended to retrieve the sword, he was bounced off by a force. There are contraindications. Cloud Crane also took a stab at it and was similarly bounced off. This is not a power that this secret world is capable of. Seeing this, Su Changqing's mind moved and reached out to make contact, and in an instant, the powerful confinement that came to his face blocked his advance. With this aura, there was no doubt that it was at the same quasi-emperor realm as him. Su Changqing's eyes flashed as he directly broke through the confinement set up by the other party and easily drew back the silver sword on the grave. "Let's go." Next, Su Changqing raised his hand and waved it to remove the confinement on it, throwing the sword to Hu Bunny. Hare put away his sword and led them to the second place. This time, to a pool of endless sky lake. A lotus flower bloomed in the center of the heavenly lake, and a long blade that lingered with red light was suspended above it. Another immortal ranked weapon. "This is the great sword I forged half a year ago. How did it appear here? I remember I clearly delivered it." Cloud Crane repeated it again, reinforcing his innocence of completing the task. Just like just now, there was the aura of a quasi-emperor realm setting up a confinement on it, and it seemed to have been set up by the same person. Su Changqing struck again, easily taking it down, while clearing the confinement on it, and tossed the long blade to Hu Bunny. Next, Su Changqing's eyes crossed a dark aura and silently managed to seize control of the illusionary realm. At this moment, all the dynamics of the illusionary realm were all under control. In another part of the illusion, 2 people stood above a sea of roaring fire. How about this immortal weapon? Is it good enough? A tall, androgynous-looking beautiful fox demon pushed the scimitar in her hand in front of the illusory old man in front of her and opened her mouth. It's even an androgynous voice, a neutral with a magnetic sound, with a very impatient tone. This scimitar looks rather niche, not attractive enough. The old man who stroked the stance of the remnant soul stroked his goatee and shook his head with a slight look of disgust on his face. "Grass. You're a wisp of a remnant soul of a broken fairy realm, and you still have the nerve to pick it? Quickly give it away. Otherwise I'll raise this wisp of your residual soul." The tone was as bad as it could be, and it was clear that it had been endured to the limit. The old man lifted his chin and twisted his head to stroke his beard and hummed, "Then you Jan. Grass. You've got balls." The fox demon cursed. "Damn, posting this crappy quest, giving the dead old man 3 desirable immortal ranked magic weapons in order to get the map pieces of the divine realm's heavenly destiny stage. Immortal domain basically have immortal all magic weapon cultivator. Can snatch over the basically she snatched over? So many immortal level magic weapon this old man actually do not see. This broken little secret realm nothing. Even the illusionary realm of those 2 places in the immortal level weapons are her makeup. Really did not expect this broken world of the secret realm of the old grandpa is actually this way into the good supreme magic weapon. It was really refreshing her perception. The old man, who had a face of disinterest just now, suddenly looked stagnant, with questions and a trance in his eyes. He closed his eyes to try to manipulate the illusion. It's not working. Who is it? Who is it? Chapter 59, Obtaining Fire Essence. There was also a Qianquan storage bag with an exclamation mark on the ground, as well as a lute with a broken string. Su Changqing reached out and prepared to give her one last fatal blow. Why do we have to kill each other for so long? Isn't it good for us to cooperate and win-win? What do you want? We can exchange. The fox woman lying on the ground urgently voiced out, looking at the masked man in front of her weakly. She can't be erased. She had managed to survive until today. How could she die here? I know a secret. A way to get out of this world. Be merciful. I'll share my information with you. Su Changqing's hand a beat. See, the other side hesitated. The fox woman urgent pursuit to continue to open. Just as she opened her mouth, boom! Its body, blood and flesh splashed in all directions around. The pair of pupils dilated, suddenly gulped. Not hearing the sound of the system broadcasting, Su Changqing cast another strike at the fox girl on the ground. He drew back his axe. A way out of this world. And I know one. With that, he pulled out a small secret potion and poured it over the bloody flesh on the ground, instantly turning it into a mass of blood. Ding! Detected a player erased nearby. Current world presence, 6. Please be prepared to hide your identity and do not expose your identity on your own initiative. Su Changqing had never felt so at ease with this voice. He wasn't much better off now, though, propping up his meddlesome body. He raised his hand in a habitual grip and grabbed it. The stick wasn't here. It was quite unaccustomed to not having a stick to support his body at this time of year, and he slowly sat down on the ground, letting out a long sigh of relief. Maybe what the fox girl said was true, but he couldn't bet on it. People could say any bull **** to save their lives when they were about to face death. As long as one person knew his player information, even if it was the same player, his life was always hovering at the gates of Hades. Just didn't expect that situation just now, actually still not dead through. Su Changqing looked at the small potion in his hand. This thing is a small potion that he's still in the mortal domain to complete a certain side mission reward, named Rot Water. As the name suggests, has the effect of corrupting everything. Su Changqing specifically used on top of the mending knife, so as to avoid the enemy can also be obscene earth transmutation. I did not expect it to be quite useful. That fox woman had more than just 9 lives, and when he cut off the last fox tail of the other party was actually able to grow another 9 tails. Who understands? At the time, he had the same mixed feelings as if he had eaten. The two fought for hundreds of rounds, with both sides suffering huge injuries. Su Changqing looked deeply at the blood bar on the panel, locked at the value of 1. He hadn't even realized that his blood bar was still locked, but if it hadn't been for that lock, he probably would have had to mail it. With this experience, he probably knew what it meant for the Big Dipper skill, to be invincible at the same level, combined with blood lock invincibility. Su Changqing looked at the realm, not having admitted that he had suddenly risen to the Great Emperor realm this time out, still in the middle stage. At first, he thought that the same realm should be stable. Who knows that the other party directly in front of him in the middle of the fight to get high on pills power rose to the middle of the Great Emperor realm, causing him also even stone 18 Emperor turned Dan. A leap to the middle of the Great Emperor realm. This is good. With Xia Evening Qing's smart head, there will definitely be suspicions when the time comes. Su Changqing sighed and stopped thinking about it. Then he meditated to regulate his internal energy, and his blood slowly returned. A moment later, he opened his eyes and picked up the storage bag on the ground. It's this fox, ladies. The large exclamation point was always displayed on it. It was really strange. It was the first time he had seen a storage bag with an exclamation mark. When Xia Evening Qing took out the items he needed for the mission from her storage ring, that ring didn't have an exclamation mark. Could it be that there was something else about her ring that was different? Or is it a different status? After the death of the cultivator, his prohibition in the storage bag disappeared along with him, so Su Changqing poured out all the things inside extremely silky and smooth. No. Is everyone so mixed up? 2 fragments of a mutilated map, a brocade pouch, a key to the heavenly domain's heavenly destiny stage, 6 or 7 immortal ranked weapons. Needless to say, this was not something she snatched. I'm afraid. There was also a bottle of elixir. The elixir he looked at. It was the Emperor's Turning Dan. And there was another capsule in it. It was also fortunate that there was still 1 capsule left, or else the other party would have been afraid of going straight to the late stage of the Great Emperor realm at that time. But so it seems that whether it's the human race or the demon race players, the conditions for this promotion to the realm are all exactly the same. In addition to these, there was also a red fruit, shaped like a flame, with a faint divine radiance lingering around it. The exclamation point comes from this. Su Changqing carefully observed and memorized the shape of this fruit in his mind. After thinking about it, he would use the shadow retention stone to save its appearance, and then he would eat all of it. Only feeling that his eyebrows were slightly hot, he raised his hand and touched it. The feeling then dissipated, as if what he had just felt was like an illusion. After eating the entire pulp, a familiar system sound rang in his ears. Congratulations to the player for completing the side quest Acquire Fire Essence. Whether or not to awaken the fire element. Yes. Su Changqing looked at the panel. The fire element was in an already awakened state. Turns out it's really food. He looked at the two broken pieces of the map on the ground, which were similarly haunted by an unusual aura of divine radiance. And this was, if he remembered correctly, this was the map of the Divine Realm's Heaven's Destiny stage? The last time I saw it twice around Xia Evening Qing, the scent was exactly the same as this. When he seized control of the illusion realm earlier, he heard the Fox Girl and the remnants of the illusion realm talking. It sounds like Fox Girl should be accomplishing something. Su Changqing stared at these two map fragments. Could it be that the other party's mission was to collect these map fragments? If so, that means her final main quest is likely to lead to the Divine Realm. Su Changqing proceeded to open the brocade bag. This also carries an obvious divine radiance. There is a prohibition on it. Tried several times were unable to open. Although the fox demon has fewer things, these are not bad. Solely he put them away, got up, and looked at the loot on the ground that had broken off its strings. It was a pity that it was such a god-ranked magic weapon. He closed his eyes and exited the illusion. And once he opened his eyes he was back inside the attic. Brother Su. Solved? Hu Bunny waited for most of the day before Su Changqing finally came out. Its clothes were tattered and torn, and its body was covered with cuts that carried a lot of blood. It pulled out pills and handed them to Su Changqing, who had already recovered to full blood before he came out. But in order not to arouse suspicion, he took and ate one. The flavor was the same as the rescue elixir given by Hu Bunny after the last battle with Yi Shihua. Well, it's all taken care of, he responded with a nod of his head, his gaze sweeping the empty attic, which contained only one beast, the hoary rabbit. Where's Yunha? Off to make a delivery. Okay then, go back. One person and one beast went out of the secret realm and looked up at the sky. It was almost dark. I didn't expect to stay inside for so long. When they returned to the divine feminine courtyard, Xia Evening Qing had just returned as well, and the two of them happened to meet at the entrance. Seeing Su Changqing covered in this blood, Xia Evening Qing's brows knit slightly as she stepped forward and lifted his wrist. You're injured? Hurt a little? Nothing serious. Who is it? Her voice held a chill, as if she wanted to kill right away. Su Changqing was still the first time to see Xia Evening Qing in this state. His voice was laced with a smile as he slowly flirted. My good mother. People are dead. Is it not a bit late for you to ask now? He raised his hand to put his arm around her shoulders, realizing that he was a bit ragged and still a bit dirty, and that it was a bit late for him to get the cleansing technique. So he turned to clasp her wrist and led Xia Evening Qing into the courtyard. Su Changqing spoke in a relaxed tone. It's just a fox demon. I've already made her completely pay the price according to your words. Hu Bunny followed behind and nodded. Yes, divine maiden. That fox demon is still a quasi-imperial realm fox demon. But the fox demon seemed to have premeditated and grabbed quite a few immortal-ranked magical artifacts. That's right. Su Changqing nodded. We'll talk about this later. You come with me. Xia Evening Qing led him to the backyard. Chapter 60, What's the matter? Husband dislikes me? Su Changqing looked down at the cold pool under his eyes, then twisted his head to look at Xia Evening Qing. Don't tell me that this cold pool still has the effect of healing wounds. However, he saw Xia Evening Qing tear off his top. Su Changqing subconsciously took 2 steps back with his arms around his chest. What do you want? Xia Evening Qing was walking around his body, her eyes sweeping over a few shallow wounds on his body. Any later and they would have all healed. She reached out and touched her fingertips gently. You're okay? What could he possibly have to do with it? Su Changqing was puzzled and looked down at the injuries on his body that were touched by her, only to realize that there were a few places that scattered a few faint wisps of demonic chi that seemed to be invading his body. He raised his hand and struck, and the demonic aura completely dissipated without a trace. The human flesh is special, can be positive or evil, can be surrounded by positive chi, also subject to the invasion of evil chi. And the devil and demon, 2 races have a characteristic, all with the fight, physical body and injury. The wound will bring a certain amount of demonic gas. Demonic gas residue will eat up the body's spiritual energy, if not forced out in time and finally into the dantian. Easy to go into the devil. Cultivation reversal. If it has already entered the dantian, you can come to the cold pool to clear the evil from your body. However, if a high cultivation human race takes on the low cultivation demon and devil races, it's not a problem and can't hurt anything in the slightest. After a pause she added, just now, Hu Bunny said that the fox demon was at the quasi-emperor realm, and was on par with you as a chess player. so I thought that you would be invaded by its demonic aura. Of course Su Changqing wouldn't say that he had 100 poison invulnerable physique. He coughed lightly twice and said in a metaphysical manner, "Then look at what realm I'm in now." Xia Eveningqing tilted her head slightly before noticing. Great Emperor realm now? Su Changqing got out of the cold pool, endured the coldness and washed his face. Another quick scrub of the body. Xia Eveningqing also got out of the water, gently caressing his cheek and tenderly saying, "Excellent." She wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed up lightly, breath intertwined. Su Changqing suddenly felt a trace of sweet warmth on his cold lips. An ethereal white chill enveloped the two men, and the sound of the water swayed so that the shadows of the two earthers could be vaguely seen through it. For the first time, Su Changqing failed to break the power at the cold pool marrow cleansing. What about the promised clear thoughts and desires? I didn't expect to give him a big one as soon as he came up before he even started. Outside, the sky was cloudy. The two of them were already inside the house at the moment, and when Su Changqing opened his eyes he saw that Xia Eveningqing would be lying on his side. And those bright eyes didn't know how long they had been staring at him while his eyes were closed. Su Changqing also squarely on her eyes. His divine sense suddenly saw her cultivation and realm. Usually probably because of his realm is low or the other side deliberately conceal. He has never been able to use his divine sense to probe successfully her realm. On a whim just now, Su Changqing was a bit surprised when he got the result. So your cultivation level is also in the middle stage of the Great Emperor realm? What? Husband dislikes me? That's not true. Su Changqing gently stroked her hair. It's good to be low. It's good to be low. He finally doesn't have to be afraid. Still coming? Xia Eveningqing looked at him and spoke quietly. Su Changqing, don't you tell me that you've been thinking about this in your head just now? Xia Eveningqing nodded and asked rhetorically. What's the problem? No, but you're still really honest in some sense. Now that he was 100% certain that Xia Eveningqing needed her extreme yang dao body to complement him, he suddenly felt that if she didn't have to attend classes during the day, wouldn't they be having sex day and night? Su Changqing looked at the sky. Not that he didn't want to, considering the other party's situation. So he said, "Are you sure? It's almost dawn?" Xia Eveningqing didn't say anything. She listened to his words and glanced at the sky. In a few incense sticks of time it would indeed be time for class. There really isn't enough time. She endured. Solely closed his eyes and shut them. Su Changqing watched her snoring with her eyes closed didn't disturb her like last time. But the two of them lay in bed not long after Xia Eveningqing went out to class. He also got up. Yesterday's storm such as the autumn wind blowing gently swept across the water surface. Flooding cannot be big waves, but also not the surface so ancient well. Su Changqing sat on the chaise longue for a day. Hu Bunny on the side of the Dan practiced from time to time to see the other party a moment to take out that axe. A moment to stare blankly at the sky. Thought he had not come back from yesterday's experience. No. Su Changqing pulled out that axe again. For what seemed like the 11th time, Hu Bunny withdrew his eyes and continued practicing pills. Su Changqing stroked his chin and squinted his eyes, looking up and down at this axe of his. In addition to wanting his life during yesterday's battle, that fox demon seemed to want to rob him of this axe. At first he thought that his opponent wanted to take the weapon away from him in order to disable his means of attack so that she could gain the upper hand herself. However, after a few dozen rounds of fighting, Su Changqing realized that something was wrong. From the time they first met, the other party's eyes first fell on the axe on his waist, coupled with the other party during the exchange of blows to show that the momentum is bound to take to the hand. Is it possible that this axe is her mission items? This is his handmade, not the game world originally. It does not make sense that it will become one of the other players' quests. It is difficult to be the reason for his NPC. This identity is not, but there is a say one. This axe still feel quite good. Intended to be used to split his wooden stick. I cannot imagine chopping people also so smooth. When Hu Bunny looked at Su Changqing again, the other party put away his axe again, and to the onlookers it seemed that at this moment he was staring blankly at the flowing clouds in the sky, actually looking at the panel information. NPC basic information. Role, Su Changqing. Race, human, awakened. Realm, mid-Great Emperor realm, can advance 11/36. Grade, 70, 000. Life, 1000000/100000. Experience, 1000000/100000. Advancing to the late stage of the Great Emperor realm actually required 36 Emperor transformation Dan. This quantity had increased exponentially. You'll need 80 or 90 pills for the rest of your life. In this case, it seems that the effect of the Emperor turning Dan that varies from person to person is not useless, but the number of people taking it is not large enough. In which case the human race that Hu Rabbit spoke of that ascended to the Great Emperor realm is only afraid of running out of spirit stones. As Hu Rabbit said, if he is really a player. Su Changqing blinked and rubbed his eyes lightly as the panel disappeared. He got up and stretched, walking over to Hu Bunny. Who was practicing pills? Any more emperor turning pills? Are you done eating? Su Changqing nodded. You finished that bottle? Hare was shocked. There were dozens of grains in there and you actually ate them all? Su Changqing looked puzzled. What's the problem? Isn't this stuff just for eating? The words were right. Wait, almost got him in the ditch. So it said, this is used to aid in cultivation, not to be used as a sugar pill. I'm just using it to aid in my cultivation. What else do you think? When he said this, Xia Eveningqing had just returned from the academy and heard their exchange as soon as he came in. What are you talking about? Chapter 61, I also want to see how strong you really are. Under the pavilion. After Xia Eveningqing roughly understood the course of events, she was slightly surprised and immediately thought of something. Is it possible that husband's cultivation has risen so quickly because of this bottle of Emperor Turning Dan? Once Su Changqing heard this and saw the reaction of 1 and 2, he basically confirmed what he thought in his heart. They really didn't know how many pills of Emperor's Turning Dan they had to eat to successfully break through their cultivation level. I'm afraid I thought you could only take one? Combined with the note in the small line underneath the Dan formula. If it was the person who created this Dan formula who personally labeled it, it was either intentional, or it was a descendant who felt it personally and claimed to have labeled it without authorization. Taking just one capsule certainly won't help. This Dan formula was still found in your goddess palace. I thought you all knew about it? Su Changqing acted even more shocked than them. The next moment he saw the fan chart for the first time in Xia Eveningqing's eyes. 3 parts speechless, 2 parts puzzled, 4 parts confused and 1 part shocked. Thinking about her divine grade divine root bone qualification, the early stage of the great imperial realm had stopped for more than 100 years, and she had only broken through to the middle stage a few months ago. This emperor turns Dan. Xia Eveningqing's complex expression turned the Dan bottle in his hand with interest. He had only entered the quasi-emperor realm a few months ago, and had reached the middle stage of the great emperor realm so quickly. Normally, it was rare for a divine quality root bone to achieve such an effect. However, a root bone of an earth product qualification that had only been upgraded not long ago. It's kind of fun. Is the effect brought about by dual cultivation really that great? Or is the effect of the emperor's turning pill even greater? Su Changqing looked at Xia Eveningqing's thinking appearance, calmly waiting for her reaction. After a long time but saw her gaze on Hu Rabbit and Su Changqing, only to hear her slowly said, tell me about the fox demon you met yesterday. Su Changqing's heart sighed in relief as he looked at Hu Bunny, signaling it to summarize. Now that he's opening his mouth, he's afraid that he's not going to say more than he needs to. So Hu Bunny began to talk at length about the whole thing, and the 3 scenes encountered by that phantasmagoria, and the strange thing that happened at the end when he was kicked out of the phantasmagoria. Xia Eveningqing listened while sipping his tea with an expression like he was thinking. After listening, Xia Eveningqing refined the core. A fox demon of the quasi-emperor realm grabbed so many immortal ranked weapons merely to fill in the 3 places of that illusory realm. And I'm afraid that it was by the will of that illusory realm's remnant soul. She smiled and continued to explain. The 3 places in that illusionary realm before this the immortal ranked spells must have already been taken away by other cultivators for the chance. And the next time someone goes in that illusionary realm they can only work for nothing. Unless the owner of that illusory realm trades with the cultivator to bring out a new immortal ranked magic weapon, and then exchanges it with him or her for other opportunities, so that the magic treasures in the illusory realm will continue to come and go. Of course, this is a minority of cases. Usually there will not be any cultivators exchanging, unless it is a great chance. Otherwise, like you guys said, the residual soul of that illusion realm is only in the transition realm, and it's unlikely that a great demon in the quasi-emperor realm would pay attention to that wisp of a residual soul. Xia Eveningqing looked towards Su Changqing with a look of pity. It's a pity that your engagement caused that wisp of residual soul to completely dissipate, or else husband would have been able to ask the owner of that illusionary realm what kind of chance conditions the other party could offer. What a great chance. It's all just a task for the game system. Of course these words could only be left in Su Changqing's stomach to digest on his own. He nodded along with Xia Eveningqing's words. It's a pity. I can't imagine that Xia Eveningqing was able to launch pretty much the same situation just based on the few words Hu Bunny said. This is a senior cultivator. How many years do you have to have lived to know the way? Husband, tell me about this emperor transformation pill? You mentioned the middle stage of the great emperor realm all of a sudden yesterday because of it? Xia Eveningqing's words turned to the key topic. Su Changqing's heartbeat missed half a beat. Come on, finally asked. The Hu Bunny, who still didn't know that Su Changqing's realm had been elevated, was shocked. All along it couldn't see Su Changqing's realm unless he took the initiative to spread to the pressure. Now that she heard him say this, her eyes stomped. You're in the great emperor realm? Su Changqing slightly raised his eyebrows. You don't know? Did it turn out that Hu Bunny couldn't see his cultivation all along? No wonder the reaction to asking him for the elixir just now was so great. It's normal, too, if Hu Rabbit is a golden fairy rabbit. He picked up Xia Evening Ching. Hands of the Emperor turned Dan. Face as usual, every night cold pool of marrow washing. I will eat a few grains of Emperor turned Dan in advance by the way to assist in the cultivation. To see if it can quickly enhance the cultivation. Yesterday morning after coming out, I found my own cultivation has a loosening of the phenomenon. Originally intended to daytime good sprint. The results and that fox demon fight a fight. Subject to the pressure cultivation at once outbursts. His words weren't entirely false. He had indeed eaten the Emperor's turning pill before he was immersed in the cold pool. As for the fight with the fox demon, it was true that there was also some pressure. Otherwise he would have disregarded the consequences of being suspected by Xia Evening Ching and directly promoted to the middle stage of the great Emperor realm. LOL, he didn't want to lie either. Su Changqing suddenly had a bright idea. After this matter is not necessarily a bad thing. If Xia Evening Ching believes, then he does not need to cover up and rack his brain to calculate the time to break through the realm. Xia Evening Ching pondered for a moment and nodded thoughtfully. I see. It was true that when there was a line between life and death, a cultivator's cultivation would break through the limit, but of course it was a matter of probability. Su Changqing was completely relieved to see her deep thinking look. Okay, believe it. Why didn't you summon me if you were about to lose the fight? She thought that Su Changqing's greedy character would ring the bell the first time. After all, the last time he didn't have any business at all. In order to find her directly in the book depository pavilion to summon her over. At that time, she thought that the other party had suffered some kind of bullying in the Divine Maiden's palace, and the result was that at first glance, it was really making people think too much. Su Changqing just picked up the teacup and took a sip. When he heard Xia Evening Ching's words, he put down the teacup's hand and gave her a glance. Look at what you said. Am I that kind of person who was greedy and afraid of death? You are. Xia Evening Ching nodded. Can you not be so direct? Doesn't he want to lose face? Go ahead. I'd like to see how my strength stacks up against other fellow travelers. As soon as he said this, Xia Evening Ching's eyes suddenly lit up. Looking at him with an unknown meaning, Su Changqing inexplicably shivered. His instinctive sense of crisis prompted him to immediately get up and was about to move away from Xia Evening Ching when he was grabbed by one of her hands. What do you want? Su Changqing asked vigilantly. Xia Evening Ching never played by the rules, causing him to be a bit uncertain. However, Xia Evening Ching only interlocked her 5 fingers with him, and just as Su Changqing was puzzled, Xia Evening Ching's nice voice came out unhurriedly. I also want to see just how strong you are. As the words fell out of his mouth, Hu Bunny suddenly ran and slipped away, disappearing in a flash. The next moment Su Changqing could see with his naked eyes that the heaven and earth changed, the surrounding flowers and birds, the mountains and water, and they were here in a sea of purple flowers. The only thing that hasn't changed is this booth of theirs. This is Xia's illusion? Then Su Changqing felt a powerful and aggressive force coming from his palm, and he subconsciously exploded his power to fight against it. The blood bar began to drop in value as far as the eye could see, and the speed of the blood drop was like blistering lightning. Su Changqing's heart was shaken, but in a few breaths, the blood bar saw half. This is simply more fierce than the fox demon. There is no mistake. Such a rate of blood drop. He had fought the fox demon for half a day to get this effect. Chapter 62. It's okay if you want to. The blood bar was about to bottom out when it suddenly stopped. Xia Evening Ching abruptly retracted his power. Su Changqing just now had been maintaining his power output, did not have time to break. His face was flustered. His heart was shocked, hurriedly retracted his power. Thank you, Evening Ching. A colorful shield suddenly blocked appeared in the middle of the two men's palms, isolating the attack of that power, and then the barrier disappeared. Seeing Xia Evening Ching still intact sitting in front of him, Su Changqing's lifted heart fell heavily and slowly sat down, his retracted hand shaking a little on the table. His mouth was a little dry, and he swallowed as the knot in his throat rolled and his throat was dry, so he picked up his teacup and took a sip. Su Changqing put down the teacup and then looked at the peaceful Xia Evening Ching. At this time her eyes have not left his body, is looking at him in a good way, seems to be waiting for him to open his mouth first. See this? Su Changqing, the whole tense body only slowly relax. In the middle of the day, his lips parted a bit, before he finally spoke slowly. Next time you don't do that. Which? Xia Evening Ching suddenly leaned down and came closer. That face of his was a bit pale, not knowing if it was due to fear or due to the contest of power between the two just now. With a curious look on her face, she asked bluntly what she was wondering in her mind. Were you just worried about me? Hate to admit it, but yes, this would be bad. He would actually worry that Xia Evening Chang would be harmed by his own power. The other party had a face that nothing had happened. How could he see that he was the one who had the disadvantage? Su Changqing nodded. For a moment just now, yes, but I now feel that I should have worried about myself a little more. Scared the hell out of him. His blood level almost dropped to 1 just now. And if the other party wasn't in the Great Emperor's territory, I'm afraid his resist fatal strike would have triggered. Then it triggers, extreme 1-for-1, and the two can be a pair of deadly lovebirds by then. No, it's possible that Xie Eveningqing still has some means of preserving his life, and when the time comes, the one who hiccups will still be the only one who hiccups. Su Changqing suddenly felt more thirsty, so he drank a few more cups of water before slowing down. After all, it is possible that this thing is not allowed. As far as his Wanxiang method is concerned, it always fails to allow people to indulge in it. At least the 2 battles that he experienced after coming to the immortal domain were useless. It was only shortly after the beginning that the person woke up. It seems that there is a restriction on cultivation. Only those who are in a lower realm than him will indulge in his illusion. Could it be the reason for not being awakened? Su Changqing looked at Xie Eveningqing with a skeptical expression. Are you really at the same cultivation level as me? What's the point of lying to you? Seeing that the expression didn't look fake, he reluctantly believed it. But you're quite powerful and unexpected. I might have to lose in your hands if I continue. Xie Eveningqing's fingers lightly tapped the tabletop under the tea light twice, signaling him to help pour the tea, her eyes twinkling and her smile subtle. Su Changqing skillfully poured her a cup of tea and moved it to her. That doesn't sound like a true statement. Yeah, but what I said is true. Xie Eveningqing picked up the tea he pushed over and took a gentle sip. It was at least 100 times stronger than someone in the middle stage of a comparable great imperial realm. Oh, Su Changqing casually answered. He didn't believe it. Last time, Xie Eveningqing had already confessed that she had no pressure to deal with the Heavenly Emperor realm on her own. Su Changqing took another sip of spirit tea. As long as he was no longer in an attack state himself, his blood level would slowly rebound. Together with the fact that he was now drinking Xie Eveningqing's unique spirit tea, the effect of returning blood was elevated. Su Changqing's gaze fell on this sea of flowers. The clear air was pleasant. Obviously it was an illusion. Why did he always feel that this place was real? His attention was quickly diverted by the illusion. That's what he's best at. It was so tempting to try and see if he could seize control of this illusion. But the other party was Xie Eveningqing, so he had to hold back this foolishness. Where is this place? If your root bone can be upgraded to divine grade, it might be even more powerful than just now. The 2 men spoke in unison and both froze. Xie Eveningqing turned her head to look at the surrounding scenery, not expecting Su Changqing to be so big-hearted that her attention was diverted so quickly. Su Changqing was a bit surprised. So this was a gap in strength due to a gap in roots and bones? Yes, he almost forgot about that. After all, that's the way the game is set up for combat. Otherwise there would be no distinction between the qualifications of the roots and bones. If, for example, the attack power of a pre-refinement cultivator with spirit roots and bones is 10, then, the attack power of a pre-refining chi cultivator with divine roots and bones is 100. In addition to these other attributes, boosts are capped differently. This is the reason why various players will spend money all the time on kryptonite to wash their root bones. In that case, if he hadn't awakened the Heavenly Dipper and Earthly Fury skill, even if he had reached the late stage of the Heavenly Emperor realm, he would have to hiccup when he encountered a divine bone qualification cultivator of the same realm. That one woke him up. He still can't be too assured that this awakened feats, which in case any player's feats have any, break your defense, break the bloodline, this kind of special grams of his feats, shall not be mailed on the mail? It's true that he can't rest easy until all these people are dead. He wasn't worried about any local natives right now. Instead, the players were the most dangerous presence. Su Changqing abruptly stood up and took her hand. Let's go then. Xie Eveningqing was a bit unsure. Where to? Go to the cold pool. He had to mention the root qualifications to do so. Xie Eveningqing didn't think that such a moment would cause him to be so stimulated. She also wanted to shelve the cold pool for a while after this time, but she ended up lifting a stone and hitting her own foot? First, Xie Eveningqing didn't react yet. He shook her hand. Go. She got up and said what was on her mind. I want to be godforsaken. With such blunt words, Su Changqing almost stumbled and fell. He looked back at Xie Eveningqing with some incredulity. In here? He looked around at the illusion of the place. Xie Eveningqing even seemed to think seriously for a moment. It's fine if you want to. There's no one here. Is there? No one. It's in my illusion. Su Changqing's eyes closed and opened. Dao Body, Innate Extreme Yang Dao Body LV. 276, 3/10. At this moment, he was now in the cold pool of the heavenly domain, quietly washing his marrow. Look at the color of the sky. It is the time when the sun rises and blows away the mist. It's only been one night. Instead, he felt like 10 days had passed. Speaking of this, at that time, Xie Eveningqing suddenly thought of a more effective way. She had a spatial spirit ring, the very same spatial spirit ring that Xie Eveningqing had taken out that day when she proposed to marry a Taoist couple. Time passed differently inside and outside. 1 day outside. 1 year inside the spirit ring space. How can people be so smart? This is so much more to his liking. 2 by 2. They didn't stay that long though. Only in there for about 10 days or so, I think. Xia Eveningqing also opened his eyes at this time, and in an instant, a powerful breath pressure erupted from his body, shocking the surrounding aura in wave after wave. And the surrounding plants and trees bent their wastes and branches as if they had been blown by a gale. Everyone in the Divine Feminine Palace also quasi-sensed the strong pressure and all stopped, tilting their heads to look in the direction where the Divine Feminine was. Chapter 64. The happiness behind this. When Xia Eveningqing came back at night, she wasn't surprised to see Su Changqing's promotion to the late stage of the Great Emperor realm. That night, the two of them ate pills again in advance versus spending a dozen days in a spatial spirit ring. After coming out of the spirit ring space, Su Changqing looked at the cold pool in front of him. Can you move it to the spirit ring space? That way you don't have to do the fine medullary rooting night after night. He shall not be allowed to soak in the spirit ring space for 100 or 80 years. Can't. Okay. With a flutter, Su Changqing landed in the water, and the moment he touched the water of the cold pool, his body had already skillfully reacted by operating his spiritual energy. Xia Eveningqing followed suit. Early the next morning, the two opened their eyes in unison. Su Changqing also called out to the system in his heart. Promote to the Heavenly Emperor realm. Successful promotion to the Celestial Empire realm by fulfilling the requirements. Su Changqing summoned a panel within his brain and scanned the realm. Realm, Pre-Heavenly Emperor realm, Advancement Pills 0/48. At the same time Xia Eveningqing also reached the Heavenly Emperor realm together. The two were promoted at the same time to the point where the commotion was so great that it covered the entire Divine Feminine Palace. The goddess has broken through again? Someone whispered in surprise. A breakthrough on 2 consecutive days is very rare. There seems to be more than just the goddess's breath in here. Murphy. No one dared to talk about it when the words came out of their mouths. To say more would be disrespectful. Only eye contact. There was only one person who could go in the same direction as the goddess here. That character surnamed Su. It was unexpected that the other party was actually in the same realm as the goddess, and if it wasn't for the two of them erupting together with this kind of aura today, they wouldn't have been aware of it at all. It seems that this person really has a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Wang Chan stood under the corridor of the Heavenly Palace. Her eyes fell in the direction of the cold pool, and she paused for a moment, only to see the sky drop a leaf from the sky, and Wang Chan caught it. The leaves dissipated like the wind, and Hu Bunny's voice rang in his ears. Wang Chan, how is the Millennium Ice Lotus prepared? Which is so fast? That cold spirit gas you also know? Why don't we leave this to you? Your body of rabbit fur is just right to resist the cold spirit gas. I don't want it. The goddess is looking for you, not me. Anyway, hurry up. Don't delay the goddess' big plan. Hu Bunny cut off the communication between the two of them after saying this, and Wang Chan turned around and disappeared in the same place with a calm demeanor. Both opened their eyes at the same time. Xia Eveningqing looked at the other party who was at the same realm as himself and nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the usage of the Emperor Turning Dan is really the better the quantity, and it's 100 times more effective when used to aid in cultivation. Breaking the inherent tradition. In the past, who would have thought of taking so many Emperors Turning Dan? Everyone, including her, thought that the number of Emperor Turning pills taken was the same as other pills, and that only one pill could be used on top of impacting the realm. She had tried it when she was in the Quasi-Emperor realm, and when she broke through the early stage of the Quasi-Emperor realm to come to the middle stage, 1 grain was barely enough, but the second time the effect was strongly unsatisfactory. Most people were also like this. The first time they utilized the Emperor's Turning Dan to break through the realm, it did have a supporting effect. By the second time, when they basically failed to break through, the ones that could succeed were then a few. So much so that the Emperor's Turning Dan could only break through once in most people's minds. And that's how the effects varied from person to person were worn out. Su Changqing's attention, however, was not on the realm, as he looked down at this cold pool water and wondered, why is it that my realm has been raised, and this cold pool water is still just as cold and ice-piercing as it was when I first entered the water? Xia Eveningqing turned around and walked up the bank, the sound of water following her movements moored, and the other party's words came in unhurriedly. The cold pool ignores any realm, which is why even if any realm soaks here, it can cleanse the marrow and bones. The two of them went to the shore. Before leaving, Su Changqing glanced at the cold pool at his feet. Then this water still has this effect if I bring it back to soak? Xia Eveningqing, however, laughed. Why do you think I bothered to make a trip here in the first place? This water is useless away from the bottom of the pool, she explained. The turn of winter. During this time, Su Changqing and Xia Eveningqing had already raised their realms to the late stage of the Heavenly Emperor realm. The Tao body's level had also risen a lot, and now the Tao body was LV 1430. The happiness behind this is known only to him. Su Changqing was in the backyard at the moment, holding an axe in his hand and standing with his head tilted by the divine spring. The large tree that had been born in the spring pool had all but withered away. and it looked like it was sucking up the sun in this lush green yard. He glanced at the panel, and there was still no change there in the weapons bar, nor did the voice of a completed mission come to mind. Su Changqing patted the large tree trunk and prepared to move his axe. Since this fall's austere aura wouldn't work, he could only use this divine axe that he had built with his own hands. With a hug and a lift, Su Changqing uprooted the entire tree, carried it to the front yard and threw it on the ground, and began to sharpen the knife to make wood. Hu Bunny is holding a mallet under the laurel tree and grinding the medicine. As soon as he turns his eyes, he sees Su Changqing holding a tree over and is a little puzzled. The tree's predecessor seems to have soaked in that spring pool, and has witnessed the deadwood take root and grow into a large tree. What surprised it was that the original water had the effect of turning dead wood into spring, and what it didn't understand was why Su Changqing had to cut it. So it asked, "This tree is growing well. Why did Brother Su cut it down?" Click 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 dash. Su Changqing was burying his head and concentrating on chopping down the trees at this time. It seemed that he couldn't hear it speak, so it closed its mouth and watched his movements, only to see Su Changqing holding an axe in his hand, and with a slight chop. That tree bark only had one more inconspicuous peeling. Su Changqing was also slightly surprised to see this divine axe plus the force he had just exerted. Although the force he had just exerted was not great, it was not so unharmed. Su Changqing with suspicion increased his force little by little, until finally he exerted all his strength. Only then did that tree trunk broke a small opening and dropped out some wood chips. Seeing this scene, Su Changqing was probably aware of it, so exerting 12 points of ox force, each blow struck the trunk of the tree, and the sound of chopping wood emanating from the divine feminine courtyard spread throughout the entire marginal life sect. The new disciple who was having a quiet lesson could not help but get distracted and fidgety when he heard the sound of chopping wood coming from outside, his eyes glancing outside from time to time. Xia Evening Qing glanced outside, and it was self-evident where the source of the sound was coming from. What the hell is he up to again? Xia Evening Qing swept back a glance at these students below, her fingertips lightly tapping the desktop, and in the next breath, the sound of chopping wood was isolated from the outside. The disciple immediately reacted and sheepishly withdrew as God. Chapter 65. Do you know what kind of wood this is? Su Changqing was sweating profusely from swinging his axe at the moment. To think that he was now in the late stage of the heavenly emperor realm. Paired with this divine axe together, he actually only managed to cut this tree trunk in half. What kind of wood was this that could carry such damage? Fine. I'd like to see what a tribute you'll be after awakening later. And when you go into battle, you'd better be able to withstand the attacks of the heavenly emperor realm as well. Su Changqing secretly said inwardly. Hu Bunny watched from the sidelines as the work of grinding medicine in his hands slowed down a lot. It had been watching here for almost an hour, and Su Changqing still hadn't cut this tree trunk clean. Watching his rabbit's heart surge, he put down his bowl and opened his paws toward the tree's tail branch with a slash. There was a loud ouch. Xia Evening Qing's lecturing demeanor paused for a breath, then continued without moving. The disciple who was watering the medicine peak of the marginal life sect's medicine peak, his gaze gave a lurch, and his bent waist straightened up to look at the divine feminine courtyard. That seems to be Herr Sama's voice. The sound of chopping wood visibly paused for a few moments and resumed as before. There was also the sound of wood being chopped at the main dock, which had never been heard before. Who cooks over a fire these days? Curious as they were, they didn't dare to use their divine sense to peer inside, and most of all, that boundary also isolated the prying. Su Changqing was also attracted to Hu Bunny's attention by this miserable scream, and seeing Hu Bunny's hand swollen into a big bun, he was happy. This is not an ordinary wood. With tears glistening in his eyes and blowing on his hand, Hare craned his head to inquire, "What kind of tree is that?" "I don't know. I can't believe you have quite a lot of magic treasures." Once again refreshed Hu Rabbit on Su Changqing's impression. Before it also Su Changqing only has innate extreme young Taoist body. There is no treasure. Now it seems to hide quite deep. Su Changqing just smiled. Who would have thought that these were his initial equipment for entering the game? Another hour passed, and Su Changqing finally chopped off both ends of this tree trunk. With each shot of the falling axe, it felt like the spiritual energy was being sucked out. It was not until sunset and dusk that Su Changqing trimmed down the entire bark. Little by little, the thick wood became thinner and thinner. During this process Su Changqing also unconsciously found the feeling. The axe blade with Gung Tough Chi chopped on this wood, one on top of the other. It's getting silky smooth. At first, Su Changqing also planned to carve a wooden sword. After experiencing this day of hard honing, he gave up this idea, or returned to the simple truth to let it change back to its original appearance. When Xia Evening Qing returned, the yard was full of wood chips and branches. She walked up and picked up a branch, turning it slightly in her hand, and glanced at the man sitting on the bench. At this time, Su Changqing had already repaired the rough wood into a stick a little bigger than his fist. If she remembered correctly, this was Su Changqing's walking stick from before? Or maybe it was some kind of weapon. looking at Su Changqing's engrossed appearance. Xia Eveningqing didn't make a sound to disturb him, sitting aside and surveying the branch in his hand. It wasn't until the middle of the night, when Su Changqing was finishing repairing the hairy shavings of the wooden stick, a long-awaited voice came to mind. Congratulations to the player for completing the side quest, a mediocre Gung-Jin Chi. Whether or not you awakened a plain wooden stick, Su Changqing said without hesitation. Yes. Only he waited for half a day and nothing changed with the wooden stick. From start to finish, there was no golden glow from the moment the axe fell. And even now that it was finished, the stick still didn't react. Su Changqing glanced at the panel, and his line of sight landed on the piece of the weapon bar. Weapon, a wooden stick, awakened. That's pretty perfunctory. Remove the mediocrity, would it not be mediocre? If he had just cultivated into a wooden sword, wouldn't he have become a wooden sword? The moon was hazy, and 2 lanterns hung in the yard. It was not early. Su Changqing put away the wooden stick. His gaze turned around. The wood shavings on the ground were already cleaned up by Xia Eveningqing and Hu Bunny. At the moment Harabi was lying under the laurel tree with a small blanket over his belly, snoozing, and Xia Eveningqing this will lie in the tree under the chaise long. Slightly side head is also in the closed eyes snoring, hanging on the legs of the hand still holding a branch. Is that he? That tree fell down? Su Changqing got up and pinched himself with a cleansing technique, walked to its side and bent down to pick her up. The other party probably didn't sleep but just closed his eyes. When he picked up, Xia Eveningqing slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes fell on this handsome face in front of her and stopped for a few breaths, as if to confirm, and then closed her eyes and leaned on his chest. Su Changqing carried her into Xia Eveningqing's main house, and the moment his left foot stepped into the house, the lights in the house lit up. As he placed Xia Eveningqing on the bed, Xia Eveningqing sat up on her own, her feet dangling from the ground as she tilted her head slightly to look at the man in front of her. Alright? Aha! Xia Eveningqing held out her hand. Let me see. Su Changqing took out the wooden stick and placed it in her hand. Xia Eveningqing couldn't stop the curiosity in her eyes. Her eyes stared at the wooden stick from top to bottom and turned around. As far as I can remember, this is the first time Xia Eveningqing has been curious about his stuff. Su Changqing sat on his butt beside her and moved closer to follow her. How is it? Do you know what kind of wood this is? Xia Eveningqing asked. I don't know. You know? Speak with me quickly. Some impression. I don't know if it is. You're pretty knowledgeable. Where have you seen it before? Xia Eveningqing's mind flashed to the vibrant green tree at the divine spring in the backyard, and then to a barren ruin, with only one large green tree on the entire scorched earth, with open branches and trunks flowing with golden runes that gathered to the main trunk. Drawing on her impressions in slow recollection and comparison, in the middle of the day, she spoke nonchalantly, with some certainty in her tone. A ruin. And where are the ruins? Forgot. Xia Eveningqing added. It turns out that you tapped the eye of that divine spring in order to bring that wooden stick back to life, and then chopped it into a new stick. Su Changqing's move was indeed not very understandable in the eyes of ordinary people. At first, just try that spring water, what effect? Who thought actually have let the dead wood spring effect? This seems to be with you give that willow branch has the same flavor. That's naturally different. Willow branches can cause everything to wither, but that divine spring water doesn't have that effect. It can only bring everything to life. Xia Eveningqing returned the wooden stick to Su Changqing. It's too late tonight. Let's not go to the cold pool. Su Changqing took and put away the wooden stick and said, good. The two of them entered the spirit ring space, and while a night passed outside, a small half-year passed inside. When he came out, Su Changqing's Dao body level took a qualitative leap and was now Dao body LV 2980. Chapter 66, You Can't Rely on the Night Alone. As winter turns to spring, the seasons of the year turn over. Su Changqing witnessed the mountains of the marginal life sect covered with snow 29 times in the Divine Maiden, and there was a yearly spiritual fruit in the orchard of the Divine Maiden, which Su Changqing also picked 29 times. In the 29 years of light, Su Changqing had also witnessed the marginal life sect accepting disciples 3 times. What was once a small clan of 100 people had now become a clan of 1,000. Perhaps it is not easy to manage when there are more people. Gao Tianxiong finally gave up to list the various positions of the clan. And each mountain also has elders and deacons to manage. There are deacons in charge of each profession such as medicine, charms, swords, and weapons. The only constant is the master. This name will always be Gao Tianxiong. It's also set up a special school of elders, the future teaching and so on with all the Xia Eveningqing this 300 years of all the transmission of the Tao of retention of the shadow of the stone. In addition to the marginal life sect discovering some reform changes, Su Changqing's calm and undisturbed life also saw some changes in the Tao body. After more than 20 years of marrow cleansing, his root bones remained unchanged. As for the Tao body, after the Space Spirit Ring's special time edition, his Tao body level had already reached full rank. Daylight. Xia Evening Ching was dedicatedly attending classes in the academy, while Su Changqing was at the top of the banyan tree that towered over the academy, his arms resting under the back of his head, looking up at the floating clouds in the sky, and a familiar panel surfaced in front of his eyes. NPC Basic Information. Role, Su Changqing. Race, Human, Awakened. Realm, Late Heavenly Emperor Realm. Level, 80,000. Life, 100,000/100000. Occupation, Farmer, Awakened. Techniques, Big Dipper Technique, Awakened. Wanxiang Technique, Unawakened. Myriad Hands Rejuvenation, Awakened. Weapon, a wooden stick, Awakened. Dao Body, Innate Extreme Yang Dao Body, Awakened. Genjutsu, Fire Genjutsu, Awakened. Earth Genjutsu, Unawakened. Gold Genjutsu, Unawakened. Water Genjutsu, Unawakened. Wood Genjutsu, Unawakened. Su Changqing swept his gaze. The column of experience value was missing. The panel was quietly updated when he wasn't paying attention, removing the experience value. It was a change that he had only noticed 2 days ago, and the discovery coincided with the unlocking of his main quest. After more than 20 years, a familiar voice popped into my head 2 days ago. Main quest, level up to 100,000 levels, which makes it pretty yet up. The experience bar is gone, let him boost from wherever. Su Changqing could only think of one way. The experience value on the few remaining players. However, the last time he killed the fox girl, he didn't feel the experience value, and that was when he guessed that his experience value was already full. Otherwise, when the realm breaks through, the level follows suit by a large margin. And with such a silky smooth upgrade, there is only the possibility of an overflow of experience value. But now that he was now at the top of his realm, after reaching the late stage of the Heavenly Emperor realm, Su Changqing thought that the new main quest that would be unlocked was for him to go to the Divine Realm. Nothing moved as a result. In all that time, though, the game never released a quest for him to go anywhere. In addition to the main quest that was just updated 2 days ago, the side quests are also those few unfinished awakening quests. So many awakening tasks. The most trouble-free is surprisingly the awakening of the Dao body. The moment it reaches the full level, the system sound that can be awakened also comes with it. Just so watery awakening. He didn't even see the quest conditions that triggered the awakening. Su Changqing could only guess that it was the reason for being a Taoist couple with Xia Evening Ching. He turned his head, his eyes glancing downward, looking through the clouds to Xia Evening Ching, who was telling those disciples to practice their swords at the Bright Hall. To be honest, he had been keeping an eye on Xia Evening Ching's changes while his Dao body was full, assuming that their Dao bodies were of one nature. Then the other party should be just like himself, in a sense that the Dao body had also been full in a sense, and there was no need to do the double cultivation thing anymore. Only, it was still the same as before between them. The 2 points of the cold pool and the space spirit ring hadn't changed, and Su Changqing was of course happy to do so. In the matter of the Emperor's turning Dan, assuming that Xia Evening Ching was genuinely unaware of the number of doses taken, then he could basically be certain that the other party was not a player. As long as it wasn't a player, he could rest a lot easier. After all, the feats on those people must be the best as well. So Elder Su is also here. Gao Qianxiong's voice suddenly sounded beside him. He twisted his head and looked. Gao Qianxiong held a duster in his hand, lifting the hem of his clothes below him, and sat down on his butt, looking at the great scenery of his small clan with a sigh. That powerful thunder tribulation that fell on the sect some time ago turned out to be sect leader Gao's thunder tribulation. Su Changqing's gaze was certain that Gao Tianxiong had already entered the true immortal realm. The Heaven's Destiny platform was blocked. So many of the tribulation cultivators had successfully crossed the lightning tribulation and could only stay in the immortal domain. It's just a small true immortal realm. Letting Senior Su see the effect. Gao Tianxiong's head full of white hair had a slight gray color. Even that flowing white beard had so much more layer of gray. It's largely a case of the looks starting to come back. I heard that you really mentioned Lin Yi and Jiang Qianxue as vice sect leaders? He was really shocked when he got this news. If it was Xie Evening Qing's words, he thought it was normal. But he didn't expect Gao Tianxiong to take his opinion into consideration as well. A left and a right vice sect master. This old man really knows how to level the playing field. Not bad. Senior and Goddess definitely have excellent eyes. Coincidentally, he had initially approached a few of the clan's Mahayana realm disciples, all of whom were pushing and shoving, so he had an internal vote, and he didn't expect the most to be Jiang Qianxue and Lin Yi. Since the disciples were willing to obey them, he had no choice but to rush them. He didn't know if it was because of the pressure from the vice sect leader, but Lin Yi had finally broken through to the transformation god realm in the past few years, and his heart was very happy. The two of them briefly chatted for a few moments, just until Xie Evening Qing finished his class. The disciples in the academy dispersed, and Su Changqing appeared at Xie Evening Qing's side with a lurch of his figure. The two left the place in pairs. returning to the divine feminine courtyard. Hu Bunny wasn't in the courtyard and didn't know where he had gone to play. Xia Eveningqing pulled him straight into the backyard. We'll go to the cold pool first today? Su Changqing questioned. Xia Eveningqing let out a hum. During this period of time, you'll be alone in the cold pool for now. You've wasted too much time during the day. You can't rely on the night alone. Su Changqing twisted his head. Why did you remember to talk about this? Strange. Why did it feel like she was more caught up in the progress of the root bone than she was? Only to see Xia Eveningqing glancing at him, looking very unwilling to strike. It was easy for you to ascend from spirit grade to earth grade roots. I thought it wouldn't be difficult for you to ascend from earth to heaven, but I didn't realize that it took almost 30 years. Only on the night to the words, folding 15 years of light. This is not even possible. The most important thing is that she also assisted every night. She is really difficult to accept the result. If it wasn't for those pills that assisted the cultivation to break through the realm, how could Su Changqing pass all the way to the heavenly emperor realm smoothly? Su Changqing stated that he also didn't expect it to take so long, and he also thought that he had risen to heavenly bones very quickly. Who would have thought that the reality of this would be too much of a blow? For this reason, he also turned over a lot of marrow cleansing danfeng, refined different varieties of marrow root and bone cleansing elixir, internal and external use, but actually no effect at all. As they spoke, the two came to the edge of the cold pool, and Su Changqing suddenly pulled her back before she was ready to go down. Xia Eveningqing was puzzled and turned to look at him. What's wrong? Chapter 67. I thought you would ring a bell for me. There really isn't that kind of divine essence marrow cleansing pill that works in one pill? Su Changqing asked. He really didn't want to make the effort. Xia Eveningqing, I also want to know if there is such a marrow cleansing pill under the sky. Saying that, she directly pulled Su Changqing into the water, not giving him another word or two. Penetrating coolness swept through the entire body, but within a breath the aura in the body automatically operated and flowed through all the limbs and bones. Before he began, Su Changqing asked a question. When will you end the marginal life sex ordination? Soon. It's summer now, after this winter as promised. 300 years of trading, ready to be done. Su Changqing let out an "oh" and washed his face. In that case, isn't it time to return to the heavenly domain? Depends. What's the situation? You got something else going on down there? Not yet. Hearing this, Su Changqing no longer asked any more questions and began to sink his heart into running his internal breath. Xia Eveningqing also silenced her voice and joined him in meditating and resting. Since Xia Eveningqing no longer took him along with him to run the internal energy tonight, so the next morning, Xia Eveningqing was the first to open his eyes, and in front of his eyes was Su Changqing's familiar face, with his eyebrows and eyelashes, including this head of scattered green silk, all knotted with a layer of slightly thin frost. She watched for a while, and when she got up and got out of the pool, it was silent, not even a sound of water. The large cold pool was surrounded by white mist, and now Su Changqing was the only one. When Su Changqing opened his eyes again, the sky was dark. It was dark when he arrived, and it was still dark now, and he was alone in this foggy, cold pool. I'm afraid not many days and months have passed. Su Changqing looked at the direction of the moon. It had just entered the night not long ago. He got up and went out of the cold pool, pinched and dried the dripping water on his clothes, and then took out the jade bamboo for measuring the roots and bones. There were 6 sections in total, and from the second section onwards, the 5 white characters of mortal, spiritual, earthly, heavenly, and divine were engraved in turn. This is what Xia Eveningqing gave him to measure his roots. Su Changqing pinched the first section at the bottom. A few breaths later, the golden lines poured from the bottom and moved upwards in order of wandering, finally stopping at the white word God, whose words slowly emerged in golden lines. Su Changqing's 2 eyes glared at the divine bone. He succeeded in cleansing his marrow, and skipped a grade? Before he could be happy for 3 seconds, the golden lines immediately went back down and disappeared again, appearing on the word heaven. The golden heaven character shone with a powerful golden radiance, and for a while, Su Changqing was a little unable to open his eyes. It took a while for the glow to stop. The golden color of the word heaven was clearly visible on that jade bamboo. Su Changqing looked at the gold letters on it and was silent for a moment. Combined with the fact that he was playing with him just now, he put the jade bamboo down, and the golden lines on it gradually disappeared. Su Changqing then switched to his left hand, and once again, it showed the still golden color of the word heaven. This was repeated more than 20 times, with essentially no change except for a small error the first time. Could it be that my root bones are already close to divine bones? Su Changqing could only guess so, but he remembered that Xia Eveningqing had said that the divine bone was something that one was born with, and without it, there was no longer any possibility of later cleansing the marrow. But this was the game world, even if it was the real world. According to his survival for so many years, this world was a world with game attribute mechanics. There's nothing that kryptonite can't fix. Everything is a matter of probability. The other party was so certain, probably because root bone enhancement was already difficult, and with the addition of the divine bone it was even more difficult. Su Changqing glanced at the cold pool. If in the past he would have jumped in the first time and then continued to wash the marrow and roots. But right, Xia Eveningqing suddenly centered on his roots and bones up, which made the vigilance he had been relaxing quietly rise again. He knew that Xia Eveningqing had kept him for the sake of the Tao body, and now that her cultivation was also at its limit, the position of goddess conferred her with a bonus, and she herself had said that she wanted to go to the divine realm, and that she had her own way of doing so. It was only logical that the other side didn't need him at all anymore. Su Changqing couldn't help but think of the worst possible scenario. Was this an intention to fatten him up before slaughtering him? He walked to the edge of the pool and looked down in deep thought for a long time. How would Xia Eveningqing react if he really washed out the divine bone? There were many things he didn't have God's perspective on, and he could only rely on his intuition to slowly feel his way through. Forget it. Take a gamble. Even if you do end up doing a fight, you still have to feel the full level of the root bone. You're awake? Xia Eveningqing's voice suddenly appeared behind him, interrupting his pool diving spell casting. Su Changqing turned his head. You're here? I come every night. She stepped forward and skillfully and naturally pinched his middle finger, and the tingling sensation instantly flowed to all of her limbs. Xia Eveningqing raised her eyebrows unexpectedly. I never thought that letting you stay alone in this cold pool would be more effective instead, but in 13 days, you've been promoted to Heavenly Bone. It seems to be my fault for mistaking you for so long. Her words, laughter laced with flirtation and not a hint of misplaced apology at all. Don't say that. If it wasn't for your previous patting, I wouldn't have been able to raise my roots in this short period of time. Su Changqing waved his hand and hastily took off this high hat. Hell knows if she'll trip herself up next. I'm not really used to you being so humble these days. Come on. I'm not used to you being like this. Su Changqing glanced at her. All these years of living together, the two of them occasionally yin and yang each other as if it was a routine. Xia Eveningqing averted her gaze from him and glanced at the cold pool as the topic shifted. You still wanted to go into the water just now? I thought you'd ring the bell for me. Speaking of this, Su Changqing leaned toward her side, smoothly wrapped his arm around her shoulders, and hung back to heave a couple sentences. What? You're still not used to not having me by your side these days? Earlier, Xia Eveningqing said that she came every night, and although she did not know if her previous routine would have been to come to the cold pool night after night, the words did evoke a ripple in her heart. Xia Eveningqing looked at him and nodded. Yes, before, they were inseparable every day and every night, and she had to admit that these days she was indeed not used to Su Changqing not being around. Every time she thought about it, she felt that it was not a good sign. The efficacy of the water of the cold pond was originally the efficacy of clearing the mind, removing the distractions of the mortal world. Before meeting Su Changqing, it had always been useful, but he knew that clearing his mind was no longer useful. Xia Eveningqing could only follow his own emotions as he pleased. If you miss him, just come and see him. Su Changqing expected her to say this, and in the past, whenever he asked this, Xia Eveningqing's answer never changed. True, Xia Eveningqing nodded as she turned her head. What about you? What? Su Changqing's body suddenly tightened slightly. He probably guessed what the other man meant, but he was still a little incredulous that the other man would ask such a thing, and he decided to ask it anyway so that he wouldn't have to make up his own mind. Xia Eveningqing's little head spun, thinking that Su Changqing had been spending all this time in the cold pool, so he shouldn't feel anything. Feeling a slight tightening of the grip on her shoulders, she rephrased, it's nothing. Did you just plan to go down to the cold pool? She changed the subject. Last time, she had given Su Changqing the jade bamboo for measuring his root bones, after which he must have known about his root bone qualifications. Chapter 69, Let me get hurt so badly. Phew, that scared me. The Divine Maiden Palace's men all breathed a sigh of relief and lowered their heads to whisper to the companions around them. Xia Eveningqing's attainment of the Heavenly Emperor realm was already well known in the heavenly domain, and at first, when she lost the power to seal the gods, there were already quite a number of power parties that were foolishly staring at the Divine Maiden Palace. It couldn't be helped that the Divine Feminine Palace had too many magic treasures accumulated over thousands and thousands of years. That alone makes one's eyes water. However, the Divine List has not moved, and the owner of the list is still Xia Eveningqing, so no one dares to act rashly. Therefore, there are many scouts in the Goddess Palace spent a lot of money to find the truth of this message. Some say true, some say false. The only person who followed the Divine Maiden all year round was a rabbit that had become a spirit, which was a no-brainer. There was also a lady officer in charge of all the major things in the Divine Maiden Palace, Wang Chan, who was closest to the Divine Maiden's side, who had also been beating a dead horse. They couldn't move a single hair on its head because of the 6 late Heavenly Emperor realm powers on the Godsealers list who were escorting them. Now that it was better, Xia Evening Ching had broken through to the Heavenly Emperor realm on his own, or was a divine bone qualification, and was even more scandalized. Most importantly, its Dao couple was also at the cultivation level of the Heavenly Emperor realm, making it even stronger, and no one could move the Divine Feminine Palace. But, now these two are actually fighting? The people from the Goddess Palace looked at each other and did not dare to say anything more here. A great battle between 2 Heavenly Emperor realms. The entire Divine Maiden Palace shall not be extinguished. It is good to see that the aura from just now only survived for a moment. A female immortal gently glanced in the direction of the cold poolside and realized that there was no longer any movement there. This is messing with people's minds. At this time, Wang Chan appeared in front of the crowd and opened her mouth to pacify them. The goddess is in the midst of cultivation, so don't be alarmed. Yes. As the 2 men's powers met, the tree sitting beneath them was still the same tree, only that the surrounding scenery had changed. Coming into Xia Evening Ching's illusionary realm, the faces of the 2 men paled to the naked eye. Su Changqing's blood bar violently fell straight down, and within a few breaths, he was directly locked out of blood. Seeing the blood bar change to 1, Su Changqing had an indescribable relaxation and ease. The suspended heart finally dropped. Okay. Just make it work for her. Su Changqing's power slowly retracted. The 2 of them had disparate roots and bones, and now it was just a pure power game without any divine artifacts to assist. It was logical that Xia Evening Ching must be the better one. It's doubtful he'll stick around much longer. Su Changqing's face was green and white, and when he was about to spit out a mouthful of blood, Xia Evening Ching spat out blood before him. He didn't care. He hastily withdrew his power and spat out a large mouthful of blood as well. The 2 withdrew their power in silence and looked at each other. Mother, you. Su Changqing was the first to speak, raising his hand to wipe a mouthful of blood. You want to kill me? He pulled out his handkerchief and spat out another large mouthful of blood, looking at her with a shocked expression. Disappointment and incredulity covered his eyes. There's an element of theater in that statement, but it also comes from within. From the first time Xia Evening Ching suddenly proposed to try his power, Su Changqing vaguely felt that the other party was testing himself in disguise. How did he steal his own words? Xia Evening Ching had to take out a handkerchief as well, lightly covering her mouth and coughing lightly twice. A style of Lin Daiyu soft and weak. Originally white face. The naked eye can be seen a degree of white. Bloodless pale. Even the blood-red lips have lost blood. Su Changqing first time to see the other side of this weak look. He is a little puzzled to feel whether it is real or fake. On second thought, this was the woman who had secured his own bloodstain. His root bone was a big difference from hers. How could she have been so seriously injured? Xia Evening Ching wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth as she raised her eyes and softly said, "That's what I was going to ask. Did you just try to kill me?" These words gave Su Changqing dry silence. He had withdrawn his power just now. How could he possibly give birth to this thought? He pulled out a secret blood-restoring small pill and threw it into his mouth to take the lead in serving it as a demonstration, and poured another one to Xia Evening Ching's mouth, who was slightly stunned and opened her mouth to contain it. "You're not afraid the pills are poisonous?" he asked. That elixir melted away in Xia Evening Ching's mouth, a thick sweet flavor. Her brows unconsciously knit up slightly, obviously not too fond of this overly sweet taste. "Didn't you eat it as well?" Su Changqing smiled. "Maybe I'll take the antidote in advance? I didn't see you eat." Su Changqing froze for a few seconds at her words and immediately thought of the fact that she had been secretly spying on him earlier. What's with the cute honesty? You think I can kill you? Besides, just now you told me to use all my strength. Xia Evening Ching listened silently, lowering her eyes to think about it. It seemed to make sense. It was indeed she who had asked Su Changqing to use all her strength. Before Su Changqing could finish his sentence and was about to continue chattering, he heard her ask, "So you really used your full strength? What did you think? How could I possibly retain my strength when you said so? Besides, I still want to ask you. You must have used your full strength just now. Are you really not afraid of me dying under you? How is that possible? I have my own measure and won't let you die in my hands." Xia Evening Ching's slightly furrowed brows wrinkled even deeper. Su Changqing turned his head and snorted coldly. "You call that kind of thing measured? I'll already be cold by the time you're measured." If he hadn't been able to lock up his blood, he would have been reincarnated and made a new man. "You won't die. If I do lose my hand, I have a way to bring you back to life. You won't die. Don't worry." Xia Evening Ching suddenly held his hand and solemnly said. Su Changqing's face is like an ancient well, but in fact, his heart has already turned over. Xia Evening Ching still has resurrection skills? What else did the other side know that he didn't? After 30 years of living, he knew the tip of the other side of the iceberg. His calm demeanor took on a questioning look as he gave her a sidelong glance. "You can still bring people back from the dead?" Xia Evening Cheng nodded his head and for the first time, he self-detonated his special power. This is beyond the pale. You, Xia Evening Cheng, however, smiled and interrupted him without thinking. How hard can it be? Only a small price to pay. At what cost? This you need not know. Su Changqing suddenly became complicated inside. His gaze fell on her clenched hand. His heart couldn't believe it. You're willing to pay the price for me? Xia Evening Cheng glanced at him. You're barely worth it. Why? Just because of the Taoist body? She thought for a moment. That reason accounts for a little bit too. Now it's my turn to say. The power you have here is really something you don't know until you try it. So it turns out that you're the one who is deeply hidden. Xia Evening Cheng continued. What does that mean? It's not very normal. You and I are at the same level of cultivation. It's normal for a normal match to leave me injured. But you're the first to make me suffer such a serious injury. Can you? Su Changqing never thought that his power had been invincible. Perhaps he could cause damage to Xia Evening Cheng. Serious injury? Impossible. But she didn't look like she was faking just now. Why not? Chapter 70, I was pretending. Husband is being a bit presumptuous. You're not bad. Can he not know if it's bad or not? Don't you know how strong you are? Unfortunately, in his case, Su Changqing could only reply. Really? Xia Evening Cheng silently turned her head to look away, her voice smooth. Really? Su Changqing was keenly aware of the other party's abnormality, and he cupped and broke her face over so that she was looking straight at him. Only the other's beautiful eyes showed innocence and blinked sheepishly. Really? Perhaps Su Changqing's pill had taken effect. Xia Evening Cheng's pale face gradually took on blood color, and after the two of them stared at each other in a stalemate for a long time, she grabbed his wrist with both of her hands and took it down. Well, I was just pretending. Well, you sure are faking it. Su Changqing's face, I knew the expression. Xia Evening Cheng lying, calm in the sense of imperceptible weakness. Others have not found this, he does not know. At least these years with Xia Evening Cheng beside, found that she actually did not like the surface of the cold and calm. Sometimes a certain reaction is cute as hell. He asked in disbelief. Why did you do that? Xia Evening Cheng, I'm afraid you'll rely on me too much. Somehow she could imagine after returning to the heavenly domain, if Su Changqing encountered any enemies directly ringing the bell or hiding behind her, pointing at the other party and crying and coming up with, Mother, look at him. So she came up with a plan, and to her surprise, he recognized it. Did you just vomit blood? Reversing the result of a little inner strength. That's not as far as you're going to go with this. So are you okay now? It's up and down all day long, and it's weirdly scary. Husband's elixir is very effective. Oh, that's the healing Dan formula given by Hu Bunny. How does it taste different? I've reworked it a bit, removing the sourness, the bitterness, and adding a little more sweetness into it. After all, can eat on this secret blood restoration Dan time? Shows that has been a long time hard battle, suffered a very serious injury. Live so bitter, have to eat some sweet to slow down the mood. Xia Evening Cheng was in a rare moment of silence. His impression of Su Changqing's solid board deepened once again. This guy is now a little bitter, cannot eat the original elixir, only so little bitterness simply cannot taste. Su Changqing jumped down from the tree and turned around to open his arms towards her, signaling her to jump down. Xia Evening Cheng looked down at the man in front of her and jumped without hesitation. And the man underneath her steadily caught himself as she thought, go back. Aha! In an instant, the view of the sea of flowers just a moment ago turned into a garden scene under the night. It's back. Are you still soaking? Xia Evening Cheng asked. Su Changqing shook his head. No. Why? Without you by my side, I do feel so unaccustomed. Su Changqing walked ahead and coldly and suddenly said, sort of a response to the last time she asked. Xia Evening Cheng looked at his back for a slight moment before recalling what he meant. An inexplicable sense of wonder overflowing in her heart. She stared at that back for a while and slowly walked up, alongside him, casually yet naturally taking his hand to lead him in the direction of the promenade. Su Changqing smelled the fragrance of flowers and fruits around him as he swept around. Is this the location of the Divine Maiden Palace? The one time without Xia Evening Cheng there. The last time he went through that long corridor by himself was directly another garden of the Goddess Palace. And the location where the cold pool was located was not the Medicine Valley Heavenly Palace of the Goddess Palace nor the main palace of the Goddess Palace. My private cultivation domain is not shared with the Divine Maiden Palace's Pill Valley, nor is it shared with the Divine Maiden Main Palace. Xia Evening Cheng explained simply. Su Changqing quickly reacted. So the medicinal garden and orchard here are also your private property? Nice. Upon hearing this, he probably understood that this was the cultivation resources she brought with her since she became a Divine Maiden. No wonder the Divine Feminine Academy of the Immortal Domain leads straight through here. Told you so. Su Changqing suddenly pulled her hand and stopped. Then let's stroll around. We have nothing to do anyway. Although he was Xia Evening Cheng's Taoist, After coming to the heavenly realm so many times, the most he would do was to only pick a random fruit to eat on his way back and forth, not daring to scurry around or gorge himself at will. Xia Evening Qing glanced at him, having long since seen what he was trying to pull. The bastard was trying to glean her spirit fruit again. Isn't the orchard at the Divine Maiden enough for you? Injustice, my lady. Am I such a man of heavy appetites? Xia Evening Qing pursed her lips in silence, not intending to respond to her. But Su Changqing would have already seized the initiative this time and led her around the garden and began to wander around. The moon is shining brightly, and it's only past the hour of dawn. The two just walked slowly through the garden. Xia Evening Qing looked down at the hand that was being held, and then raised her eyes to look at the side of the man's well-defined side face. And once again a strange feeling that came from within crept into her heart. She had heard people say that women in the mortal world would usually stroll around the night market and the lantern festival with the person who had a good feeling about them. So why did she stroll around the orchard here? Xia Evening Qing raised her eyes to look at the moon in some confusion. However, this was the first time she had ever strolled and wandered with someone under a moonlit night, an experience she had never had before. After walking for a short while, looking at Su Changqing's excited face, she suddenly said, "If you want to shop, I'll take you to the night market." Su Changqing stopped in his tracks and twisted his head to ask uncertainly, "Really? The night market in the heavenly domain?" Xia Evening Qing originally wanted to say it was the night market of the immortal domain, but on second thought, it didn't seem that bad, so she nodded. "If you want, then go." The moon was shining like water and the streetscape was lit up. This was the Divine Maiden continent, the middle capital of the heavenly realm, and with Hu Bunny absent, Xia Evening Qing acted as an introduction for the first time. However, her introduction was sharp and quick, and she directly took the entire map of the heavenly domain and stuffed it into Su Changqing's hand. The heavenly domain was hundreds of times larger than the immortal domain. The map had the east, west, south, and north continents, as well as the central capital Divine Feminine continent. The Divine Feminine Palace was located there, and thus the place where they were this time was the imperial capital city of the central capital continent. In the end, it was the land of the goddess palace, probably full of security. So late in the evening were so many people. Swimmers, laughter, lively and extraordinary, a little bit without the tightness of the immortal domain and the mortal domain. The surrounding stalls are also different from the immortal domains. All have a layer of light veil shrouding the exotic treasures underneath, and a closer look reveals that it is the barrier of the boundary. So many immortal soldiers and immortal weapons, as well as immortal pills. Immortal magical artifacts that were painstakingly sought in the immortal domain were commonplace here. However, it was difficult to find a divine artifact. It was no wonder that Xia Evening Qing would personally forge divine weapons to exchange things with people in the first place. Su Changqing swept his gaze across the entire street, regretting that he didn't see the exclamation point. Instead, there were quite a few cultivators gathered around a plaque in front of them. "What's that, ma'am?" Daily Deal Line. Chapter 71 The River of Wishes. Two men, one with a bronze head and one with a veiled face, stood in the crowd looking up at the plaque above them. It listed all kinds of rare treasures, all kinds of pills, spiritual herbs, immortal weapons, and all kinds of spiritual pets that were new every day. Each item is labeled with the quantity at the bottom right and the price at the bottom. Su Changqing observed for half a day and realized that if a cultivator looked at the item he needed, he only needed to take out an exclusive trading house jade slip and touch the pattern on it. A teleportation array was set up between the jade slip and this erected plaque, and as long as enough spirit stones were prepared in the jade slip, the transaction would be successful. And when the spirit stones in the slip were scratched out, the amount on the pattern would be reduced by 1. Not in the least inferior to the technological age he lived in his previous life. Let's just say it still retains the graphics of the game's trading board. Su Changqing had also seen such a trading house in the mortal domain, and it wasn't much different from this. The only difference was that the mortal domain, due to the state of the novice village, spirit stone trading accounted for not much, basically gold coin trading. Items that could be traded with spirit stones were also a more up-to-date spirit item type of spirit in the mortal domain. Just like in the immortal domain, spirit goods were all over the streets and immortal goods were unattainable. By the time they reached the heavenly domain, immortal products were not surprising, and divine products were rare. Nonetheless, the power of many immortal weapons varies, and everyone can only try to do as much as possible on the immortal weapons to add attack assistance and inlay some rare stones. These are some of the tidbits of information that Hare had once spoken to him about. When Su Changqing heard it, he understood that the initial attributes of each immortal weapon were different, and since he couldn't practice a divine weapon, he had to add gemstone attributes on it to increase some attack power. New at Z time. It's only halfway through Z time and there are already many sold out. Su Changqing's gaze fell on those sold out items, and with newfound curiosity, he discovered a bit of difference. There were a few transactions with currencies other than spirit stones, but rather immortal jade. One of them was a yellowish fruit labeled with 3 immortal jades at the bottom. The field was crowded, so Su Changqing had to use his divine sense to ask Xia Eveningqing, "What's an immortal jade?" "A currency that only exists in the heavenly domain, and can be used to make transactions just like spirit stones. Immortal jade can also produce the same aura, but it is more pure than the aura produced by spirit stones. The only difference is that immortal jade can refine immortal stones, and its and other special treasures can be fused well, cast into new gems, set in some immortal armaments and artifacts to have a special effect, or melted together with immortal iron to build the immortal weapons that are a step above the unusual ones, and can increase their power by quite a bit." Su Changqing understood. In other words, immortal jade is more expensive than spirit stones. Xia Eveningqing, naturally, there is currently no trade of spirit stones or spirit veins in exchange for immortal jades. Su Changqing understood again. To put it in an exaggerated way, immortal jade could buy everything, including spirit stones. Spirit stones and spirit veins might be able to buy everything, but they couldn't buy immortal jade. The two currencies can't be exchanged. And isn't this the game's own special currency that only comes with kryptonite? He glanced at a yellowish fruit, the only one on it traded in immortal jade. The bright colors have become obscured due to short sales, priced at 3 immortal jades. What immortal fruit? Divine fruit actually costs 3 immortal jades. What is that yellow fruit? Su Changqing asked without understanding. Yellow yuan fruit. Su Changqing had a jolt. The man's sixth sense allowed him to accurately associate it with his earth element awakening. The fire essence that was needed last time was actually a fruit similar to the fire dragon fruit. Is there a possibility that the thing is called fire yuan fruit or red yuan fruit? So, Su Changqing asked again. What for? It can help yuan shin cultivation. People have 5 elements. This yellow yuan fruit is about to be used to refine the cultivation of the earth element, and it is said to be effective. People have 5 yuan. At first Su Changqing did not know. At first he flipped through the books about yuan shin cultivation upgrade, only then have learned that people have 5 yuan this thing. He thought that the 5 genjutsu that were suddenly spawned by the game panel were being cared for as a benefit for the players, but it turned out not to be. The yuan shin also needs to be cultivated, and needs to be practiced before the 5 elements can be considered complete. After Su Changqing learned this, he could probably guess that all of his yuan shin awakening was a state where the 5 elements were returned to 1. He hadn't dabbled in the heavenly domain Divine Maiden Palace's book depository other than that one visit, so he had basically stayed in the immortal domain for all these years in that small study in the Divine Maiden courtyard. It was small, but it was enough for another way for him to learn about the world. It was only that he had never searched for anything physical like fire essence and water essence after going through so many books. Su Changqing had no difficulty in guessing that he was afraid that some of the words in some of them had been changed to another name. Just like Emperor turning Dan. Of course, he didn't turn up any yuan fruit about aiding yuan shin cultivation, mostly some yuan lifting Dan. 5 elements yuan dan to aid in cultivation. Su Changqing had tried them all and they were basically useless. Not items required for the mission. Can your mother's yuan shin reach the state where the 5 elements have returned to 1? Naturally, I reached it, but I didn't use those things for assistance. And the orchard doesn't have this type of spirit fruit. This thing has harsh survival conditions, and only grows in the 5 elements mountain. Of course, to be able to use immortal jade to exchange for it means that there is a difficulty in obtaining it. How did she know what I was going to ask? The two of them stopped under the daily dealer's row for a while and then left the area. Under this bustling night market, the two of them wandered several streets, looking here and there. When passing by a river, many people gathered around to put on Kongming lanterns, and river lanterns. Su Changqing also laughed. All cultivated immortals still make a wish. Rely on God is better than relying on oneself. This river is called the River of Wishes, and by making a wish and releasing a lantern here on the occasion of the full moon each month, the heavens are merciful and there is a chance of getting your wish fulfilled. And it just so happens that today is the full moon. Before I could finish, people were already crowding the stalls selling lamps along that riverbank. Come on, what are you waiting for? Su Changqing held a bundle of Kongming lanterns that were released into the sky, and carried a basket of lotus lanterns that were placed on the surface of the river in one hand, and looked back at Xia Eveningqing to urge him on. Xia Eveningqing silently went up to look at the various lamps in his hand. A few of them were 30 or 40. She wanted to say something, but in the end she couldn't resist inquiring. You're going to wish for so many? Your share is in there too. Let's split it equally. Thank you so much for thinking of me. You're welcome. Su Changqing took out the 2 brushes he had bought. Inputting spiritual energy would allow him to write. He gave one to Xia Eveningqing. New awe. Xia Eveningqing took the pen and picked up the red note inside the lantern. Pondering for a moment without putting pen to paper, she looked up at Su Changqing. The other party seemed to feel the gaze of her gaze. His figure blocked back. No peeking. A cultivator's divine sense only needed a slight probe to know what was written on it. And she only needed to use her divine sense slightly to clearly see Su Changqing's handwriting. Let me successfully wash out the divine root bone Su Changqing. Let me successfully wash out the divine root bone Su Changqing. Let me successfully wash out the divine root bone Su Changqing. Chapter 72, It's Pretty. A series of all such notes. Probably noticed Xie Evening Qing's prying eyes. Su Changqing directly came a hand of anti-peeping boundary over the paper, twisted his head and narrowed his eyes, looked at her. Xie Evening Qing withdrew his divine sense with a calm demeanor, looked at the blank slip of paper in his hand, pondered for a moment, and also put up his pen to write a line. Su Changqing wrote a note and then stuffed it into a lotus lamp, and the contents inside were, invariably, some quest items about the current quests that needed to be completed. What let me easily cultivate the 5 elements to unity. Let me get the mirror in Watermoon without risking my life. Let me be invincible and immortal and other such words. Of course, he naturally didn't dare to write any words like leveling up, only fearing that the first word he put pen to paper would trigger the mechanism of seconds when he showed his head. Su Changqing wrote and put it down again. Looking back, there were still half of the Kongming lanterns and lanterns on the ground that were not used. He looked at Xie Evening Qing. Why don't you use it? Wrote 1. You can use the rest. Su Changqing naturally had no problem reproducing the wish he had just made again. There's one last hole in the wall left. Without hesitation, Su Changqing wrote 2 words on the Kongming lantern. Alive. Unsigned. Ignition and release. The Kongming lanterns released in the sky all had a layer of anti-peeping shield. Xie Evening Qing tilted her head to look at the last Kongming lantern released by that Su Changqing, and asked with a smile, finally ready? Su Changqing turned around and nodded in response. Well, let's go back. As they were about to leave, there was a sound of fireworks going off behind them. Not only did the two of them stop their steps and turn their heads to look at the brilliant fireworks blooming in the sky, the entire bustling market also raised their eyes at the sound. It's quite pretty. Su Changqing stopped to admire with his back hand. This is a distress signal released by a certain immortal sex sun. That direction, if I'm not mistaken, is the other side of the Zhandu continent, the chaotic land where immortals, demons and beasts gather, also known as Chaos Island. It's probably someone who's in distress, or has encountered some demonic beast with high cultivation that couldn't be subdued but was seriously injured instead. Such a large firework, in addition to being a distress signal, also notifies the public that as long as the rescue is successful, it will be gifted with strange and exotic treasures, which are basically all of divine grade. For a time, many cultivators in the city are riding the wind and the sword before going towards the direction of the fireworks. Su Changqing and Xie Evening Qing explained when he hurriedly pulled her hand to hurry to leave. Oh, let's go. Let's quickly return to the divine feminine courtyard. Xie Evening Qing looked at the dazzling fireworks burning in the sky, the red lips under the veil slightly hooked, gently smiled. Husband, don't want to go and see the action? What are you afraid of with me? Su Changqing hesitated. He did have this idea. The so-called rich and powerful, the more he unlocked a place, the more likely his unfinished quest items would be in those places. If he were alone, he might actually take a look. The reason for his hesitation at the moment was precisely because of Xie Evening Qing's presence, and it would be a mixed blessing to visit the night market with her tonight. Joyfully, the species of the heavenly domain were indeed numerous. Perhaps there was news of the 5 elements of essence, either the mirror flower or the water moon, and as a result, once he went out, he really did come across the intelligence about the yellow yuan fruit. It goes without saying that worry is a natural thing. There are so many people in the heavenly realm. I'm afraid that I'll see another exclamation point on someone, or an exclamation point on myself. After that incident with the fox girl, Su Changqing guessed that only the ones between players had obviously abrupt exclamation points like that. The trigger is presumably triggered by the other party having an item they need for their quest. Otherwise, the few players he had unintentionally killed during those years in the mortal domain hadn't seen any exclamation points on them. Su Changqing thought about it and decided not to put up with this hilarity. It's better not to watch it. It's late. You have to go to class later. Husband is really looking out for me. Xie Evening Qing grabbed his wrist and pranced out of the imperial city. The moon was round and large, hanging white and flawless in the dark sky. The two of them pranced above the clouds for a moment. Su Changqing reached out and put his hand on her shoulder, looking down at the scenery below, and watched with his own eyes as the divine feminine palace below them just slipped past their feet. Did we fly over? As the words left his mouth, Su Changqing felt that the speed of the Tingyun was a little faster. After crossing over the top of the sea to another island, the dense demon and devil spirit Triple Chi rushed straight up from below. Along the way, there are a lot of cultivators flying on the wind to come to this side of the boundary. Around the rapidly coming cultivators do not hesitate to bend down and rushed. Su Changqing probably also guessed that this is Xie Evening Qing said the island of chaos. The night's color added to the dimness below, but despite this, the sword fights could be seen coming from below from time to time. Do you want to go down? Xia Evening Qing asked. Don't want to, Su Changqing decisively rebuffed. His first rule for surviving this long was to stay out of the way. The famous phrase come what may is only available at a certain time. As for when it can be used, it has to be used on a case-by-case basis, and at least now is not a good time, because he couldn't see the obvious exclamation point in this chaotic place. If so, it still depends on whether it's a person or a thing. If it's a person, let him go first. It's an object, then it comes all the way. Well, it's a shame. Xia Evening Qing had a pitying look on his face, respecting the opinions of others, and hit the road in peace. On the way back, Xia Evening Qing slowly said, so you really don't like fighting and killing? Is it a habit developed from being a beggar in the mortal domain all those years? What could he say but admit it? You're right, too. In that case, wouldn't I have played right into your hands by trapping you in the divine feminine courtyard in the first place? Yikes, it's been recognized. Su Changqing retorted without changing his face. There is no such thing. You repeatedly attacked my boundary actually to see how strong you are? No, you can see that too? Su Changqing twisted his head to look at Xia Evening Qing. What's the point of saying this all of a sudden? Just want to make sure of something. What is it? Su Changqing was suddenly like an enemy. No, what did she find out? What the hell did she find out? In his mind, he quickly replayed the entire process from the encounter with Xia Evening Qing until today. He didn't reveal anything the whole time. Did he? Is it a mistake to value your life? Xia Evening Qing just smiled and didn't say anything back as the tang cloud under her feet accelerated back to the divine feminine palace. Along the way, Su Changqing kept inquiring in her left and right ears. What exactly is it? Speak up. Ma'am. Mother. Speak up. It wasn't until they returned to the immortal domain divine feminine courtyard that Xia Evening Qing seemed to be unable to endure Su Changqing's chattering in his ears, and finally gave up and opened her mouth. When they returned, the sky was shallow and everything around them was still gray, except for a light golden edge outlined in the eastern sky. Xia Evening Qing turned to look at the man in front of her, her eyes twinkling, her red lips slightly hooked. In making sure you're not willingly staying with me right now. Chapter 74, Is your husband short of money? Su Changqing listened to the commotion coming from inside the illusion, raised his eyebrows and sipped his tea. That fox woman is the Phoenix clan's oldest ancestor? He didn't see it as necessarily. Thinking of the few things in the other party's Qiankuan bag, there wasn't even a single spirit stone, and even those few immortal weapons were snatched. Even immortal weapons were rare in the immortal domain, not to mention divine weapons, but he still believed that the fox girl had the strength to possess a divine weapon. The player's system is imposed to some extent, at least in terms of special quests and rewards based on the player's game character. Hearing that male cultivator talk about the Phoenix clan, Su Changqing understood what was going on as soon as he heard it. That fox demon was a fox clan, so he thought that the female cultivator had taken the opportunity to recognize her ancestor, and obscured that half-crippled loot. Taking a single point from his illusion was impossible, even if it was a broken artifact. Even more so, Su Changqing sat under the gazebo like this until the afternoon. The two people in the illusion had been looking for the exit was not much fun, and their mouths did not pop out words to make people's spirits shake. He got up and put the lid on the teapot, pressed the note under the teapot and left the gazebo. Opening the courtyard door, he smoothly exited out of the divine feminine courtyard, took out his wooden stick, and flew away from the marginal life sect with his royal stick. Xia Evening Qing, who was teaching people to make pills, seemed to feel something. His hand controlling the fire slightly paused. His eyes looked towards the direction Su Changqing left and stopped for a second. Then he returned to his sight. His face was as normal as usual as he explained with his students about the matters of alchemy and controlling the fire. It's dark. The lanterns in the yard were lit. Xia Evening Qing left early and returned late, finally coming back at this time. Classes started earlier and ended much later. Gao Tianxiong's heart was focused on his disciples' growth, and he hated to let Xia Evening Qing attend classes 24 hours a day. But of course, he did not dare to mention this request since. Xia Evening Qing swept his gaze through this courtyard, and there was no one. Finally, his eyes landed on the note on the stone table under the gazebo, which was scattered with a faint spiritual flavor. With a flash, Xia Evening Qing instantly moved under the gazebo and picked up the note that was pressed underneath. Mother, for my husband to go out. Return 3 days, do not miss. Xia Evening Qing lowered her eyes to look at the words dog crawling on the note, her eyes sweeping down from the top, and then flipped the note over to make sure there were no other messages behind it before putting it away. The bright moon hangs high. She was the only one left in the quiet courtyard in the moonlight. Xia Evening Qing raised her eyes slightly to look at the bright moon, pondered for a long time, and turned around to walk out of the pavilion. At this very moment, Su Changqing was slowly flying with his stick, during which his eyes kept scanning below, paying attention to see if there were any exclamation marks. This time, he was flying over the sea of barriers, slowly flying over. The miasma here was useless to him, thanks to his myriad hands technique, which made him invulnerable to all poisons. It's not a big deal to look at it like this. Su Changqing's divine sense covered the entire sea. Sure enough, there are quite a few demons hiding in the shadows. There are ambush underwater. There are also a few small demons that are stupid enough to follow him. The same as what Yoon has said at the beginning, there are indeed quite a lot of hijacking demons in this sea. Su Changqing probably understood why the heavenly Tao of this world had blocked the heavenly fate platform and prohibited those in high positions from returning to the lower realms. Now that he was already in the heavenly emperor realm, in these immortal domains full of Jindan, Yuaning, and transformation gods, it was like a full-level character mistakenly entering a novice village. It's too easy to take a man's life. Those who encounter the odd hunt in their hearts shall not turn this place into a place of purgatory. What only surprised him a little was that those immortal and imperial cultivators trapped in the immortal domain were actually so peaceful. Although he was always in the divine maiden courtyard, Hu Bunny also often brought gossip from the outside world, and basically didn't hear about those emperor realm cultivators in the immortal domain acting recklessly. Is it because of Xie Evening Qing? After all, this goddess title of hers really did carry weight. Su Changqing royal stick flying speed is not fast and not slow. About an hour and a half across the entire sea. The mist in front of the eyes finally cleared to the naked eye, and the little demon that had been following him behind to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak up on him also violently sneaked up from behind him when he was about to leave the sea. Su Changqing only released the pressure of a single strand of hair, and the few small demons were bounced off and fell into the sea with an awe. After leaving the barrier sea, Su Changqing took out the map of the immortal domain. There was a red line on it that was the route he had mapped out with a red pen while flying after he set off. After an hour, we finally arrived at the purple bamboo nest circled on the map. The surrounding grass and trees were thickly jungled, and the entrance to the lair glowed with a distinct white light that stood out against this dark night. Su Changqing jumped off the ground and propped up his wooden stick to cross that boundary into the nest. Another secret realm with no realm restrictions. Great! Smoothly entering the nest secret realm, the inside was, as the name suggests, a purple bamboo forest. At this moment, he was on the center stage of the secret realm, and the center stage sits atop the center of a lake with a dense bamboo forest on the shore. Perhaps sensing the entry of outsiders, the mechanism of the secret realm activated, and the lake began to boil, scurrying out a number of fish and water snakes, preventing outsiders from moving forward. Su Changqing took a look at these little monsters. The same spirit demon and devil chi gathered in one exclusively belongs to the secret realm, only small monsters. These cultivation are in the Mahayana realm. It was probably clear in his mind that this belonged to the secret realm copies of the Mahayana realm and above. Su Changqing wooden stick gently knocked on the floor. In an instant, the entire secret realm of small monsters all disappeared in place as if they were ashes. Immediately after that he lurched and disappeared into the center stage to the shore. A few breaths later, the little monsters in the secret realm oiled up and crawled out from the ground again, like walking corpses patrolling around the bamboo forest. He swept through the entire secret realm as fast as he could, and at the same time withdrew the main boss of this secret realm, an old bamboo spirit of the late Mahayana realm, which Su Changqing had abused dozens of times, and none of the things dropped had exclamation marks. After exiting the purple bamboo nest, Su Changqing took out a map and typed an X in the purple bamboo nest. He weighed the bag full of Qiankuan pouches in his hand. Although it was full of scrap metal that was worthless at his stage, this was the first time he had actually swiped a copy in this world. It turned out that these secret realms still retained the characteristics of the game, and the main boss of these secret realms wasn't really dead when it died, and in about half an incense stick of time, it came back to life. Most of the time in the secret realm did not coincide with the outside time, so it was still dark when he came out. He looked around at the relics of the demon chieftains, whatever was there, the large and small copies, the secret realms that required realm restrictions he skimmed over, and swept through all that he could. There were more than 20 secret realms before and after, and there were quite a few turns in the middle of the journey, but it was only 2 hours. It's still dark. This would be Su Changqing sitting cross-legged on a tree in an unknown territory in Shuzhou, and at this time there were several full Qiankuan bags on his lap. It was basically filled with some heaven and earth ranked magic weapons, and more spirit ranked magic weapons, but those he let go. With so many copies, I hadn't really seen a single main monster that could drop immortal ranked magic weapons. No wonder Hu Bunny's business was so good in the immortal domain. It was indeed a good idea to make money. Su Changqing took out a heavenly ranked lotus powder fan obtained from the secret realm from his Qiankuan bag and casually flung it open, fanning himself while fiddling with his head down to check the results inside. These things should fetch a good price if you take them to a trading house. Husband is very short of money? A familiar and nice female voice sounded softly in his ears. Su Changqing was shocked and turned his head to look. Xia Eveningqing didn't know when she was squatting on his side and was looking at him with a curious face. He almost fell off in an unsteady position, and Xia Eveningqing wrapped her arms around his waist in time to stabilize him. Chapter 75, That's the Power of the Goddess. You. Xia Eveningqing tilted her head slightly. What's wrong with me? What brings you here? Ma'am? And hashtag 34, when did you get here? And hashtag 34, how did you find this place? Su Changqing was shocked 3 times. Xia Eveningqing suddenly appeared beside him silently. Or in the middle of the night. It was strange and scary. The point was that she had also learned to be smart. Not only concealing her breath, but also masking its unique aroma. Just now. Good one just now. You came out looking for me? Didn't you see the note I left on that stone table under the gazebo? I saw it, but I was the only one in the divine feminine courtyard, and I was bored, so I came out to look for you, and I wondered what husband was coming out to do. Xia Eveningqing finished, quietly looking at him. The hand that wrapped around his waist collected a few more points of strength. The position of squatting just now became sitting down, the long slender legs hanging down in midair. In the quiet of the trees, the only thing that shook slightly was a tall and thick tree trunk, and the leaves rustled. Su Changqing subconsciously held her sideways to avoid her falling down together. Mother reminded me this morning. A great man born between heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and live under people for a long time? So I think it's time for me to come out and make a break for it. Xia Eveningqing was silent for a long time before uttering a sentence. You, Heavenly Emperor Realm, in the immortal domain, breaking dry? Su Changqing clenched his fist and coughed lightly twice to hide his embarrassment, and seemed to feel that this reason was too far-fetched, so he changed the topic and said, Where's Hare? I haven't seen him since the morning, and he hasn't come back in the evening? It's not in the divine feminine courtyard these days? It's back in the sky realm. There's something it needs to take care of. No wonder. I didn't see it during the day. How long will it take to return to the heavenly realm? Not yet. Oh, what's it doing in the celestial realm? Probably went to help. At this very moment. Horizon. The frozen sea of the Northlands. The entire sea are frozen state. The sky drifting snowflakes, slowly fall. The moment the snow fell on the ice quietly into the ice inside. The ice layer and hard a few points thicker. At a glance all white. Several snowy mountains stand above. Even the demonic beasts here are all white fur. And the world fused together. The only thing that stood out was a giant rabbit that was 100 feet tall. Eyes scarlet glowing with red light. The red stripe on its forehead lingered with a weird red aura, only to see it slam its fist into the ice seal on the ground. Boom! With a few rumbles, the 10 million feet deep layers of ice exploded. Earthquakes and mountains shook. Countless ice dragons sprang out of the ground, and all of the surrounding guardian demon spirit beasts rushed towards that giant rabbit, only to see its body shaking. Low roar, thick and hairy neck from which threw out an orange bead, flooded with a powerful divine radiance. Slightly shaking, that light overshadowed all. The surrounding pounced on the beasts of the demonic spirits were all shaken away by that power. Standing on the ground, Wang Chan's pupils were slightly stunned by the powerful light, and she, who had never shown herself to be calm and composed, had a trace of an untrue sense of reality at this moment. The ground shook and the light dissipated. A huge ice cave smashed out of the flat, smooth ice. Wang Chan immediately jumped down when he saw this. Rabbit's huge body quickly shrunk back to the size of a normal rabbit as if it had deflated. Its scarlet eyes and the red stripes on its forehead all disappeared. The entire rabbit was paralyzed on the ground. It moved its rabbit paws tucked into its white fur, pulled out a bottle of elixir and stuffed it into its mouth. And all of a sudden the whole beast slowed down. Phew! Tired rabbit. Looking at the huge ice cave in front of him, he then jumped down, smoothly leading down to the ground. The very bottom of the frozen sea. Hundreds of thousand-year-old ice lotuses unfolded on the ground. The thousand-year-old ice lotuses under this passageway that it had broken open had been almost picked by Wang Chan, and the remaining ice lotuses that could not be picked were surrounded by the heavy ice walls that had not yet been broken open and could not be waded through. And if they wanted to break open, they would have to continue to break those heavy ice walls. Just at the time of the ice layer breaking open, only half an incense stick of time to pick. More than time, the whole cracked ice cave will slowly heal up. Trapped under the ice does not matter. The most important thing is that this cold ice exudes a strong cold. This is the most extreme and cold place in the heavenly domain. Subject to this cold invasion of the body into the meridians and dantian will cause the loss of cultivation. This is a deadly environment for under-equipped monks. Bunny came down and followed suit, picking the remaining dozen or so thousand-year-old ice lotuses and stuffing them into his Qiankuan bag. With that taken care of, one man and one rabbit flew onto the ice. The snow was falling harder and harder, and all that snow falling into the ice caves made the underground ice slowly merge together. A total of 971,000-year-old ice lotuses were harvested this time. Wang Chan said, "Ha, it's surprising that you can't collect tens of thousands of ice lotuses in 30 years. And in the end, it's still this rabbit that makes the move." Lord Who Hares one hand out is a hit. Wang Chan lowered his head towards it and spoke respectfully, his gaze falling on its neck. Unable to see the orange bead from earlier, she retracted her eyes to look at the other side of the calm ice surface and asked, "There is still a portion of the ice lotus here that has not been taken down, so Lord Who Bunny may continue." "No need. The goddess is merciful. Leave the remaining half for those people. It's up to each one to get it. Find a good day when you can release the news." Who Bunny shook the spirit snow that fell on his body and left this frozen place, and Wang Chan followed when he saw this. That move that Lord Who Bunny made just now had the power of a heavenly emperor. "I never thought that Lord Who Bunny would be so deeply hidden." Wang Chan marveled. "Of course not. That's the power of the goddess." "I see. I'm troubling the goddess again. The goddess's 300-year tenure in the immortal domain is almost up. Isn't it time to come back?" "I don't know yet. It all depends on what the goddess wants." Su Changqing nodded to the point. No longer continue to ask Who Bunny to help what favor, but instead for the previous unanswered question asked again. "How did Nyangzi find this place?" "The smell on you tells me." Su Changqing sniffed his left shoulder and right arm left and right. "No." Xia Evening Ching nodded. "Yes." With that, she sidled slightly closer to the nape of his neck, only to hear a whisper, "You smell good." In a flash, Su Changqing also smelled the unique fragrance of Xia Evening Ching's body, causing him to dream back to that rainy night. This was probably the effect of their Dao bodies attracting each other. "This is the one it told me where you were." Xia Evening Ching sat back and restrained herself. "Well, this is what you said, that no matter where I am you can find me way." Su Changqing suddenly realized. "Yes too," Xia Evening Ching graciously admitted. "You're as honest as ever. So husband is short of money?" Xia Evening Ching really couldn't figure out why Su Changqing had to carry out these secret realms one by one. Not to mention that he wouldn't expect that he would take these ordinary-looking magic treasures, and that his ultimate goal was to take them and sell them. She searched for the fact that she wasn't so poor that she needed to sell these spells now. "Right? That's not true. I just think it's a shame to lose these things." Su Changqing honestly said that his current life didn't even use spirit stones anywhere. Chapter 76, Why did you appear in the mortal domain in the first place? "Well, if you want to sell, just take it directly to the trading house and have it accepted. Or wait for Who Rabbit to come back and let it get it. These can still go out in the immortal domain," Xia Evening Ching suggested. "So now you're going to continue the secret world?" she continued to ask. Xia Evening Ching had a look of "I want to come along" stupidity about to overflow. So how could he not hear it? How could he not see it? So he asked smoothly, "So do you want to come along?" And hashtag 34, wanted. And hashtag 34. Su Changqing looked at her. "Actually, you've been following me for a long time, right? I really can't hide it from my husband." Luckily he hadn't encountered anything strange along the way. "From my point of view, you're the one who's too dependent. It's you who's too dependent on me." Su Changqing grunted. He just went out for less than a day. This guy came out to find him. Xia Evening Ching became so sticky. This is what Su Changqing did not expect. Xia Evening Ching lowered her eyes to think carefully for a moment, and finally raised her eyes with slightly curved eyelashes, her dark pupils reflecting his shadow shallowly in the moonlight, only to hear her gently say, "You're right too." Seeing her admit it so generously, Su Changqing seemed to be not surprised and slowly got used to this style of hers. His hand on Xia Evening Ching's shoulder slipped downward and landed on her waist, holding on tightly and taking her with him as they jumped, a wooden stick appearing steadily at their feet. The two of them flew with their sticks, and after flying through the air for half a day, Xia Evening Ching looked down at the bottom and pondered for a moment before raising his head in the middle of the day. "Where are we going?" "Of course I'm going home. It's not almost dawn. You should be in class." Xia Evening Ching was silent. She told her that Su Changqing couldn't have agreed so readily. Saying that, Su Changqing accelerated the speed of his flight. A moment later, the two returned to the Divine Feminine courtyard. The yard is still the same, and there are no rabbits to be seen in the rabbit hutch. Just in time. Back in time for the dawning of the day. There is still some time left, and your mother can still rest for half a moment. Su Changqing retrieved the wooden stick and pulled her back to the main room, and the moment he pushed open the door, the candle lamp situated on the wooden table inside the house instantly lit up. "Are you going out again when I get to class?" "What? You don't want me to go out?" Xia Evening Ching shook her head and laughed. "It's good for husband to have his own things to do. It's just that the chances of this immortal domain aren't necessarily suitable for you in this realm. Perhaps you can go back to the heavenly domain for return first. When the big wedding day, all people know you Su Changqing, and you are in this realm. Naturally no one will dare to do anything to you," Su Changqing secretly said. It was because everyone knew him Su Changqing now that he didn't dare to blindly wander around in the heavenly domain or else every night in Xia Evening Ching went back to the heavenly domain to soak in the cold pools. There were too many chances for him to propose to stay in the heavenly domain. Your mother is wrong. Are the chances in the heavens and earth still divided based on one's cultivation realm? Who stipulates that the immortal domain does not have the chance of great powers, and the mortal domain must only be suitable for the chance of ordinary people? Su Changqing stretched out his index finger to match his head and gently shook it, pretending to be deep. Suddenly thinking of something, he added quietly, otherwise, how did Nyangzi get to the mortal domain in the first place? Speaking of this, Su Changqing really had huge questions and curiosity about this. Right. Why did you appear in the mortal domain in the first place? Go get one thing. Something. Su Changqing was surprised. What else was there in the mortal domain that would have alarmed this high and mighty goddess to personally go and get it? It is rumored that there is a hidden immortal in the mortal domain, whose stringed voice can break the demons of the heart and get rid of 100 diseases. I wonder if husband can hear about this in the mortal domain. Su Changqing staggered again and recalled. Wasn't that the rumor of that heavenly fragrance house inside Chang'an Street? You came all that way just to come down and grab that thing? Rob? That's my stuff. Xia Evening Ching sneered and laughed. 1,000 years ago, the three domains were in chaos. Someone took the opportunity to mix into the goddess palace to open a private inventory, took a willow chain and stole it to the lower domains at a time of chaos in the order of the heavenly Tao. I originally thought that she would be hiding in the immortal domains, but I never imagined that she would go to the mortal domains to be an earth goddess. Xia Evening Ching suddenly laughed as he said this, his eyes filled with mockery. Ha! Su Changqing was really shocked this time. To be able to blend into the divine maiden palace must be someone with a high realm, right? It's just a true immortal realm. True immortal realm blending into the goddess palace? Your defense in this divine maiden palace is too poor. Right. You weren't there? Xia Evening Ching recalled. At that time, it was a period of great turmoil in the world, with no head of the divine list, no head of the divine maiden palace, and I was nothing more than a tiny true immortal realm that had just successfully ascended. It's also thanks to the fact that this divine list is headless. I just ascended to the heavenly realm, and the divine list landed on my head. Su Changqing listened to all of this with a complicated heart. If all of the NPCs were awakened at that time, with their own consciousness, the hidden immortal of the heavenly fragrance house in the mortal domain would have made sense if it was said to be an NPC. But sneaking and blending into the goddess palace just to take a willow chain, it's also too much to say. So many treasures just to take one. It's too much like a premeditated and precise entry. The mere fact that he chose to hide in the mortal domain for 1,000 years was bizarre, and the player was highly suspicious. Su Changqing asked, the fire at the heavenly fragrance mansion that day, was it your doing? Did that person who stole the chain die? Xia Evening Ching frowned. Would I make such a means of beating around the bush? Very similar, okay. The fire is naturally not set by me. The person is not dead. Blame that Lin Frost spoiled my plan, and let her go first, but the piano was taken back. But since you were able to ascend to the heavenly domain through the mortal heavenly fate platform in the first place, whether or not it's the reason why our Tao bodies are attracted to each other, there's no way to hide the fact that a heavenly fate platform in the mortal domain can ascend to the heavenly domain. Not to mention that the other party is already in the true immortal realm, so perhaps the other party is also back in the heavenly domain or maybe in the immortal domain. Who knows? Su Changqing grasped a key point. That means you don't know if the one who stole the chain is dead or not? Xia Evening Ching smiled. I'm not Yama. How can I know who lives and who dies on Earth? That being said, he didn't think that Xia Evening Chang would show mercy to a stranger. Of course, if the other party gave birth to something of interest to Xia Evening Chang, they might leave her alive. However, Su Changqing's heart favored that the man was already dead. Even if it wasn't killed by Xia Evening Chang, it was possible that he died because of someone else. Perhaps she was the one who first heard the news of the player's death in the immortal domain in the first place, but it was all unprovable and just his speculation. As he spoke, there were quite a few disciples above the marginal life sect flying towards the academy with their swords, and the sky was slowly fading to a darker color as the night passed by so quietly. Su Changqing stood up. It's not early. Let me send you to class. Just now talking and forgetting made you rest less. It's not a problem. Gossiping with my husband is also a fun thing to do. Xia Evening Ching smiled wanly and spoke gently. The two of them walked out the door. Xia Evening Ching suddenly remembered something and added, so are you still coming back at night? Back. Or wouldn't it be another hard trip for you? Chapter 77, The Immortal Master is Confused. After sending Xia Evening Ching to the academy, Su Changqing left the marginal life sect with his imperial stick. This time, he intends to first go to find a trading house will be in the hands of a few Qiankuan bag to trade. And by the way, turn around the city. Where there are people there is easy to have news intelligence. It's a lot better than wandering around in the middle of nowhere. The marginal life sect was located in the boundaries of the Cinnabar state, and there was a Tianjiang city recently, which was considered a city called by the name of Cinnabar state. Su Changqing followed the map's route and accelerated his flight, arriving at Tianjiang city in a few breaths. Once he landed and entered the city, he realized that he had picked the wrong time to be early. It was not yet full light, and the morning sun had not yet shown itself. The morning market at this time of the day seems quiet and peaceful. On the entire greenstone road, there are only 3 or 4 people, alone, walking hurriedly. Stores on both sides of the street. The door is closed. A row of empty stalls, cloth canopies randomly on bamboo poles, gently swaying with the wind. We have not yet opened the day's business. Occasionally, a few chickens and dogs barked, breaking the quiet of the street. Su Changqing's divine sense swept and let his eyes take a look, and saw a small store that had just opened its doors in the many stores with closed door panels. He is the only one on this street who has just opened. Su Changqing went up to the front, and as it happened, it was a trading house. The plaque was inscribed with 4 words, Destiny Trading House. Su Changqing walked in, and the young man who had just yawned was startled when he turned around and saw a man suddenly appear in the store. Almost didn't stabilize his mind. He glanced out through the open doorway. Someone was here this early? He fixed his eyes to measure the man in front of him dressed in this immortal clothes, and steps are rare in the world. This pair of eyes, he has seen so many treasures. Absolutely will not look at the wrong. This person, although the head mask, the whole person exudes a dignified and uncommon temperament, is certainly a big man. Why did you come to my store? The man hurriedly went forward to greet him with a smile. Immortal Master is here to trade? Su Changqing immovably scanned a circle of the store environment. Looked unusually simple. The counter display are some simple pills and ground-level magic weapon. He took out 3 Qiankuan bags and placed them on the counter. Help me see how much all these things can be sold for? The man's small eyes snapped open at the sight of the 3 full Qiankuan bags. He carefully took over and opened it. All of them are heavenly ordered and earth-ordered weapon kung fu, which is too much. In the immortal domain, heavenly ordered kung fu and magic weapons are already top quality in the eyes of ordinary cultivators, not to mention those immortal ordered magic weapons. An ordinary Qiankuan bag could hold hundreds of items, and 3 Qiankuan bags would be nearly 500 to say the least. The quality of everything in here is also top-notch. None of it has been worn out and it's all brand new. Under the counter, the man pinched his thigh in his hand. For real, Immortal really wants to sell all of these. Aha! In an incense stick of time, the man estimated the value of the 3 Qiankuan bags. There are 197 heaven-ranked magic artifacts, 245 earth-ranked magic artifacts, 30 heaven-ranked techniques, and 41 earth-ranked techniques. The Immortal Master is sure that he wants to sell them all. The man reconfirmed. Aha! This earth-ranked magic weapon isn't worth much. Nowadays it's also considered that everyone has a handful of earth-ranked magic weapons as well. One piece is about 11 upper-grade spirit stones. However, there are 7 good ones within these 41 techniques that can give up to 30 upper-grade spirit stones, and the rest 19 upper-grade spirit stones, and this heavenly rank magic weapon. Although for ordinary people some hard to find, but this market heavenly rank magic weapon is not rare to the extreme. Some of this quality although good, but most of them are chicken ribs useless, such as this heavenly rank bottles and jars, can keep the food for 300 years not bad. This, honestly for most of the cultivators is not much use. It is difficult to sell. This can only give 45 top-grade spirit stone. On the contrary, there were 11 heaven-ranked magic weapons that were considered superior and could be given up to 370 upper-grade spirit stones apiece. Another could be given 620 upper-grade spirit stones, and the rest probably ranged from 70 to 130 upper grades. As for these 30 heaven-ranked techniques, they were not bad. 390 top-grade spirit stones apiece, a total of 38,974. The Immortal may accept this pricing deal. The owner of the trading house will be several hundred items are examples of a rough price. The price is the lowest pressure. If the other party is unwilling, he then little by little to raise in price. Although Su Changqing does not know the prices of this immortal domain, but also heard the old cunning of this person, the pressure of the price he can accept. It is supposed to be a random clearance, but this pressure is also too ruthless, more or less upsetting. Only 45 top-grade spirit stones for a heavenly ranked magic weapon. That's good business. Su Changqing swept a glance at the 3 bags. Which one sells for 620? The man took out a pink fan, smiled and said, this immortal feather fan, these heavenly rank magic weapon in the best quality. Fan out the wind can make the holder clear the mind and tranquilize the spirit, is a cultivation of a good aid. However, this fan if fan to others, pink fan will turn red, can let the bystanders upset. If the other party practice use, can make the other party has the chance to cultivate broken, but this power varies from person to person. If on those who transformed God Mahayana realm of the mighty, since it cannot produce what big impact, otherwise the price can still go up. Su Changqing took this fan, turned in his hand, measured it, then opened the fan to fan himself. This breeze is really good. He laughed. Boss, you're not interested in doing business. The shopkeeper thought that the other party was talking about this fan. So he explained. This thing is not perfect. There are always people who have a firm heart and mind who are not affected by this wind of external evil. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about these. Su Changqing closed the fan, pointing to the stage Dao. This 3 generations of Qiankuan bag moving back and forth. Seeing that Su Changqing had the intention to take it back, the shopkeeper hurriedly said again, how about these 50,000 top grade spirit stones, together with this fan? 50,000, wouldn't that be almost double? It still seems low. 60,000. Small business firms can only eat so much. Or you go to another store, they offer a lower price than me. You so many things need to get rid of. Or we are responsible for helping you to resell. Sell the money, we charge 30% of the intermediary fee. How? Seeing that Su Changqing seemed indifferent, Song Lin changed his strategy halfway through his speech. Su Changqing's eyes under the mask turned slightly. How is the popularity of your trading line? Although it's not as good as on those big trading houses run by everyone, but I'm not talking about anything else here. But it's well known in Cinnabar state. Only in Cinnabar? Ahem. Of course, there are branches in other states. They just don't have the same reputation as their counterparts in other residencies. What about central states? There are countless landlords in the central state. And naturally, we trading houses from the past in the outer states are no match for those local trading houses. I had thought that you guys would be currency with each other. In that case, wouldn't I have more options when I go to the central state? Hiya. Immortal Master is confused. The central state is popular and their merchant houses are already full of things. Your price will only be pressed even lower. Chapter 79, if you think it's good. Xia Eveningqing looked at a person and a bird. How to say it? If Su Changqing is a person, back is not unexpected. If the cloud crane a bird, back is also not unexpected. But these two at the same time, back. Such a picture does let her slightly feel so a trace of surprise. Plus, cloud crane loves freedom. And usually stays out on its own all the time. And it only comes back when a mission needs to be dispatched. Today it is a rare sight. You guys? Xia Eveningqing questioned. I went to the central state today and happened to run into Yunhe. Su Changqing explained. Speaking of this, Su Changqing is deeply helpless. He and Yunhe communication is not much. Almost did not say a few words. Usually just 2 rabbit shipments happen to see that side. Which coincidentally, today's luck is not good. The large immortal domain. He went to the trip to the central state and came across a crane bird eating buns at the bun stall. What's even better is that he's dressed like this and the bird recognizes him. Is it possible that all the spirit pets around Xia Eveningqing have some kind of recognition skills? Su Changqing sighed that this world is really tolerant. The spirit pet can actually walk on the street at will. And after understanding it, he realized that this guy is the most familiar in Zhengzhou. And the whole street knows it. Nothing else, that is, delivery for many years. Who does not know that it is the spirit pet of that goddess down in the heavenly realm? Want to move it? That is, do not want to live. Even without the divine maiden's intervention, those few emperor realm cultivators in the central state who frequented the divine maiden's business would still go out to crush them. During this period of time, Hu Bunny went back to the heavenly domain. Yunhe was even more idle. Usually when there is nothing to do, it stayed in the central state. And in the meantime, pay attention to the gossip to send information to Xia Eveningqing. Go back in time to this morning. In the morning when Cloud Crane caught up with him, the bird had been at his side staring at him and asking questions. Brother Su, is that you? Su Changqing had no choice but to admit that he was Su Changqing. It's me. And again, how did you recognize me? He. Big brother Su can change his face, but the breath on his body can't be hidden from Ben Crane. And most importantly, you have the breath of a goddess on your body, which only Hu Bunny and I can recognize. He has Xia Eveningqing's breath on him. This is what Su Changqing didn't expect. But think about it. He has been with Xia Eveningqing every day for decades, and it's all going to be marinated in flavor. That means even if he hid his scent, the residue of Xia Eveningqing's scent could also reveal his identity? Inexplicably, a feeling that no matter how he escaped, he couldn't escape from Xia Eveningqing popped into Su Changqing's mind. Where are you going, big brother Su? Yunhe inquired. In its impression, Su Changqing didn't go out of the door and rarely would appear on this side of the central state. Thinking that it was also the mission of the goddess, he asked curiously. Spin. The result was that this guy had nothing to do and also followed himself around a few ordinary secret realms until dark. It thought that it had come, so it would follow big brother Su to come back to the divine feminine courtyard for a trip, since it hadn't been back for a long time anyway. So there was this scene tonight. Su Changqing briefly talked about today's process. Yunhe nodded. Yes, yes, divine maiden. Today I happened to meet Big Brother Su while I was in the Central State and went with him to a few secret realms for fun. Xia Evening Ching laughed. That's indeed quite a coincidence. If you go to Central State, yes, you will bump into Yunha. Yes, I went to see the Divine Destiny table. What does the husband think? Quite rare. I didn't expect that key to unlock the door in such a simple way. By the way, a key can only enter one person. Or after unlocking the door, all cultivators above the true immortal realm can enter? After unlocking the door, only the person with the key in his hand can enter. And the Heaven's Destiny Terrace only recognizes the person who has the key. Su Changqing nodded thoughtfully. In that case it makes sense. No wonder those people are fighting over this key. There is another layer of shackles. Then it seems that getting the key is not enough to go blindly to unlock the door. There are still eyeballs watching from the side. In all these years, the Heavenly Fate platform hasn't been opened? Xia Evening Ching thought for a moment. Maybe there is, but I haven't seen it in these 300 years in the immortal domain. When I went out this time, I heard that Heaven's Destiny Terrace is fully open next year, and will no longer be subject to the shackles of the Heavenly Tao. Do you guys know about this? Xia Evening Ching was slightly surprised as she looked at Yunhee. There's still this? Cloud Cranewing scratched his head. I also only recently got the gossip, and I was thinking of confirming this piece of news before I enlighten Lord Goddess. In that case, we'll just see next year. Xia Evening Ching's expression was gentle, and he looked interested in this matter as well. This little piece of gossip was considered to have come to an end here in Xia Evening Ching. She turned to Su Changqing and asked what she wanted to know. Is husband still going to the cold pool this night? Su Changqing took out the small single bottle and shook it. I'd better eat this. The elixir that cleansed the marrow and rooted the bones had a slow effect that he recognized. As for the Dan poison, it was simply not enough for his body that was immune to all toxins. If you have that time, you might as well take more time to accompany our goddess-sama. Su Changqing came closer to her side and habitually took her shoulders. He. Xia Evening Ching took the bottle of elixir from his hand, turned it around, looked at it, and put it back into his hand with the corners of her mouth curving up. Then she took out a new bottle of white Dan bottle from her sleeve and compared it side by side with the Dan bottle in his hand and said, in that case, husband, try the Dan that I have refined. When I taught those disciples to refine Dan recently, I casually refined a bottle of Dan, which happened to also be a marrow-cleansing Dan. Su Changqing all of a sudden his eyes were glowing. This was a pill that Xia Evening Ching had personally refined. He hadn't tasted it for so long. He hurriedly stuffed his bottle of pills into her hand, took the other party's pills and put out the wooden plug. A light medicinal fragrance came out. Su Changqing poured out a capsule and threw it into his mouth. The sweet flavor melted away, and he didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he felt that the elixir that Xia Evening Ching had refined tasted better than the elixir that he had refined. Can't tell you how it feels. Just like now. There was a magical power converging into his dantian and flowing from it to every corner of his body. Obviously they were all the same god-grade marrow cleansing pills, but he couldn't eat them with such a strong feeling. This was the first time Su Changqing ate the pills refined by Xia Evening Ching, and the first time he felt what it meant to be on cloud 9. How? Xia Evening Ching looked at Su Changqing with good grace, expecting his answer. Great. How did you refine it? How come it's different from what I made? Su Changqing grabbed Xia Evening Ching's hand and admired it. Is this the hand of the goddess buff? Xia Evening Ching just laughed. It's the same as yours. Normal refining method. If you think it's good, I'll refine more of this marrow cleansing pills for you if I have time. Chapter 80, Why Don't You Sleep? Hearing this, the sweetness that melted in his mouth still remained on the tip of his tongue. Su Changqing suddenly reacted. The marrow cleansing pill tasted acidic in nature. It was impossible to have a sweet flavor. As for why the marrow cleansing elixir would have a sweet flavor, Su Changqing wasn't an elm brain, naturally associating it with the blood recovery elixir that was given to her that night. He noticed Xia Evening Ching's expression at that time. She didn't show such a fluctuating look when she was injured, and for the first time she showed displeasure after eating that pill. It was obvious that the other party didn't like the taste of that pill, or she didn't like the taste of strong sweetness. Su Changqing only felt a slight tremor in his heart. How can I say it? He felt that his mood followed the flavor of the elixir, but he was afraid that he guessed wrongly and would be wrong. Since the person in question was here, it would be good for him to ask directly. Su Changqing twisted his head to look at her. Is this something you specially refined for me? Yes. If you're going to the cold pool, then this won't be necessary. Su Changqing heard her strings. So it's one or the other. Did he inadvertently pick the right one? You. Before he could finish his words, Xia Evening Ching stood up first and returned the bottle of elixir in his hand to him. Let's go. Su Changqing got up and followed suit, putting away the 2 bottles of pills in the process, watching her enter the backyard, and bumblingly followed her over. Where to? I thought I said I wasn't going to the cold pool. Xia Evening Ching didn't respond to his words. As a result, after passing through the long corridor, Su Changqing looked to the left and right and realized that he was still in the immortal domain. And when he looked at Xia Evening Ching's position again, the person was already in that misty warm pool. Oh, I see. Lovebirds, here I come. Su Changqing rested for the night. This sleep was in the space of Xia Evening Ching's spirit ring. Of course, Xia Evening Ching was beside him. It was daylight inside when he woke up, and his eyeballs swiveled slightly to scan the interior of the beams, which were configured just like her room. Even the entire internal environment of the space spirit ring was exactly like the construction of the divine feminine courtyard, right down to the eastern room that he had added behind him. When Su Changqing first asked why it was designed this way, Xia Evening Ching just faintly returned, "Get used to it." The white landscape of the house suddenly turned black all at once, reaching out, and the sounds of the night's insects, crickets, and frogs came to his ears. Su Changqing froze for half a breath. Quit. Only a few minutes had passed outside, but they had spent days inside, and it did save a lot of time to use it for practicing. He turned his head to look at the woman who had been resting on his arm. Su Changqing rolled over, and through the moonlight coming in through the window looked at this divine face with tightly closed eyes, and opened his mouth to ask softly, "You're awake?" Xia Evening Ching curled up on her side, her beautiful eyes stayed closed, with only her lips opening slightly, and said in a faint voice, "It's you who's awake." Su Changqing understood that she hadn't slept since a while ago. No, it should be said that he had never seen Xia Evening Ching sleeping soundly. On the contrary, it was a common occurrence when he slept like a dead pig, and at some point, his vigilance system gradually disappeared when it came to Xia Evening Ching. At least he didn't get a good night's sleep every day he was in the mortal realms. "Why aren't you sleeping?" Su Changqing asked, looking at her closed-eyed appearance. Su Changqing couldn't help but stretch out his index finger to gently poke her face, and picked up a few strands of her hair to smooth it down. At the time of his action, the thin quilt covering the two men slipped a few inches. The cool wind blew into the quilt, penetrating the body cool. Su Changqing's sight glanced towards the usual, was about to reach out and pull up the quilt. Xia Evening Ching had already self-consciously withdrawn his hand from the quilt and pulled up the quilt. Although he moved quickly, he still saw the peach color that was half hidden by the light veil, which was even more desirable in the hazy night. When his eyes moved upward, he happened to run into Xia Evening Ching's watery eyes. At the same time a fine, sweet voice came to my ear. "Didn't see enough? You're out of line. Ma'am, of course you can't appreciate beautiful things enough." Saying that, Su Changqing took his hand back under the quilt and touched it twice. How could Xia Evening Ching be the master of letting people bully her? She reached out to return the favor in her own way. Su Changqing immediately raised his hands in surrender. "Nyangzi, don't screw. Don't screw. You win. You win." The corner of Xia Evening Ching's mouth curved as she smiled and said, "Husband, you're out of line. Of course you can't appreciate beautiful things enough." Su Changqing spat out blood. "Is this the time to learn this phrase? Oh, you have such a quirky side yet." Halfway through the sentence, his voice was suddenly silenced, top to bottom. Finally, he felt like his whole being had ascended. "Is this one of God's hands? Uptime." The old look Su Changqing sent Xia Evening Ching to the school. Today, Xia Evening Ching rarely half looked back and softly instructed, "Husband, don't play too late today." "Got it." Su Changqing watched with his own eyes as she entered the schoolhouse and then turned around and flew towards the outside of the outer edge of life sect with his imperial wooden stick, with a bird at his side. "Hey, big brother Su, which secret realm are we going to today?" "Yun," he said with a smile. "Are you usually this idle?" Su Changqing asked. "When I'm not alive, I can only soar and fly to see the dynamics of this immortal domain, and sometimes go to the central state to eat some snacks." "Then why don't you go back to the heavenly domain with Hu Bunny?" Cloud Crane turned around and flipped around in the clouds, saw Su Changqing flying far away, and then hastily accelerated to follow. "Hu Bunny and I always have to leave one of us to guard the Divine Maiden. We can't leave at the same time." Su Changqing raised his eyebrows. "So you were there when the goddess descended to the mortal realm in the first place?" "That didn't happen. The goddess comes and goes as she pleases, and if she doesn't take us with her, we'll have to just keep watch in the courtyard." He probably tasted a bit of the meaning. The divine feminine courtyard was important. Perhaps it had some secrets, at least related to Xia Evening Ching. Su Changqing looked at the bird with complicated eyes. "Can the two of you really guard the goddess with your cultivation?" Xia Evening Ching never had useless people and things around him, and the ones he could bring with him were certainly extraordinary. Not to say powerful, but at least not dragging his feet. But these two spirit pets, when it came to strength, in terms of the rabbit, when he first came to the immortal domain, the first time he fought with the Hu rabbit, he didn't feel the special power of the Hu rabbit. The other party must not have hidden their strength at that time. After all, Hu Bunny was really treating himself as an intruder at that time. and his shot must be the maximum limit. But he was at that time the realm are not yet shown, and count him to have the power of the realm of the transition. Right. Who rabbit can be his head? Necessarily under the transition. How could a rabbit of 1,000 years have such a weak cultivation? Last time when he went with the two of them to search for the sword, he talked about the matter of cultivation, but it was only his credentials at that time, and these two goods did not personally admit that their cultivation was in the golden immortal realm. The next moment, the cloud crane then said, "Ho ho ho, this well, truth be told, I and Hu Bunny are not cultivated. See, you are the goddess of the Taoist couple I just said with you." Su Changqing had envisioned millions of possibilities, but he just hadn't thought of this. "Yunha can only speak to you here. Any more, you can only ask the goddess." Yunha nodded. Chapter 81 Whether to Awaken Water Essence. Su Changqing raised his eyebrows lightly, secretly saying, "This really isn't a stupid bird." It told itself to ask Xie Eveningqing, and assuming that Xie Eveningqing said so, then this cloud crane also knew which side of Xie Eveningqing's attitude towards himself was on. He did not speak again, lowered his head and looked at the eyes below a piece of scenery, mountains and rivers, took out the map to see. There happens to be a small secret realm below, so he just landed at the foot. He spun on the bottom of his imperial stick and swooped down to fly. Cloud Crane saw the signs of his descent and followed him down. It was a secret realm that required a cultivation restriction that was only limited to the Yuaning realm, and cultivators above the Yuaning realm were unable to enter. Su Changqing tried. Even if he was now in the Heavenly Emperor realm, he couldn't break through the limitations of the Heavenly Tao rules. The strongest Heavenly Emperor realm in this world couldn't break it. If you wanted to go in, you could only lower your cultivation to the Yuaning realm. So usually when he encountered this kind of secret realm with cultivation limitations, Su Changqing usually skipped it, and it was the same yesterday. But today, Su Changqing glanced at Yunha with his eyes downcast, so he took the initiative to lower his cultivation to the Yuaning realm and entered the secret realm smoothly. It's a big desert. Su Changqing looked behind him. The cloud crane just came inside and stretched its wings. It was immediately clear in his mind. Are you strong when you're strong and weak when you're weak? Cultivators appeared in the center stage of the secret realm, and the snakes, scorpions, and venomous insects hidden under the sand sensed the scent of outsiders and slowly drilled out of the ground. All sorts of oddly shaped gargoyles crawled frantically towards the center stage of the secret realm, swaying from side to side. Su Changqing got up and leapt. His eyes swept around and did not see the exclamation mark, so he turned around and exited the secret realm. Cloud Crane had just taken off and was ready to charge forward when the person beside him disappeared. It hastily braked sharply. Ugh, where is everyone? It looked left and right, then at the poisonous scorpion in front of it that jumped up and was about to fling it in the face. It lifted its foot and kicked the scorpion, turned around and flew out of the secret realm. Big brother Su, why did you run away? Once he came out, he really saw Su Changqing outside the secret realm. Su Changqing had already recovered his original cultivation at this time, and was ready to fly with his royal stick, casually finding a reason. He said, "There is a cultivation restriction. It's too hard to fight. It's better to switch to a different secret realm to make it easier." It also suddenly felt a pang of speechlessness as a bird yet. Seeing that Su Changqing had already taken off, Yunha also hurriedly followed. Looking at Su Changqing, who seemed to have no destination, it suddenly had a flash of insight. "By the way, big brother Su, I have a good place. Do you want to go and take a look? I've seen other Immortal Realm and Emperor Realm cultivators often hanging around that place as well." Su Changqing turned his head. "Oh, what place?" "Follow me. Immortal Domain. The ancient realm of the vault. Is this the nice place you said all those Immortal and Emperor Realm cultivators come to?" The green mountains are rolling, and between the clouds and mist there seem to be fairy birds soaring, and waterfalls rushing down from the sky, flowing 1,000 feet. Su Changqing looked out at the scenery in front of him and opened his mouth to ask Yunhe, who was beside him. "Yes, also. This is the ancient realm of the Vault of Heaven. I heard them say that this is the secret realm with the most treasures in the Immortal Domain. There are countless opportunities and secret treasures in it, but at the same time it's also the secret realm that is the toughest to obtain. Only those who have reached the transitional realm can go in, but there is no restriction on those who have reached the transitional realm or above. It seems that you, Yunha, have dabbled extensively in the Immortal Domain. If I had known this, I should have asked you yesterday where the secret realm in the Immortal Domain was the best." Su Changqing laughed. He yesterday blindly around is to avoid the cloud crane. The intention is to later and then alone to the ancient realm to explore. Did not expect to be brought by the cloud crane first. It was even more unexpected that this place was actually patronized by so many people from the upper domain. Since it was an exclusive copy of the transition realm and the topmost copy of the Immortal Domain, there must be a chance that it would also pop out things from above the heavenly domain, so it didn't seem unusual. Yunha, I originally thought that Big Brother Su had a purpose to explore other secret realms. After observing for a day, plus this morning, it came to the conclusion that Su Changqing was just bored in the Divine Maiden's courtyard and came out to take a turn. Have you been here before? Not yet. It didn't need all kinds of spirit pills and fruits to promote its cultivation, and occasionally when it was hungry it would casually forage for a spirit fruit in the mountains to eat, or go to the bazaar to buy something that could fill its stomach. Su Changqing chatted idly with Yunha while taking off to overlook the scenery below. Inwardly, although he couldn't wait to find something similar to the blazing soul fruit, his intentions couldn't be too obvious. Su Changqing's eyes turned, and really saw a distant mountain fog over there appeared to have a white exclamation point, hidden in the clouds, appearing unusually small. If you do not look carefully, must be almost skipped. That's the only good thing about being a player. No need to dig around bit by bit looking for a chance. Seeing this, he flew quickly in that direction, gliding through like a meteor and landing on his toes on a lotus leaf. At his feet was a pool lake with a lot of lotus flowers and leaves growing. To say it's a lotus lake would be an understatement. Looking around, those lotus flowers are bright and colorful, but there is also a broken lotus seedling. But this seedling is different from that ordinary seedling. Those that are still green have only one lotus seed. Some are double beads. Among so many rosettes that have not faded from their nascent tenderness, there is only one ripe and full-fledged rosette tucked away here and there, and that white exclamation point is bouncing right above that. All the surfaces were so calm and peaceful, and there were no other cultivators here. Su Changqing's figure moved and quickly came to that exclamation point, and was about to reach out and pick it, when unexpectedly a scaly dragon rushed out from under the lake, exuding a strong aura of the late stage of the transition realm. Dragon whistling sound shook all around. The lake's surface vibration flooded with strong boiling. Su Changqing under the four sides, 8 heads of scaly dragons at the same time scurried out of the water, bared their teeth and opened their mouths towards the Su Changqing. Just want to swallow a mouthful of the belly. District Transition Realm. Su Changqing's divine eyes flinched. His dark and deep pupils were like a cold pool under the dark night, radiating a bone-piercing cold light, and the temperature around him plummeted just like the light of his eyes. In a flash, the bodies of the 9 scaly dragons were instantly broken and split by those cold lights, and the pieces of their bodies fell into the water with a flutter. Su Changqing smoothly picked the lotus seedling. The system did not have a tone, and the large exclamation mark was still above. He broke off the lotus seed, revealing the large black lotus seed, and suddenly, a cyclone was thrown at his back, and he tilted his head slightly, dissipating like smoke as the cyclone reached him. Someone's coming. Su Changqing half turned around. It was a male cultivator who wore a mask like him, and the other's gaze fell on the lotus flower in his hand, only to see the man rushed over. Su Changqing with the skin and shell quickly stuffed into the mouth, chewing, swallowing. Congratulations to the player who has completed the side quest Acquire Water Essence. Whether or not to awaken the water essence. Yes. Su Changqing responded hurriedly in his mind, while raising the stick in his hand to catch the slash from this demonic cultivator on the opposite side. As the sticks and swords clashed, the two erupted with a powerful pressure. Chapter 82, If You're Dead, You're Really Dead. Boom! Su Changqing's mighty pressure shook Wu Yun back and forth, including the mask on his face, which was shattered with a loud bang, and he violently spat out several mouthfuls of blood. You're in the Heavenly Emperor realm. The man's tone was shocked and certain as his intense demonic aura was inspired by Su Changqing's injuries just now. Su Changqing looked at this person's cultivation level. It was a bit interesting. This immortal domain really hides crouching tigers. How many cultivators who ran down from the heavenly realm were actually imprisoned 1,000 years ago? It was actually a demonic cultivator in the middle stage of the Heavenly Emperor realm. Being able to withstand his strike and having the same goal as him, Su Changqing already had an answer in his heart. Wu Yun covered his chest with his hand, holding a long knife in one hand, slowly stood up straight, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Su Changqing with eyes of uncertainty, with a hint of essence in his anger. The anger is that his grandmother has been guarding this place for 1,000 years and was actually cut off. It's bad luck. Grass up. Thinking that when he just wore into the game and directly inherited the strength of the game account Heavenly Emperor Realm, he thought that he was a man of destiny, invincible as soon as he opened the game. And who could resist this kind of strength? Happy for half the night. But before that his Yuan Shen just full level, just short of awakening the Yuan Shen. Due in order to do the Yuan Shen quest ran to the immortal domain. The result is to run into the NPC awakening to hunt the player that stall. The world rules remodeling, cannot return to the heavenly domain. This is not the point. The point is that the time of every single thing in this secret realm has been corrected along with it, and the original 1-hour cooldown copy has turned into a normal flow of time. A lotus flower that blooms once in 1,000 years, a lotus seed that nots once in 1,000 years, and a water lily seed that ripens once in 1,000 years. When he first came, all the ripe dozen of lotus all picked all over, as if on purpose. The lake is full of lotus flowers, just do not see the canopy lotus. Looking for half a day to see a single seedling. Yesterday he came to see it before it was ripe, and today he came to see it before it was taken. But joyfully, this heavenly emperor realm in front of him would definitely be able to raise a large wave of his experience value. Had I known that there is this day into the game the night before should be a little more kryptonite experience. Dan. He is now ascending to the late stage of the heavenly emperor realm, still need 10 billion cultivation experience value. The game world was corrected. Kill again more than one NPC does not go up the experience. Only small monsters up a little bit of cultivation experience, but unfortunately it is too little. So many years before shortening him a fraction. Apart from fighting small monsters, one could only meditate and cultivate in seclusion like a normal cultivator, but such gains were also slow. However, he accidentally realized that the player had a large amount of experience value on him. If the other party was also like him, this heavenly emperor realm in front of him should be able to make him rise to the late heavenly emperor realm in one go. When Wu Yun looked at Su Changqing, it was like a dog looking at a meat bun, only to feel the aroma. The 1,000-year-old lotus seed is gone and can still wait, but this fat sheep in front of him can't be allowed to run away. However, the other party is one small realm higher than him. Wu Yun's heart was worried. This death could be a real death. Before entering the game, he was number 1 on the heavenly domain list, and number 2 on the list was a human player who was in the same realm as him, but his battle power and equipment were a little worse. As for the third on the list, it was the demon race, and that guy was at the same realm, also with a little bit worse battle power. Murphy's guy is second on the list. He was not sure about this. After all, after entering the game, whether it was a human demon or a pseudo-maiden game character, they all displayed their real bodies in front of people, and only inherited the character's battle power in various godless treasures. When he realized this, he knew that people could not be resurrected from the dead. Maybe this is a real world. If the other party was really the second on the list and had risen to the late stage of the heavenly emperor realm in just 1,000 years, he was afraid that those players he had killed over the years had his handiwork. Wu Yun was coveting his experience bar, and why wouldn't Su Changqing be the same? Not sure why it took so many years for the realm to graduate to an updated mainline, but just do it. He would like to see what other kind of main quests would be refreshed by 100,000 levels. Su Changqing was bound to not let go of any of these suspected players. Wu Yun felt Su Changqing's circumference air pressure change. Immediately in his heart, are living 1,000 years of old demon. From the other party's behavior will understand that his identity has been exposed, and there is no way to retreat. The entire group tightened up in a flash, and now it was up to who had more backhanders. The two men were determined to take it down, and the battle was on. Under the sky, Su Changqing's stick technique was like a rainbow. The wooden stick hand in his hand carried an invisible wind mixed with strong internal force to pounce directly on Wu Yun. Wu Yun sidestepped when Su Changqing hit him and dodged his long knife. The blade flashed to meet the shadow of the stick. The two collided, and a deafening sound echoed through the valley. Wu Yun stared at the wooden stick and his eyes darkened. Nope, that list 2 weapon is a battle axe. Su Changqing frowned, feeling that although this stick has a good defensive effect, but it is not easy to see blood. So he took out the divine axe to collect the wooden stick. His body shaped like the wind came behind him, and made a hard chop. The axe rose and fell, and blood splattered everywhere. So fast. One small realm higher actually made such a big difference? Wu Yun cursed inwardly, but seeing him take out his battle axe nearly spit out the blood of depression again. Grass, you're really number 2 on the list? Wu Yun's eyes glowed red as he mobilized his shadowless kung fu, and in a flash, countless doppelgangers appeared around Su Changqing. Each doppelganger has inherited 100% of his strength, and he doesn't believe that these 100 mid-Tian D realm can't fight against you? If 100 won't do, then 1,000. Come all the way. This is also a secret world that Yunha has not experienced. This thought and Su Changqing each look at each. The result of a head up to look at the blackness of the sky. Somewhat slightly stunned. That was the aura of the demon race. Big Brother Su was also in there. The cloud crane's wings flew up and rushed towards that side. The bird's eyes squinted, and he was suddenly shocked. Actually so many devil cultivators? It flew violently forward, whipping up a gust of wind as the bird began to grow larger, its deep black eyes turning red with a twinkle. Big Brother Su, I've come to help you. As the words fell out of his mouth, it accelerated and flew past, drilling a hole in the ground. The battle of the heavenly emperors just now instantly disappeared throughout the secret realm, and the birds were shocked and lost their colors. It froze in place. Where are the people? Where's the man? How come it's gone in the blink of an eye? How can he tell the goddess? The cloud crane was directly circling in the air, and the entire secret realm still retained Su Changqing's aura, but no one could be seen. There was only one possibility. Su Changqing had been pulled inside the illusion.
Cloud Crane urgently exited the secret realm and flew back to the Divine Feminine Academy at the speed of light,
making a U-turn to fly to the Academy of the Marginal Life sect as he prepared to land.
At this moment, Xia Eveningqing was lecturing in the schoolhouse. Normally during class,
Yunha couldn't just run into the classroom and yell, "Something happened to Big Brother Su."
The impact would be too bad. It could only fly around the schoolhouse and land on the roof. Waiting for Xia Eveningqing's question, Xia Eveningqing naturally saw the figure of the Cloud Crane,
and from the moment it entered the Marginal Life sect,
she sensed its dynamics.
There was only one possibility that could make it rush back so urgently.
So the divine sense transmitted. What happened to Su Changqing?
Big Brother Su was fighting against several hundred demonic cultivators in the ancient realm of the vault, and I was just about to go over to help when they suddenly disappeared into the secret realm out of thin air.
Hundreds of them? Xia Eveningqing's face didn't show,
but there was such a fluctuation in his heart.
What realm is the other side? She asked again. If Yunha didn't feel it wrong just now, it's the middle stage of the Heavenly Emperor realm. Chapter 84, I didn't want to come.
Seeing that Wu Yun's adamantine shield was about to finish cracking, Su Changqing guessed that this shield of his opponent was about to enter its cooldown time. He put away his stick and replaced it with an axe and looked at Wu Yun to slash head-on. With a crisp and pleasing shattering sound, the extreme power of the late Celestial Emperor realm came down in a single stroke. Identity in two halves. All the detachments instantly went up in smoke. Clunk. The body fell heavily to the ground, and Su Changqing landed smoothly on his feet. Ding. Detected a player erased nearby. Current world presence, 5. Please be prepared to hide your identity and do not expose your identity on your own initiative. Su Changqing was about to pull out a small potion when he suddenly gave a start. Dead? Really dead? So he went up and searched the storage bag on his body, making sure that there were no other storage bags before sprinkling the person's body and corpse with a small potion. After collecting the small potion, Su Changqing lowered his head and found a piece of flat ground to sit down on his butt, threw a blood restoration pill into his mouth, and was about to open his storage bag when a quest panel suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. Main quest, level up to 100, 00016. There is a progress bar below. 6 long gray sections joined together and lit up. Su Changqing looked at the panel information on it, stunned for a moment. His brain worked frantically. He turned his head to look at the corpse water on the ground. It was plainly telling him that the player was his main mission, regardless of what realm the opponent was in and how much experience value they possessed. It was only about the number of heads. No wonder his experience bar was taken down. Su Changqing felt the trickiness of the mission for the first time, and he rubbed his temples with both hands, which meant that if these people were killed by others or died accidentally, wouldn't he not be able to complete this main quest? Most importantly, wouldn't those 6 people include him as well? Su Changqing inwardly could not be calmed for a long time, and even a little complicated. So in the end he also gave himself a knife? But, Su Changqing also really looked down at his heart. If he gave himself a cut, would the bloodlock hanging still be useful? Don't dare try it. Don't dare try it at all. After calming his emotions from earlier for a while, Su Changqing opened Wu Yun's storage bag, the token of the demon race. The immortal power contained on it didn't look like it was in the immortal domain, but rather like it was in the celestial domain. That's right, they are all in the heavenly emperor realm. I'm afraid that no one in the immortal domain can prepare so many emperor transformation dawn except for Xia Eveningqing, who has an emperor transformation dawn. And that person is bound to come down from the heavenly domain. This is definitely a kryptonite master. Su Changqing, a crystal clear green jade slip. The divine sense to explore inside. There are 1,300 immortal jade. Spirit stones were even more, needless to say. He looked at 3 or 4 white jade slips. A few spirit veins were there. There were also some pills, talismans, and a divine ranked magic weapon. A flute. Other than that, there was another thing in here that surprised Su Changqing. He picked up a map fragment on the ground, and it was correct that it was a map fragment of the Divine Realm's Heavenly Fate platform. This one. Both of the storage bags had the same map fragment. It was hard for Su Changqing not to think of something else, associating it with the fox girl's words about the way to leave this world, and the divine domain that the demonic cultivator had just spoken of. Is it hard to believe that the fox lady said that the way out of this world was to the god's domain? No wonder he thought so. It had only been a few decades since Xia Eveningqing had overpaid at the auction house, and he was sure that the entire immortal and imperial cultivators who stayed in the immortal human domain now knew that there was another divine domain beyond the heavens. Really, finding so many map fragments in just a few decades, then this could be even easier to obtain than the Apocalypse Key. Although Su Changqing was a bit skeptical, his greater inclination was the quest rewards awarded by the game. Perhaps their quests have been refreshed with quests to the divine realm, or quests to collect map fragments. In a nutshell, both of these are non-trivial points. He took out the 2 fragmented maps he had gotten at the fox girl's place. Xia Eveningqing had one in her hand that had come down from the auction house. And there was another fragment that Xia Eveningqing had taken the initiative to take out on the day of the Dao couple ceremony. There are 5 known shards. How many does this have to be collected to be successful? Su Changqing stared at the 3 fragments on the first floor and pondered for a long time before pocketing all of these trophies, then got up and patted his butt, looking down and seeing the long knife on the ground, which was also a divine-grade demonic knife. Su Changqing stepped forward to pick it up and put it away as well. It could be sold for a good price or exchanged for something good when it returned to the heavenly realm. Su Changqing intentionally put away the illusionary realm. The whole person silently appeared in that lotus lake in the ancient realm of the vault of heaven. He searched around and didn't see Yunhe, guessing in his heart that guy must have gone to find Xia Eveningqing. Su Changqing happened to take advantage of this gap to turn around in the Dome ancient realm, searching for the shadow of that blazing soul fruit, to see what the distance was between it and this lotus, so that he could also briefly surmise the orientation of the other 5 elemental essences based on the distance. It's just that there is no exclamation point prompt now, and even more so, I haven't seen any other spiritual plants, so I can only narrow down the appearance of that blazing soul fruit and slowly search for it. With a flash of aura, he stood up on tiptoe with his negative hand and rose to look down on the red territory below. His eyes locked on a sea of fire and immediately flew in its direction. Stopping above the sea of fire, the heat came straight up. The roaring flames steamed people instantly sweating. That below the inch of grass, but see a big tree like fire standing in the center of the sea of fire. There are a lot of flowers blooming on the tree. Few fruits. Even if there are fruits or that first born to bear a short time of astringent fruit, there are a few places there are still traces of being plucked off. From the appearance alone, Su Changqing was basically sure that this was the blazing soul fruit. The essences of water and fire are here. It's hard to believe that all the essences are here. In that case, wouldn't the 5 elements mountain in the heavenly realm be different from this? After all, Xia Eveningqing said that yellow yuan fruit was an aid to enhance the cultivation of the yuan shen, while this one was reuniting the yuan shen. As he was thinking, he suddenly smelled a familiar fragrance in this hot place. Su Changqing turned back to the left, but he heard Xia Eveningqing's voice coming from his right ear. Su Changqing turned his head to the right. You're here? To say he was surprised was not a surprise. He guessed that Xia Eveningqing might come, but thought that the other party might be in class and might not come. You're not in class? Just finished a class. Let those disciples rest for half a column of incense. Xia Eveningqing half turned and stretched out her index finger to point at his brow. Su Changqing's eyes were filled with disbelief, not quite understanding what she was doing. He held Xia Eveningqing's hand, his eyeballs turning his head slightly to look upward, questioning, what's wrong? Only a few breaths passed before she withdrew her hand slowly. The yuan shen is fine. Oh, my yuan shen wasn't injured. I was just attracted by this strange phenomenon when I passed by here. Is it possible that my lady is worried about me when she comes here in the daytime during a break from her lessons? Su Changqing smiled cheekily. He wanted to go forward to embrace Xia Eveningqing, and took a look at his own clothes being cut to rags by that demonic cultivator. And although the wounds on his body were healed, the bloodstains on those clothes were soaked in the whole clothes. He lowered his head and pinched a cleansing technique, his body instantly dry and clean, and as soon as he raised his head, he heard Xia Eveningqing slowly. Originally I didn't want to come, but when I heard Yunhe say that you fought against several hundred heavenly emperor realm demon cultivators, I was curious so I came over to take a look. Where is that person? Chapter 85, Broken the Precepts. Really no more. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing put one hand on Xia Eveningqing's shoulder and came close to lightly nudge the tip of her nose. Good mama. It turns out that you're here for the sake of watching the play. Thanks to which I thought you were worried about me this time you came. And you asked the man? I'm standing here in person. What do you think? Fortunately, I have superior body skills. Otherwise I really folded under that devil cultivator. That devil cultivator will be split. Although there are many people, but also split. Not much damage, but also let me drill a hole. Take his life. Su Changqing succinctly told the general process, omitting the fact that the other party was able to infinitely split. Xia Eveningqing nodded thoughtfully and said softly, so that's how it is. Of course, I waited for a class period and husband didn't even ring the bell, so I thought husband would be able to fix it. So there's no need to worry since. At the end, she laughed again. But after hearing you say that, this demonic cultivator was able to perform hundreds of doppelgangers. He is indeed skillful, and even I am unable to do that. It's a pity that I came one step too late to see how my husband's skillful stance was resolved. Su Changqing also sighed from within. But you really don't say. That battle was a bit tricky. It was still a heavenly emperor realm. I really didn't think that the immortal domain still had such a powerful character. Fortunately, I have followed you to cultivate night and day for all these years. Or else it wouldn't be me standing here if I encountered it today. Can only be glad that the other party's invincible adamantine shield has a statute of limitations. Or else it is really a deadly battle that cannot be divided into winners and losers.
Let's go. Let's go back. Your half-incense burning time is almost up, right? Su Changqing pulled Xia Evening Ching out of the secret realm. By the way, where's Yunha who didn't come with you? After it went back to report, it ran off to play somewhere. Probably too scared of you dragging it down to travel with you. This is really against his wishes. He also thought that he would find Yunhe to explore the mouth of those Emperor Realm cultivators in the central state. But Yunhe flew away on his own. When he went out, Su Changqing had a sudden thought. Can that God sealing list have a list of the demon race? At the moment, if the owner of the divine list is a member of a tribe, then only cultivators of that tribe can be sealed on the list. And there is another way. That is, if a human, demon, or devil cultivator with a divine bone reaches the late stage of the celestial emperor realm, the divine list will take the initiative to include him on the list, and there is no other way to do so. Su Changqing pondered for half a day. That is to say, the owner of this divine ranking could be a demon race or a devil race. It all depends on the mood of the divine ranking? It's right to say so, Xia Evening Ching said. As the two of them were talking, they had already left the secret realm. Su Changqing looked at the sky. It was already high noon. At this time, Xia Evening Ching's feet gave birth to Tong Yun. Su Changqing skillfully stepped on it and stood behind her hastily hugging the other party's waist tightly. Alright, words fall tone. Feet take off in clouds. A few blinks of an eye. The mountains and rivers below quickly swept past, gusts of wind blowing their hair. Su Changqing thoughtfully pinched a wind shield for Xia Evening Ching who stood in front of him. You really don't have the power to seal the gods anymore? Su Changqing asked out of the blue. Broken and true. In spite of this, but did not hear Xia Evening Ching tone of pity, blessing and misfortune. In her opinion, innate yin and yang Taoist body combined to bring benefits, compared to the power of sealing the gods. Naturally, the former is better, the latter ethereal and useless. However, Xia Evening Ching seemed to have guessed Su Changqing's next sentence as she added, there is more than just this one method of ascending to the divine realm. As long as you find the location of the Heaven's Destiny platform that leads to the divine realm. The predecessors couldn't even find the location of the Heavenly Fate platform. And for us later comers to try to find it, it's as difficult as going up to the sky. Su Changqing had just finished spitting. The next moment he felt the altitude they were flying at pull up several heights, and their speed also increased by a few points. And the marginal life sect gradually appeared in front of him. Only after returning to the divine feminine courtyard and landing smoothly did she see Xia Evening Ching leisurely and slowly say, going up to the blue sky is indeed much easier than finding a map. Having said that, you, my lady, could have demonstrated how easy it is to get to the green sky with your actions. It should be said not to say. Xia Evening Ching sometimes always make a silent sense of humorous contrast. Hey, cute. Want to kiss? A kiss. Thinking so, Su Changqing immediately put into action. Pouting slowly lowered his head, but was a jade hand pinch two lips. He can only two sounds. Open a pair of eyes full of questions innocently looked at her. Xia Evening Ching look at him that way could not help but laugh, which loosened the hand. Mouth with a smile slyly light up, pasted his lips, gently bite. After a few breaths, he slowly retreated. What's the difference between me kissing you and you kissing me? Su Changqing asked breathlessly. Xia Evening Ching turned around ready to leave, glanced at him and said against her will, no. She will not say that Su Changqing just now. That look is a little lewd. I'm going to class first. After dropping these words, Xia Evening Ching's entire person instantly disappeared here, so fast that Su Changqing didn't react, like he was afraid that he would react and follow him up to find fault. Only left Su Changqing a person standing in place. He stood outside the gate with his arms, touching his chin to look into the distance. The sun shines to dispel the clouds, clearly visible under the mountain scenery. He looked at the sky and looked at the ground and looked in the direction of the school. Together with Xia Evening Ching usually flying back and forth in the clouds is idle fun. So what am I supposed to do now? He turned back and probed the courtyard with his divine sense. No rabbits. I looked at my tattered clothes again. So forget it. I'd better change first. Seeing that there was still more time, Su Changqing decided to make a trip to the Heaven's Destiny trading house in Cinnabar State to deal with all the things he got from yesterday's sweep of the secret realm, and ask for news in the meantime. The information of player deaths just appeared today, and I'm afraid that the players who stayed in the immortal domain are now all meticulously afraid to come out of their houses. Had to go around the trading houses and ask around for information. Cinnabar State, Heaven's Destiny trading house. With daylight, this street was much more lively than when Su Changqing came 2 days ago in the morning, and his ears were filled with lively greetings. Su Changqing wore the last time that dress, into the trading house stores to see that shopkeeper reclined on a chair, feet on the table, one hand holding a fan the wind, one hand holding an ancient scroll, humming a little song, presumably sensing the scent of someone entering the store.
Song Lin hurriedly collected his legs and stood up with a smiling face.
Immortal, you're here.
Su Changqing did not say much, took out 2 Qiankuan bags placed on the counter.
Song Lin took over,
opened a casual sweep or heaven and earth order of heavenly materials.
He laughed. Immortal or sold in trust for you? Su Changqing nodded his head. Seeing this, Song Lin smiled even more joyfully.
Seeing that Su Changqing had not yet left, he thought that there were other things. His eyes turned, so he took the initiative to throw out the topic.
I wonder if a mortal master can find that blazing soul fruit.
Su Changqing shook his head, his tone regretful.
Found is found. It's just that none of the blazing soul fruits have matured yet.
Song Lin's eyes flickered. Being able to enter the Tsung Dome ancient realm meant that the other party was at the transition realm or above, so more respectfully smiled.
Oh, this is normal. Immortal, you do not know.
I heard that those heavenly domains down to the immortal realm, Emperor realm cultivators every now and then to the Tsung Dome ancient realm to turn around it, even if more treasures
and more opportunities have long since let them take away. Can there be a list of those emperor realms in the central state?
Song Lin's face turned white when he heard this, and he quickly raised his hand to suppress it, and his eyes glanced urgently at the door. He was a boundary of the spirit transformation realm. Ah, it couldn't be protected against the prying ears of any great power. He lowered his voice.
Immortal, that's not something you dare talk about. At the same time, he was secretly thinking about this person in his heart.
This doesn't look like a cultivator of the transition realm. If you dare to have the guts to pry into the identities of those people, I'm afraid you're not a tough guy too.
Chapter 86, it's still not as fun without you.
Su Changqing took out one of those few immortal ranked magic weapons he got from Wu Yun and placed it on the table.
Song Lin's 2 eyes widened slightly. It was actually an immortal ranked magic weapon, but that's not enough to sell.
Seeing that the other party had the guts, Su Changqing took out another immortal ranked magic weapon.
But this time, it was a demonic weapon. He thought that those who were in the trading line should be able to do all three. As expected, Song Lin's expression fluctuated significantly when he saw the demonic weapon, but he didn't reject it. Su Changqing pulled out another immortal ranked magic weapon.
This time it was an immortal ranked magic weapon of the demon race.
Song Lin took a deep breath. He wanted to see if Su Changqing would still pull out a fourth one.
Then he saw his palm covering those 3 weapons.
With the intention of withdrawing them, Song Lin hurriedly and without moving,
pulled out one by one from under Su Changqing's palm and silently put it into his bag,
and lowly hemmed and hawed. The immortal is good to talk. Good to talk. Everything is good to talk.
But this is a little difficult.
I wonder if the immortal master would be willing to allow a few days of grace. How long?
Song Lin stretched out a finger and wanted to say 10 days,
but on second thought, he thought it would be better to be conservative.
So he changed his words and said,
1 month. 1 month is enough. Su Changqing was surprised. He was just holding a try and see mentality.
He didn't pin his hopes on this small trading house to inquire successfully about the matters of the imperial realm cultivators in the central state. It's really true that the intelligence in the game comes from the trading houses, so it seems that you can't underestimate any of the trading houses in the future.
Alright, in that case, I'll wait for your news. Su Changqing turned around and left, out of the door, looked at the sky. It was still early, not yet dusk.
Su Changqing was about to return to the Yuan Shang sect when he suddenly had a flash of light and traveled to the Tsung Dome ancient realm. Returning to the scene of the crime, Su Changqing's eyes closed, and an invisible and colorless illusion spread out silently flashed around him. The eyes opened, and the illusion covering exactly the same as the ancient realm of the vault was completed. This was another use of the manifestation method, which allowed one to silently enter one's own illusion. Being able to cast such a large illusion was also due to his heavenly emperor realm. The higher the realm, the more realistic the effect he cast would be, and it would be difficult for those not in the same realm to notice, unless they were carrying a special treasure. Now that the dynamics of the entire Tsung Dome ancient realm were in his grasp, it was a pity that there were no Emperor Realm cultivators in it, but there were 1 or 2 true Immortal Realm cultivators. Anyone who enters his illusionary realm and then leaves, there will be an illusionary mark on his body that no one has discovered, and he will be able to grasp the location of the other party as well as his every move at that time. Therefore, he did not intend to kill these 2 true Immortal Realms and see if they could draw out any useful information. Su Changqing left a sliver of his divine sense in it. As long as there was an Emperor Realm cultivator breaking in here, he would be able to come here immediately. After doing this and not staying any longer, he immediately returned to the Divine Feminine courtyard. Returning to the courtyard, he pulled out Xie Evening Qing's tea set of 3, sat at the gazebo and looked at the red evening sun in the west. Even beautiful. Su Changqing took a sip of spirit tea and sighed. What a bland and fulfilling yet busy day. Sitting until dark, Su Changqing was a bit unable to sit still. How come you're not back at this hour? Staying in the hall so late? He put down the 5 spirit bowl containing tea in his hand.
His footsteps turned to move instantly in the school hall, squatting on the tree on the edge of the cliff for a long while. The brightly lit classrooms of the school hall rushed out of dozens of disciples in a goose surging ground, and one or two of them yawned and flew away with imperial swords from the school hall. When all the disciples had left, the lights of the classroom went out, and Xia Eveningqing leisurely eased out of it. "Mother, I'm here." When Xia Eveningqing was about to walk up to him, Su Changqing peeled back the luxuriant leaves to reveal a head and gave a heave-ho. He jumped from the tree. The leaves on the branches shook off a lot of them. Xia Eveningqing raised her eyes to look at him and stepped forward to reach out and take a withered yellow leaf from his head. Su Changqing saw this and looked down and patted his head. "It's gone, isn't it?" "Nope." "What? It's only been a few hours. Did you miss me?" Xia Eveningqing learned as what Su Changqing always asked. With a wry smile in his eyes, he uttered a flirtatious sentence. Su Changqing raised his eyebrows. This flirtatious bantering tone cannot hear that she is learning himself. He habitually put his hand on her shoulder, crooked head close to a smile. "How do you know?" After laughing, his hand on Xia Eveningqing's shoulder slid smoothly down to land on her waist, taking off with her as the wooden stick appeared precisely at their feet and flew to the divine feminine courtyard. Su Changqing gazed forward and admitted, "Yes, I was thinking. Flirting was flirting." And the first time his wife asked that, he definitely had to answer seriously. The corners of Xia Eveningqing's mouth hooked up slightly, the reply pleasing her. Blinking back to the divine feminine courtyard, Su Changqing held her and pushed open the door. Entering the courtyard, Xia Eveningqing laughed. "Did you have a good time today? It's still less interesting without you," Su Changqing said honestly. If Xia Eveningqing was there, the meaning of this could be very interesting, when it comes to playing the heartbeat and acting. Nevertheless, Xia Eveningqing suddenly laughed when she heard it, and she slowly said, "In that case, why don't you spend this winter in the Divine Maiden's courtyard, and then I'll accompany you around the immortal domain when my ordination is over?" If Su Changqing was drinking water right now, he would have choked, and he turned his head and gave a heartfelt huh? He gave a cry. "It's not, is it?" Xia Eveningqing, as if he expected him to react in this way, followed with interest and grabbed his wrist, looking into his eyes with a smile in his words. "Husband doesn't want me to be with you? Or are you afraid I'll rob you of your chance?" Su Changqing hastily shook his head and denied. "That's not true." "No means?" Xia Eveningqing asked. "I'm not afraid of you robbing me of my chance. And it's certainly not that I don't want to be with you. I'm afraid you'll steal the head." That's something he can't even say in death. Entering the house, the candle lamps abruptly lit up. Su Changqing stretched his back and sat on Xia Eveningqing's soft couch with one butt. "Compromising? Since you don't want me to go out, then I won't go out." He twisted his head to look. Xia Eveningqing was leaning sideways on the table on the soft couch in an enchanting posture, one hand knocking on the table irregularly, one hand supporting half of his cheeks, and was looking at himself in a good manner. And the pair of eyes that contained inquisitiveness looked at him with some trepidation in his heart. Su Changqing reached out to cover those eyes of hers. "Well, that's much better." Xia Eveningqing's hand knocking on the table paused for a few breaths, then sat up straight and took Su Changqing's large palm covering his eyes with both hands. Chapter 87, They're using my power now. The shimmering light of the candle jumped between their faces. Su Changqing thought that Xia Eveningqing was going to say something and looked at her quietly after she took her hand down. However, after Xia Eveningqing's eyes were given light, she still stared at the face in front of her with unblinking eyes. The two just stayed immobile in their current situation. The firelight wavered, leaping the elongated figures of the two men against the white paper windows. You. Both of them opened their mouths at the same time. Su Changqing saw this and closed his mouth, signaling her to speak first, before Xia Eveningqing slightly curved the corners of her mouth, her red lips gently opening, her gaze gazing. "Are you hiding something from me? Not wanting me to know?" Su Changqing's face still maintained its usual calmness, but in actuality, his heart had already set off shockwaves. No, what part of him is showing again? Could Xia Eveningqing's intuition be too sharp? Su Changqing raised his eyebrows and asked with a subdued smile, "How can you see that?" Intuition. Xia Eveningqing used a most ambiguous answer. What she didn't say was that as a goddess, not only was her intuition the most accurate, but she could also tell the truth of a speaker if she wanted to. Xia Eveningqing's pupils reflected Su Changqing's mold. Those serious and slightly playful eyes, as if seeing something through this mold of his. Su Changqing was terrified by her stare and felt strange. This feeling was not unheard of. Over the years when Xia Eveningqing was bored, either when he woke up, she always looked at him silently like this. He rubbed his nose and sighed with a helpless look on his face. "Well, there's really nothing to hide from you. What is being kept from me? That can't be said." Since Xia Eveningqing had already found out, it would be better for him to admit it. He also had an intuition in his heart that if he refused to admit it and continued to make things up, he wasn't sure what Xia Eveningqing would do at that time.
but that's about as far back as his admission goes.
After saying that, Su Changqing glanced at her and grunted twice. Your intuition isn't very accurate? I thought you guessed it.
Xia Eveningqing could only look at him helplessly.
I can't guess. If she could have guessed, she wouldn't have just asked. However,
Su Changqing's reply like this was unexpected to her, but on second thought, it was indeed his style. But it was this that made Xia Eveningqing more and more curious about Su Changqing.
Does this have anything to do with me? Xia Eveningqing asked again. No, that concerns you. Yes, in that case, your business is my business. What's the difference? Xia Eveningqing gently smiled and leisurely said.
Su Changqing raised his eyes.
What about your business? What are you hiding from me?
At those words,
Xia Eveningqing really looked down and pondered for a moment. And a moment later, she looked up. What do you want to know? What do I want to know that you're really willing to say?
Su Changqing wrapped his arms around his chest with a hint of suspicion.
Xia Eveningqing raised her hand on the desktop, sitting up straight and leaning slightly in again,
only to see her laugh softly. At least I won't say such things as letting husband guess with his intuition. Thus, Su Changqing really asked, why did Hu Bunny and Yunhe have the guts to fight against those Emperor Realm cultivators even without cultivation?
See, today's Yunhe stormed over the ruthlessness. That is really not afraid of death.
To know that the demon cultivator is the realm of the Heavenly Emperor.
Yunhe dared to rush up, at least also have the power of the Heavenly Emperor. This is too much.
Xia Eveningqing also, but these years only promoted to the realm of the Heavenly Emperor only. This rabbit and a bird, although the level of the beast,
but no cultivation can really reach this level? Hearing this, Xia Eveningqing accidentally,
this is only 2 days with the cloud crane to get along with 2 days to find out this secret. I'm afraid that it's not that the bird that can hide things to take the initiative to tell Su Changqing.
You're the first to know about this.
Hu Hair and Yunhe's cultivation has never been announced to the public, but those people in the heavenly domain have defaulted to them being in the golden immortal realm.
Nevertheless, they're using my power right now.
Su Changqing was slightly shocked. The hand wrapped around his chest was lowered, and he took the initiative to lean forward with a gossipy face.
Your power? Good. My power. They can only use my power now.
But when I first came and met the Hu rabbit,
why couldn't it defeat me? Since it has no cultivation, why was Yunhe able to go into those secret realms that are only restricted to the Yuaning realm?
Xia Eveningqing seemed sleepy, her tone lazy. That was the day you were lucky and didn't get a dead center. Using my power requires some conditions. She sat up straight and got down from the soft couch, looking down slightly sideways at the man below her with a languid smile.
Answering the last question, no cultivation is also cultivation.
Dropping a sentence with an unknown meaning in her words, she turned her head towards the interior behind the screen.
While walking, she casually undid her sash and belt. Her outer robe came off,
only to see her raise her hand and wave it.
That one robe flew down on top of the screen.
The jade flower headdresses on her head were also automatically removed one by one when she raised her hand, and all of them floated down on the dresser on their own. Su Changqing was still savoring the words.
It's better not to ask. Once he asked more questions,
he raised his head. Your power god beast can still be used.
Can I use it?
Turning his head while talking.
When he looked,
a graceful back figure came into his eyes. Tall, with green silk hanging down to his waist,
and down, full and rounded jade buttocks,
as well as infinite springtime leaks.
It's a bloodbath to watch.
Something moist flowed out, and Su Changqing subconsciously touched his nose.
Oh, so it's a nosebleed. Xia Eveningqing main compartment is very wide and large,
without the appearance of that ordinary size. Said that there is a dry place inside also applies. There was a wide jade pool behind the screen, which Xia Eveningqing had gotten from somewhere some time ago. But this jade pool water is different from that warm pool in the back of the mountain.
Unlike that which is warm all year round, and not all the time. Normally, this jade pool is in a waterless state. There is a divine fire underneath the jade pool in this room. And this jade pool is not ordinary spiritual jade. The water in this jade pool is burned through the small fire of the divine fire underneath the earth's low level before it is slowly leached out. The main reason she was so free to chat so much with Su Changqing just now was that the water in this jade pool was just not yet boiled. Xia Eveningqing was sitting comfortably in the pool at the moment, about to close his eyes and recuperate. As soon as he heard Su Changqing's progressively obscene hee laughter. Mother, I'm coming.
When she slowly lifted her eyelids, she turned her head in silence, literally without eyes.
Su Changqing, this will be 7 on 8 down to dismantle the clothes. A flop jumped into the pool. Chapter 89, is there a way to obtain that immortal jade? Yo, if it isn't our Lord Hair. Back? Ha? Big brother Su? You're actually in the divine feminine courtyard? I thought you were still soaking in the cold pool. Hu Bunny put down the sack,
looked up and saw Su Changqing lying in the yard, also slightly stunned.
What's inside that sack of yours? Su Changqing got up and came to Hu Bunny's side, circled around its circumference,
and his gaze landed on the sack it had placed on the ground.
only to see Hu Bunny unraveling that sack. Golden light leaked out. Su Changqing squinted his eyes and raised his hand to block the blinding light. Waiting for the light to dissipate, he put down his hand and squatted down to take a look. Good guy. A large part of this is full of snacks, as well as the spiritual fruits of the immortal fruit on the heavenly domain. There were also quite a few immortal herbs and spiritual medicines that hadn't been seen in the immortal domain, and it was the golden light that leaked out of one of the ice lotuses inside. He had just reached out and was ready to touch it when the coldness emanating from that ice lotus was no worse than the coldness of that cold pool water. Yet the effect of the upper hand is not as warm as that of the cold pool water. You returned to the heavenly domain to pick this ice lotus? Su Changqing put it down and casually asked. Yes. Wang Chan and the girls were too slow and could only ask me to go back and help them search for the ice lotus. Hu Bunny returned while lowering his head to take out the immortal herbs and spirit medicines inside and arrange them one by one. Su Changqing unexpected. He now knows that those two can use Xie Evening Qing's power. This time Hu Rabbit stepped in, I'm afraid, that also use her power. Just that he did not expect, is the divine feminine palace those people actually so vegetable? He asked leisurely. Is that frozen sea so difficult to find the ice lotus? Is that Wang Chan you spoke of also incapable? Su big brother, you have not been, you do not know that the sea of ice is the sky domain, extremely cold and extremely in place. That 10,000 years of ice, hard, indestructible and 10 million feet deep. To go to that before you must put on the cold-proof clothing. Want to quickly break the ice? Unless have the strength of the emperor realm of the heavens. If not, can only rely on artifacts to assist. Not to mention that the sea of ice above the emperor realm of the guardian beasts and all kinds of limitations on the condition of miles. Su Changqing went back to the recliner and shook his fan. Oh, so all the ice lotuses in the frozen sea have been dug up? No yet. There are some that haven't reached the vintage, and some left for those cultivators who came later. So, you're going to start refining the emperor turning Dan one of these days? Hare responded. Yeah. So the news of the emperor's turning pill was released? It's already been released. Nowadays the emperor turning pills have gone through the roof. Pills that could once be bought with spirit stones must now be bought with immortal jade. Oh, how much is it selling now? Su Changqing asked. It started at a dozen or so, and now it's cracked 100 prices, and now it's still to go up. Su Changqing asked again. Is there a way to obtain that immortal jade? Naturally. Immortal jade is not born out of thin air. There is an immortal source mountain in the southern land of the heavenly domain, where there is a chance of digging out immortal jade. Of course, how much can be dug out depends on the luck of the draw, and each person can only enter 10 times. More than the number of times can no longer set foot in the immortal source mountain. Su Changqing raised his eyebrows. There was actually a limit to the number of times. This was something he had not expected, but it was understandable. Otherwise immortal jade would not be so scarce. Hu Rabbit said and suddenly realized a problem. It looked at Su Changqing in surprise. You actually know what immortal jade is? According to Su Changqing's temperament, he would definitely inquire about the ins and outs of the immortal jade from it, and this would only ask about the path of an immortal journey, which is not normal. Not normal. Isn't it normal for me to know? Su Changqing rocked his chair with his eyes closed, lightly fanning the wind as he spoke in a loose tone. Hu Bunny gave him a look. Then it must have been the goddess who took you to the heavenly realm for a stroll. There was no immortal jade in the immortal domain. This thing was only abundant in the celestial domain. It was a pity that he couldn't see Su Changqing's world unseen expression. Just so you know. As soon as Hu Bunny suddenly came back and interrupted, Su Changqing also put away the thoughts he had been thinking just now and began to close his eyes and feel the dynamics of the illusion he had set up. Yesterday stayed in the vaulted ancient realm. Those two true immortal realm didn't find anything useful, then left the ancient realm. When he left, his body silently left a mark of his illusionary realm. For the entire day today, this illusionary realm was alone, and not another cultivator had entered. Maybe it's really like what that merchant boss said. This immortal domain's people all know about the Tsang Dome ancient realm being brushed by people from the heavenly realm several times in the secret realm, and that inside the rare medicinal herbs and fruits ripen only after 1,000 years or more. So naturally, there are a lot of heavenly treasures that have long been in people's pockets. At least when he went there was no one in the fairy realm. Thinking about it, those fairy realms can't get anything good even if they go in now, and if they meet those guardian demonic beasts, they can't fight them but also lose their lives for nothing. After feeling the dynamics of the illusory realm that was arranged in the Tsang Dome ancient realm, Su Changqing remembered that there was another illusory realm that was kept in an unknown secret realm. The pair of human and demon male and female residents were still wandering around in the illusionary realm like headless flies, desperately searching for an exit. Senior Sister G. Could it be that the loot is actually an illusory object for the spirit of illusion to test us? Not a real loot. Fong Zhang revealed doubts and guessed. Ji Lingling frowned and had some doubts in her heart. But the faint divine radiance emanating from this divine artifact couldn't be fake. And even if it was, she still had to take a chance. What if?
How could old man Feng's divine artifact be an illusion?
Maybe it's because you've seen its divine artifacts that the spirit of illusion can create an obsession you've dreamed of through your childhood memories? Feng Zheng continued. Ji Lingling frowned tightly and didn't say anything. Of course she couldn't say that the Phoenix clan's old ancestor's original magic weapon was made up,
but having a divine weapon was indeed her obsession. Feng Zheng seemed to be able to tell that she didn't want to part with this ruined divine artifact, so he changed the topic and said, "But don't you think that there's something strange here? There's actually not a single demon spirit beast here. It's a bit abnormal. It is somewhat abnormal." This time Ji Lingling finally nodded in agreement. They had experienced illusions of all sizes.
Not 1,000, but 100.
And as long as they passed the illusion test, the spirit of illusion would appear to grant them a chance.
Unfortunately, those chances are some Earth Order and Heaven Order techniques. Even if they encounter Immortal Order techniques,
they are still incomplete.
And they don't dare to practice them. They really don't dare to practice them.
But like this,
with nothing and quiet like a normal world, it's downright spooky. Most importantly, it was too strange that she couldn't break this illusion even after exerting the full power of the Mahayana realm, outside the secret realm of the monster but the Yuaning cultivation. This inside the illusion of the highest is also the difficulty of the transformation of God realm. Shihala Mahayana realm actually cannot split open this kind of illusion. Then there is only one possibility. This illusion is above the Mahayana realm.
I'm afraid that it is a wisp of soul consciousness from the transition realm that is here.
Can't get out. Is it really this artifact?
Feng Zheng saw that she had a shaken heart, so he continued to remain motionless and added,
"Why don't we put it down?
I'm afraid that the spirit of this illusionary realm will see it and return us to a free body.
Otherwise, if we can't get out here and keep spending time here, sooner or later, we will be consumed to death."
Feng Zheng followed the guidance on his face and said gently. Seeing that she was still indifferent,
Feng Zheng added,
"If it still doesn't work, then it won't be a problem with the artifact, and it won't be too late for us to take it then.
No one seems to have come in here anyway." Upon hearing this, Ji Lingling had no choice but to compromise and put that divine artifact down. Chapter 90. This is not the illusion of the transition realm.
They had just taken 2 steps when there was a rustling of footsteps behind them, a pair of golden cloud treading boots, and a pair of large rough palms picking up the loot on the ground.
"Pity about a divine weapon."
A thick and magnetic voice with a slightly regretful tone echoed in this illusionary realm. Feng Zheng and Ji Lingling were startled in their hearts and hurriedly turned back to take a look. A sense of alertness surfaced on both of their faces.
Su Chongqing, who was peering at the dynamics of the illusion realm,
slightly paused in his fan-shaking hand, and suddenly came into the spirit.
It was actually a golden immortal realm, or a demon race. Only, how could the golden immortal realm come to such a small secret realm? Oh, there's someone else in this illusion. I thought I was alone.
The man picked up and held the palm lute and raised his eyes to the 2 of them. Although the 2 of them could not understand the cultivation of the male cultivator in front of them, with the compelling aura on his body, it was hard not to guess that it was one of those immortals who were rumored to have ascended and passed through the heavenly domain. Ji Lingling had dealt with the true immortal realm before, and was most able to feel the difference between the auras of a transition and a true immortal. With years of intuition, she was sure that this person was above the transition.
This is bad.
She looked towards Feng Zheng, and Feng Zheng's face was also quite green and white, although he hadn't seen much of the world. But the other party had this kind of aura.
He had more or less guessed what was going on. "Did you drop this loot here?" "No."
Ji Lingling shook her head.
Feng Zheng rose his hands in a bow, also holding back his fear. Spoke. "Back to senior. This object is not ours.
But I just heard that this loot was your old ancestor's divine weapon?" Ji Lingling cupped his fists with a cold sweat on his back and said,
"I was only joking.
This zither was originally in this illusion. We saw it placed there when we arrived.
Whether it's true or not, this seat will know at a glance."
Gao Shi instantly moved up, his large palm covering his head, and performed a set of soul-searching techniques.
Gao Shi frowned. Actually, there really was no memory of the owner of this zither. It seemed to be really dead through and through.
It was really a great pleasure, when he thought that this person was actually able to cross the level before he was alive, to cause him to suffer a great injury to his vitality,
and also took away his clan's phoenix Yuan Dan. How could he not be angry? After he got out of the gate,
he got the news that the fox girl's life lamp was extinguished, so he followed the last location prompted by the extinction of the life lamp to seek. And when he saw that the other party's original magic weapon broke the string, he knew that it was really dead. But this Ji Lingling's past memories. He withdrew his hand and flung it away. The Phoenix clan's little saint daughter? Humph. How come this seat doesn't know what other saint daughter they've ordained? Ji Lingling was searched for soul memories, causing great damage to it, and at this time had already curled up and collapsed on the ground, with a face of pain where to return his words. Seeing this, Feng Zhang hurriedly took out the soul-nourishing pill and poured out one into her mouth. After a few breaths, Ji Lingling got better.
The predecessor is.
Ji Lingling recovered before slowly getting up and bowing.
This seed is the old ancestor of the Phoenix clan you speak of.
Ji Lingling's expression changed for a moment. It was really unexpected that the words he had made up with Fang Zhang in the beginning would turn out to have run into the rightful owner. But it was also fortunate to run into a fellow clan member, which was not as frightening as it had been earlier. And the side of Fang Zhang's face is very ugly. He did not expect this. Ji Lingling mouth did not have a word of truth.
Even there, since the family within the old ancestors do not know.
Why would old ancestor come to such a small secret realm?
Ji Lingling lowered her voice.
She has only seen the portrait of the old ancestor, but this person is masked. Where to see the real face? So she had the courage to try a little. After finishing, she felt a dangerous pressure. Ji Lingling and then hastened to say, little oversteps the mark. Gao Shi had his hands behind his back and gave her a sidelong glance.
He didn't return her previous question and said bluntly, you fought Yi Shihua?
Yes.
Ji Lingling returned.
She and Yi Shihua are from the same mother and different father.
Usually never have contact.
Yi Shihua is a few hundred years older than her. The advantage of human-demon combination makes his cultivation increase very quickly, but unfortunately, it is defeated in the crossing of the heavenly tribulation.
Human-demon combination of cultivators cannot be successfully ascended.
Yi Shihua then played the idea of her mother's demonic yuan, which led to the depletion of the demonic yuan of her mother and died.
This is a revenge she will avenge.
Gao Shi had searched her memories and naturally knew about their feud. He didn't care about that.
He only wanted to know one thing. Do you know about the male cultivator who fought with Yi Shihua that day?
I don't know. Ji Lingling thought for a moment and added, but the female cultivator beside that person seems to be a goddess who came down from the heavenly realm and is currently in the marginal life sect. She was just guessing, although she had never seen the real person. But the way the other party struck out that day was certainly not an ordinary person. And there were whispers that there was a rabbit following the goddess around. Now she still vividly remembered that day by the masked female fairy watching the feeling. Now think of still make her soul fly fear. Oh, old ancestor you closed for 100 years do not know. 300 years ago there is a heavenly domain down the goddess located in the edge of the birth of the clan.
The predecessor of the edge of the birth of the clan is the floodgate.
Gao Shi looked at the lute in his hand and sneered.
Excellent.
Su Changqing was observing their every move at this time. I wanted to watch it with the attitude of watching a play, but as a result of watching it, how did this play come to myself? Su Changqing couldn't help but be on guard. What does this great mean? The last intention of the opponent was clearly in himself. It turned out that that female cultivator was the one who suddenly jumped out of the Mahayana cultivator when he was fighting with Yi Shihua, and was still unharmed by that blow from that Yi Shihua. Since they were all in cahoots, it was feared that this golden immortal ancestor had not guessed the opportunity for Yi Shihua to make a move against himself.
There are no two possibilities. One is competing for the key to the celestial destiny stage. The other, knowing that Yeshiva only moves against players, rushes them to their deaths.
They have been in contact with players before and may know something. A hint of sternness crossed Su Changqing's eyes. It seemed that all three of them could not be kept. But before doing so, he'd take another look at what other useful words could pop out of the bit of golden immortal ancestor's mouth. Within the illusion, Ji Lingling looked puzzled. Is the old ancestor trying to? However, Gauss glanced at Founder with his back.
Which one are you?
I, Fang Zhang, am a disciple of the Green Spirit sect.
Fang Zhang bowed without being humble. The Green Spirit sect patriarch was kind to me,
so he entrusted me with helping his disciples with their secret realm training.
Have you befriended any of the disciples of the Marginal Life sect?
The disciples of the Marginal Life sect have always been withdrawn, and have yet to make friends with any disciples.
Gao Shi frowned, seemingly disgruntled.
Forget it, get out. After confirming that the fox girl was dead, Gao Shi also wasted no more time, and when he came out of the gate, he had to make a big grab to break through this illusionary realm. However, this illusion realm was indifferent. Gao Shi's face changed slightly. This was not the illusion realm of the transition realm. The owner of this illusionary realm was actually disguising the aura of the transition realm, outside the realm of illusion. Seeing that they were going to go out, there was no longer any talk to test the waters. Su Changqing directly used the skill of the manifestation method on them, allowing them to indulge in the illusion. As long as he indulged in his illusionary territory, he grasped the past memories of these people, no less than the art of soul searching.
Chapter 91, I see you don't want to stay in the hall anymore.
Su Changqing smoothly read the memories of these three people, and being able to have the memories read basically allowed him to determine that these three people were not players. It was only interesting that that golden immortal realm's old ancestor named Gao Shi had actually fought with that fox girl and also knew Yi Shihua.
Su Changqing accidentally got a shocking secret from it.
It turns out that a turmoil of the three races really broke out 1,000 years ago, and it was that turmoil that made these indigenous NPCs wake up from the chaos and break away from the NPC will. These people who survived 1,000 years ago are aware of the invasion of their world called players, although they do not know the meaning of the word player, but most of them understand in their own minds as people from the outer world. Everyone knew by heart that a consensus had been reached to remove all those people from the outer realms in order to completely unseal the Heaven's Destiny platform. This was surprisingly close to what he had deduced. As for this pair, although they were young, their ancestors had also inherited this one will, and the Outlanders had caused many cultivators who had successfully ascended through the tribulation to be stranded in the immortal domain. Rarely, these three clans have a common harmony under the millennia of progress in this great chaos. Thousands of years of experience. Some people have found that as long as the player actively recognizes themselves as a player, without the need for outsiders to do it, they directly hiccup. In addition to this, there is another way to recognize players, which is to identify them by their genjutsu, and most players have a characteristic that their genjutsu is incomplete. Even though there is the prototype of a Yuan Shen, there is no god of the Yuan Shen. This particular method of identification is obtained by simply crushing the opponent's genjutsu. After learning this information, Su Changqing subconsciously touched his belly. The mind flashed to the first acquaintance with Xie Eveningqing questioned his Yuan Shen. This is also 1,000 years of that war to live over the people. Is bound to know the player's things. So close. Turns out he was actually hovering on the edge of a knife. Having form without God is probably the unawakened state. No wonder the blazing soul fruit and that water lotus seed have the effect of regrouping the Yuan Shen. It's also fortunate that the only way to get it is to smash the genjutsu. After searching for their useful memories, Su Changqing stopped talking nonsense and directly wiped these three clean. I didn't think that engagement with Yi Shihua had actually planted such a dangerous seed. If they hadn't mistakenly gone into his illusion, I'm afraid that those people would have ambushed them in the dark to set themselves up. By now the three had died in his illusion. To make sure, Su Changqing's figure lurched, and through the divine sense left in the illusion, he instantly moved to the interior of the illusion, pulling out a small medicine bottle to give them corpse water. Big brother Su Bunny set out the Dan furnace ready to let Su Changqing, who was idle out of his ass, help to refine the elixir together, and turned his head directly to find that the person was gone. One moment he was lying in this courtyard, and then the next breath he was suddenly nowhere to be seen. Hair spun around in place a few times, sniffed his nose to make sure the other guy really wasn't in the yard, and scratched his head in confusion. Where are the people? Not being able to see anyone, Bunny could only bury himself and start alchemy. A few moments later, what do you want with me? After resolving the three people in the illusion, Su Changqing appeared behind Bunny with the fastest speed and spoke out. He guessed that after he left, Bunny must have sensed that he was looking for himself, so he took a gamble and opened his mouth to ask a question. Sure enough, Bunny looked up with two puzzled eyes. Ha! Why didn't I see you just now? Where did you go? Su Changqing stepped forward and his gaze fell on those pills of it, while explaining nonchalantly, I've newly learned the instantaneous escape technique, so I'll try it out. Oh, if Big Brother Su is fine, help me refine a few potions. Bunny smiled and opened his mouth. Over the years it also figured out Su Changqing's level of alchemy. From the time it knew him until now it hadn't seen him blow up the furnace. It was simply a saint of alchemy, and it could be said that it wasn't comparable to the alchemy techniques of the goddess. Su Changqing happened to be idle as well. He glanced at the ice lotus on the pill table. Alright, all of them are refining Emperor turning Dan? Nice. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing sat in front of the Dan furnace and skillfully refined the Dan. How long will this take to refine? Having to refine all the ice lotuses in the inventory? He asked in boredom. That's not necessary. This Millennium Ice Lotus is also not only used to refine the Emperor turning Dan, but also the ingredients of other pills need to use it. So the goddess commanded to refine half and keep half. As for the Millennium Ice Lotus, part of it on the trading line. If this goes up to the trading house, will I have my share of this souled immortal jade? Su Changqing controlled the fire in his hand and followed Bunny to have a chat. Naturally there. Although you are the goddess's Tao couple, but this goddess palace is not working for nothing. As long as you do something, there are salaries to take. This point Su big brother, you can rest assured. Oh, so I'm going to do a good job. Su Changqing stopped talking after snickering and concentrated on starting to refine the pills. Until dusk, Su Changqing put away the last furnace of pills. He stood up, stretched and moved his muscles. At this time, Bunny brought up a table of 3 dishes and 1 soup. Tough on you, Big Brother Su. Yo, this is a treat for me. Speaking of which, he has not eaten for a long time to Bunny cooking. In addition to his cultivation closed day outside of the routine soup every day, Su Changqing sat on the edge of the table to pick up chopsticks with interest. 3 times 5 to finish the table meal. Just hiccups, wiped his mouth, get up and ready to go to look for Xie Eveningqing. Coincidentally, Xie Eveningqing is pushing the door to come in. You're back? So early today?
I was just saying I was going to look for you.
Su Changqing was a little surprised when he heard the commotion and turned around.
He looked at today's sky. That sunset had just completely disappeared into the sky. The sky was not yet completely dark, compared to the previous 2 times. Today was much too early. Yes, the day ended early. These disciples did well this time. Give them an early dismissal.
Su Changqing had long since recognized her ploy and laughed.
I think you don't want to stay in the hall anymore. Just find an excuse to muddle through. After all this time, he had never heard Xia Evening Ching would praise these disciples for their classroom performance. Xia Evening Ching was dismantled in her mind. Not embarrassed at all,
but instead generous and gentle smile.
Been seen by you. Lord Goddess, you're back.
Hu Bunny had just packed up and organized the pills from the warehouse.
And as soon as he came out, he saw Xia Evening Ching, who he hadn't seen for a long time, and hurriedly spoke out. When Xia Evening Ching looked, Hu Bunny was also in the courtyard. So she asked, busy?
Yes, Divine Maiden. The ice lotus of that frozen sea has already set most of the ice lotus. According to your order, left some of it unpicked. In addition, the special taking of the Emperor's Turning Dan has already been put out.
Good. Xia Evening Ching gently nodded her head as a sign of satisfaction.
She then looked toward Su Changqing and said as she passed by his side, go. Su Changqing stopped where he was,
his puzzled eyes following Xia Evening Ching's figure.
And when he saw her heading in the direction of the backyard, he followed her with his ass.
Where to? Is it another lovebird's bath?
The phrase heavenly domain cut off Su Changqing's imagination. Su Changqing was secretly surprised in his heart.
How did she know that I wanted to make a trip back to the heavenly domain?
He was worried about what excuse to find to go back to a trip to the heavenly domain.
But as a result, Xia Evening Ching took him back to the heavenly domain today in such a watery manner. Which was good. Even the excuse was saved. By the time the two of them crossed the long corridor, they were already in the celestial realm. Chapter 92, For Your Sake.
Su Changqing followed her side and curiously said,
what's the point of going back to the heavenly domain? You left class so early this time just to go back to the heavenly domain?
For you.
Oh, could it be that there is still some chance for me on the heavenly domain? Su Changqing rubbed his hands in anticipation. This is not afraid that you are bored. Take you to the heavenly domain to see. The immortal domain. It's too unchallenging, but I thought you would go out today. I didn't expect to be so peaceful. Xia Evening Ching said slowly. Su Changqing smiled. You're kinda thinking for me. Why didn't you think to take me around the heavenly domain before? Xia Evening Ching, however, glanced back at him and joked. In the past, you didn't say.
A great man can't live under people for a long time, and I saw that you were enjoying yourself on weekdays, so I thought that you quite liked this kind of life.
Su Changqing touched his nose, coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment,
and changed the topic.
So we're not going to practice tonight? You and I have reached the top of our cultivation level. What else is there to cultivate? Then our previous weekday double take. This time Xia Evening Ching was silent.
Su Changqing had a face of dawning realization, resting on her shoulder and wrapping his arms around her neck, tilting his head to look at her and smilingly said,
oh, I understand. I understand.
Goddesses also have 7 emotions and 6 desires.
Mama doesn't need to explain. Seeing Xia Evening Ching ignoring him, Su Changqing didn't care and continued to ask what he wanted to ask. Where are we going today? Just follow me. Xia Evening Ching said mysteriously. At that Su Changqing pulled out his old mask and put it on, and with a curious mind honestly followed her around,
looking down to observe the situation below while prancing in the clouds, while paying attention to whether the passing cultivators had the exclamation mark of hating each other or not. Just looking at it, there was something familiar about the path.
This is the direction to Chaos Island?
Su Changqing said in astonishment.
You have a good memory for recognizing directions.
Su Changqing realized. It seems that Xia Evening Ching really wanted to let himself go down to fish in troubled waters that night.
A moment. Come above Chaos Island. Before he even went down, he felt 3 rushing auras. Demonic aura rushing to the sky, devilish aura rushing to the sky, and immortal aura rushing to the sky.
The 3 scents mixed together made people so uncomfortable.
No wonder it was called Chaos Island. He successfully landed on the island, and just happened to land in the territory of a demonic beast nest. Countless immortal realm demonic beasts rushed forward in unison, which were also interspersed with quasi-emperor demonic beasts.
Su Changqing summoned his wooden stick and shook it towards the ground with force. The strong heavenly emperor realm power erupted. Those demonic beasts that rushed up instantly exploded, and countless shattered corpses were scattered down.
Xia Evening Ching inclined her head and smiled, suddenly complimenting, husband is really great. He reasonably suspected that Xia Evening Ching had landed in such a place on purpose. Come on, this can't be one of those places you were talking about.
Su Changqing held her and knocked on the road in front of him with a wooden stick.
Smiling Xia Evening Ching led him to walk a rugged mountain road. Along the way bumped into a lot of roadblockers, all Su Changqing shot to solve. After entering the island, Su Changqing hands of the stick has not stopped. It can be said that this is so far since the trip since the largest amount of his movement. Therefore, he had a preliminary impression of this chaos island. This is simply a place where gods and demons are in chaos, and the cultivation of the creatures inside is not low. The true immortal realm is in the minority, and most of them are in the celestial immortal realm, golden immortal realm, and there are also 2 steps away from a quasi-emperor realm demon and immortal beasts, and then a dozen or so more steps, and then, with a bit of bad luck, they will come across a head of a great emperor realm. With such a treacherous environment, it's no wonder that people were setting off distress fireworks that night. This chaos island has so many beings of different races gathered on one island. It won't raise any parasitic beasts, right? Su Changqing couldn't help but be curious about this scenario. At the moment I haven't seen the so-called compulsion beast. Maybe there is one, maybe there isn't. I'll have to ask those old guys who have lived a long time. They should know if there have been any compulsion beasts coming out of Chaos Island. When Xia Evening Ching was talking, there was a magical beast that suddenly descended from the sky and stretched out its sharp claws in an attempt to attack, and was slapped down by Su Changqing with a stick, and the moment his brain exploded, he quickly pinched a shield to avoid plasma splattering on Xia Evening Ching. Husband is kinda sweet. Goddess Sama is also considerate of me. Let's go again. It's almost dawn. Don't tell me that you're taking me on a one-night trip to Chaos Island tonight, right? Su Changqing said while taking out his handkerchief was covering the wooden stick ready to wipe off the blood stains on it, and in a trance, he seemed to see the signs of the blood stains being absorbed by the wooden stick, as well as the faint streams of light that fleetingly passed by. He froze. After all, the night was misleading, the stream of light so weak that he thought it was an illusion. Su Changqing gently wiped it and looked at the handkerchief. There were not many blood marks on it. Xia Evening Chang lowered her head to hide a laugh. Almost there. However, these levels of demonic beasts alone are too much for husband to bear? Then what can we do behind this? She raised her head to look at Su Changqing, revealing bright smiling eyes. Su Changqing looked at her. You don't want to sell me, do you? Xia Evening Ching smiled and didn't say anything. She just stretched out her hand towards him. Su Changqing didn't know what to do, but he still put his hand on her palm. The next moment, he felt that his palm was being gripped hard and tightly in his hand. And then, he felt as if he flew up, following her to roam between these mountains and forests. The surrounding scenery quickly swept by around his eyes, while the surrounding demonic beasts and magical beasts and immortal spirit beasts followed their lead and fought to launch an attack. Su Changqing twisted his head to look behind him, the wooden stick in his hand flung out and across. Blood splattered in all directions. When he turned his head back, an oddly shaped pie face violently and suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, only 3 inches away from him, before he could exert his divine power. Xia Evening Ching pulled to the left, and he and the pie face monster just brushed shoulders and misplaced themselves. Su Changqing turned his head again, and stretched out his baguette for a strike, and his brain exploded. Along the way, there were numerous scenes just now, and Su Changqing sort of realized that from the time he entered the island until now, Xia Evening Ching had never made a move to harm a single flower, a single tree, or a single beast here. Even though there were quite a few demonic beasts attacking towards them, Xia Evening Ching only pulled him back and forth to dodge left and right. Even if that monster was 0.01 inches away from his face, Xia Evening Ching was able to dodge the other party's attack at the extreme moment, or he couldn't take the visual stimulation and raised his hand to give it a shot. In the end, Su Changqing also followed the pendulum. She did not kill. He also did not kill. So I do not know how long along the way. He followed Xia Evening Ching this time is considered to feel what is called play as the heartbeat. The two of them just like this in this chaotic island turned half circle. Just when he thought that Xia Evening Chang want to run until dawn, caught off guard was pulled into a black cave. Vision was restricted for a while, can't see the scene around the eyes, followed by a flash of white light. Xia Evening Chang holding his hand finally stopped running at breakneck speeds. Su Changqing didn't even take a close look at the surrounding scenery after stopping, and the first thing he did was open his mouth to spit. What? You guys who are goddesses still have the rule that you can't kill. TSK, 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 TSK. Chapter 94 Rootless Water. Xia Evening Ching had no choice but to make quick work of it. She took out a bottle of jade bottle, took out 2 drops of water, flicked 1 drop onto Su Changqing, at the same time raised the sword in her hand to catch the other drop of water. The water droplets flowed to the sword body. In a flash countless frost condensed on the body of the sword, and the hand that was gripping the sword was flooded with a layer of frost. With a flash of cold light, the 2 fire dragons were instantly wrapped in a layer of frost and fell heavily to the ground from the sky.
popping out two Chinquan bags that were bubbling with a seven-colored halo of light.
Guardian beasts have immortality and can only be stunned. On Su Changqing's side, he had just turned back to dodge that fire dragon's pincer attack when he felt a bucket of water falling from the sky to douse the flames on him. The next moment, only to see a gorgeous figure appeared in front of him. A cold light transformed to break through the sky. Those two fire dragons instantly extinguished their flames, their bodies wrapped in a layer of frost, unable to move, and landed heavily on the ground,
similarly popping out two Chinquan pouches that were bubbling with a seven-colored halo of light. Su Changqing's stunned eyeballs followed by moving down.
So soon burst equipment? Xia Eveningqing twisted his head and pulled him to the ground,
and the two of them picked up the two Chinquan bags respectively.
Unfortunately, no.
Xia Eveningqing looked at the two Chinquan bags in her hand,
her tone regretful. We had to wait for.
Su Changqing sniffed and opened his divine sense to interrupt her words. There's no need for pity.
Ma'am, there's here. Xia Eveningqing froze and turned to look.
Su Changqing shoved the two Chinquan bags in his hand into her hand,
signaling her to check them out. Divine sense swept. There is indeed a divine iron. Actually also four appeared in a Chinquan bag. What luck!
She was thinking of bringing Su Changqing over next time, but now she had no excuse. This place counted as one of the few guardian beasts that possessed the strength of the late Heavenly Emperor realm.
Xia Eveningqing paused and looked at the injury on Su Changqing's back. Does it hurt? Could Su Changqing say that he felt nothing?
That burning power was completely useless to him.
But after all, the other party had created such a big momentum, he could only say, it hurts. Go back first. We need to get back to the cold pool as soon as possible.
Xia Eveningqing led him away, passing by the last two fire dragons that had fallen,
inadvertently glancing downward at the broken-horned fire dragon.
Her willow eyebrows raised lightly.
Returning back to the initial cold pool,
Su Changqing's entire body was refreshed as he soaked in the cold pool for an hour.
And after taking the unknown elixir given by Xia Eveningqing, the scorched black wound on his back was finally gone. Feeling that the wound had healed,
Su Changqing immediately stood up naked and got out of the cold pool,
and in the effort of going ashore, his body was already fully dressed.
Then he turned to look at Xia Eveningqing, who was still in the pool.
You're still not well.
At those words, Xia Eveningqing only opened her eyes, and in the blink of an eye returned to the edge of the pool, similarly all dressed up. When they returned to the divine feminine courtyard,
it wasn't even midnight.
The two were sitting on the bed facing each other at the moment.
Instead of practicing,
how come there's still a 1,000-year-old ice lotus in here?
Didn't they say that it's only found in that frozen sea? Ha! This bell. Looks like the one you gave me. The Dragon Song bell. It can't be that's where you got it from, right? There are actually spirit stones and immortal jades in here? Spirit stones still make sense. Didn't you Bunny say that immortal jade is only found in Immortal Origin Mountain?
Su Changqing took out the 4 Chinquan bags he harvested tonight and one by one counted the goodies he got today. Looking at his excited appearance,
Xia Eveningqing curved the corner of her mouth, suddenly remembering something funny.
Maybe if she stripped naked in front of him, Su Changqing might not look at her at this time. The guardian beast of that Dragon Valley ruins is one of the few that can drop all kinds of exotic treasures from the heavenly domain as long as it is defeated and knocked unconscious. So it's normal to have a 1,000-year-old ice lotus as well as immortal jade.
It's just a matter of probability. As for the bell, it is none other than the dragon's bell, which I did get there. Xia Eveningqing has a question to answer. Su Changqing finally shepherded his head up. That means that all the treasures in the heavenly domain are likely to appear on that fire dragon? What exactly is the origin of this? I don't know what it's from. I just know it's been rumored by everyone. And I've tried it. And it does. In that case, as long as he kept brushing that fire dragon, wouldn't any wood essence, earth essence, mirror and water moon or whatever come in handy?
It was only a matter of the burst rate.
However,
the burst rate issue is a burst rate issue.
One more question. Mother, did you make the water that fell from the sky in the secret realm just now? Don't tell me that was rootless water, right?
Yes, the rootless water collected before.
Otherwise this fire dragon can't be beaten.
The easiest way to trap it is to use only rootless water.
Su Changqing, so you know you can't die in a fight, and you're still letting me take 2 in 1?
That guardian beast is originally immortal.
If there is no rootless water, as long as the damage is enough,
it can also make that guardian beast faint for an incense stick of time. Just that I did not expect my husband to be implicated by that poisonous fire so soon.
But speaking of damage,
I can't imagine that the axe you refined is so divinely effective that it was actually able to sever that dragon's horn.
Su Changqing heard the meaning of the words and narrowed his eyes as he asked back. Isn't that normal?
I saw that you also chopped off a dragon's tail at that time.
What? Do you mean that I'm not capable of cutting it off? Or I shouldn't have chopped it off? Is there something wrong with his axe? In a flash,
he thought of the fox woman's insistence on grabbing his axe.
Could it be that this axe had some special function? Or did the other party need a divine weapon? Xia Evening Qing lightly shook her head.
Her tone was gentle. I don't mean that.
Husband, don't know.
That fire dragon has a special body.
The lava around the island is its body. Even if it's broken into pieces, as long as that lava is still there, it will be able to remake the dragon's body, which is the origin of its immortal body.
Precisely. Being able to shatter it into pieces is only possible with a divine weapon.
But the average person, even if they have a divine weapon, will not be able to utilize all of the power of their divine weapon, or else this object would not be so difficult to defeat.
And I am amazed at precisely the power of my husband.
Upon hearing this, Su Changqing could only say, "Oh, so that's how it is. I'm not so bad, though, am I?"
He rubbed the surface of his chin in thought.
Insight has long been clear. Those three attributes are full level awakening, and realm full level, still cannot play out all power that would be a ghost.
In order to keep Xia Evening Qing from obsessing over this issue, he only had to change the topic.
I heard you say that the rootless water you collected, isn't rootless water that rain, dew and snow water, still need to collect it?
If so, it would be too simple. Only at noon on the 5th day of the 5th month, and at noon on the 7th day of the 7th month. When rain and dew fall from the sky on those 2 days, this type of rootless water has the effect of extinguishing the fire on that fire dragon.
And the rootless water of the ordinary day and season inflicts not much harm on it. In addition, Xia Evening Qing guffawed and added,
only rootless water from the heavenly domain can be used.
Those from the immortal domain. No. Chapter 95, just one explosion.
Su Changqing suddenly felt that this world was also quite interesting,
giving the solution to the problem.
But the conditions for obtaining this solution also depended on luck and timing.
He laughed. Don't tell me that it hasn't rained a drop in the heavenly realm in so long, right? Husband is really smart. Xia Evening Qing smiled back,
sort of acknowledging his words.
She then said, however,
it is too much of an exaggeration to say that there wasn't a single drop of rain, but in those 2 days of heavenly rain was extremely rare. Now the rain in the heavenly domain all relies on those cultivators to call their own spiritual rain, and although it has a role to play in the spiritual plants,
this artificially does not count as any rootless water. Su Changqing, so you were catching a lot of water?
Xia Wanqing smiled faintly, her willow eyebrows raised lightly.
Husband is wanting to make another trip to the Dragon Valley ruins? Su Changqing nodded his head. Since he could explode the equipment,
he definitely needed to brush it a few more times.
The material for the Yuanshan awakening had already bubbled up.
A little bit of energy was used to check it out. Now the only thing missing is the mirror flower water moon item.
Completely clueless.
It would be great if this equipment could be exploded at the fire dragon.
But don't misunderstand me, ma'am.
I'm not relying on that rootless water to solve the problem. I'm just afraid that that will lead to a fire and I'll be burned to death. Su Changqing was afraid that she would misunderstand and explain some more. It's no wonder that there was lava all around that.
If this was someone who didn't have enough Taoist skill, they would probably be burned to ashes. Knowing that the divine axe dealt damage to the fire dragon,
he would not use the wooden stick next time.
And when he did,
he would avoid that poisonous fire, and he would be able to pass the level completely without any injuries.
In that case, it's still early. Why don't we go again? Xia Evening Qing proposed.
Su Changqing looked at the immortal jade in his hand.
Okay. The two of them hit it off and speed ahead again.
It was just that this time Xia Evening Qing didn't enter that teleportation formation with him. Of course Su Changqing was happy to do so. In that case he didn't have so many worries when he made his move. It was when that fire dragon was about to split into 3 fire dragons that Xia Evening Qing's voice transmission suddenly rang out,
leisurely popping out an important sentence. After that fire dragon splits, you must defeat or stun them all within half a pillar of incense. Otherwise that molten lava will set off a huge wave that will destroy everything. Husband, pay attention to safety. Hearing Su Changqing blow up, he accused, why didn't you say something so important earlier? Seeing that the fire dragon was about to split successfully, Su Changqing took a step ahead and took the lead to strike, coming with a head-on slash when it was spitting fire. Although it didn't split in two, but judging by the level of rage of that fire dragon, it should be painful. He exerted all his strength and continued to flash his body, striking back and forth towards that fire dragon, finally rushing within an incense stick. When it was about to split its body completely, it split that fire dragon's body. Snap, snap, the heavy chunk of meat fell to the ground, and at the same time, a Qianquan bag bubbling with a colorful halo also popped out. The first thing Su Changqing did was to open the bag and reach out to pull out a long knife of divine grade. Pull out again. It's gone. No? Su Changqing shook the exit of the bag downward, and it really wasn't there. No, just pop one. Ha, there are still 4 more of that divine iron from earlier. This luck is a bit too bad. After Su Changqing waited for an incense stick on this surface, the fire dragon of that shattered corpse began to melt on the ground.
only to see that the boiling on the surface of the molten lava began to want to crack, from which popped out a new fire dragon. I don't know if this fire dragon has a memory. At the moment of seeing Su Changqing, the anger is even more intense than the previous time. No forward swing directly flashed in front of him to lift the tail and fling, so fast that people almost folded in it. Su Changqing quickly disappeared in place as that tail struck up, dodging that strike in time. The axe means was easy to beat up close. He put away the divine axe and decided to try this long knife that he had just gleaned. As this blade went down, the black blade flowed with black and gold runes as the blade landed on the head of that fire dragon. Clang! The fire dragon was furious and violently raised its head to breathe fire. Su Changqing then put away his sword and turned around. His body flashed to the back of that fire dragon and slashed at its tail again. With the experience of the last time, this time Su Changqing was getting smoother and smoother. This time, within half an incense stick, he chopped another 4 or 5 segments of that fire dragon, and similarly dropped a chinkuan bag that was bubbling with a colorful halo. The first thing he did was to pick up the chinkuan bag and open it. This one was even more excessive. I can't believe it's empty. There's nothing there. No, he's been caught in the middle of something like this? Su Changqing inexplicably felt the fire dragon full of malice. MO is not intentional, right? He looked at the corpse on the ground, which had been split into several sections, and suddenly had a flash of insight. Was it really because he cut off the corpse of the fire dragon? Su Changqing stood up and suddenly felt that this thought of his wasn't impossible. The first time she came with Xia Evening Qing, she just used rootless water to freeze it. Although the dragon's horns and tail chopped off a little bit, it wasn't so bad as to end up with a separated corpse. Su Changqing swept around the mess on the ground and looked up at the sky. Forget it, try again next time. I don't know if that fire dragon's consciousness had been there all along, but the charred and hard skin on that fire dragon's body suddenly ignited with sparks of fire. As Su Changqing walked back to the formation on his way past the corpse, the spark suddenly jumped up and landed precisely on the hem of his coat. Su Changqing smelled something wrong and turned his head to look. You're so vindictive. Now he was 1,000,000% sure that his empty bag was absolutely intentional. As that fire sprang up, water fell from heaven and doused the fire on him. Su Changqing looked up with a face. It was Xia Evening Qing? He quickly stepped out of the formation, and Xia Evening Qing was standing outside the formation quietly waiting for him. Out? Fire again? Xia Evening Qing was both surprised and unsurprised. It seemed that leaving a drop of rootless water by his side was right after all. Luckily, I have that drop of rootless water you gave me. You don't know. It turns out that fire dragon is still a vindictive one. Su Changqing snapped his fingers, and the drenched clothes on his body quickly became dry. What does this say? Xia Evening Qing was slightly curious. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing told the process of fighting the fire dragon inside just now. As they spoke, the two had already left the secret realm and returned to the divine feminine courtyard. Xia Evening Qing was surprised. You only fought 2 in there for so long? Didn't let them split? Su Changqing laughed. Mother, you think too highly of me. Those 2 doppelgangers earlier already made me suffer. And you still want me to pick 4 at once? It's not like I have rootless water that can kill me in one move. That's true, but I've never really heard of such a thing as that Shinkuan bag unseen treasure. But it's not a loss. At least I got a divine weapon. It's better than divine iron. Divine iron might still have the possibility of refining and scrapping. Su Changqing took out that long knife and handed it in front of Xia Evening Qing. Xia Evening Qing took a look at it, and her 2 fingers covered the black blade and moved upwards, the gold and black runes slowly revealing their original form under her fingers. Upon reaching the tip of the blade, Xia Evening Qing stopped moving and withdrew his hand, and the runes on that blade faded away. She turned the hilt slightly, and upon closer inspection, the hilts also had Qiankuan on it, engraved with different rune seals. Good knife. Husband is lucky. Xia Evening Qing returned this knife in her hand to him. Does the lady know what this knife is? Chapter 96. Su Changqing looked up and down at this black thick iron knife. To be honest, it really wasn't that he was selling himself short. He felt that the power of this knife when he tried it out was about the same as its axe. Xia Evening Qing shook her head. I don't know. Generally the secret realm molded divine objects, most of the divine races down things. Non-previous people left behind. The 2 of them walked through the long corridor and into the front yard. And there were already quite a few disciples heading to the academy in the sky. I should go to class. Before Su Changqing could respond, Xia Evening Qing added. When Su Changqing looked, Xia Evening Qing was no longer in the courtyard. Xia Evening Qing's class was early, and Hu Bunny also got up early at this time along with his master at this time. It yawned and rubbed its eyes. Seeing Su Changqing sitting in the courtyard touching that one new knife, it asked curiously, the goddess took you to the secret realm of the heavenly domain last night? Yes, the Dragon Valley ruins. No wonder. I haven't seen you use this blade. Hu Bunny took a curious look at the divine soldier.
After following Xie Evening Ching, he had seen a lot and was not uncommon for these divine weapons. Just as it was about to leave, Su Changqing took out those 4 Qiankuan bags of today and threw them to Hu Bunny. Take them to the treasury to fill up. Hey, wait a minute. The immortal jade in there, bring it out for me. Hu Rabbit did as he was told, turned out the immortal jade to hand over to him, and then only to find that there is a bag actually has 4 pieces of divine iron. Rabbit face surprised, mouth in O shape. There are actually 4 pieces of divine iron? Did you all get them last night? Or what? Great. Hubari rubbed her little hands together, her ears wiggling, and turned back to the storehouse. Noon. Su Changqing was about to go out and skulk around the central state when he sensed the dynamics coming from the jade slip. He took it out and with a sweep of his divine sense, there were 10,000 more top-grade spirit stones inside. Presumably, those items he had entrusted to the trading house had been bought by someone who had a share of the spirit stones, and there had been such a dynamic for the past 2 days, only that he didn't know which items had been traded. Speaking of which, he went in and out of the heavenly domain twice last night, and so far he hadn't heard any news about the heavenly destiny stage from Hu Bunny or Yunhe. It was thought that there were others like him in the immortal domain. In fact, Su Changqing already had a target within his heart. Zhao Qi of the human race had bought 6 times of Emperor Transformation Dan. If he took all of them, there was no reason for him to remain at the early stage of the quasi-emperor realm. Unless the opponent's cultivation is not yet full and has not reached the breakthrough condition, only without seeing the person. Knowing the name of the other party alone is not good to start. Now we will wait for the results of the small boss of the trading house after a month. Su Changqing glanced at Hu Bunny who was grinding medicine. I'm going out. After leaving the territory of the marginal life sect, Su Changqing headed for the departure in the direction of the central state. Middle States. Destiny Terrace. The bustling marketplace was as lively as ever, along with the chains that wrapped tightly around it. Su Changqing already had a judgment within his heart. There must be players still here. He looked at the vast sea of people. A little melancholy. Immortal domain, so many people, how to lock that 1/5. Su Changqing felt that perhaps it would be faster to annihilate the immortal domain in its entirety. But just as soon as this idea popped up ahead, he pressed it down. He shook his head. This had to be the next best thing. In case he did, I'm afraid that the problems he would face at that time would probably not be so simple. Su Changqing strolled around a few times in the central state, and there was no difference between the bazaar and cinnabar state, except for the differences in the various colors of cultivation. Nothing else. When the sun shines, Su Changqing returned to the divine feminine courtyard after a few uninteresting strolls, then directly drilled into the study, looking for the names of the remaining spiritual fruits or pills for the reunification of the Yuan Shen. Now there are still 3 elements left to be awakened: wood, earth and gold. If he didn't have the memories of that Feng clan's old ancestor, he was afraid that he would have to sidestep Xie Evening Ching about the Yuan Shen reunification spirit fruit. If this had been opened, with her intelligent nature, she would have known that she could detect a problem. When is this walking on thin ice going to end? Su Changqing shook his head inside while plunging into immersing himself into the sea of knowledge. Until dusk, there was actually no method or corresponding spiritual fruit regarding the reunification of the Yuan Shen in the vast sea of books. This is so weird. Is it possible that this thing is still a top secret heavenly secret? It shouldn't, should it? But the little brother of the trading house but recognized that blazing soul fruit, but also clearly pointed out that only in the ancient realm of the vault of heaven. But on second thought, it's not unusual to recognize such a person with more channels of contact. Just that this is obviously a rare heavenly material that can only be accessed by the transition realm. Xia Evening Ching also said that it is more rare in the heavenly domain. Could it be that it is also the copy after reaching the top realm of the Emperor realm that has the heavenly materials and treasures? I'm afraid that the heavenly Emperor realm demonic cultivator encountered in the ancient realm of the Vault of Heaven that day was coming down from the heavenly domain to specifically look for the material to awaken the Yuan Shen, and happened to be trapped in the immortal domain by bad luck. Su Changqing stuffed the book in his hand into its original place and lay down on the ground, closing his eyes and rubbing his brow bone to think about the next journey. In the middle of the day, he dropped his hand and turned his head to open his eyes, when he suddenly saw what looked like something padded under this bookshelf in front of him. Su Changqing sidestepped and carefully drew it out. Again, it is an old, yellowed and worn book. Su Changqing looked at the book cover above, which was labeled with 6 big words, the complete book of the 3 secret domains. Opening the first page, what came into view was all the locations of the mortal domain's secret realm. Su Changqing quickly swept a glance at the complete list of secret realms in the mortal domain region. Although they were few, there were still hundreds of them. A few were actually buried so deep in the ground that they happened to be right next to the broken-down temple where he had begged to stay one day. It's a loss, and I can't believe I'm passing up the opportunity. Su Changqing turned the second page. Probably a summary of what treasures came out of these secret realms. Put it this way, Su Changqing quickly flipped to the immortal domain. There are more secret realms here, at least 1,000 or so. There are many hidden secret realms, some more, the rare and uncommon heavenly treasures of the secret realm of the immortal domain. He looked carefully over for any such familiar names as blazing soul fruit or fire essence. After searching around, it was only found in that ancient realm of the vault of heaven. Unexpectedly, this is actually labeled as fire essence, and did not use the term blazing soul fruit. Looks like someone deliberately targeted their players, changing the names of the words on purpose. The ancient realm of the vault of heaven labeled 3 types of fire essence, water essence, and wood essence, and the remaining earth and gold essence were not on it, or the immortal domain did not have these 2. Su Changqing turned over the heavenly realm. There are also many secret realms here. Big thousands are there. In short, densely packed. See his eyes. He went on to the next page, and after a quick look around, in only 2 secret realms had earth essence and gold essence. One is the 5 Elements Mountain and the other is the Dragon Valley Ruins. The 5 Elements Mountain possesses the remaining 4 essences in addition to the earth and gold essences, as does the Dragon Valley Ruins. Su Changqing turned around to right his body, and suddenly realized that there was someone's body heat on his side. So he turned his head to take a look. Xia Evening Qing didn't know when she appeared here, and was lying on her side in the corridor just like him. Seeing him flashing a stunned look revealing a warm smile. Husband. Chapter 97, How does the goddess want to punish me? Su Changqing was sure that he hadn't dreamed, and he was also sure that the sky wasn't dark, and the yellowish afterglow of the slanting sun outside still remained on the window. He reached out and pinched Xia Evening Qing's face, and it was actually real and fleshy. So when did Xia Evening Qing lie here? Luckily he had a strong heart and hadn't done anything wrong just now. Are you in person? Su Changqing's body moved back half a step, bumping into the bookshelf before stopping. His body pressed against the bookshelf, pulling away from her by a palm width. Xia Evening Qing found Su Changqing's reaction somewhat amusing, and also moved closer to him, asking in return, "What do you say?" The familiar fragrance wafted into his nose, and he was now very sure that the person in front of him was really Xia Evening Qing. Nonetheless, his hands gripped her shoulders, pulling the 2 of them apart to maintain a safe distance. You're getting out of class so early again today? Aha. Xia Evening Qing nodded. Today they finished their schoolwork early, so let them go back early. Actually, it's you who's burned out making excuses, isn't it? Xia Evening Qing ignored the distance between the other party's propped up shoulders and reached out to wrap her arms around his neck, sticking close and smiling. Isn't it good for me to come back early to accompany my husband? Good. Dare he say it's not good? It just felt a bit strange. Xia Evening Chang would not have said this before, and rarely took the initiative like this. From when did the change start? Su Changqing recalled and thought carefully. It seems that after he stayed on from the cold pool for almost a month, Xia Evening Qing started to become a bit off. In the past, he alchemized pills for 77 and 49 days, and Xia Evening Qing never acted so. Sticky? It was supposed to be sticky. He supposed he hadn't used the wrong word. Prior to that their time together had also been uneventful. Never a day in and day out. Nothing new in the way of mutations. What is husband thinking? Xia Evening Qing came up. The distance between the 2 face to face is only an inch. Breathing intertwined. Her eyes fell on the pair of deep eyes. The black pupils clearly reflected their own appearance. The strange feeling in her heart surged to her heart. She touched these eyebrows and eyes. How did she not feel that these eyes were so good looking before? She was now very clear about her feelings and thoughts, and she wanted those eyes to watch her forever. You're not right. Why are you so glued to me lately? Su Changqing just finished. A pair of warm and soft lips blocked his mouth. He froze, then closed his eyes and went deeper. Lips intertwined. The temperature of the charming skyrocketed. Xia Evening Qing suddenly opened his eyes with a turn of the eye. Unilaterally ended the intimacy when the 2 were about to head up. She smiled. I don't know, but I sure have been full of you lately. Without waiting for him to speak, Xia Evening Qing's attention was on the yellow book sandwiched between the 2. She pulled it out and looked at it. Curiosity netted in her eyes. So there's this book? Where did you find it? Su Changqing had just slowed down from that intimacy. Damn bad woman. Actually teasing him like this. He just sat up and pointed to the foot of the bookshelf. Here. Found it here. Is this your personal study or is it a hidden library that leads to the goddess palace? Su Changqing asked. The hideout he'd been to, and the interior was completely different. In accordance with his understanding of Xia Evening Qing, since her main compartment was interconnected with the main palace room of the Divine Feminine Palace, this book pavilion should also be consistent. Unless the Divine Feminine Palace was the Divine Feminine Palace and the Divine Feminine Courtyard was the Divine Feminine Courtyards. My personal. Xia Evening Qing also climbed to sit up. Su Changqing's gaze swept around the room with all its organs, and he was somewhat impressed. Your mother is still, really, a big family.
Xia Evening Ching lowered her eyebrows and flipped through the pages of the book, seeing the content inside before she memorized it. This book is an old book. I had forgotten the existence of this book. I can't imagine this was all found by you. Coincidence. Su Changqing also didn't expect this thing to be used to pad his feet. The lower shelf of this row had been in a state of booklessness, and no one would have squatted down here to check it out specifically. After this, though, he could later see if the other bookshelves were padded with any old books at the foot of the shelves. Xia Evening Ching returned the book in his hand back to him. Su Changqing took it, flipped through it, and casually said, "The heavenly treasures recorded above this secret realm are real? Yes, it's what I used to hunt for good things with. So it is. No wonder Xia Lei Ching has so many goodies. It's all because of this map." Su Changqing probably understood that the original terms in this game had all been changed, so perhaps the same NPC cultivator didn't even notice it after awakening. "I'm afraid this book is also out of print." He put the book down, his gaze moving upward as the two of them became a bit disheveled from their intertwining earlier. At least now Xia Evening Ching had shed her usual coolness. Her sideburns were slightly messed up, the hair ornaments on her head were tilted and twisted, her fragrant shoulders were slightly exposed, and there was more than a hint of flirtation that was not usually present. Two people sit opposite each other, eyes just like this intersection on. The whole study was unexpectedly silent. The atmosphere is more and more subtle. Both sides seem to be waiting for the other side to move. Half a minute of silence. Su Changqing picked a strand of hair on her forehead and just slowly curled and slid it down. His fingers landed on his chest and unintentionally gently brushed it. The proud breast swayed slightly. Su Changqing lightly swept a glance, and then raised his hand to gently straighten her hair, and the hairpin was put back on. That slipped off the fragrant shoulders of the dress also for her to organize neatly. Xia Evening Ching just quietly watched his movements, thinking that he was trying to pull some kind of lustful trick, but she didn't expect him to just pull her to her feet in such a serious manner. "Where to?" Xia Evening Ching watched as he pulled himself down from the pavilion, somewhat unable to resist asking. Of course it's to the heavenly domain Dragon Valley Ruins, determined to have his 5 elemental awakening fruit. That shall not go and brush more copies and take his chances. It would have been too obvious to just name the 5 elements. For the first time, Xia Evening Ching had the feeling of being depressed and vomiting blood. Dumbfounded. He must have done it on purpose, right? It must have been to avenge the move he had just brought to a screeching halt. Must be. Her eyes unconsciously fell under the small of his back. It was flat and silky, and the doubt in her mind faded so quickly. Su Changqing seemed to sense the other party's gaze and immediately turned his head. What is mother looking at? Xia Evening Ching quickly retracted her line of sight, turned her head to look the other way, and said in a calm tone, "Nope." The corners of Su Changqing's mouth curved up as he came closer and laughed. "Your wife came to find me so early. Wasn't it to take me to the heavenly domain to familiarize myself with it?" Xia Evening Ching did have this idea earlier, but now, she doesn't want to. As Su Changqing led her down the last step, he suddenly felt a stagnant sensation under his feet, and he looked down, and there was a heavenly spin, fall in a soft spot. Su Changqing opened his eyes and the picture changed rapidly. Oh, so it was in bed. He rolled over and they went back inside the main compartment. "Are we resting so soon?" Su Changqing turned his head to look at Xia Evening Ching on the side and smiled faintly. "V happy face, V." But she saw Xia Evening Ching get up and press his wrists with both hands, bending down to look at him, her eyes like autumn waves with if anything a smile. She came to be interested and affirmed, "You did it on purpose." Su Changqing looked at the face that was close to the immortal Jade. The other party's drooping green silk fell on his face, making his face a little itchy. He reached up to skim the strands of green silk and scratched his cheek again, a puzzled look on his face. What on purpose? It's good for a husband to play dumb. How to say also share the same bed for many years? How could she not know Su Changqing's disguise at some point? He's been recognized again. Has he been with Xia Evening Ching for too long and been figured out? Seeing this, Su Changqing also similarly smiled. Anyway, his hands were also pressed by her. He could only admit it. So he said, "Yes, so ma'am." Su Changqing paused for a moment, changed his address, and said in a loose and leisurely tone, "So, how does the goddess Sama want to punish me?" Chapter 99, Sleeping? Xia Evening Ching looked towards the fire dragon and raised his hand to raise a boundary. Just as the fire dragon rushed over, the dragon's horns colliding and causing a not-so-small vibration to the boundary. This power. Sure enough, the strength has gone up quite a bit. Xia Evening Ching was truly convinced this time. She turned her head to look at Su Changqing, interest in her eyes intense, to be able to make this guardian beast boost its power. "You are the first. Husband has 2 skills. Su Changqing quickly reacted. This meant that the attack power defense as well as the life force of these guardian beasts was fixed even now. At least everyone subconsciously had a point of view. Su Changqing was about to say something, and finally pointed at the boundary above.
Your boundary broke. Cracks appeared in the boundary,
and he hurriedly pulled Xie Evening Qing to dodge to the side in time to avoid the fire dragon's impact. Just as he raised his sword and was about to finish this dragon,
Xie Evening Qing pulled him back. Su Changqing turned around in confusion. What for? Wait for it to split. Come what may.
It's a bit of a waste of manpower for two people to fight just one fire dragon.
Xie Evening Qing doesn't do money-losing deals.
Su Changqing can see her thoughts, so out of the knife as much as possible to tighten the force.
Just such an incense burning time. Fight some torture, some sweat, simply hot.
In this extraordinary sea of fire is really some suffer.
Without Xie Evening Qing's spirit locking pill,
I'm afraid I would have to empty my spiritual energy and overdraw my true chi.
The two of them were playing with the dragon.
And this time the fire dragon was half an incense stick of time ahead of schedule to change its detachment.
In this situation,
if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Xie Evening Chang would have thought that Su Changqing was fooling around.
Interesting.
When that fire dragon paddled out of the split,
it was the same old 2-for-1.
Su Changqing had been using the long sword more and more smoothly since he had changed it, only that the strength and power of that fire dragon had also risen by a notch,
making it a bit tougher to fight than last time. Just now it was 2 against 1 for them. Now it's become 2 against 1 for them. It's true that the wind and water are turning, but he hadn't forgotten what Xie Evening Qing had said before,
that he wanted to get rid of these doppelgangers within half an incense stick.
Just as he exerted his full power, Xie Evening Qing directly used rootless water to annihilate his aura,
and a layer of frost wrapped around those 4 fire dragons.
Those 4 fire dragons suddenly fell down without moving, accompanied by 4 Chinkuan bags. When Su Changqing opened them one by one,
some of his Dao heart crumbled, because the golden goodies in here were simply a world away from the empty packages and orphan items he had gotten the previous times.
Could it be because of the special buffs of Xie Evening Qing goddess? Xie Evening Qing noticed his crumbling expression. What's wrong?
Su Changqing threw those 4 Chinkuan bags into her hand,
and Xie Evening Qing instantly understood what he meant. She said, "Husband thinks highly of me. It shouldn't be me."
That fire dragon attacked indiscriminately.
I think it should be that there is no broken corpse this time? Otherwise husband try again. This time you will be the one to use the rootless water. To be honest, Xie Evening Qing was also curious as to what was going on. Could it be that there was some other special power in Su Changqing?
He was not alone in breaking the dragon's corpse, and no one ever spoke of the dragon holding a grudge. Perhaps the heavenly treasures dropped would be scarce, but not so much that it would cause the strength of these guardian beasts to increase dramatically. In that case the difficulty of the cultivator's attack went up another order of magnitude.
If there is rootless water it is easy, but without rootless water, it is not surprising that half of your life is lost here.
Tonight for the 3rd time to come in the Fire Dragon special, this time by Su Changqing borrowed the power of rootless water to freeze it. After the 4 fire dragons fainted,
Su Changqing picked up the 4 Chinkuan bags to take a look.
He was certain that this fire dragon was definitely targeting him. This was because the 4 Chinkuan bags were all immortal jades in varying amounts, most of which were in the range of 10 to 20.
Xie Evening Qing was also considered a knowledgeable person,
and 4 Chinkuan bags that were all immortal jade appeared at once.
This time she was really happy. Is the husband still playing? Forget it, go home. Su Changqing was a bit despondent.
The most important point was that he was wearing a mask now, and it was definitely impossible to tell just by looking at his face, unless these divine beasts can recognize who is coming based on the smell.
Okay. Xie Evening Qing couldn't get enough. After leaving the secret realm, Xie Evening Qing suddenly said, "Is that book of secret realms at your place?"
In. Su Changqing took it out and returned it to her. Xie Evening Qing flipped through a few pages and raised her eyes to look at Su Changqing, a colorful glint in her eyes as she spoke with compulsion.
Want to go to another secret place?
Su Changqing looked at Xie Evening Qing meaningfully.
Now, Xie Evening Qing took the initiative to mention it.
So she must have found something that could bring up her interest. She flipped through a few pages of the Heavenly Realm's secret realm and lowered her brows and thought for a moment before saying,
"Some other day or tomorrow, when I organize some secret realms that I can go to.
Not if you have any secret realms that you want to go to write them down.
We'll go there together then."
Good. Su Changqing was happy to the extreme. The two reached an agreement and immediately returned to the Divine Feminine courtyard.
When they returned,
the two of them soaked in the warm pool and honestly bathed and washed their bodies before returning to the house.
Xie Evening Qing still had an hour of rest,
so she simply accompanied him to lie on the bed with her eyes closed. Su Changqing didn't have the worry of schoolwork, lying on the bed and closing his eyes ready to enter dreamland.
Xie Evening Qing's voice leisurely came from his ears.
"I'm a little curious about the heart technique husband cultivated.
Who did he learn it from in the mortal domain in the first place?" The first day she saw Su Changqing fighting the fire dragon she saw it. The moves all rely on brute force and reaction force.
Where there are loopholes where to drill, there is no rules and regulations to speak of. does not look like a formal learned. Of course, it's nice that these nobody's teachings can do that, but the kernel of the cultivator's strength can not only rely on the realm cultivation. The main thing is to cultivate the heart method. Otherwise there will not be people who are struggling to find those secret methods. Su Changqing wasn't bad. At least it was supported by a heart method, and it was still a good heart method. Su Changqing breathed steadily and closed his eyes without moving. Fell asleep? Xia Evening Qing's puzzled voice came again. Just pretend that I slept through it, Su Changqing secretly said in his heart. She raised her hand and a faint fuel light came on in the dimly lit room. Nonetheless, the room was still dim and uncertain, with just an extra layer of faint yellow warm light. Xia Evening Qing rolled over to look at this sleeping face close at hand, her line of sight moving, her gaze falling on Su Changqing's rising and falling chest. Breathing evenly, she quirked her lips in inexplicable amusement. Can she not tell if she's pretending to be asleep? Xia Evening Qing suddenly thought of something fun. She leaned sideways with one hand propped up on her temple, looking at this closed-eyed face, thinking of how Su Changqing always liked to pinch her face on weekdays when she was resting. So lifting the other out slender, delicate jade hand, it rested above his cheek and paused. Is husband really asleep? Su Changqing was not in a state of sleeping death right now. He clearly felt a hand shaking on his face. Would it be too deliberate for him to open his eyes at this time? It would be better to wait it out. Wait for that hand to fall. Xia Evening Qing, however, was not as good as he wished, as if she had guessed what he was thinking, and only stretched out her index finger and stopped in midair for some moments with interest. Finally the fingers gently lifted upwards and the thin covers on both of them suddenly lifted and slid off. Chapter 100. Someone ordered an emperor turning pill. Su Changqing had been waiting for that hand to fall, waited for half a day, waited for the thin quilt to slide down, and finally waited for only the hand's falling position. He knew it. Xia Evening Qing has really turned bad. Su Changqing had just opened his eyes when his lips were accompanied by a warm touch. As soon as she entered her eyes, she met those watery eyes, and her eyes flashed with a wry smile. Tongue and teeth entwined, combined with Xia Evening Qing's gentle movements, pleasure was screaming joyfully through his body. If he had known that the wake-up call service for pretending to be asleep was so comforting, then he wouldn't usually sleep so much. Su Changqing was enjoying himself when Xia Evening Qing suddenly stopped, a bright smile in her eyes, her voice softly saying, "Husband has finally woken up. Why did you stop? Mother, you've learned the hard way, and you know it's learning?" Xia Evening Qing lightly grunted and withdrew her hand and sat up. She hadn't forgotten Su Changqing's intentional act the night before. Let him have a taste of that today too. Su Changqing naturally heard the meaning of those words, so he also sat up, wrapped the beauty in front of him in his arms, squeezed the delicate jade hand, and then lowered his head to kiss her forehead, coaxing a laugh. Goddess-sama is magnanimous and does not remember the small man's faults, saying that he brought Xia Evening Qing to lie down, turning what had just happened back on him. Uptime. Xia Evening Qing lowered her eyebrows as she watched those bony hands dress herself, pondering for a moment. She inclined her head again and looked down at the mess on the bed, not moving and retracting her eyes. She clearly remembered that she had called Su Changqing up in order to ask him about the gong method. How did it turn out to be like this? Well, my lady is teaching well today. Su Changqing had thoughtfully sent Xia Evening Qing to the academy this time. Xia Evening Qing could only put the matter aside for the evening. Only after seeing that back figure enter the academy did Su Changqing return to the Divine Feminine Academy. Shortly after returning, the sunrise also rose, blowing away the mist. The cloud crane that hadn't been seen for a long time unexpectedly came to the courtyard today, and it twisted its head to look at it for half a day. Where's the rabbit? Cloud crane wondered. It got notified that hare should be back off. Su Changqing would have already learned to make nourishing spirit soup, and was sitting in front of a fireplace, holding a grass fan to fan the wind from the fire. When he heard Yun he asked this question. He raised his hand and casually pointed to the backyard. It might be in the backyard. What? You have goods to deliver today? Su Changqing casually asked. Well, someone ordered an emperor turning pill. Su Changqing's hand slightly lurched, his expression unchanged, and he asked carelessly, who is it? The emperor turning pill is now settled in immortal jade in the heavenly domain, and in the immortal domain it's still at the price of spirit stones? Isn't this a money-losing deal? Cloud Crane thought about it. It did hear Hu Bunny talk about the changes above the heavenly domain, but the goddess didn't say anything. Hu Bunny didn't give notice of the price adjustment, and it was a delivery. Yunha was very clear about his current position. That would have to be asked of Lord Goddess. I'm not responsible for delivering the money. I'm only responsible for taking the goods to the single owner. The nourishing soup was ready. Su Changqing poured it into a bowl, sat down and fanned it to cool it, and added, it just so happens that I'm idle. I'll go with you to take a look. Speaking of which, I've never seen an Emperor Realm cultivator from the immortal domain. If that incident with the demonic cultivators split hadn't happened,
Yinha would have been happy to do so. But right, Su Changqing followed it out.
In case Su Changqing got injured or hiccuped, it could be considered as a poor protector of the master in the eyes of the goddess,
and by then it would also be dragged into it.
Out of the sensitive intuition of a divine beast, it politely refused.
No way. If something happens to you on the road, the goddess will chastise me. Su Changqing, hey, how can I say that I am in the same realm as your goddess? What can happen to me? I am here to protect you well,
but also to avoid a plague of robbery.
Do not forget the last time. Who is the one who was not well escorted? What a conundrum. Yunha Bianzuan said, that was just an accident. It asserts itself. In the end,
there was a shadow from the last time. So much so that when it saw Su Changqing again in the central state before, it quietly hid itself for fear that he would see it and let it take him to the secret realm. This time, he said that he would not travel with Su Changqing. Su Changqing picked up the bowl and muffled it in one mouthful, put down the bowl and burped and wiped his mouth before saying, okay.
Since Yunha was unwilling, he didn't force himself.
Being too deliberate in questioning would instead cause them to be suspicious. I just didn't expect that these two divine favorites would actually be so vigilant and so secretive about the information of these single masters.
From just now until now, they didn't even reveal a single hair. To such a degree of secrecy, if he were a client, he would also like to trade with Xie Eveningqing.
It just so happened that Hu Bunny came out of the backyard at this time and was not surprised to see Yunhe here. It bumbled its way to the front of Yunha, whose list, Cho Kichi. Hu Rabbit sniffed and took out a Qiankuan bag from the thick rabbit fur,
opened it and rummaged around inside, took out a small brocade box and threw it into another Qiankuan bag. Probably because of the experience of the last time, Cloud Crane no longer needed to hold it in its beak, but simply opened its wings and let the hair tuck into its fur. It's steady and it's sweet. After the handover, Cloud Crane took off to make the delivery. Looking at the departing crane, Su Changqing held back from placing anything listening on it.
He felt that since they were Xie Eveningqing's divine favorites,
if an onlooker were to make small moves on them,
they would be able to hide them from the eyes of the bird in question, but not from Xie Eveningqing's eyes. He didn't dare to risk his life. Just hear the single master message they had just confirmed. Su Changqing got up and stretched, pulling out the Book of Secret Realms and flipping through the upper part of the heavenly domain. It was only after a closer look today that I realized that the secret realm inside the heavenly domain had many raw materials that yielded immortal realm advancement pills.
Not much, but not much. At least it could be considered more common than the Emperor turning Dan, only after reaching the Emperor realm.
Although there were quite a few secret realms where other materials were produced, the only special and rare one here was the 1,000-year ice lotus, with one less core herb. This elixir could not be refined and the effect was greatly reduced. Hu Bunny yawned, ready to go to the storehouse to take out those medicinal herbs out to dry in the sun. When he passed by, he saw Su Changqing was actually fully concentrated on reading a book. It is really rare. It was the first time he had ever read a book in public, so it came up for a look. So that's the book. Su Changqing raised his eyebrows.
You know that too? Back then,
the divine maiden was using it to rummage through every secret realm and obtained quite a few spirit herbs that were hard to find on the market. Su Changqing quickly heard the meaning of the words.
You're saying that there are some secret places in here that no one else knows about?
That's for sure. Not everyone knows about the greatness of the heavenly realm. Of course, otherwise there wouldn't be this book. Hare continued to yawn as he walked back to the depot.
Su Changqing felt justified. After all,
when he first ascended to the upper realm, he could only feel his way around one by one without contacts. After seeing Hu Bunny take out a basket of sieves from the storehouse,
Su Changqing added,
"Have you turned around all of these secret realms?"
"Some do, some don't."
At that time the goddess had just joined the goddess palace as a postholder and was busy with affairs.
"So she let me work in the palace occasionally." Su Changqing laughed. "I can't imagine that you, a rabbit, can still take care of the Divine Maiden Palace's affairs."
"You are worthy of being the left arm of Lord Divine Maiden."
Being complimented,
Hu Bunny's chin involuntarily raised.
"That's right."
Su Changqing no longer paid any attention and continued to study these products of the map.
Chapter 101, What I Promised You. Naturally I won't go back on my word. After flipping through the book for half a day,
Su Changqing closed the book and turned to the schoolhouse to wait for Xie Eveningqing.
In fact, as far as he was concerned now, he only needed to go to the Five Elements Mountain and the Dragon Valley ruins.
With so many secret realms, he was now all but certain that only those two locations had quests that required 5 elemental essences. Now he had to think about how to get Xie Eveningqing to dispel his doubts about practicing the heart technique.
Alas, she did suspect herself. Su Changqing sat on the banyan tree looking at the clouds floating in the sky and watched as the sky that was so blue and flawless turned into a deep dark colored night sky.
He turned his head to look at the brightly lit schoolhouse below. He had sort of realized that as long as he was here to keep watch,
Xie Eveningqing would definitely drag the class.
I should have known that he was waiting at the divine feminine courtyard during the day.
Wait until the 11th hour.
Those disciples rushed out as if they were relieved,
and one by one,
they flew back to their main peaks with their imperial magic weapons.
This time,
without letting Xie Evening Qing turn around and wait for him, Su Changqing had already taken the lead and jumped down,
standing quietly in front of her with his arms folded. When Xie Evening Qing came out,
she saw a long figure standing under the large full moon.
Her heart slightly moved. She then stepped forward. Another long wait for my husband this evening.
Su Changqing turned around and stretched out his palm. Xie Evening Qing saw this and stretched out her hand on that large palm. Her hands clasped together. Su Changqing then pulled her to stroll forward, only to see him turn back to leisurely and said, words with a light snort of laughter. You also know that I have been waiting for a long time. How is it that I have not heard you say that these disciples are intelligent in the past 2 days?
Xie Evening Qing followed her footsteps,
inclining her head to look at him with a thick smile in her eyes.
What? You wish me to finish this coursework earlier? Would you rather I stayed with you a little longer? Or would you rather I ended up taking you to the celestial realm sooner?
Su Changqing raised his eyebrows,
not expecting Xie Evening Qing to ask this. He thought for a moment. Can I say both?
Xie Evening Qing lowered her eyebrows as she looked at the two's clasped hands, her eyes flickering, and after a few breaths she raised her eyes and smiled, the corners of her mouth curving up in a genuine smile as she softly said,
it's fine. May I? Can you say both at the same time?
Su Changqing puzzled. He twisted his head.
What? You still don't allow me to think of one more ah. That's not true. Naturally it's all up to the husband.
Oh,
so are we still going tonight?
I promised you.
So naturally I won't go back on my word.
Hey, wife's the best. Returning to the divine feminine courtyard through the long corridor and back to the heavenly realm. This high-quality aura had to be just a lot more pleasant.
Where are you going to take me tonight? Su Changqing asked. Xie Evening Qing didn't answer, but first asked Su Changqing's opinion. How about you?
You should be familiar with the secret realm of the heavenly domain today.
What do you want to go?
Su Changqing stated.
No.
Although there are quite a few exotic spirit herbs labeled on there,
they are all ones that I can't use. Are you kidding? Even if you can use it, you can't say it. He wanted to see which secret realm Xie Evening Qing wanted him to experiment with experiments.
Seeing the change in the fire dragon last night,
Su Changqing clearly felt Xie Evening Qing's emotions hidden in the shadows,
and those eyes looking at him lit up. He thought that if Xie Evening Qing didn't still need to give those disciples lessons every day now, I'm afraid she'd have to soak herself in the entire heavenly realm mystic realm and brush up on it all dozens of times.
Okay, in that case I'll take you. Xie Evening Qing's Tongyun was born under his feet, carrying the two of them high in the air. Su Changqing looked down at the landscape below and wondered, is it Chaos Island again? Although the Chaos Island has a great name, the secret realm only has a Dragon Valley site. Nevertheless,
the whole island is the same as that fire dragon.
With good luck,
what rare spiritual plants are there?
100 flowers. The greatest opportunity. The greatest danger is also the greatest.
But we're aiming for those secret realms now. We don't have to risk our lives on Chaos Island. The one we're going to tonight is also a secret realm that only the Heavenly Emperor realm can enter.
Moon Shadow Island,
which is similarly situated in the central capital continent.
Xie Evening Qing slowly said. Su Changqing was slightly disappointed, hoping that it was still in front of the house.
He recalled the Moon Shadow Island.
What was there to come? Seemingly sensing Su Changqing's dynamics, Xie Evening Qing just gently laughed. There is a moon shadow beast there. Defeating it will give you a longevity fruit. It can prolong life for 100,000
years. This fruit can be worth much more than divine iron.
It can be said to have a market without a price.
It is the first aid immortal fruit for those whose cultivation is stagnant but their life expectancy is about to come to an end. Su Changqing nodded indistinctly. According to his reading over the years, he knew that the lifespan of the ferrying realm could reach 10,000 years. After the true immortal realm it was 100,000 years. And after that every realm would increase by 100,000 years.
However, once one reaches the Heavenly Emperor realm, one's lifespan can be up to 1,000,000 years. Su Changqing was skeptical. Is there really a realm that has stayed for more than 100,000 years without breaking through? Xie Evening Qing, however,
smiled meaningfully. It seems that husband's realm ascension is still too easy. Unaware of the true plight of cultivators in this world, a drop in the ocean. These hundreds of thousands of years are but a snap of the fingers in the eyes of a cultivator.
However,
there are previous people who have sensed heaven and earth and refined pills to rapidly raise their cultivation realm. And those pills that were refined by husband's true immortal realm before are those pills.
Did you really write that journal? Xie Evening Qing froze slightly for a split second,
immediately thinking of the diary Su Changqing had spoken of.
She smiled and admitted, yes, that's what I inadvertently found recorded all those years ago.
It was still true that he had initially thought it was a book that Xia Eveningqing had scavenged from somewhere. Serious people who keep a diary, whose diary just sits in a bookshelf. Su Changqing's brain popped up a fishing law enforcement for big words. Can't be. It's just a pity that at that time I couldn't find any pills about the rapid ascension of Emperor Realm cultivators. It turns out that the secret formula of that pill is far away and near. It's actually that Emperor's turning pill. If it wasn't for someone else, I wouldn't have thought that the Emperor's turning pill can't be solved by more than a single capsule. Xia Eveningqing added another sentence. Oh, then why did Mother know and release the news to let them know about the wonders of the Emperor's turning pill? Making money, not shabby. Su Changqing lowered his head and rubbed his nose, secretly saying in his heart, is it really just to make money? Can't think about it anymore. If he continues to think about it, how can he face his wife in the future? Xia Eveningqing turned her head to look at him, smiling wanly. Don't believe me? Su Changqing had to reply. You're short of money? Flaws immortal jade. Speaking of this, Xia Eveningqing suddenly thought of something. Take you to Xian Yuan Mountain some other day. You have not gone in to pick it. I don't know how good your hand is. This can be had. Su Changqing reached a high degree of agreement with Xia Eveningqing in this regard. In the middle of the conversation, the two of them arrived at the Moon Shadow Island that Xia Eveningqing was talking about. Chapter 102, Where is the everlasting fruit? Enter Moon Shadow Island. Su Changqing sort of knew why it was called Moon Shadow Island, and also saw what it meant to have a bright moon on the sea. I can't imagine that inside the secret realm is a vast heaven and earth sea, without any land. The sea and the sky are connected into a line. The white moon is in the sky. The calm sea surface reflects the huge silver moon in the sky, and they were standing on the surface of the sea, which was also below the central entrance of the secret realm. Gazing out, this huge sea could not be seen to the end, only the salty sea breeze caressing the face. Su Changqing looked down and inquired, where is the moon shadow beast you mentioned? Could it be that there is a dragon palace down here? If it did, then he'd have to go down there and take a good look at it. Xia Eveningqing replied, this is the first level. We don't need to go to the bottom. We can directly fight against the moon shadow beast. Before Su Changqing could hear the chill in her words, he saw Xia Eveningqing take a few steps forward. As he moved his eyes to follow, he saw Xia Eveningqing dancing up on the sea. Hoo. It's really the first time in 1,000 years that I actually saw Xia Eveningqing dancing. Yeah, under the moon, beauty, and dancing, these three combinations. Su Changqing even wanted to pull out a chair and a table, set up a fine wine to start appreciating it. But the good things are always short-lived. It was only a few breaths of time. Xia Eveningqing, a half-turning, raised his hand and waved his sleeve. A teleportation formation was generated under his feet, only to see that there was an extra layer of torn emptiness above the mid-air. Xia Eveningqing stopped. The surrounding seawater suddenly surged and boiled up, and under that moon shadow, a huge whirlpool was generated. Su Changqing immediately came to Xia Eveningqing's side. Looking at that place, looking at what was going to come out, he voiced a question. What was that? What kind of dance did the lady just do? It's not like everyone who comes in has to jump once to summon this moon shadow beast. Women are fine. If it's a man. Su Changqing imagined himself dancing somewhat miserably. It's not a dance. That's the 7 steps formation. The formation that summons the moon shadow beast. Oh, it seems like the Dragon Valley ruins also require a second layer of formations to enter. Su Changqing clasped his arms in front of him and watched the changes in the waves in front of him. Something seemed to be coming out under that whirlpool. Black. Not bad. In order to protect those small cultivators who mistakenly enter the secret realm, and also for the chance to be hidden, without the previous person pointing out the way, it is impossible to enter to the second layer, and can only be searched in the first layer. A white dragon rushed out from that huge vortex, and the white dragon's scales looked extraordinarily shiny in the moonlight. Moon shadow beast? Su Changqing took 2 steps back and took out his long sword. Aha! Xia Eveningqing also swam and flashed a sword. Can this one split? I can't, but this beast is also immortal like that fire dragon. As long as the seawater is with it, this moon shadow beast will live and die. Just split it up, right? Splitting the body is one way to do it, and there is another way to do it, and that is to just knock it out and drive it into the sea. Okay. Su Changqing was ready to go up and show off his skills. Xia Eveningqing hurriedly pulled him back and added, not finished yet. This moon shadow beast is capable of causing hallucinations, so when its eyes change color, that's when it casts an illusion. Remember to always turn your back on it. Never look at those eyes, and also hold your breath to prevent inhaling that bewitching incense. As long as the cultivator is caught in that illusion, he will be unable to move for a few breaths, and that is when the cultivator is in the most danger. Su Changqing quickly understood the skills of this moon shadow beast. A few seconds of not being able to move. Wasn't this the berserk move stun? Understood. Upon receiving an answer,
Xia Eveningqing took the lead and disappeared into place, giving that moon shadow beast a flash strike right into the eye socket of that dragon head before it launched its attack. The next moment, the roar was deafening. Seeing this, Su Changqing followed closely behind him and pounced on the dragon's tail without hesitation. The long black blade in his hand pushed straight into the dragon's scales, and that dragon's tail flung and brought up a gust of wind to avoid his strike, while angrily flinging its tail, wanting to slap Su Changqing into the bottom of the sea. Su Changqing has long been predicted, lightly dodged, although it did not hit squarely, but the hurricane that threw up a sharp killing aura, cut through the clothes, legs dipped out a touch of red. Su Changqing secretly sighed. Although this silver dragon will not spit fire and water, but the windbreak brought up by this can break the defense and hurt people. The attack was no weaker than that fire dragon. This heavenly emperor realm guardian beast that existed in the secret realm, there was not one that was easy to fight. One on one side, one for the dragon's head, one for the dragon's tail, swapping offense and defense. The two fought for almost half a column of incense time. Su Changqing sweated out. This silver dragon's spine is still hard, still alive and well. Completely unlike the appearance of fainting. The most important thing is that this long knife chopped in the dragon's scale body, completely knock a ring. It's not easy to get the fruit of immortality. Those cultivators whose life expectancy is about to expire. I'm afraid that the fruit has not been obtained. First hiccups. But, they're fighting so hard even when they're two against one. Xia Eveningqing isn't playing him, is he? Su Changqing glanced at Xia Eveningqing. The other party was wearing a veil to see her expression, but those sharp eyes, and the ruthlessness of her moves did not look like she was letting go. Su Changqing took out his battle axe and prepared to grab it with both its hands. A knife and an axe cut on that dragon's back at the same time, sending out a crisp clanking sound that shook his arm. So hard. It was probably the torment of the two that caused that silver dragon to immediately cast an illusion. Get out of its way and hold your breath. Xia Eveningqing had the experience of fighting against the silver dragon, and when he saw the precursor of the silver dragon's illusion technique, he immediately spoke out to remind Su Changqing. At the same time, he instantly moved to his side so that he wouldn't be attacked if his body was immobilized. Only that silver dragon was also experienced in countless battles. Its body instantly became huge and infinite. Its curved long dragon body encircled the two of them, and its roaring dragon roar shook the heart. A layer of mist filled up above the entire sea, and a strange fragrance spread above the sea of heaven and earth. Fog? What's with the fog? What the? His mother actually passed on false information. Su Changqing's eyes widened as he turned to Xia Eveningqing, his eyes full of questions and a questioning face. What's wrong with this fog? Xia Eveningqing's divine sense transmitted. This fog carries a mesmerizing fragrance. Remember not to inhale. You didn't inhale, did you? She asked again, uneasily. The mists thickened, and the silver dragon's body became one with the color of the mist, while also hiding its breath. Su Changqing shook his head. Suddenly he saw the eyes that were bubbling with pink light. The blurred dragon head suddenly appeared behind Xia Eveningqing ready to strike. He was in a hurry. He quickly got up and leaped, raised his arms, and his double blades fell down to cleave at that dragon head. The dragon's head split in two, and a wail resounded through the sky. The mists dissipate. With a few flops, the dragon's body fell into the sea with a huge splash. Is everything okay? Xia Eveningqing hastily wrapped her waist around him as he was unsteady and inquired in a low voice. Nope. Su Changqing lowered his head and relied on her body, slowing down for a few breaths before hanging the two weapons on his waist. He shook it off. It really wasn't normally numb. Immediately afterward, he searched left and right to see if there were any spirit fruits floating on the surface of the sea. Su Changqing turned his head and asked, where is the everlasting fruit? The sea calmed down. Xia Eveningqing, however, pointed to the shadow of the moon. Look,